Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Here. Hello.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. We'll catch up with the last stream, and then we'll move forward. Couple other, like 3 or 4 news articles. Then the rest of it's going to be a couple YouTube things I've run across. There's a very interesting black female trucker who seems to have her stuff together. I'm guessing she's around 30. Just discovered her. She showed up in my algorithm last night, so I don't know a whole lot of details about age and all that, but she seems to have her stuff together. So she caught my attention. Some folks from the stream last night, we watched a couple of her videos and everyone was pretty much impressed. So we go from there. And I know, Solid Snake, you were champing at the bit to say something.
Oh no. It was an article I found that was pretty interesting. I wanted to read on, but
put it in the back. We can look at it until Portia comes back.
Hold on, let me see if I can get it on my phone because I'm on another phone.
Hey, tough guy.
Yo, man, I was on a call, man, trying to make. I had some money to make. My bad.
Good for you.
Let me see if I know how to.
Yeah.
Okay, Daughters of Eclectic. I have no idea what I said that was mean to you. Also, I'm not evil, so calm down, please, and thanks.
What happened to Virgil? And
I said something to piss her off, apparently. She says it was a G word. Was it girl? Called you a girl? Maybe that was it. Said, wait. Wait, hold it. You said I'm G. Oh, God? Oh, that was definitely a joke. I don't think you're God. So. Oh, this is funny. Okay, all the mean things I've said are coming home to roost. All right.
Are you familiar with this person, Stanley?
Who, Zhang?
No, the Daughters of Assassins.
Oh, yeah, it's eclectic.
Oh, it's eclectic. Okay, because earlier it was asking if she was banned, and I was like, I don't even ever recall seeing this name.
She's not banned from my show, and she's actually kind of dear to me. I like the way she writes. So, yep, it's eclectic.
Hey,
and wait, hold it. Before we go too far, I actually like eclectic. She's interesting. and that's sometimes all you need to be.
You'll think she trolling, but if you just read it, you'll be like, "Oh, they just babbling, so I'm a babble on too." In the
No,
chat.
I rarely babble.
Oh,
Well,
come
now
on,
that I
Stanley.
know that it's eclectic, it actually
Yeah,
makes
she's
sense.
okay. I mean, with me anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an issue
Oh,
with
okay.
eclectic. Yeah, none at all. I
Well,
was just
welcome,
wondering who the
daughters of the
daughters of the
Saints.
Tastas. Okay, so now I know that's who it is.
What's up,
Okay.
Portia? How you doing?
What the fuck are you talking about? Most people
Good.
can't stand you. I think you're interesting.
Yeah, I don't even know what eclectic has said.
Nothing that's ever
Oh,
offended.
this says. Oh, she said GAY, gay.
Oh, did I? Oh, I was just kidding. Oh, come on now. I'm starting to think you're Be Brave. You're not Be
Yes.
Brave's daughter, are you?
I guess Be Brave really meant it when he said he wasn't coming back.
No, I was on his show Sunday. Well, in his audience, he's just brooding. I'll get him to come back.
Bruning, huh?
Brooding. Be Brave's a complicated man, and on some level, I actually kind of understand, um some of his way of being. And I know I don't want to get into the metaphysics of it, but I think Be Brave's a good man. There are just some things that, he believes in. He's not permanently mad. He'll be back.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I don't think he's mad at all. I think he just wants somebody to miss him.
I'm not gonna dispute that point.
I find him somewhere.
Well, you find a lot of gold nuggets and bricks.
I'll be out there. I'll be out there in these YouTube streets. You'll never know when I'm calling and hit up on the panel. Oh, this Solid Snake. Oh, yeah. I'll be up there.
Do you think people fear when you call in?
Nope. I think I'm comic relief.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure I am, Stanley. I'm pretty sure I'm like the
well, where's
epitome
your
of-
article you want us to see?
It was on Al Jazeera, but then I looked at the year, it's 2023. And now I see why it came.
Well, it's something you were interested in. Why not put it?
Yeah, it said, why Kenya volunteered to lead UN-approved forces to Haiti, And I'm thinking that was much more of a Chinese operation, but then I thought about it. UN. Oh, wow.
All right. Well, Portia, you wanted to talk more about Kenya and Haiti, right? Or
I mean, I was pretty much done, with that last video. I was just curious to, if Kimmy or if Snake had any like a rebuttal to the Kenyan soldiers, but then Snake, you just said that you found a video that made you think that China had something to do with it. That's all, Stanley. It wasn't anything that I wanted to,
Well, ma'am,
continue.
lead on. I'm not going to step on what you want to do.
Oh yeah, no, I was just wondering if they had any further opinions as far as the Kenyan.
It's really solid, Snake up.
Yeah, so Snake, if you have anything else to add, then go ahead. But if you don't, then I'll be done with that topic, and we can get into what Stanley has to talk, what he's talking about tonight.
What are you talking about tonight, Stanley?
Just simple news. Then a couple things. I've found a new female trucker, black female trucker, young, who seems to have her shit together, and I just enjoyed a couple of her videos last night. So I want to move a little bit more into what she does. She actually seems put together, goal oriented, business minded. So I appreciated it.
Yeah. Okay.
So what I wanted to do is start with this, which I think is fairly important. Israel
yep.
has agreed to a ceasefire in Lebanon. Like four headline things or three headline things and then one comment about restaurants. So we can listen or y'all. And actually,
Yeah.
all right, this is just a minute and then I'll move on to the next one.
This news story was written by Rebecca Tan, Kelly Kasulis Cho, and Adela Suleiman. Live updates. Israel and Hezbollah agree to ceasefire in Lebanon, Biden says. Jerusalem. Israel and Hezbollah have agreed to a ceasefire deal, President Joe Biden announced Tuesday. The agreement, which passed in a 10-1 vote in Israel's cabinet, is set to take effect Wednesday at 4 a.m. local time, pausing the year-long conflict in southern Lebanon and northern Israel that has escalated in recent weeks. Still, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned earlier Tuesday that Israel would strike again if the Lebanese militant group violated the agreement. Despite the ongoing negotiations, fighting between Israel and Hezbollah ramped up Tuesday.
Yeah, well, they will always, do a little bit more before the ceasefire. I personally don't think this is going to hold, but hopefully I'm wrong.
Why don't you think it's going to hold?
Well, that part of the world, Lebanon and Gaza specifically, there are a ton of factions under the umbrella of Hezbollah, for instance. Someone's going to go, nope, we don't agree with leadership. We're going to do our own thing. That's been a solid part of the history. Somebody's going to want to fire a rocket. So hopefully I'm wrong, but that's kind of been the history.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that they do ceasefire, but you make a good point. But yeah, that was some huge news that came out today regarding that, and hopefully they can maintain the peace. I wonder what happened to Snake. You think
He'll be back. His phone probably died, or he got a phone call.
Okay.
So
I won't interrupt you, Stanley. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Interrupt when you want. This next one is actually just opinion. She writes kind of about economics and stuff. 5 minutes. I actually have a different critique of the tariffs on Mexico and Canada, but we'll go ahead and play this.
This opinion piece was written by Catherine Rampel. Trump's tariffs on Mexico and Canada won't reduce grocery prices. They won't bring back manufacturing or make gas cheaper either. Donald Trump has long telegraphed his love of trade wars, so Americans probably should have expected the president-elect's latest tariff news. 25% taxes on all Canadian and Mexican products, starting January 20. On the other hand, voters could be forgiven for not anticipating that he'd renege on his main campaign pitch, a promise to reduce prices, even before he takes office. So, if you voted for Trump because you thought he'd lower your grocery bills, I have some very bad news for you. Canada and Mexico are our biggest trading partners. Each year, Mexico sends us $19 billion worth of fruits and vegetables alone. For some common grocery items, such as ones that Americans eat year-round but can't grow domestically year-round, we're especially reliant on our southern neighbor. About 2/3 of fresh tomatoes that Americans eat are from Mexico. Same goes for 90% of avocados, which means that if Trump carries out these tariffs, your guac will definitely cost extra. We can't easily ramp up U.S. crop production to offset the higher costs of Mexican fruits and veggies either. Even if the soil and climate were suddenly cooperative year-round, we don't have the manpower. Unemployment is historically low. Harvesting crops is brutal, back-breaking work that few Americans are willing to do. That's part of the reason the U.S. farm industry relies heavily on workers from other countries that offer fewer economic opportunities. Undocumented immigrants specifically make up roughly half of the U.S. agricultural workforce, and Trump has pledged to deport them all. Meanwhile, Project 2025, the right-wing policy playbook written by current and former Trump aides, recommends that he dismantle the existing visa program that allows seasonal agricultural workers from abroad to come here legally. Or let's say you instead voted for Trump because you thought he'd reduce gasoline prices. I have even more bad news for you. Petroleum supply chains span all three countries here, meaning we import and export crude and refined products across our neighbors' borders. Sometimes Trump seems happy about this relationship. His beloved Keystone Pipeline, recall, was supposed to bring more crude oil into the United States from Canada. Now, alas, he wants to tariff everything from Canada, including oil products. If the price of oil from Canada rises because of these taxes, so do the U.S. prices of downstream petroleum products, such as gasoline. A 25% tariff on Canadian crude oil would increase gasoline prices by about 25 to 75 cents per gallon in the Midwest and Rockies, estimates Patrick DeHaan, head of petroleum analysis at GasBuddy. He guesstimates that U.S. motorists would pay roughly $6 billion to $10 billion more per year. And again, despite Trump's calls to drill, baby drill, higher U.S. oil production could not fully offset these disruptions. For one, U.S. crude oil production is already at all-time highs. Trump's own fossil fuel donors are also on the record saying they don't plan to drill much more. Or let's say you voted for Trump because of the national housing crisis. Your rent is high, new homes are expensive. Unfortunately, a quarter of the lumber used in the United States comes from Canada, and that's after the exorbitantly high tariffs we already place on these products. Canada and Mexico also supply us with lots of other home building materials, including cement, metals, and machinery. So, if Trump's tariffs materialize, expect housing construction costs to go through the roof, so to speak. Maybe instead you voted for Trump because of his pledge to revive U.S. manufacturing. Good luck with that. Our auto industry is incredibly well integrated across North America, with parts crossing borders many times in the process of making a car truck, notes University of California, Los Angeles, Professor Kimberly Clausing. Trump's tariffs would roil these auto supply chains and probably raise car prices for American consumers. Other U.S. manufacturers that purchase inputs from Mexico or Canada would be similarly strained, as happened when Trump tariffed steel and aluminum last time. We haven't even gotten to the retaliatory measures that Canada and Mexico would unleash in response, again, as happened last time. Canada and Mexico are the number one and no two buyers of U.S. exports. They have leverage here. Americans benefit tremendously from our economic relationships with these allies and neighbors. We have more and better jobs and a higher quality of life, through both lower prices and access to delicious raspberries year-round. Ironically, by destroying these economic relationships, Trump is dumping on his own legacy. Recall that he already renegotiated a trade deal with Canada and Mexico, the USMCA. At the time, he called it the best and most important trade deal ever made by the USA. Now, apparently, it's trash. Trump claims he needs higher tariffs to somehow stop fentanyl from coming into the United States, even though most fentanyl is smuggled in by American citizens. But perhaps his main regret was that by keeping North American trade barriers low, he had one fewer tool available to reward personal friends and punish enemies. Last time around, his administration used tariff exemptions to help politically connected donors obtain price advantages over their competitors. We should expect the same again. The best we can hope for is that Trump is merely saber-rattling and won't blow up your grocery bill. But in the meantime, I don't want to hear Trumpers complain about the price of a burrito ever again.
Well, I've been watching the comments in the chat. I won't bother responding to them. Bottom line is running the country like Trump Incorporated or whatever his company's called has ramifications, and Trump isn't always right about everything. This is actually something that I found fascinating. Unfortunately, the reader I want to use is kind of robotic. Oh, I forgot to ask. Anyone in the chat have comments about like live? Anyone want to comment that's not typing in the chat? Kimmy, Solid Snake. Well, apparently.
My point was, Stanley, this is
Okay,
my point.
Please tell me this isn't going to result in a 15-minute rant about nothing.
Well, no, I just want to know, Stanley, don't you find it peculiar that you got all these African American nations where we donated all this money to those?
What does this have to do with the story?
Stanley.
I'm not. You need to stick to what we just heard. Deviance from it means I need to move on to the next story to try and catch your attention.
Stanley.
Okay, do not, Solid Snake. You will be gone, and I will have.
Okay, but Stanley, you telling me you don't find it questionable how all this going on and these cats still making millions and millions?
No, I don't find it. It's called capitalism, Snake.
It's not capitalism. It's called money laundering, Stanley. It's called money laundering. They money laundering, Stanley. What part don't you get? All this don't even matter, man, because most of that money don't even get.
Your misunderstanding of how capitalism works. It is not my problem that you've made it to 47 and are this way.
Okay.
You go find a book on capitalism or find someone who has patience with this kind of point. Any comments on the last opinion piece? Tariffs were the subject?
Exactly. They can trace that. They can't trace all this money laundering they're doing.
Who is the they, Solid Snake?
The bookkeepers.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next story. I don't have this kind of patience. So the next piece, again, it's an opinion piece from the Washington Examiner. I'm sure someone like Mavid G thinks it is a left-wing rag too, but I depend on him being as ignorant as you are, Solid Snake. Basically, the piece is about, the Trump dance and football games. Apparently, Trump is becoming a cultural phenomenon as well as a political phenomenon. And this is pretty much a celebration of Trump. Actually, kind of what I hear on these panels the last couple of weeks. If there is a problem in America, just say Trump will fix it. If there's a problem in Haiti, Haitian presidents or prime ministers died because they supported Trump. Trump is the reason and the answer. Amen. So I'll put this link in the back.
But Stanley, did you have a problem? And I don't mean to move the field goal post, but did you have a problem when it was Barack Obama being that guy back in 2008?
Yes,
2006? Did you have that same affliction?
Yes, the answer is yes. It is foolish, immature. So yeah,
why is it immature? Why is it foolish? What you
wait?
You
hold it. You asked me a
question,
and I answered it. I think worshiping a president and making him or her a cultural phenomenon is immature.
Oh wow! Wait a minute. So you saying that democracy don't work then, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Solid Snake.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Okay. Next story. I put the link for this opinion piece about Trump being the new big cultural phenomenon in the back. I read it. Nothing super interesting, but I figure since it's from the Washington Examiner, maybe someone will want to read it. And this is the last news piece. It's basically, I don't know, in my opinion, it's kind of an overall talk about famous, overpriced 5-star restaurants. Are they really necessary? I say no, but
No. Hey, Stanley, why don't you start a 5-star restaurant?
Because I'm not that good a cook.
Well, you damn good at marketing.
Oh, well, marketing is not cooking.
Marketing is 5/5 perception.
Well, remember the part about marketing is a basket weaving sort of major? I would never major in marketing.
Well, you're doing it now. Well, you marketing pretty good now.
Yep, I have my moments. Next is about expensive restaurants. And I don't think we're going to listen to the whole thing because it's kind of longish at over 9 minutes, but I haven't read it, so might be interesting. If anyone wants this link, I can drop it.
Are the French Laundry and Per se still worth a splurge? We went back to see. This article is by Melissa Clark and read by an automated voice. From the earliest days of the French Laundry, you knew to expect a very fine meal as soon as you walked through its signature blue door. What you didn't see coming were the jokes. When Thomas Keller opened the restaurant in 1994, fancy food in America was in transition, moving away from its staid, snooty, and stiffly French past toward a locally focused ethos and a looser vibe. Like so many other diners, I made a pilgrimage to Yountville, California, to experience what the New York Times critic Ruth Reichl hailed as the most exciting place to eat in the United States. At my first bite of a dish called Oysters and Pearls, I laughed out loud. Who spoons caviar on top of humble tapioca? It was more than daring, it was madness. But it worked. The soft pop of caviar atop bouncy tapioca pearls and plump oysters, all surrounded by sabayon as light and briny as ocean foam. Not only was it one of the most delicious things I'd ever tasted, but its knowing poke at the haute and haute cuisine displayed a sense of humor both sophisticated and sly. And that was just the first of 9 courses in a meal so exhilarating and fresh that more than 20 years and countless tasting menus later, I can still remember every bite, the silky wobble of the truffle custard as I scooped it with a potato chip from a translucent eggshell, the supple snap of the butter-poached lobster with leeks and beets, the delicate crunch of the salmon tartare cornets like tiny ice cream cones. Culinary wit and edible puns informed dishes from the tongue-in-cheek, braised beef cheeks and veal tongue with horseradish cream, to the trompe-l'oeil coffee, actually semifreddo, and real donuts for dessert. Mr. Keller brought this precision and sense of fun, as well as much of the French Laundry menu, to New York City when he opened Per se to glowing reviews in 2004. At the entrance was an oversized blue door, a nod to the one at the French Laundry, except that it didn't open. Well-heeled diners were left tugging at the knob until magically glass panels on the side opened to admit them. The wizard will see you now. It's been 30 years since the French Laundry's blue door first opened, and 20 years since the one at Per se didn't, so it seemed a good time to check on how the magic has held up, to step through and around the blue doors again. In that time, Mr. Keller has become one of the best-known and most revered chefs in the world, even inspiring a character and making an appearance on The Bear. He's mentored some of the top culinary talents of our time: Rene Redzepi, Grant Achatz, Jonathan Beno, Eric Zeibold, Corey Lee, and more. The French Laundry Cookbook, which has sold more than 1 million copies, has influenced legions of other chefs and many ambitious home cooks too. But at Mr. Keller's 2 most ambitious restaurants, there have been signs over the last several years that the food, as well as the jokes, have grown tired. In 2016, the Times restaurant critic Pete Wells demoted Per Se from 4 stars to 2, noting, among other disappointments, that a mushroom bouillon was as appealing as bong water, and that the service seemed little better. In 2022, the San Francisco Chronicle restaurant critic Soleil Ho wrote a review asking whether the French Laundry was worth the splurge. The answer was no. A sentiment echoed widely, though not universally, in online forums and social media. And over the years, the splurge has gotten splurgier. In 2004, the tasting menus at the restaurants cost $150 per person, about $255 in today's dollars. Both now charge $390, service included. That's before wine, the price of which can hit figures higher than the vintage. Yet the two places remain solidly booked, and there's even a thriving black market for French Laundry reservations. So what's the draw? Have Mr. Keller's restaurants recovered their poise, or is there something else driving up bookings and prices? I started at Per Se in the flashy mall called The Shops at Columbus Circle. After we were ushered by the suavest staff imaginable into a beige and navy dining room that felt as impersonally plush as an executive conference room, our meal commenced with the salmon cornet, followed by oysters and pearls and the truffled custard. But something was out of whack. The tuile holding the salmon was as thick and nubby as an oatmeal cookie. The custard was grainy, and the oyster dish had the gloppy texture of the tapioca pudding served at my great-aunt's nursing home. The evening continued in that gummy, starchy vein. Several dishes verged on cloying, starved of any acid counterbalance. A chestnut terrine.
Well, that article is getting into describing the food, but I actually want to stop. And I hope everyone will read what Zhang has written. Now I have to start commenting the language. Simple, direct, spare, and to the point. So that's the best comment possibly, definitely for today, if not ever, in this John Galt space. It's fucking to the point. So, Zhang Wei, thank you for setting a standard. And this is funny too. Yeah, apparently she just didn't like the food, and the reason is this is one of the things about, I love to watch cooking shows and all that stuff, but in the end, I wonder how long 5-star restaurants are really going to survive. That much money. It's dubious. Even if I had the money to go to the French Laundry or somewhere like that, maybe when I was younger, the one compliment I can give to getting older is, you tend to be a whole lot more focused on just not dealing with bullshit and getting to a Zhang Wei state of mind. Utilitarianism, pragmatism, rule. Wisdom brings you to a point of utilitarianism, pragmatism. Knowledge means you know what a 5-star restaurant is and why it can often be a waste of money. So knowledge leads to wisdom. They're not synonymous. So anyway, I know I'm kind of waxing philosophical here. We will move on. Kimmy, Solid Snake, Portia.
What?
Just evolve.
You want me to comment on a 5-star restaurant?
Well, more or less my comments on it in Zhang Wei, which, in my opinion, like I said, best comment I've heard in quite some time.
Exactly.
Want to read this and comment on it? I would actually appreciate it.
Oh, you want me to read it? Frivolous excellence is seldom necessary in a utilitarian sense. But excellence for the sake of excellence, no matter how frivolous, is noble and virtuous.
And I'm sure that must be a Confucian thing or something, but I like it.
But I always say perception is 5/5 perception. At the end of the day, whatever you seem to see and believe can be reflected visually. And if you agree with it, so does everybody else. So if you agree with paying $500 for that little pal with some sugar on it and whatever the hell they had on that plate, well, that's your business. I mean, I ain't trying to tell you how to spend your money, but fuck, man, a hamburger, a fucking taco, shit. At least you got more protein.
All right. Well, I appreciate that comment. Kim or Portia? Well,
Just saying. Yeah.
All right. Well, we can move on then. Next thing is Glenn Lowry. I haven't watched.
You like a 5-star restaurant in a McDonald's.
I'm sure. Next is Dr. Lowry and Carol Swain. She's Dr. Swain. I know who they are. I've been listening to these types of interviews for quite some time. Always disagree with Glenn except on important points. Haven't heard this, but I kind of know where it's going. The title's fun, especially in a John Galt context, especially after listening to folks without comment for quite some time. So Glenn Lowry, folks, he is a very accomplished plus black conservative in the class of a Clarence Thomas at a minimum, another disciple of our God, Thomas Sowell.
Oh, Lord. Your God.
On white crime that doesn't get reported in those terms. And if you are paying attention and you were framing the discussion in racial issues, people who are worried about white people being attacked by black people would have a lot to say. There'd be a lot of things to be worried about there. I've said we don't need to defund the police. We need to de-racialize the discussion about policing. You say that Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis was a racist cop. I say he was a cop who engaged in bad policing. You say that George Floyd was a victim of racism. I say he was a man in the wrong place in the wrong time. He shouldn't have been killed out there on that street, that's for sure. But his blackness didn't have a whole lot to do with it. And I say, if you insist on counting by race every time there's a criminal offense against a black person by a police officer, you invite people sitting in their suburban kitchen to say, yeah, but what about those kids that were running around downtown Chicago the other day, beating up tourists and turning over cop cars? People on the left would say the real impetus to violence in our politics is coming from the right.
Oh, I know.
They would talk about militias, and you've studied right-wing extremists, anti-black racist figures in your own academic work. What do you think about that? Do you agree that there's a serious threat coming from the right in terms of terrorism, domestic terrorism, and anti-black racism?
Glenn, I wrote The New White Nationalism in America, Its Challenge to Integration. It was published by Cambridge Press in 2002. And it was a warning about the future, but I argued that identity politics and multiculturalism was creating a new kind of white nationalism, and it was not the old style KKK or neo-Nazis. It had to do with people that were concerned about white people, that were concerned about discrimination. And I argued that the new white nationalists were not people that were espousing violence or that type of thing. They were citing FBI statistics on black crime. They were pointing out that white people were being discriminated against and that their rights were being trampled. They were talking about racial double standards. They were laying out basically an argument that I thought was persuasive, especially for young people. And I felt that we needed to move away from identity politics towards the American national identity. And the concluding chapter of that book had talked about America as a whole, but it also talked about what Black people needed to do. And I felt that what I feel now is that there was not enough old style white supremacists or neo-Nazis or people espousing violence for you to maintain that white people were racist. And so what the left has done is redefine what is a white supremacist, what is a white nationalist, because there were not enough. And so pretty much you could argue that any white person that doesn't go along with the woke agenda is a white supremacist or white nationalist. I don't think that's good for our country. So what I have seen is redefinitions so that they can actually have a larger group of people. And when you start targeting, military people and Moms for Liberty and just these various groups that have pushed back against the progressive ideas, all of these people are white nationalists if they're white, and they even calling Black people like me Black white supremacists. And so,
but
to
Carol,
me, what
meaning, about that church in South Carolina where a young man went in there and shot it up, or that market in Buffalo, New York, where a young man went in there and shot it up? These were white supremacists.
Yeah, you can always find, but the problem is that there are crimes that are taking place among and across different racial and ethnic groups, but they're not, they only focus, the media focuses on a few. And so it's whatever the media chooses to focus on. And that was an issue when I wrote The New White Nationalism, because there were plenty of incidents where white people had been targeted, multiple white people killed by racial and ethnic, by Blacks, and it didn't get media attention. It wasn't even classified as a hate crime. And so that was a grievance about the racial double standards when it comes to criminal justice issues. If Black crimes against Asians and whites got the same attention as the white isolated cases, I think we would be having a different discussion. And the discussion would be about crime. And so I think the people that actually hate other racial and ethnic groups to the extent that they would kill them in mass numbers, that has been few. But I think what the left is doing is trying to divide whites and Blacks and Hispanics and Asians and various groups in a manner that it will generate more hatred and more distrust of one another. And I argued back when I wrote The New White Nationalism that I believed that we were going to have unprecedented levels of racial turmoil, because there were grievances that were festering. And if I wanted to create a race war, I would do exactly what the Democrats have done with race and with crime. I would do exactly what they have done, what Obama did. And so I'm not talking about that. So my book, The New White Nationalism, it was a warning, 2002.
Yeah, well,
and affirmative action was a big part of that book, because that was one of the grievances that white people had. And
I want to get back to affirmative action, which is what your the diversity adversity is about. But I got to say this.
I want to hold up my book.
Yeah, hold it on up.
Yeah.
Everybody see that. There she is. Now,
first time I've been on the cover of my own book.
I want to agree with you about something, which is that there's a lot of Black on white crime that doesn't get reported in those terms. And if you are paying attention and you were framing the discussion in racial issues, people who are worried about white people being attacked by Black people would have a lot to say. There'd be a lot of things to be worried about there. I've said, we don't need to defund the police. We need to de-racialize the discussion about policing. You say that Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis was a racist cop. I say he was a cop who engaged in bad policing. You say that George Floyd was a victim of racism. I say he was a man in the wrong place in the wrong time. He shouldn't have been killed out there on that street, that's for sure. But his Blackness didn't have a whole lot to do with it. And I say, if you insist on counting by race every time there's a criminal offense against a Black person by a police officer, you invite people sitting in their suburban kitchen to say, yeah, but what about those kids that were running around downtown Chicago the other day, beating up tourists and, turning over cop cars? Or what about the high homicide rate in Detroit, in St. Louis, in Cleveland, in Philadelphia, et cetera, et cetera? Who's committing those crimes? You invite them to count by race. You're going to count by race? They're going to count by race. At the end of the day, that's not an exercise that Black people can come out ahead in. You need to de-racialize the discussion.
But Glenn,
So that's my view.
come out ahead because the mainstream media doesn't report the Black white crimes at the same rate. They almost never report them. And the George Floyd incident, there will always be a George Floyd incident. I think the left has a bunch of cases. They can always play them up when they need a case. And usually during an election year, they will find something. And when we talk about George Floyd, like if you watch the whole video of how long, he was in the car before he got out of the car and the first autopsy, all the things that were in his system. And it seemed like he was dying already when he was in the car. And it's unfortunate that cop, appeared to kneel on his neck because the optics. But at the same time, the autopsies, the family got 2 additional autopsies to be able to make the claim that the police officer killed him. And so the left has used that. We have a chapter in the book, the adversity
Carol,
of
I'm sorry to
diversity.
interrupt, Carol. He had a trial. There was a jury of his peers. They examined the evidence and they came in with a guilty verdict.
I know about juries, and I know that in these race cases, there's a lot of pressure. We had a case in Nashville involving a young police officer. He was 25, and the Black man he shot was 25, and the man that he shot had a gun and a criminal record. The mayor, on the night of the shooting, went to the mother of the Black guy and told her that he was going to get justice for her son. The white police officer followed policing because he said, at any rate, he was following his police manual, and the prosecutor said he had the Nuremberg defense. And so they ended up paying the family, even before the young white guy had his trial, giving a settlement to the family. Then he was convicted. I think he was sentenced to 3 years in prison, and then they quietly released him. But he didn't get a fair trial based on the facts. And the mayor had already said, and then the first judge refused to indict the police officer based on the evidence. And they went around and found another judge shopping. And so that got attention in Nashville.
Well, that's that. Apparently you have comments, Solid Snake.
Okay, here go my point. I agree with everything she's saying, but it's like eventually we're gonna have to start gaining leverage in this game.
Who is we?
I mean, we sitting up here.
Who is we?
The well, the 11%.
The what?
The 11%.
Who? Okay, who is the 11%? Or are you gonna continue to be cryptic?
Well, we can go look that up, can't we? But it's not about.
I'm
race.
not looking up.
I get what she's saying, but so much of the African American. Now, what I'm saying, it's like I listen to these black people, but it's like every day is all about race this, race that, race this, race that. I'm tired of talking about
I don't
race.
give a shit what you're tired of. Who is the 11%? Who is the 11%?
I don't think the economy hurt, and I think black pride hurt at this
let
point.
me flush this toilet, right?
Well, go flush it.
Who is the 11%? Can we start there?
Who? Me? Yeah,
You use the term 11%. Can you define who the 11% is?
I'm talking about the population
Okay,
density of African
I'm not doing this.
I'm talking about our
You
population
will be precise
population
in your
density.
language. I'm not there tonight.
I didn't cuss. What you
Serious?
mean
No.
language?
Who is the 11%, Solid Snake? You
Us.
use the term.
Us, Stanley.
Who is us?
Americans.
Okay,
Maybe
Solid
3,
Snake.
4 generations.
11%
But
of America consists of Americans. You know what? I think you're kind of fucking scared to speak your mind, and you should be, because I'm going to hold you to a standard. I'm tired of your bullshit. You will speak precisely, or we can move on. 11% means Black Americans?
That's what I'm telling you, Stanley.
That motherfucker, you best start defining your terms, and it's more like 12% currently. Solid Snake, I need, you know what? I'm going to do you the favor of bringing you on screen. Hold on. Let me define how your interaction with me will be tonight. I'm not into you riffing off to Pluto and back. Be precise in your language, or you can just go take a nap. Do we understand each other?
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Motherfucker, don't be doing a 12th man. If you can't be precise when you blather on, then accept your nap, your retirement. You can't keep up to my standard. Yes or no? I'm not going to wait around 10 minutes while you bullshit along.
But I mean,
Continue
come on,
your
Stanley.
argument, but I need you, no motherfuckers, stop whining.
You just sat there and watched that entire documentary.
Stop whining.
And that was like 10 minutes of our life we could never get back.
Whining.
But you would not elaborate on nothing they said. You automatically just want to turn your victim and venom on me and want me to
You're whining like a child. You're whining like an uneducated little black lady from Louisiana.
Trust me, Stanley.
Act
it's
like
going to be
you
a
have a
very
brain.
beautiful life for the next 4 years.
Don't give a shit about the next 4 years. The question at hand was the last thing.
But my question is, why you don't believe Donald Trump sent a letter?
I don't think Donald Trump has character. That's why.
So you think character make a man?
I do. See how simple that is when you answer a question directly? And Mavid, your fucking whining in the chat is unimpressive. Let me drop the link so your dumb ass can come up here. Because I'm tired of your bullshit too.
Stanley,
come on up, Mavid. How about answer some simple questions instead of hiding in the chat like you usually do? I'm sorry, Solid Snake, I cut you off.
Why you always got to take everything so personal?
I'm not taking anything personally. I'm just tired of dealing with the bullshit. Life's short.
Everything with you is some kind of
let's not talk about me. Do I need to? Did you watch the Glenn Lowry clip?
Yeah.
Comments.
You're a fan of him. You're a fan of him. I'm not.
Do you
I'm not
have
a fan
comments?
of anybody that's African American that graduated from an American college in the United States of America.
Motherfucker can't stay focused, and it is not my problem.
I'm tired of this shit.
Yes, Mavid, I started it for a reason. I'm the bully here. I freely admit it. Now bring your ass up and see if you can deal with the bully, you little bitch in the chat.
Fast. Let's not
Are
talk
you
about
still
protecting black
babbling on?
families. Let's talk about this pretty
Are
black
you
woman
no?
ass that
Let's
we ain't
not.
gonna support.
Let's talk about the topic, which is Glenn Lowry's clip.
It's like a
See it.
rotating guinea pig or
You're
some
about
shit.
to be gone.
The fuck?
Let's talk about the Glenn Lowry clip. Do you have comment?
You arrogant piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm an arrogant piece of shit tonight.
He was.
Admit it.
Come on, Stanley.
The
Listen
arrogant
to him.
piece of shit is about
He
to.
didn't even, dude. Hey,
Nope,
the exact
not
thing you're
gonna deal
accusing
with
me
you
of, they
tonight.
did not do for
Not
the past
gonna
20
happen,
minutes you just wasted in that video.
Mavid, you can bring your ass up here if you dare. If not, I'm moving on. God damn it, I'm tired of the bullshit. These motherfuckers want to dilly-dally like I have that kind of fucking patience.
Hi, everybody. This is Coco. This is Coco's journey. Hi, everybody. Today, I want to talk a little bit about my engine, my truck, and trailer. So, gloves, gloves. We're going to just talk about it a little bit. $1997 FLD 120 Freightliner with the 60 series. Come on, 60 series Detroit engine. That's what it looks like. You know, anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 at this moment, just because there's a shortage, and obviously it's wait time. And you know, people's engines are blowing. So,
Folks, I'm sorry about this buffering thing. I can't figure it out. These are down. This is downloaded. I'm gonna have to figure it out, but bear with me until I do, please. And Shredder, truth is plain to understand. Avoiding the truth is what Solid Snake does. And I've lost patience with it. I've dealt with it for a couple weeks. If he's got to be full of bullshit, he needs to just spill the bullshit.
it's not for everybody, but you know, I had to go ahead and make a statement with this one. So for people that don't know, you can actually get your engine rebuilt, or you can get another one put in that, you know, has everything on it, you know. So it is 550 horses from what I remember. And yeah, it was like a 3-month journey when it comes to all of this. Just having everything taken off, broken down, and then putting everything back together. So I want to show you, I have a new line right here. This is new. It's a new line. I recently just got this put on. And a lot of these parts are brand new. So from the radiator to the gearbox to the shocks, you know, leaf springs, just filters, you know, everything is pretty much brand new. I want to show y'all another line that's new right here. It was leaking. So As you can see, this is brand new as well.
Yeah, with an ass like that, how much you think she paid for truck maintenance?
So yeah,
Ain't no way in hell. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
very old. But it's running like it's brand new.
I see what y'all Stanley. I see what y'all Stanley.
Safety. So yeah.
Stanley, she gonna pop your balloon. She gonna pop that motherfucker.
I did spend $14,000 on a truck. It did come from New Mexico, so yeah. That's how the outside of it looks, you know. New stairs, stair tires, new window. The window is new. And I do have a blower on here for oil field work.
Where her husband at?
Side of it.
Shit.
You know. This APU is halfway installed as
Well,
well.
she has one.
So when I
I
have time,
know
I'll
that you
get it
would
finished.
be,
It's like
would be
80% done.
Well, why you ain't doing no commentary? You should be doing like for fair use.
You know what? I'm just gonna
You better
watch.
be a diesel mechanic, ain't you? You better go sign up for diesel mechanic.
You guys, I'm gonna have my
I'm
truck
just gonna watch and let her talk.
Stanley gonna be a diesel mechanic, y'all.
Coming soon, not yet, but coming soon. So that's what the original window looked like. But yeah. Oh, and I have 130-gallon tanks on each side. So yes, very costly, very costly. Lots and lots of fuel. But this is my blower. I mentioned on another video that I spent $3,500 on it. And yeah, filled it up with some oil, and it's been working ever since. So, you know, you have to maintain these as well.
Hey, Stanley, did you record this for OnlyFans?
This is my trailer, my pneumatic trailer.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Did you record this from OnlyFans?
What?
I'm just asking.
Well, no, I didn't. Why would you think I would do that?
You ever think in such a pro-feminist society with all the men,
No,
all the men, you would never see a woman dressed as a woman in such a thin-tight outfit and such a...
Some dumb motherfuckers have to bring their bullshit politics into YouTube videos. The woman is nice to look at. Why the fuck can't you just shut the goddamn hell up and watch? You're not that bright. You don't know politics. Why can't you just fucking watch a nice ass? You're annoying, Solid Snake. I'm not CT. I'm not John Galt. How about just fucking watch the video and comment after it?
Why I gotta suffer?
No, motherfucker, you still think you're interesting to hear. How about watch first?
Don't you get tired of looking at shit you can't comprehend?
I get tired of hearing shit I can't comprehend too. And you're one of the things I hear a lot and can't comprehend. Now, do you want to watch this video or do we have to suffer through your bullshit?
You can continue to play the video.
Thank you so much for your permission, Massa.
Damn you.
1974 trailer. It cost me $4,500. I already obviously made my money back on it months ago before my engine blew. So, you know, there it is. I know it's not the prettiest. You know what I'm saying? It's not the most expensive trailer out here, but it's definitely a money maker.
What's your cash at?
Also, this trailer came from Texas. I had this hose tube. This is called a hose tube, by the way.
Solid Snake, do you actually think, do you think she needs your cash app?
Hey, I can buy her fries.
Motherfucker, you can't buy her shit.
Hey,
you know what?
it
Now
won't
that
hurt
you
her bank account, I tell you that.
now that you keep motherfucking interfering and interrupting,
What?
these are the women men like you fear.
Oh God.
They don't need your dumb ass.
Oh Lord.
That's what motherfuckers like you fear.
Oh God.
You don't make as much money as she does. She can fix a goddamn engine better than you can. All you're there to do is provide comic relief. You don't have enough cojones to grow to her level.
Oh.
She wants a man. She just
Exactly,
doesn't want a man like
you
you,
just
Solid
described
Snake.
exactly the
Motherfucker,
perfect man
you will
for her.
talk when I
That's all the
motherfucking
man
show
she
you.
gotta appreciate.
You know what? The woman does not need a Solid Snake in her life. That's my goddamn point. I don't fear women like this because you know what? I can either like be worth her time or fucking make myself worth her time. Women like this are not gonna bow to the Solid Snakes of the world, and y'all dumb motherfuckers can't figure it out.
I had a perfect recipe. What the hell
God
I gonna
damn
do
it,
when
this
she driving the
motherfucker
truck?
is still talking bullshit. Hey Sugar, I'm gonna drop the link. Come up, we can talk on this. At least I know you understand my point. And thank you for being here, by the way. It's always good to see you, Sugar. Sorry my voice is getting hoarse from yelling at Solid Snakes of the world.
If she look like Lizzo, I bet you would be
Well, this
sure.
motherfucker, she looks like Lizzo.
I'm
What the
just
fuck are
saying,
you
if
talking
she's
about?
looking like Lizzo, you wouldn't be showing it.
Motherfucker, you couldn't even get Lizzo. So shut the fuck up.
Ooh, we Stanley. Why you so bitch? Ooh, that's so bitch.
Because I'm tired of hearing your bullshit.
What bullshit,
That's why,
Stanley?
Solid Snake. You're full of shit and you keep thinking it's funny. It's not.
It is, Stanley. Why you?
To whom? To you?
Stanley, you got a car?
Last I checked.
Hey, get in it and go to your local truck stop.
What I'm gonna do is sit here and finish up hosting this show. I've been to truck stops before.
I'm saying,
Even if
Stanley, and put your camera
no,
on
motherfucker, what
and
you
go
want to
find.
do,
I'm telling you,
what
it's a
you
lot
want
of
to
sexy
do is
female truck
drift off.
drivers, and hardly any of them dress like this.
What you want to do is drift off into Solid Snake land. She's dressed like this because she's shooting a motherfucking YouTube video, dumbass. I'm guessing when she's actually working and not shooting a YouTube video, she doesn't dress like this. Why do you think everyone's a moron except for you, Solid Snake?
You know, gonna drive around.
Yeah, okay. This motherfucker's in love with his own bull.
This installed. I have two on each side. Cost me almost $300, by the way. So, yeah. Had this additional hose put on so I can use another part of the trailer. And let me show you guys something real quick. So it goes like this, and then you pull your hose out. And obviously, it's very heavy. Look, and it's very long. So yeah, this obviously goes here. You attach it here. See? So put this on back. We're not working right now. Put it on back, close it up. See how easy that is? Obviously, when I got this trailer, the lights was blinking, flickering all over the place. So obviously I had to get that fixed. All the lights is pretty much now working. I just got all 4 leaf springs put on my trailer because they were cracked. I have pictures. I'll just insert it for you guys so y'all can see the difference. But now they're black. So here's 1 and here's 2, just so you guys can kind of see what I've done. You know, it's just another day in trucking. It's just another day. I think over there that was a 20-foot hose. Over here I have another one. See? Can you guys see that? Yeah. It's pneumatic for you. You know? So this is what it looks like, you guys. This is my life. Piping down at the bottom. I actually got all of these replaced. Let me show you. These are new, you guys. These are new. So
wait a minute. I know I
you
just
have to
did
do
see that.
maintenance on whatever you have so you can just, you know, stay in business and make sure you're safe going up and down these roads because everybody's life is on the line. You know? So I just wanted to give y'all a little preview, a little tour of my equipment, the outside of my equipment, what I have to maintain on a day-to-day basis. I make it look easy, but it's not. This is the other hose too. You know? So on my drive-in trailer, right? My landing gear is on the driver's side, but on this trailer, my landing gear is on the passenger side. So, yeah. Every trailer is different. Every trailer is different. And I had to have some welding done so all the lights can work. So you just check out the work. You know, it's not perfect. It's not pretty. But as long as it's safe and, you know, secure, you know, that's all that matters. Stuff is just not flapping around here and there, going up and down, bouncing. So that's what's important.
Well, she love that rusty panel. Goddamn, she love that truck like I love this house.
I said this is what a $40,000 engine looks like. They thought I was, you know,
probably not a trailer though.
shitting on them and flexing and all
Why
that.
she
But
got a room
that's
like
not
that?
what it was about. You know, when where I come from, you know, this is absolutely amazing. You know, where I'm from, you know, people don't have that type of money, you know, to be able to spend on something like equipment like this. But I know that this equipment will run for years and years and years, keep me in business. So that's why I invested. You know, you have to reinvest into your business or you won't be in business for long. It's pretty much common sense, but, you know, people took it as, you know, I was flexing and woo, you know. So, yeah, I just wanted to show y'all up close and personal what it looks like. Haven't seen that many people on YouTube be able to spend this type of money and be able to show off what it looks like. So I wanted to be one of the first, you know, and show y'all that y'all can do it too, you know. Y'all can do it too. Anybody can do it, you know. Is it easy? No. Did I go through a lot? Yeah, of course, every single day, you know. But yeah, this is what it looks like. You know, all these hoses, you know, just, it's a lot. It's a lot of parts. And these parts are like individual. So when you pay for them, it's like that. You know, me having to go through all of this with my truck and having to buy parts individually taught me the reason why some of these trucks is $100,000. Because when you add up everything from tires to starters to shocks to brakes to the tanks to just everything, yeah, it costs $100,000. So if you could get a truck for less and be able to put less money into it and get down the road, then hey, do what you got to do. So, and I just want to remind y'all that leasing a truck is not owning a truck. You know, when you're leasing, the only way you own that truck is when you get the title. And so far, I haven't seen that many people do that. So, yeah, you know, yeah. So, I just wanted to show y'all this. You know, this is what it looks like. This is what success looks like. This is what hard work looks like. You know what I'm saying? This is what not giving up looks like. This is what it looks like when you can go through 1 truck, 2 truck, 3 truck and still be in business. I believe in staying down till you come up. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this is what it looks like.
Y'all believe that bullshit? Hell, nigga, where my $50 at? Shit.
It's Agnes Rose, and you're watching my vlog. Thank you for checking in on me during the.
Let me stop.
Apparently, you have comments.
Nothing, man. Damn, you ever been catfish before, Stanley?
Have I ever had catfish?
No, I'm just saying, have you ever been catfished?
Been?
Yeah, man.
Like online?
Yeah.
No. Have you?
If I was a truck driver, I wouldn't want to be famous like that.
Motherfucker, if you were a truck driver, have you ever been a truck driver?
Just saying.
No, motherfucker, don't
Why would I
escape
want
the
that
question.
level of attention? I mean,
I'm gonna mute your
type of
dumbass
attention.
again.
I'm
Have
just
you
saying, I
ever?
wouldn't try to
Have
have
you
that type
ever?
of attention.
No, what you want to do
That's not, no,
is
Stanley.
keep
No,
talking
Stanley,
so
no.
no one
No,
can
you are not going to
ask you a question.
continue to allow the
You're about to
paradigm
go
of
to the back.
reality and balance.
Answer my
Fuck up
question or go to the
reasoning. And
back.
I got
Your
damn
choice.
good reasoning. Hell no.
I'm done with the bullshit. Have you ever been a truck driver, Silent Snake?
No, I'm just saying, you think a truck driver
Okay,
can
no,
look that good?
don't
What truck driver got
skedaddle
time to
on
do
the
their goddamn
bullshit.
makeup?
This motherfucker can't answer a question, and I told him I'm tired of his bullshit. Can you answer a question now, Silent Snake?
I'm just saying, man.
No, don't just say. How about just answer my question? Have you ever been a truck driver?
Have I ever driven trucks, Stanley?
See, I asked him, has he ever been a truck driver? I mean, like the woman who is obviously more successful and more capable than his weak, dumb, pretending to be a male ass. And he can't answer the goddamn question. Annoying, unmanly.
I've driven
Solid
many
Snake.
trucks.
Have you ever been a
good Jesus,
truck
Stanley, I
driver?
live off
You're
this,
gonna
man.
keep
I get it out the
slobbering
bud, man.
your
Are you
shit.
serious?
Have you ever been a truck driver, Solid Snake?
Not licensed.
Have you ever been a professional truck driver?
Not licensed.
Okay, well then if you don't have a license, you're not a professional, right?
Didn't have to say that, but okay.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm going to say that and more.
I mean, but how
So
hard
the answer is you've never been a truck driver. Stop being envious of women who do more than you do or have done.
Okay, Stanley, you had that argument.
No, motherfucker, I'm not having an argument.
I'm
We
just
just
saying,
watched
you
a
can have
video.
that argument. I'm not going no fuck with it.
We just watched a video of a woman, and all you could say about her is, I like that ass.
Well, that's all
Could
she
you
left me
ever
to
date
decide.
her, Solid Snake? Would you ever be the kind of man
I would never find a
she would
desirable.
consider? Are you the kind of man that lady would ever consider?
Nope.
Okay, then I think
would I
we
ever
can
want to
move
be
on
the
to
man
that.
that woman would want to desire?
Don't
And
explain
I'm
your
gonna say
shit.
no.
You just answered my question, and I
He's not
appreciate
my
it.
type,
I'm
Stanley.
ready to goddamn move on.
Okay, go ahead, move on. Goddamn.
I
You just
plan
not
on
my
it.
type. Golly.
Motherfucker, she's not your type because she would never accept your bullshit.
And even if you did, I probably wouldn't like her, Stanley. You just don't know that.
Of course not. She would treat you like you talk.
Damn, Stanley, you got like that
Full of
pretty
bullshit.
goddamn woman in the world. Why y'all niggas so thirsty?
Oh, y'all niggas? I'm not thirsty for shit. I'm just showing a video.
Yeah.
Why are you so defensive?
Why is it so impressive that a woman drives trucks?
Because I'm listening to her and I've listened to you and I find her more impressive.
Have you ever went to the truck stop?
So, not as a truck driver, but yeah, I've been to a truck stop.
Shit, I used to go there to eat, motherfucker. That shit be good.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I don't really care.
I got a small town. We
Oh,
ain't got
yeah,
no
I
restaurant.
answered your question.
The only restaurant is the truck stop.
Yeah, he. That is something she probably wouldn't enjoy.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Have fun with life.
No, motherfucker, I'm not having fun with your bullshit. It does. Your bullshit does not have to be part of my life.
Your bullshit does not. Why, Stanley? Why
Favor,
you gotta
watch
be
like
so
at least one of the
derogatory?
ads that pop up. But other than that, let's get into this vlog.
Now I'm curious with this comment. Mavid G, white boy, you weren't that white boy, were you? Even if you came home as part of a gay couple, your dumbass would be thrown out. There are better gay boys than Mavid G. The G obviously stands for gay.
I don't know, Stanley. It's not that I don't buy it that she a truck driver.
We're doing good.
My point is, why she gotta be like so fucking it's like,
so I have to motherfucking listen to you.
I don't know. I'm a hypocrite.
I have to listen to you. Why do I have to listen to you again?
Because we're on a panel, Stanley. We're supposed to be discussing this stuff.
You don't have to be on this panel.
Well, goddamn it, Stanley. You just can't just watch somebody else shit and don't comment
Yes,
on it.
I can.
That is so fucking rude.
You know what? I was about to call you Mavid, but that would be a mistake. Solid Snake.
What?
Solid Snake. No.
What
Solid
do you think
Snake.
about it? What do you think about it then? Why you always want everybody to
just that question.
Assume what you think? And you don't ever tell nobody what you think, Stanley.
And people like CT and God knows
God.
who else have spoiled your dumb ass into thinking you have something to say that's relevant. Too many people have done it, and I'm not one of them. I think you're full of shit, and if you have to talk, be relevant.
Okay, I want to be relevant.
I'm waiting.
What do you find interesting about this video for the audience?
It's nice to see young black women who are not as you and others in this space describe.
What is it?
You and many others in this space expect black women to worship dumbasses like yourself. There are too many solid snakes.
Is that what we really think?
And not enough black males who can stand up and be better. Maybe what a black woman wants is a motherfucker who isn't a solid snake.
Okay, but Stanley, what is a solid snake?
Do you want me to describe you? You're using the name Solid Snake.
No homo. Pause.
Motherfucker, you think homosexual, you think
No,
not
I'm just saying the way
no,
you said it.
motherfucker, I'm
It was
talking.
just the way you said it, Stanley. It was a joke.
You know
Golly,
what?
man.
You know
I
what?
told you, Stanley, you need to have thicker
You
skin.
expect
You is so
apparently you
goddamn
expect every
sensitive.
motherfucker to code switch to your
See,
dumbass
Stanley.
ebonics.
All
Some
right.
niggas don't have to code switch, bitch.
Why you see? I don't code switch. I don't know no code.
Motherfucker, and you
up,
of
down,
all
up, down,
people should
left, right,
probably
left,
learn.
right, BA, select, start.
Fuck the
But
reparations.
that's the only
That's
code I
not
know.
the topic.
I do know.
I think black women deserve better than bullshitters like you.
Hey,
And
why you?
unfortunately,
I got a question. Why she got to
bullshitters
be a
like
truck
you
driver? Or why she
get
couldn't
to
be a
set the
nurse
rules.
though, Stanley?
You're
Why
full
she
of
couldn't be
shit,
a nurse in a hospital?
motherfucker,
why
because
she
she
got
doesn't
to be
want
on
to
the
be.
road?
Yep.
Why she got
Let
to
me
be a truck
tell
driver
you
though,
something.
Stanley?
No, the reason she's not a nurse in the hospital is because your dumbass wasn't there to suggest it to her.
Why I gotta look at her? Why I couldn't look at a nurse? Why
You
she
don't have to
gotta
look
be a
at
truck
shit,
driver? I gotta
you can take
abuse
your
her.
drunk ass to bed so you're not hungover when you go to work in the morning.
But Stanley, why she
Your
gotta be a
dumb
truck
ass
driver?
can go to sleep right now so you're not a hungover ass Negro when you get to the
God,
cash register
Stanley.
tomorrow.
See, what I'm saying is, Stanley, people
No,
like to hear
motherfucker,
dialogue. They
don't
like to hear
keep
us interact with
explaining
each other.
what you're saying. I
You
get it.
watch another person YouTube video. We is the YouTube video.
No, we're not.
Shit. I be damn. Everybody hit that like, share, and subscribe, man. It's getting low in here. But anyway, Stanley, man, you gotta start commenting on some of these videos. You just can't let the video.
No, I
But
don't.
you just
No, I
drift
don't.
off in the background.
No, I do not
get it.
have
I
to do
get it. I
shit.
get it.
No, this motherfucker wants to tell me what I should be doing. Shredder, he's a legend on a battlefield, except he's not a warrior, and this isn't a battlefield. Take up for Solid Snake. I understand why y'all might want to do it, but the bottom line is I'm done with dealing with this bullshit. He can do it on other panels. He can do it on other panels on this channel, but his days of fucking bullshitting with me are over. He's had enough grace.
Oh, Stanley.
Oh, don't Stanley me. Motherfucker, I've had enough pity on you.
Well.
Shredder, then I guess I'll be dead wrong.
It's all good, Stanley. Damn.
Motherfucker, I know it's good. I don't need you to tell me what's good. Motherfucker, I know it's good. Thank you for confirming what I already know. You're full of shit, and I'm tired of dealing with your bullshit. You need to get it through your brain. And 12th Man is next.
Are you finished?
Motherfucker, I was finished like an hour ago when I told you to shut the fuck up.
Oh, come on, man. What an audio.
Pick it up and drop it off. After that,
Apparently she cleaned a lot of music out
and
of
the load was another small load, but it was big money, you know. But it's not gonna be ready to get picked up until tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And tomorrow is Wednesday, which is our pay cuts. We you gotta have all your paperwork in by Wednesday. You want to get paid on Friday, so it's probably gonna be on the next check. But yeah, I'm gonna finish that tomorrow. Like when I pick it up at 5, I'm gonna be dropping it off. I think it's like 250 miles away, maybe 300 miles away. So I'm gonna be dropping that off that night because it's like 5 hours for me. You know, my truck is governed. We can only go 65 miles, up to 65 miles. So I might hit 65 all the way there. I might not. I don't know. Let me relax. But I'm just saying, yeah. I'm tired.
Been a few hours, but it feel like days.
Alright, you guys. We are at the next pickup. It's Wednesday. This load is going to Arkansas. It's only like 300 miles away. Actually, it's like 246 miles. Let me see. 293 miles, so 300 miles away. They are almost done with my trailer. They said another hour, and then I'm getting on the road because I'm not sitting here trying to drop this off tonight. What do I need to say? Do I have anything to say to you? Oh, someone asked me to do a live. I don't know. Should I do a live? I don't know. I never did a live before on nothing. So I don't really like talking to people. Obviously, I just like talking to myself.
What is that, Stanley?
But yeah, that's it. Y'all let me know.
Only been days, but it feel like months. Been gone for a year, only know like months. Life move fast when you do what you want. At this time, doing what I want.
Guys, we picked up and we're heading on the way. I just want to make sure y'all know I was heading out before I just started recording. Talk to you guys in like 5 hours because that's how long it's going to take me to get there, and I'm not stopping. If I do stop, I'll say something, but bye.
I hope it's fun like Jackie Brown. I wanna know if she too down. Will you be my leading lady? I want a contract, get no baby. Meantime, it's a me time. You know what you want. Baby, don't help myself. I don't know. Leave me here, I'll fuck myself. Sit in the mirror, I got myself. Don't need much, I'm fuck my wealth. Only been a few hours, but it feel like days. Only been days, but it feel like months. Been gone for a year, only know like months. Life move fast and you do what you want. At this time, go where I want. Hope you do what you want. You want.
load. This 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 drive, it was straight, no traffic, of course. I'm not gonna say of course, but it wasn't, well, when they were fixing the bridge and then we had to cross over and get on the we had to go through the light and whatever. We had to get off the highway, go through the light to get to the other side because they was fixing the bridge. But it wasn't that much traffic for that anyway. Now this is what was crazy. As soon as I passed over into Arkansas, the bugs, I don't know what's going on, but the bugs were outside and they were on the highway. I thought it started raining. All you hear was like pop, 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 pop against my windshield. And then these big bugs was like, it was crazy. All on my windshield, blood just everywhere. And then while I'm driving, I hear like this big ass pop, like it sounded like a rock hit my truck. It sounded like that. And I was just like, dang, what's crazy? But it sounded like it was up there, like on this side. So I was dropping off that trailer and I got out and I think I hit a bird or something, which will be my first time. I've been driving for 2 years. I've never hit anything. It is blood all on the side of my truck, y'all, like splattered. And it's a big blood mark right at the above it. Like, oh my God, it's crazy out here in Arkansas. They outside, the bugs, the birds, everybody is outside in the middle of the night because it's 2:00 in the morning right now. I got there at 1:00. You couldn't get there before midnight. So I was kind of taking my time, but not really. But yeah, y'all, it was terrible. I think I killed a bird. So, I am about to take a shower. I'm at a Love's. I made myself some parking over on the side before anybody else can make them some parking over here. I made me some parking. And I'm about to go inside and, take a shower. Good day, except for me killing that bird. Lord, please bless that bird's soul. Let it reach bird heaven, And I'm about to take my butt to bed because it's time. You guys have a good night. Hey guys, so we are about to start driving. We had to sit for a whole day. I hate that. I hate sitting for a whole day because obviously time is money, miles are money. So when I'm sitting, what am I doing? Making no money. We're gonna go pick up this load and then just head straight to Indiana. It should be, it might be ready. I hope it's ready by the time I get there. It's supposed to be ready at 1:00, but I'm gonna try to make them like a rush a little. I'm gonna just pop up in there and say, hey, it's my truck. My trailer ready. We'll see what they do. If they yell at me, I'm sorry. But let's get started because I'm ready. I got a few little goodies for breakfast this morning because I didn't feel like cooking. I also only got me like banana muffins for breakfast when I went to Walmart, and I didn't get any eggs this time. So we've been buying breakfast, which has been like fruit, boiled eggs, and y'all know I have a lot of like weakness for sweet. So I got like cinnamon rolls and a honey bun. Yeah. A little fat, whatever. But other than that, let's start going because I'm ready to get on the road. Yeah.
Just a comment. These videos she's doing, I don't know whether the music was wiped from it, but the next video is a more recent one. She's actually gotten better at filming this sort of stuff.
Ready? Let's go. That's all I wanted to say. We checked in real smooth, and the trailer was ready before the time. This wasn't supposed to be ready until 1 o'clock. It's like it was 11 o'clock. I could have came earlier, but we're all good. Let's go. We are at Prime because I was coming through Springfield, so I was like, let me get some Prime gas and not go anywhere else because, you know, it's no better discount than a Prime discount. I don't think so. One of my coworkers said it was, but we don't know. I'm about to get some gas, and that's it. And then I'm leaving. I don't really need to be here. So, I'm going to wipe that down with a microfiber. Got some clean shit right there. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Bye. So I came to Prime to get some gas, but of course they checked my trailer, and something's always wrong with my trailer. They had to change a couple of tires, and then they said something was wrong with my landing gear, so they're fixing that right now. But that's why I be coming through Prime, because they always notice something that I probably didn't notice, or I didn't do it, because I checked my trailer before, but obviously they saw something I didn't see. I don't know, because they connected right, everything was good, everything locked in. So we're gonna wait for them to be done with whatever they need to fix on that trailer and then leave out. But I'm happy because I wanted to take a nap. And I want to go inside the store real quick to see if I can get my jacket or not. I get a free jacket because I've been safe for a year, 2 years or whatever, so I get a free jacket. And that's all. Sorry, I'm looking at myself always. And that's all. So let's do that real quick. Let's go see what they got going on inside. All right.
2:30, baby, won't you meet me by the beat? Too early, baby, later you can show me things. You know what it is whenever I visit Windy City. Oh, 30 degrees, way too cold, so hold me tight. Will I see you at the show tonight?
Next day, they finally finished my trailer. It took forever, but let's head on to Indiana now, since our little break is over. I had a little break, got some crab legs last night. Y'all know I love crab legs. And just had a good time. They hit me with a random drug test, if you don't know what that is. But I'm not one of those people that smoke on the job. I really don't smoke, so I'm good. But if you guys ever, you know, y'all know how to handle whatever y'all need to handle, but stop smoking. Stop it, because they'll hit you all the time. Let's head out. Bye.
Will I see you at the show tonight?
Hey. Truck to the plane, to the truck to the hotel lobby. Me, I go through underground garages, presidential suite on deposit, elevator up to the room, shower up and then we hit the club. Touchdown, gotta see what's up. Area code in my phone. What numbers do I still have? Who do I know from the past? Hit one, she say she got a man. Hit another one, it goes green. Must have changed foes on the team. Remember when you let me in between? That was 2017. All good, chug a look around. Find one to see my type. Damn, my dog, and he know what I like. He done found me plenty in my life. Problem is, I meet a girl tonight. Then I go and treat her too nice. Galleria credit card swipes. I don't even know if she a wife. But I do know one thing, though. Women, they come, they go. Saturday through Sunday, Monday.
I'm about to get some chicken. Sorry. I'm about to get some chicken. My face feeling oily or whatever. So invest in you some like little wipes. I got these from Peter Thomas Roth. Let me show you. Anyway, I got these. They're really good. I don't know, I got oily skin or something, but throughout the day we just getting a little oily and I can't stand it. So I have to wipe it all off because there's too much. Ooh, I can feel it in my eyes. But yeah, it just keeps me feeling less like oily, and because I can't stand it. And all the dirt from the day that you got going on, you'll see it on the pad. Shoot, I be feeling like these things got alcohol in it or something. But yeah, I like to do it because it be just making me feel better. All right, well, I'm about to go get some chicken. I guess I'll bring you guys in there. Y'all know I love me some chicken. I'm getting from Chester's Chicken, not Popeyes or whatever. And then we're going to get back on the road. It's raining super hard out here. It's raining so hard. I just went through a cloud that was like everybody had to put on their four ways and was going slow and just doing a lot. But we got through it. This is my free hat from Crown. But yeah, bye.
Sunday, yo, baby, I'll love you one day. Baby, we'll someday grow. Till then, I'll sit my drunk ass on that runway, on this one way.
2:30, baby, won't you meet me by the beam? Too early, baby, later, you can show me things. You know what it is whenever I visit. Windy City, she blowing me kisses, no. 30 degrees, way too cold, so hold me tight. Will I see you at the show tonight? Will I see you at the show tonight?
Jury in the safe on arrival, pistol on Jay for survival. A lot of people gunning for the title, a lot of people trying to take us viral. I'm just trying to have a nice night.
I thought my bulb was just, malfunctioning a little bit because last time I thought I needed to change my bulb. I just had to push it in because I had hit a bump real bad. And then it came unloose a little bit, but I got to change my light bulb. So let's change our headlight real quick, and then we are getting the heck out of here. I'm happy not really happy, but at least I ran into one of my coworkers, so it was able to record me.
Not sure why it's so silent, but bottom line is the reason I'm even watching this young lady is I actually like seeing people thrive, especially young Black people. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, but I just think she's cute. Of course, not for me, but I like seeing. I got an 18-year-old. I want to see what's out there. I'm not picking a wife, but I at least need to know how to advise him. And not only that, I think she's cute. She is very good looking, very driven, very focused, very business minded, and I'm just enjoying, seeing her do something that's not just bullshitting around. And my impression is that a lot of bullshitters like Solid Snake, you know what? My theory of having a woman that is strong is be stronger. Okay, I will always be stronger than a woman. If she's too strong, figure out how to make her your wife, how to be stronger. Stronger than her more than likely means she's gonna want you. This bullshit about masculine women and all this stuff, in my opinion, You meet a strong woman and you get intimidated, you're a pussy. There is really no woman. There's always a stronger man. And I don't mean physically, I mean mentally, emotionally. This pussy attitude that, oh, she's a strong woman is bullshit. So that's my 2 cents. God damn it.
Check for the meal. She said, babe, I think there was a typo. Nah, girl, I got it. That's like, yo, I can show you bigger things than that. It's gonna be a minute till I'm back. Let me get you images that last. Amex had a limit in the past. I had plenty women in the past. I done plenty sinning in the past. Y'all don't need to know, but you can ask. Sticking on your backstage pass, all access, cause you bad. You could go wherever with that ass. Show to the shower, to the truck to the club for the party. You go in first with your girls, cause I don't know who's out there watching. But I do know one thing, yo. Women, they come, they go. Saturday through Sunday, Monday, Sunday, yo. Maybe I'll love you one day. Maybe we'll someday grow. Till then, I'll sit my drunk ass on that runway, on this one way.
2:30, baby, won't you meet me by the beach? Too early, maybe later, you can show me things. You know what it is whenever I visit. Windy City, she blowing me kisses, no. 30 degrees, way too cold, so hold me tight. Well, I see you at the show tonight.
I usually go to the America Cold down Americold, that's what it's called. The cold storage down the street, like it's like right there next door across the street. So I got confused when I was coming here because I thought maybe I needed to drop it there first, and I was like, it's closed. What the freak are y'all talking about? But she was like, no, baby, we open. When I called, she was like, you at the wrong place. I said, oh, okay. So I'm glad they had someone here to answer the phone. That's the big thing. So yeah, they got overnight parking. I'm about to wipe myself down and go to sleep. I can't sleep without like taking a shower or wiping myself down with my bath wipes. Like it just don't happen, right? I never get to sleep on time. So I'm gonna get that done, change to some pajamas and go to sleep. I am happy that this was easy. Hopefully my dispatch sent me to where I want to go tomorrow because I asked them because I'm supposed to be meeting some friends. So we'll see. Talk to y'all in the morning. Bye. All right, y'all. I just finished dropping off this trailer. It was easy checking in here. They had everything on the computer, like when you enter. So I didn't even have to deal with no people except for when they needed to check my paperwork, you know. They told me what space to drop the trailer in and just everything. So it was really easy. And where to pick up my new trailer too. This place is kind of cool. I'm about to sleep here tonight. I'm to wipe myself down with these bath wipes because I'm out of time. And there's no parking at that pilot down the street. I do come to Lebanon a lot. Lebanon. Anyway, it's Indiana. I usually come over here a lot. I usually go to the American. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. But I usually. Okay, y'all. I'm awake. I have like. How much more time do I got? I got like. I think like 30 minutes before I have to leave. I mean, before I can leave. Before I get my time back. Yeah, about 30 minutes, and then I'll be able to get out of here and go to the pilot down the street and park up for a little bit. I'll have to pick up until tonight in Greenfield, Indiana, and then my load is to Wisconsin. I have to go through Chicago for a little bit, but I don't really need to be there for a long time. I just need to stop there to give one of my friends a gift I got them, and just chop it up for a little bit, and then get out of there because I need a good load to end this week for my trip next week because I'm going to. I'm not gonna tell y'all. I'm telling y'all after, but I'm about to like get dressed, I guess. Just get dressed in some comfortable clothes so when I get to pilot I can take a shower and stuff because obviously I can't wear my pajamas out there. You know, pajamas cute. It's cute as hell. But yeah. So Yeah, I'll talk to you in a minute. Bye.
Will I see you at the show tonight? And when we're making love, your cries they can be heard from far and wide. It's only the two of us. Everything I need between those lines.
We are about to start moving to pick up this load in Greenfield. Whew. And then we're on our way to Wisconsin. I woke up with a bad headache. I might need to eat some more food or something, or drink some more water. I've been guzzling water down all night and all day. So, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Time I look into your eyes, I see it. You're all I need. Every time I get a bit inside, I feel it.
Hey, folks, after this video, the next video is about her working out and stuff on the road. There's a video after that I'll save. I kind of want to get into Pop the Balloon or something else. But I think it's important we finish this video. And she does talk about working out, that sort of stuff. I think she's pretty good about kind of talking about her lifestyle versus and goals. She talked a lot about her money goals and, those sort of business goals last night. This is more workout, life on the road. And then we'll move on to Pop the Balloon or something else. I am open to suggestions. If there's something I'm missing or something that's more entertaining, just let me know. I'm open to it. And sorry for my voice. But for now, I'm good.
All right, y'all. We have a situation in the situation room. No, seriously. When I went and got my replacement CDL, when I went in there, I didn't know I need to bring my medical card, so I didn't. I thought I was just gonna be able to get it reprinted again when I went in there. So when I went up to the desk, the lady was like, "You got your medical card?" I was like, "No." Then she was like, "You can bring it back in at any time." I was the weekend I went camping and I forgot to bring it back in, but I didn't really think. That's what happens when you don't think. You don't take a little moment to think. I didn't think how important that might be. When you don't do that, it changes your CDL card to. Sorry, I'm waiting for my Chipotle, but it changes your CDL card to you can only like move vehicles inside of the state. I was in the state of Georgia, so I'm only allowed to move my truck inside the state of Georgia. Obviously, right now I'm not in the state of Georgia, So I can't move until I get it figured out. So I might have to fly out to Georgia tomorrow and get it situated, which will just put a dent in my week. But you know, you just gotta take care of your stuff. Make sure you guys take care of your situations so you won't have to end up in the situation room like me. Yeah. So that's what's going on right now. I'm chilling like a villain. I got my trip next week, so I'm a little irritated, but I'll be alright.
I'll take some time just to get thankful that I had days full of you, before it winds down into the memories. It's all
today has been so irritating. So y'all know I had a problem with my CDL. Make sure y'all put your medical cards. If y'all ever gotta replace your CDL, make
What's up,
sure you
man?
put your medical card in there.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Pretty good. Portia's asleep. You just missed the other folks on the panel. Poor Solid Snake had to go get off and go cry apparently.
Okay.
But we're watching the same young lady from last night, the female trucker.
Okay.
So we're gonna watch the rest of this. She's got another video that I, kind of think is important, and then we'll probably move on to pop the balloon or something after that. And I'm open to suggestion if you got something else you'd rather watch.
Nah, I just came back in. I got a new hobby.
Oh, really? What? Smoking cigars?
No, I bought a telescope, and I was.
Oh, that's right. So you got it together?
Yeah, I got it together, and looking at the stars, it's interesting. So I'm gonna give this one to my one of my nephews, and I'm gonna buy a more powerful one. That one's good.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna buy a more powerful one. I it's kind of interesting, looking.
Well,
at
let
the
me
stars.
ask you a question. Are you
Sure.
gonna, once you get into your new hobby, I'm open to astronomy videos and shit like that.
Oh, I don't know how to work. I will have to ask my nephew how to work the YouTube.
Well, no, not from the telescope. Just, if it's a new hobby, of course you're going to want to see videos and read about it.
Yeah.
So, I'm open.
I follow a couple of YouTubers that does astrology.
Astrology or
It was
astronomy?
kind of interesting, the astrology.
Okay, well put them in the back chat.
Well, today, this was my first day, my first night. So I basically just put it together, and
Gotcha.
we're looking at some stars, and looking at. I didn't see the moon tonight for some reason. I couldn't find the moon tonight in Florida. I couldn't see the moon.
Could be.
But I was looking at a couple of stars.
It'll be back. Go to the newspaper. You'll find the moon phases. Could just be it's not, to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Could be on the other side of the world.
Well, this is my first day. I'm new at this. Yeah, you're right.
Well, what you discover, what you think is interesting for everybody to know, I just want you to know, I'm always willing to explore your hobby, just see what you're up to. Anything you find interesting, let us know. We can watch it.
This is extremely new.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is extremely new. Like I was watching a YouTube channel. It was a dude that had a Spencer telescope. Like he had one of them big ones that connect to your computer. So I'm like, oh, this kind of interesting. So I started off with this telescope. This telescope about 200, 250. And I was like, let me see how it is with this. And I bought it and I'm like, let me put it together. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of neat. So I think I'm going to upgrade and get this to my little cousin or my nephew and buy another one once I master this.
Okay, well, think about getting one with the camera.
Okay, I got you, brother. Definitely got you. So what's up with this trucker lady?
Well, I don't know. This is just kind of, she's describing her day to day. The next one talks about working out on the road, some other things. So, because last night I said, man, she's got a really nice figure. Looks like she works out. So apparently she does. Gym memberships. I mean, there's some nationwide
She got a nice shape.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So anyway,
I have nationwide with LA Fitness and Planet Fitness.
Yeah, exactly. So let's finish this up, and then we'll move on to the next one, I guess.
Okay.
As soon as they what's the word? Sorry, I don't remember but as soon as they put that you don't have a medical card, you're only in state, and as soon as that goes to the system, you're gonna have to go back and do it in person. So that's what I'm having to do. I have to go and get a flight to Atlanta, go get another CDL done, and then come back. I'm lucky that I have a credit. God always working with me. I'm lucky that I have a credit with Spirit. Yeah, Spirit. I don't know. I got credit with Spirit, and it's for $100. So I was able to just get a flight basically for free to go to Atlanta and back, and I only had to pay about $100 out my way to get back to my truck in Indiana, because I had to come to Chicago because that's where cheap flights were. In Indiana, they would charge about $500 just to get to Atlanta, and I don't understand why. But yeah, I had to do all that. I got a train out here. It's just been a lot of work. So I just want y'all to make sure that y'all keep y'all stuff up to date, and make sure you have all your paperwork when you're going. You got to figure things out, or you're gonna look like me. Learn from this experience. So right now I have a flight at 10 o'clock at night. It is like 3 o'clock. I'm about to go downstairs and get a drink, because honestly I'm not driving for like 2 days, and I need me some prosecco. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll show you guys this little travel. It's becoming a travel vlog now.
Don't you love when I come around? Fill you up, then I take you down. Don't you love when I come around? Fill you up, then I take when somebody says your name. In my stomach there's a pain. You walk in my direction, I go the other way. I start to stutter when you speak. Want to stand.
All right, you guys, we finished all the extra work we had to do. I'm at my house right now, and this is the end of our vlog. Next time you see me, I'm going to be running my butt off next week to make up for all this little extra mess I had to put myself into this week. So I'll catch you guys next week. Shout out to you. Shout out to me. Shout out to God. And no, I'm not taking Giga back home. Back on the truck with me, because he's not allowed to be on the truck while I'm training, and I'm about to be training soon. So, yeah. Bye.
What's happening to me? In the dark, can you tell me what it means? I lay my head on my pillow, staring out the window.
Subscribe to our channel. Leave me alone, man. Subscribe.
and like and watch all the ads. Oh my God.
Hi, my name is Nora, and I'm 70-something years old, and I'm looking for a real one.
That's what happens 80 years from now to her.
Hi, my
Alright, you guys, we are back with another vlog. I just came from working out. Right now, I'm in the middle of driving, like finishing the load. We're heading to Tennessee from where the heck are we? Where are we at, yo? Oh, Kentucky. We were in Kentucky. Oh, sit down. Okay, so things are going good. Y'all see I decorated my truck. If you didn't watch that video, go watch it. I'll show you guys how I mount my TV and everything. This why? Okay. Okay, look back. Giggle is a weirdo sometimes.
So what is she doing?
Anyway, I also cut
You mean
my
right
hair.
now?
I got a little bobby bob, still a little bob.
Like, what's the purpose of us watching her?
I like it. Like, you know how you cut your hair.
Oh, the purpose is I'm interested in watching it. She's the female trucker. We were just talking about it.
Anyway, I'm just chilling right now.
So it looks like she's in the back of her truck, or the cab. So the purpose is I'm interested. She popped up in my algorithm. She's a young lady driving her truck. She had some plans, saving up money, etc. So that's the
I'm
purpose.
gonna go and take a shower at the Loves. I usually take it at the Planet Fitness, but apparently this Planet Fitness closes at like 7 o'clock. So
I'm open to something more entertaining.
y'all gotta leave. Like they'll start fleeking on and off.
No, that's I just want to know. Okay, no pressure.
Now this particular video, because she has a really nice figure.
I just found this Planet Fitness.
I was kind of like, well, gee, how does she stay in such good shape? This describes the title of it is Female Truck Driver, 75 Cases of Rejected Minute Maid. There is, I thought it was this one, maybe it's not, but she talks about working out, and this is just basically kind of her, oh, excuse me, seems I've got a cold. She's talking about her day-to-day, tips for driving, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And again, if you
don't know this lady personally,
better to talk about or do. You got something on your mind?
I just came on, because I figured. I just came on. Like I said, I just came in from doing the telescope thing, and I seen y'all was online, so I just came on.
Yeah, we're this is kind of my regular time slot, so we're always gonna be on or something going on.
Okay. Yeah. I'm surprised there's not more people on.
Oh, they'll either trickle in or they will. We had a crowd earlier, and some of them fell asleep. Some of them, had.
Yeah, I fell asleep earlier. I fell asleep earlier.
So what are you doing for Thanksgiving? Are you working or what?
Yeah. I'm working. I'm gonna work. Do a
Yeah.
double. I'm gonna work 2 shifts.
Hmm.
Probably be at the Miami airport. Probably be over there in Miami or either Miami or Palm Beach. Depends. I don't know. But I'll probably be working all day. My family is scattered all over the place. You know,
Hmm.
my siblings are all over the place. My mom's still down here, but she never really celebrated. She never was really big on the holidays.
Right.
Only when we was kids. So we all adults now, just the grandkids. So we'll see how it goes. I think I'm gonna be working probably.
Yeah, my son came home a while ago, kind of late, but I started
Okay.
prepping Thanksgiving dinner.
Mhm.
I'm gonna smoke a pork loin. It's like a full pork loin,
Okay.
and
All right.
my father-in-law's coming down. Well, later on today, so at a minimum, it'll be three of us for dinner.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's not big plans, but kind of interested. I'm making a potato and squash casserole, and I've never made one before. It's not rocket science, but it'll be interesting. Um, if it's good enough, I'll add it to my repertoire. I like potatoes, like squash, and calls for cream. Oh, excuse me, cream cheese, sour cream, and some spices, and then you put it all in a casserole dish and bake it. So we'll see how that turns out. Gonna do dinner rolls.
Mhm. Sounds good.
Homemade dinner rolls. I'll make that from scratch, and then probably just a salad to go along with it.
Mhm.
So it'll be stuff to eat.
So you cook.
Oh yeah, I cook. I've been at this rate. I've
Okay.
been
That's good.
doing it for about
I'm a,
25, 30
I
years.
okay. Are you retired, Stanley, or are you still working?
Yes, I
You
am, and
retired? Okay.
too much time on my hands.
No, that's deserve it, brother. I tell all the retirees they deserve it.
So I have time to fuss at young people. Phoenix fish. You know what? That's a good question. Uh, I'm gonna say 8 to 12 hours.
Couple hours.
No, it's gonna be.
About 4 hours.
It's
5
gonna
hours.
be. I've
Oh,
got
eight to
a
12.
like a.
Oh wow.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna start it. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I'm probably gonna start it. May even do it overnight, but I think I'm gonna start it maybe afternoon tomorrow. Um, so I think it's probably gonna take at least 8 hours, maybe 12. But the thing is with the smoker, I can always put it in the oven or something like that to finish it off. So you know, I may go 8 hours, and if it's not done enough, I'll just pop it in the oven. The casserole and the bread, I can actually do that Thanksgiving morning. That that won't take long. Oh, excuse me.
I didn't know it'd take that long.
As a matter of fact, the rolls, I may just do it and then let it rise in the refrigerator overnight. Funny enough, if you let things like dinner rolls rise in the refrigerator overnight, They actually develop kind of a sourdough taste. So, I know I'll be done by Thanksgiving. Won't have much to do on Thanksgiving Day. And then my son wants to do something he wants to do. So, essentially, we're going to have two meals because I know Grandpa won't like, you know, Trevor's Asian fusion stuff. NYC Majestic, there is such a thing as over smoking, but it's essentially overcooking. You can smoking is at a very low temperature. Like this smoker I have, it's an electric smoker that you put these little wood chip discs in, and it's a two-part thing. The smoker is timed. It's like a digital smoker thing, and it's like a little refrigerator. It's essentially an oven, and it only goes up, I think, to 280 or so degrees. So you can over smoke it, but it's overcook. It'll be dry, but you'd have to leave it on for like 24 hours or something to dry out. And then the timer's on. So it's easier to overcook something if you're using charcoal. Um, the nice thing about the electric is you can control how it cooks a little bit. Now, I think charcoal is better, but not much. Kelvin, I don't mean to poo-poo it. It's just that Grandpa, he's my father's wife, my, my wife's father. He's a simple, kind of steak and potatoes guy, and Trevor wants to do something fancy. So I need to cook something that's more meat and potatoes, and my son can just do what he wants to do, and I'll of course eat some of it. And my son's actually a really good cook. So Grandpa doesn't like fancy Asian fusions. So that's going to be my Thanksgiving. We'll probably get some fishing in, maybe Friday. The weather's not going to be too cold. So, what you want to do? Go back to the video, or we can look at something.
What you said?
And I said, do you want to go back to the video, or we can look at something else?
I mean, is there a new Pop the Balloon?
Not yet. Okay. No, my mic's not.
She normally.
Hold on one second. Let me hop out and come back in. They're saying my mic is bad. I'll be right back.
Mm.
Is this any better?
Yeah.
Okay. How about audience? Am I still kind of okay? Yeah. I broke my microphone and I had to put it back together. And obviously, I'm gonna have to buy a new one. My electronic skills are not good at that. Let's see here. So, pop the balloon is what you. We have one more. There's a version of this I've never seen. Well, guess we can check it out.
My name is Matthew. I'm born and raised here in Houston, Texas. I currently am
This
an
is
analyst for a
Texas.
consulting firm, but I act, dance, and do poetry. And what I'm looking for in a woman is a woman who is confident in who she is, knows who she finds herself to be, and is willing to express that and also just accept me for all that I am.
Okay, let's bring out our first single gentleman. Hello, right here next to me.
Hello, hello. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Let's start out with your name, your age, and your occupation.
This is a nice lineup.
28, and I'm currently an analyst for Deloitte. It's a consulting firm.
And what are you looking
What?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said it's a nice lineup of women.
Yeah.
Can you
It's
hear me?
this one's from Houston. There are a bunch of different versions of these apparently.
Oh, yeah, it's a bunch of They had one from the South Florida area. That shit was
Yeah,
ghetto
that's
as
the one
fuck.
we watched the other day.
Yeah, it's a nice little. I like the one in the orange.
Fine crop of women.
Yeah, I like the orange one, the one in the blue jeans,
Looking
and the
for
white
someone
halter
who
top.
is
I like
proud
her
to be
too.
herself, knows her walk with God, knows who she is, and is able to stand in that in the environment.
And what is a deal breaker for you?
A deal breaker is not having a relationship with Christ and hypocrisy, having an expectation from me that you don't have for yourself.
Okay.
I like the host too.
Gotcha. Okay. We do have one pop balloon. Let's go over here and find out why. Hello. Nice to meet you. Tell me your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Lola. I'm 28 and I am a health specialist / case manager.
Okay.
All right. And please tell me, why did you pop your balloon?
You said something very important. I was gonna let it slide, but then you were like, not having expectations.
Okay.
And it was my expectation was like clean shoes. And my shoes are clean and really nice. So I was like, you know what?
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fine. Okay. And is she definitely your type?
She is very attractive, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we do still have some more balloons that have not been popped.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
She just basically called him.
So what she popped? She said he didn't have clean shoes.
No. The problem is he said hypocrisy was a deal breaker for him. For women not to have expectations of themselves that, or have expectations for him that they don't have for themselves. And she popped because, he has dirty shoes or something like that. And she says, well, my shoes are clean. So a little bit esoteric, but it's funny. It's so funny how men in general will have all these expectations of women that they don't expect of themselves. So her point is well taken. These men want to act like women should be all this when they basically don't deserve those women. If you're going to talk shit, be worth something.
Pop balloons. One general question that you can ask the ladies.
What does communication look like to you?
Start with you. What is your name and your age and your occupation?
I'm Kristen. I'm 33. In occupation, I'm a salon owner. I feel like communication to me looks like not being too worried about what we'll think about each other, but being open and honest, and also allowing each other to be vulnerable with each other. Communication is, no matter how big or small the problem is, communicate that.
Got you.
If I'm overstepping a boundary, let me know.
Okay.
Beautiful. Okay.
Thank you for the answer.
Your name, your age, and occupation.
My name is Valerie. I'm a life insurance agent, and I'm 34. I'll be 35 on Friday.
Congratulations. Happy early birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Communication. I would say communication for me, like the key is the tone, like how you say things, not necessarily what you say, but how you say it. Also listening and not necessarily hearing to just respond. I think that's key on good communication.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you give me your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hello, my name is Alexi. I'm 33 and I'm a preschool teacher.
Okay.
And communication looks like to me is listening.
Preschool teacher.
And that's more so just listening.
Man, what is up with this?
I'm sorry.
We're all nervous here, so
That's
it's
still
okay.
good too. That's very important as well. Thank you. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, I'm Julianne. I'm 28 and I'm currently a grad student. Yeah. So unemployed.
You're getting a degree.
Yeah. I would say communication is more transparency. So not necessarily having to ask you something, but you being comfortable enough to let me know without having to have like those sit downs and being like, what are you, but being like, hey, like this is how I feel. This is what's wrong. And be like, damn, thank you for letting me know. And then being able to have that comfortable conversation after that.
Okay. Unfortunately, you're going to have to pop 2 balloons based off of the answers, how they look, all the above. Sorry.
Father, forgive me. Okay. All right. Wow, this is harder than I thought it was going to be. I ain't going to. Okay. I need to do it. Then another one? Oh. I'm sorry.
Okay. And why did you pop her balloon?
Her answer was amazing. I do value the answer that she gave. again, age, and because the answer was amazing. She is very attractive. That's just the age difference for me.
Which I figured. I was gonna say like I was going to pop my balloon because of that, but I say he's cute. So,
And is she your type?
Yes, she is.
What makes her your type?
I do like her personality. I love her smile, the way she dresses, carries herself, and I do appreciate the honesty in the answer.
Okay. And why did you pop this lovely lady's balloon?
Uh, I understand the nerves behind the answer, but again, the answer was relatively short. So elaboration would have been nice, and it was really just a tough decision. Everyone gave great answers, so I had to nitpick something.
Yes. And is she your type as well?
Yes, she is.
And what makes her your type?
I love her skin. I love her eyes. It's really vibrant. Love her smile as well. I love the bob. The shortcut is a nice thing, and of course, I love the outfit as well.
Alrighty, let's go back here. Okay, with the two balloons and the two ladies that we have left, you are welcome to ask another question.
Okay. Of course, man of God. So I highly value, of course, what it means to love according to God's definition in biblically 1 Corinthians. I do also value the mindset behind husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church, and wives, submit to your husbands. And understanding that this is a very sensitive topic when it comes up to the word submission, but what does that look like for you? Like, what do you feel like is how do you? I knew it. No, thank you for the honesty. With somebody popped the balloon on my question.
Get the balloon pop. Let's go ask her why. Okay, could you tell us why did you pop your balloon?
Hi, Matthew.
How you doing?
She left us.
Well, when you
She's a
first
radical
started, you
leftist.
said that you were like really into church, and I believe in God, and I'm all for Him. You know, we're all.
So, Kelvin, you
But
think she's the prettiest out of all of them?
once you started
Wow.
actually saying like First Corinthians
That
and
is
submission,
an interesting
just lost me because
choice.
we're not that tight, you know. So.
What do you mean? Can you
My
elaborate?
mom is non-denominational and my
Okay.
dad is Catholic, but we were not raised in the church. So.
Okay, no, I respect that as well. Currently, I
Heathen.
was
She's a
non-denominational. I grew up Baptist. I do value outside of your having a denomination to be under, but mainly that you have a relationship with Christ, and you can sort of walk in that from your own to be able to determine how you should live out your life according to the way
Are you
Christ.
trying to change my mind? What is?
Oh, wait, look.
Do you want your balloon back?
No, I'm just communicating and expressing my thoughts, but I do respect your choice and your decision.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go right back. You do have one more unpopped balloon.
Hallelujah.
Since we do have one unpopped balloon, would you like to ask him a question?
How do you feel about children? And is there a certain amount of children which is a deal breaker?
In long term, I don't. Children aren't a deal breaker.
She got
for
other
me,
kids. She must have
as
other kids.
of current,
She's got
current
9
circumstances,
kids.
children are a deal breaker for me.
All righty. Well, you're doing your thing.
Hey,
That's good.
it's a part of the journey.
All right. Well, we do have all popped balloons here. You did great.
Thank you, the ladies. I really appreciate your honesty and transparency. One thing I very value is
Good.
Ryan, you have your own job.
All that we are and all that we bring to the table. So
Huh?
once again, thank you, ladies.
Thank you,
What's that?
Matthew.
Cause you up late, Ryan. You have your own job.
Yeah. I can control my schedule. I can control my schedule.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
You know,
Okay,
like I kind of
that
set
makes
my own
sense.
schedule, so.
That makes
But
sense.
and it's a very light
Yeah.
week. There's not a lot going on this week. So
Okay, cause holidays, yeah.
yeah. So a lot of people are taking half a week, you know, stuff like that. So and you know, if you have any vacation time built up. You only got to take 3 days off this week and you get the whole week, you know. So usually this week's super light, and then the week of Christmas is
Mm-hmm.
super light. So I mean, some people will burn their vacation right
Yeah.
now, so or they lose the days a lot of times, you know. So I think as soon as he said the word
Yeah. So
submission,
they have to get. So my job,
go ahead.
I have so many days that they have to give me days off before I lose it. So they have to
That's right.
give me days off.
Yeah. So then, or you lose it, right? So you got to
So
burn them.
I got
If you don't
today.
burn them, you lose them. So
Or I lose it. So they giving me like days off. Yeah. So I got
that's
today
right.
off, tomorrow off, Thursday off. So
That's it.
and then next week they're gonna give me 3 days off, and then the following week they're gonna give me three. I take my vacation. I just don't take like outside of my vacation. I don't really take days off outside of my vacation. So
Yeah, I don't either, man. When I start taking too much time off, I start to kind of lose track of what the hell I'm doing, you know.
I
It's
don't want
like,
to come back. I think about I don't want to come back to work.
well, it's good structure, you know, like it's good structure. And also, what else do you do with your time? You know, what else are you going to do? I mean, you start to, you know.
Hmm.
So I get out of routine, and then it screws me up. So,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah, that's a big thing. Out of routine. Yeah, that's a big thing. So once like
yeah,
when I'm going for my vacation, when I'm overseas somewhere, and
yeah.
I get out my routine, and then I have to come back to when I come back to work, I just be feeling out of whack. Like I just be feeling so
Hmm.
much out of whack. But that's kind of good because you don't want to be so caught up in the work that you don't have your me time. But I have to force myself to take not force. I have to remind myself to take vacation, like to leave
Hmm.
the
That's right.
United States, like just to leave the city, leave the United States, just have to go away.
But when I take vacation, I don't always leave the country, but it's involved, you know. But
You don't, yeah. Sometimes just sometimes just sitting at home. But now
I'll
I'm
tell
at
you,
a point now. Anytime I take a vacation, I actually have to, I have to leave the city. I'm definitely gonna leave the city
yeah, yeah. Well,
where I'm at.
I'll take like a little 4 day. I'll take like a 4 day deal and like go up in the mountains or something, or you know,
Okay.
because it's quick little hit. You know, you don't. I'll take like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and go somewhere. Instead of taking 5 days, I'll take 2 days. You know, and just like a short trip. You know, maybe go up to Boston, maybe go, you know,
Hmm.
just someplace, Pittsburgh, maybe just to go out to the mountains and that like in Maryland, Deep Creek Lake or something. You know? So, but
Hmm.
but yeah, this time of year there's not a lot of activity for our business, but it was a lot of some jobs like accounting. They have year end coming up, so that they're just super busy through the whole time. So, um, I'm kind of glad because the end of the year for my business is not a lot happening. So spring is when shit goes down. But but yeah. So didn't you think as soon as I heard he say the word, this guy said the word submission, I was like, somebody's gonna be popping.
All yeah, all on par. This modern women like
That's it.
modern
That's
women
it.
ain't this shit. They're
They
not
don't want to
submitting
hear
this
that word.
shit. And it is what
Well,
it's the culture. Yeah, it's the culture. It's the modern
it's
culture.
in
Like unless they are very
yeah.
super religious, modern women ain't submitting to shit.
When you gotta say, if you say, well, men can submit to their wives and wives submit to their husbands, like even if you do it both ways, they're like, I don't want to submit. I'm not submitting to anybody. Blah 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 blah. And it's crazy, man. It's
Yeah,
I think
my
that's kind of what you're
yeah,
supposed to
yeah,
do.
blah, yeah.
Submit to each other, right? Nah, I'm not doing it. Like, okay, that's fine.
That's a Western culture. That's Western, because in a lot of other cultures, women are still submitting in this day and age. That's a Western thing,
Well,
Western culture.
I think the
U.S.,
thing is like,
British. It's all Western.
but I think the thing is like, there's certain things that I submit to my wife on, right? She wants the house a certain way. I don't care. I'm like, whatever you want. I don't give a shit. She wants this or that. Okay, here, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
then, so I just feel like we kind of both. I don't want to make all the decisions, and but some dudes are like, they want to pick everything. And they want to talk
Yeah.
about how to decorate the house. I'm like, what the fuck do I care how they do? What do I care? Do whatever you want with it. So, you know, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So, but I just think it's screwed up because they don't want to be told what to do. You know. So, you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean.
Well, of course, I interpret it a different way.
How do you interpret it, Stanley?
Um, Something that I said just a few minutes ago, having a motherfucker with dirty shoes who comes to meet women wearing a fucking hat and dressed the way he did, I want a woman to submit might not be the best message. Sometimes you have to seem like you deserve to be submitted to. We want to talk about culture. Um,
Do you
no
think it's?
one needs to submit to a sorry ass man.
I
Well,
mean,
she first of all, she shouldn't be with a sorry ass man. That's the point. Like,
Okay, this is a dating show. Let's stick to the show.
okay.
Showing up
Oh, okay. You're saying the dating show.
like
Yeah.
he
No.
was talking about submission is bullshit. Look like someone she might want to submit to, then we have a different argument.
But she doesn't. The problem is that question is unfair because if it's a dating
In
show,
my opinion, asking a what talking about submission dressed like he was, no one knows who the fuck he is.
yeah, and
So
that was
sometimes
my point.
first impressions matter.
You shouldn't be asking on a dating show if you submit because you don't know that person. Like
I don't
you
think
shouldn't
he
be.
asked that. I think he stated it as an expectation.
Well, if like from what I understand from the Western culture, like a lot of women will submit if the guy is paying all the bills and if he's like paying all the bills and she's not working. I would say most women in the Western culture will fall in line and they will submit.
Unfortunately, this show is not Western culture. It's a dating show.
Yeah, it's a dating show. Yeah, it's a dating show. It's a dating show. But I'm just saying, like, even in the
how you know the guy didn't work on a farm, Stan?
I don't.
well,
Neither do they.
I would say, like, I would say this that in the Western culture, unless you paying all the bills, most women are not going to submit. Like most women not. They're not doing that.
I don't have a response to that. At least not one that I
Most
care
women not.
to.
If you talk about 50-50, if a man coming in there 50-50 and talk
I'm
about submitting, they're not
about
going to do it.
Western culture. Women are subordinate to men. You know, even if they want to do whatever y'all talk about, and I mean conservatives in general about the ills of feminism. All I'm saying is if your expectation is for a woman to submit, don't show up dressed like trash at a dating show and say that.
Okay, you can say that. That's not something that's not debate. That's not non-debatable. I agree. Yeah, if you want to be
That's,
taken serious,
that's all I'm
yeah,
hearing.
if you want to be taken seriously, you need to be
Yes.
dressed serious. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. You look like you
That's
should be
yeah.
taken seriously.
Yeah,
Act like
I
you're
agree.
supposed to be
I
taken
agree.
seriously.
I agree. If he would have
Women,
came in
women
if
have
he
to,
would have came in a suit, tie,
you
dress,
know, suit, whatever, just not dressed like that.
yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm not gonna debate that. I agree. I agree. Because if he would have came professionally dressed And if he says that, most women will want to hear what he has to say afterward. So they wouldn't pop off rip. They would want to hear what he had to say. Like if you came dressed to impress business attire, like you're about business, then they were like, okay, you submit. Okay, what do you do for a living? What like I want to hear what you have to say. So yeah, that's Stanley. That's a fair statement. I'm not gonna debate that.
How about you, Ryan?
I just, I, I don't know. I think he should have wore something else if he had it for sure. But
And quite
I
frankly,
took
three
I
of
took him to
three of
the I took him.
three of the of the
Is it?
five women that are on that line as contestants should follow the same advice.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And the thing is, um, the fact that he was going on a show, he should have said, you know what, I want to look sharp. But that
What's
might
a
have been a
dating
mistake he
show?
had. It did say mountain. It said mountain show, didn't it? Didn't it say like the mountain version? I thought it said that.
Well, supposedly this is Love Mountain Edition, but it's in Houston,
Mountain.
Texas. So,
So maybe they're just like mountain people. You know what I mean?
Houston, Texas, doubt it.
No, there ain't no mountain people.
Well, it said
This
mountain.
this is a show that's happening in Houston,
Maybe they.
Texas.
I know, but maybe they traveled. In other words,
Fucking
maybe they came from the mountains of Appalachia.
well,
Look,
they came a long way to Houston.
look, I gotta be honest with you. If it was in Appalachia, like real deep in there too, like way fucking back in there, it'd be a great show. It'd be a great show.
It would be called a Hootenanny Edition.
Dude, you'd just see some craziness. You know what I mean? You'd see some real craziness. Just fuck. That would actually be an awesome show idea. So the mountain edition, just go to the deepest hollers and the shittiest. Like they should make just the trashiest version of the show. It'd be hilarious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that'd be great. But no, to answer your question though, this whole thing makes me laugh because it's like when I got married for the second time, this time, good time. The words and the vowels are obey, right? Love and obey. And my wife's like, I'm not saying obey. So and it's like, listen, it means that you obey your husband. Wives obey your husbands, right? But that word just set her off. It put her into a tailspin. And the truth is, like, they're the original vows, from history, whatever. And the second part of the wedding vows said if you lose, it was for like kings or something, or like the royalty or something. And like if you the woman will have to stay obey, but then the second part of the vows were, and husbands, if you screw up, basically, you have to give up all your shit, all of it. If you have an affair, you got to give up all your stuff. You lose all your anything, all your money, period, right? Total liability. But women never mention that part. They never say anything about the historical thing I'm talking about right now.
Of course they
So,
wouldn't. Half of them don't know the history.
yeah,
Or
I just
I
don't
said half, I mean 90%
90%.
don't even know the history.
So, but I was like, this isn't just a chauvinist thing. Like this was
Yeah, it's
women.
chauvinist in 2024 terms.
Well, but also if a guy were to screw up, he doesn't have to give up all his money. If he cheats on his wife, he don't give up all his money if they get divorced. It's just no
You're
fault
reading a
divorce.
lot into a simple dating show.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying the words obey or submit. Women hear those words and it drives them crazy, I think. So,
Okay.
hey, I submit many decisions throughout the day to my wife. Okay, many things, and I'm fine with that because it's easier. I want her to be happy. Okay, I'll clean up my stuff. I'll put my shoes away. I'll do this and that because I want her to be happy. No problem. So, you know,
Gotcha.
I'm pretty simple. Whatever you have. That's all. Love marriage.
Hey, what's good, family? My name is Breno Kaduda. I go by George. It's my name too. I'm looking for someone that got a good head on the shoulders and basically knows what they want to do in their life, you know?
All right, let's bring out our next single gentleman. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Good.
Damn.
Okay.
Hey, how we doing today?
Hi, welcome.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation, please?
All right, so my name is George. I am 24, and I'm a biomed tech. Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, that's it.
Well, balloons have been popped. Let's
What's
see
this
why
about?
all the ladies have popped their balloon.
All right.
Let's start off with you. Your name, your age, and your occupation, please.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I'm 33 and I'm a salon owner.
Okay.
The reason why I popped my balloon is just initial attraction.
Okay.
I'm quite a tall girly, and I like dudes that are taller than me.
How tall are you?
With the heels on, 6'1", but without the heels, I'm 5.
So you 6'1" right now?
Yeah.
All right. So
Oh my Lord.
6 foot, 6'1".
it's okay. Still beautiful, so pretty. Yeah.
Okay, now is she your type?
Not exactly what I would be going for, but she's still beautiful, you know. She still look pretty, and but you know, she's not my type. Not exactly what I'd be going for at the end of the day. Yeah.
All right, and your name, your age, and your occupation, and why did you pop your balloon?
Hi, my name is Valerie. I am an insurance agent. I only pop my balloon because of your age. Because you're young. Yeah, I'm a little older, so you probably won't want nobody that my age. But you were very attractive,
All right,
honestly.
so,
That's why I ain't pop my balloon right away. I was like, he's
if
cute.
you don't mind me asking though, like, how old are you?
I'm 34.
You're 34?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't too far.
Yeah,
We
10
can
years.
make something happen. You know what I'm saying?
Might be 35
We
on
can make
Friday.
something
10
happen.
years.
Yeah, 10
A whole
years. That's a
decade,
big
baby.
difference.
We can still turn up, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, we can turn
that's
up.
too
All
much.
right.
Yeah, we can turn up for sure. Yeah. So but she's still pretty. I mean, I generally go for old ladies at the end of the day. So
Oh, you like older women?
I do love older women because
Do you want your balloon back?
yeah.
No, that's a little too young for me.
That's
but-
all good.
Okay, not a problem.
Yeah.
And is she your type?
Oh yeah, for sure. She look you know, I prefer petite ladies, and she's basically my type, and generally what I'd be going for. You know, especially age, you know, age difference is something I like as well. So, you know.
Okay.
So down for that.
Alrighty. All right, please tell us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Alexi. I'm 33 and I'm a preschool teacher.
And why did you pop your balloon?
Also because of age.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. How old are you?
I'm 33.
You're 33?
Yes.
Oh, man. Hey, I'm a little too young for y'all, huh?
Yeah. I wasn't expecting 24 at all.
Okay. Okay, it's all good.
Yeah.
Okay, now is Lexi your type?
Yeah, I would say so. I love a dark queen, you know. She's very pretty. She's beautiful. So yeah,
Thank you.
I would say that for
Okay.
sure.
Okay, hello. What is your name, your age, and your occupation, and why did you pop your balloon?
My name is Julianne. Right now, I'm a grad student, and before that, I worked in the spa on cruise ships. Age 24. I'm 28, but those 4 years make a difference. I've lived a lot of life.
Like
So-
how much of a difference do you think 4 years make for you?
A lot. I've had a mortgage.
Okay.
I've traveled the world. And
Okay.
just having that age difference, and then right now being a grad student, like I didn't actually hear your occupation because of all the pops.
All right, biomed tech.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a biomed tech.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I also do art on the side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's me.
You trying to
Trying to what?
convince me? Why are you having so many new things?
New things?
Yeah.
What kind of new things?
Like your art?
Yeah, it's just on the side though.
Okay.
Yeah, but mainly biomed tech for the most part. Yeah, it's just me.
Okay,
Mhm.
now is she your type?
Not generally what I go for. She's really pretty though. Yeah, it's just the main attraction for the most part, but beautiful. No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Huh?
I'm actually Mexican.
Yo hablo español poco. See?
Oh, you know Spanish. Okay. Okay, how are you? Tell us your name, your age, and your occupation, and why did you pop your balloon?
I'm Lola. I'm a case manager, and I'm 28.
Okay.
And just, I would say initially, I like eyebrows.
Yeah.
That was probably it.
So good, so good.
Okay, now is
Yeah.
she your type?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. How old you say you were?
28.
No, you 20?
28.
You 28?
Not 20.
Ah, it's all good. But generally, yeah. Generally, what I be going
I'm not
for.
close to 24.
You're not close to 24.
We've been there, done that.
Been there, done that. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
well, unfortunately, you did get all the balloons popped here.
It's all good. I
But
mean,
it was a pleasure having you with us.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank y'all ladies so
welcome.
much. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Speak to you.
My name is Ricky Lee. I'm from Houston, south side of Houston, 3rd Ward. I'm looking for a nice female that can compliment me and, you know, kind of compliment my fly and give me peace, man. Give me peace, man, and no stress, man. You know, and I'm tired of casually dating. I'm actually
Yeah, he
dating
deserves
get
to be
married.
submitted to.
Deal breaker. She got a cash app in her social media bio. That's a deal breaker for me.
Okay, let's welcome our gentleman number 3. Hello.
It's just a ball. Look, everybody broke balls in this shit.
Okay.
Okay, give us your name, your age, and your occupation, please.
Okay. My name is Roderick, better known as Ricky Lee. I'm 34. And I'm an
Ricky
entrepreneur.
Lee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say entrepreneur, do you mind elaborating on that for us?
Yeah, bullshit.
I own a security
I'm finna
company,
hit the bed.
and I also do like
Yo.
investment banking, like
Yeah.
far as
All right,
Yeah.
Brett, well,
policies,
thanks for
Yeah,
Hi,
have a
man.
blessed night.
my dividend.
See you later.
Uh,
Look, Stanley, I'm just going to be honest with you. I feel like Houston's got trouble. Okay, the population's going to die all soon because of these last 2 guys, there were 9 balloon pops within the first second.
So you think it's not the guys, it's the women?
I just, they didn't even let him get a word out. Number one, the last guy walked out.
They don't have to. It's a dating show.
All I'm saying is, the one woman was judging his eyebrows, and I'm like,
Yeah, and
okay, and by the way, you're judging his eyebrows. It wasn't like you're a 10, okay? It wasn't like you're a 10. So, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, I think.
yeah, I know what you're saying. And this is I don't know. I think women shouldn't select men they don't want to be with. And I don't think,
But are we gonna
I haven't seen
evaluate one
God's
another's
gift to
eyebrows?
women in any of these pop the balloons.
What's
All
that?
of
What'd you
them
say?
were just normal guys.
Yeah, and I mean the last guy, I
And
thought he
women
was.
simply have choices these days. It seems like a lot of men can't deal with that. And in my opinion, it's because men don't want to fucking compete. You know what? If you want something, be worthy of it. And it's the
Okay,
same
but
thing for women.
Stanley, if a dude is judging a woman by her eyebrows, you should probably reevaluate slightly. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Hear what I'm saying. If you have high expectations, be worthy of the high expectations, men or women.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. Touche. That was a good one. Yeah. So if you're gonna judge them, you better be on
Entertain it
your
just a little
game.
bit.
I get it.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I think you
Sounds
should.
very interesting. All right, well, you do have some pop balloons here, so we're going to go by and find out why these ladies pop. Hello, how are you? Can you give me your name, your age, and your occupation, please?
I'm Kristen. I'm 33. I'm a salon owner.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon?
I popped my balloon because I like a man who's not really too flashy, and I like your outfit. I'm not gonna lie,
She liked the outfit. Okay.
I do. But why the hell you got them glasses on?
Because, man,
You cockeyed?
No. I can take them off and look you in your eyes, sweetheart.
Go ahead and put them back on.
Nah, I was.
Go ahead and put them back on, baby.
Hold on, what's wrong with his
I like the
eyes?
outfit. You
Well,
know,
thank you.
I'm
I
a
appreciate
Houston
I
gal, so
appreciate
I'm Nigerian, so I like to ride a
Oh,
horse.
Nigerian,
But
okay.
uh-huh.
That's what I did it for, for the ride. That's why, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and now
Yeah.
is she
Don't be showing up with your gut hanging over your jeans.
Is he blind?
your type?
No.
She cute. She's
What's
not
wrong
really
with
my
his
type,
eyes?
though. She cute.
Like he took his eyes off the one
Excuse
girl
me?
pop.
I say you cute, but you're not my type.
Well,
Can you elaborate?
he said
You
something
just not
about
my
a.
type.
She
Everybody know
asked why he
I
was
wouldn't be your
wearing
type.
sunglasses, and he took
just
them
said
off
he
and
was
said,
wearing
"I can look
flashy.
you right in your eye." And apparently, it was off-putting, as it should be.
Well, my first thought was maybe he has a
How about
visual
not
issue.
wearing your sunglasses to a dating show, unless it's outside?
Well, like maybe his eyes are screwed up though, you know what I mean? So maybe he's hiding something, is my
Okay.
point.
Yeah, maybe he does.
I feel like these people are very judgy. Like right out of
Okay.
the gate, just pull up the
Once
thing
again,
and talk to him.
um, I think this guy looks ridiculous. So, women can afford to be choosy these days. It's just the way it is. Guys need to do better and stop whining that women have choices.
Okay, I just said you wasn't my type.
Okay.
You be blessed, kid.
Okay, sweetheart.
Okay, can you give me your name, your age, and your occupation, and why did you pop your balloon?
My name is Valerie. I'm an insurance agent. I am 34 years old. I'll be 35 on Friday. I popped my balloon because you walked out with the sunglasses on, and also you got the gold tooth and gold everywhere. It's a little too much for me. Looks like we're going on a rodeo with no shade. Nothing wrong with that. You seem really cool, but
Okay.
yeah, just a little too much jewelry in the mouth.
I'm from Texas, baby.
I know you are. I know you are, and I appreciate it. You being authentically yourself. I love that. I love it. But yeah, not for me though. Nothing
He's
wrong
like a
with you.
fat P Diddy. He's like a fat P
Nothing
Diddy.
wrong with that. Okay, and is she your type?
Not really. Not really. But I mean,
That's
all of these are queens, man. They're all beautiful queens, bro.
Okay, and why is she your type?
Just not my type.
Because I can't get her.
It's
And
not my type. I'm gonna just elaborate.
that's
Just
what it is.
everybody got
She
a type.
rejected me.
She
Just
ain't
say
my
it. She
type.
That's
rejected
fine.
me.
That's fine.
She rejected me.
Okay,
That was it.
and can I have your name, age, and your
Damn, she just broke his balls from jump, right? Like, number
occupation,
one, you
please,
got
and why
gold
did you
teeth
pop
and you
your
look like
balloon?
you're going to a
Hello,
rodeo.
my name is Alexi. I'm 33. I'm a preschool teacher, and I popped my balloon because I don't know what's going on with the fashion, and
Damn, this
that's
dude
pretty
needs a
much it. It's the
stylist.
glasses, and and then you got the boots. So yeah,
Okay.
I was trying to get a feel of your style and your personality, but
You
Fair
should
enough.
ask some questions if you wanted to get my personality.
that's facts. You're right.
Okay, and is she your type?
No, she's not my type.
Yeah, what makes her not your type?
She's just not my type. I don't, be honest. I don't like darker skinned women. So
Fair enough.
that's for all three of them. So I ain't want to say that, but they pulled it out of me.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name, your age, and your occupation, and why did you pop your balloon?
My name is Julianne. I'm 28 and I'm a grad student. The pants. I understand we're in Texas, but I don't like
Bob.
your pants. Why do they look dirty?
That's how they made, baby. Ain't nothing dirty
No.
about me. You want to smell me?
No, I do not want to smell you.
She
Damn,
said
this
they
Yes.
dude's,
ain't dirty.
this dude's out of
That's
his
how they.
mind.
That's the style, baby.
It's just a bit much.
Okay, baby.
You take off your glasses. It's not
Okay.
not my type.
Okay, and is she your type?
She's my type.
And what makes her your type?
I like
Yeah,
Hispanic women.
she's your
Do
type.
you speak Spanish?
He ain't
Yes, I
black.
do.
Let me hear some. Even though you probably.
Oh, like you're not my type, but we're
I
not.
just wanted to hear.
She definitely likes to smart off a lot, but She's not perfect. She needs to get on a treadmill.
Well, he's less
What you
perfect than
saying
she
here?
is.
You did it too fast.
You missed out on that
I'm
one.
just saying she needs a gym membership
Okay.
and get her
And I'm
going.
Okay. Hello,
saying
beautiful.
he is less
You know
perfect than
what?
she is.
If I would have seen what I was gonna say when I first came out there, I'll pop. So I should have just went with my move.
Man, he's just
I'm gonna tell y'all at the end what I was gonna say since they popped anyway.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay. What is your name, your age, and your occupation? And why did you pop your balloon?
Okay, I'm Lola. I'm 28, and I'm a case manager. And I would say probably a gold teeth or tooth or however that is. Yeah, I thought it was like pull-outs for a bit, but then when you got a bit closer,
She thought he was wearing grills.
so that's permanent. Yeah.
She thought he was
Whatever.
wearing grills. That's funny. It's like I thought you were wearing grills.
And now, is she your type?
She's my type.
What makes her your type?
I just like the way she look. I like her style. She cool. She's semi-live.
Okay. Send my life. What do you mean by that?
That's giving her a compliment, but not giving her the whole thing like a piece of head.
Okay. Because you didn't get the balloon.
Yeah, because I ain't get the balloon. Now, can I say what I was gonna say? You know what? Because they popped it.
Go ahead. What was it?
So I was gonna come out and say, this is the closest to perfection you're gonna get. So choose up. Y'all. So y'all gonna pop anyway. I should just pop it.
Okay.
Nah, y'all all beautiful queens. I appreciate y'all. I love it. I love it.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
Y'all missed out, man.
Thank
Y'all
God I
missed
didn't
out.
have to be
Telling
here.
you. Give them some more balloons.
This is the mountain edition, Stanley. I think it is. The mountain edition. Oh man. Wow.
And let's welcome our single lady. Hello, how are you?
Good. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. So could you tell me your name, your age, and your occupation, please?
Yes, my name is Nicole. I am 35 years old, and I am a owner of a construction company.
Okay. Well, you do have 2 pop balloons already, and we're gonna go find out why they popped the balloon.
Awesome. Pop, pop.
Okay. Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Love it.
Could I have your name, your age, and your
Pop on that.
occupation?
Owner of a
Yes,
construction
My
brother.
name is Roderick, better known as Ricky Lee.
Oh, he
I'm
was just
34 and I'm an entrepreneur. Elaborate a little bit. I do investment.
Oh, these were
banking,
the guys that were
insurance
up there.
policies, and I also have
Yeah.
a security
Oh,
company.
the first 3 guys.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah,
And why
Ricky
did you pop
Lee
your
owns
balloon?
5 companies.
Well,
He's worth
she's a nice looking
4.6
lady. She's a
million,
little old for
and
me.
they all
She's a
popped
little
on him
older for me.
immediately.
I kind of like younger.
Oh no, there's one
women.
balloon left.
And she said she has a construction company, and so she's her own business
Prescription.
woman. So they
This
pretty
motherfucker can't even
stiff
listen.
and strong. So I'm looking for somebody laid back and someone
He
to
has
assist
visual
me
issues. Look at his
in
eyes.
my endeavors.
Here,
You
I'll
mean stiff and
rewind
strong?
this.
Well, I mean, before, and I'm an entrepreneur.
These women are just
Owner of a construction company.
Okay.
He has visual impairments.
Well, you do have 2 pop balloons already, and we're gonna go find out why they popped their balloon.
Awesome.
Okay. Hello, gentlemen.
And
How are you?
listen to what this guy
Could I
said.
have your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Roderick, better known as Ricky Lee. I'm 34 and I'm an entrepreneur. Elaborate a little bit. I do investment banking, insurance policies, and I also have a security company.
Okay, wonderful. And why did you pop your balloon?
Well, she's a nice looking lady. She's a little old for me. She's a little older for me. I kind of like younger women. And she said she has a construction company, and so she's her own business woman. So they pretty stiff and strong. So I'm looking for somebody laid back and someone to assist me in my.
Now let me translate that for you. She, as a business owner, is too much woman for him. He needs someone to assist him. This motherfucker can't marry another business owner because he wants to be the boss and he expects her to be submissive to him. In my opinion, a weak motherfucker.
You don't know anything. You're just wildly guessing, Stanley. So.
I literally just heard what he said, and yeah, I'm going off of that. Weak motherfuckers don't like stronger women. And he's making the right choice. He's too pussy.
It's just his decision. Maybe he wants somebody
Oh,
to.
it's his decision, and I respect his decision. I think he made the decision for the right
Well,
reasons.
look,
He's a
look.
pussy.
Some people don't want a real working woman, right? So that's you.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
but
Some people
you
don't,
know,
especially
yeah.
the pussies.
I'm the opposite. I want a woman that works and that isn't a fucking bum and just wants to
Okay,
go to
I
the game.
wasn't talking about you. Why are you bringing yourself into this?
No, what I'm saying is that's my preference, but like other people might have a preference like, nah, I don't want a woman that's like out in the work space and more of a homemaker. You know, they want a homemaker. You know, I think he has every right to that.
I think he has every right to make the right decision. And I agree. He made the right decision.
Yeah.
Endeavors.
What do you mean stiff and strong?
Well, I mean, I don't want to say masculine, but I just want just strong. She's a businesswoman. She got her own thing going on. She's not gonna be cooking no meals at home for me and catering to me.
Yeah, I need
She a go
someone
getter,
to buy
And
meals
not
for
saying
me.
but that ain't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone that can cater to
Fucking
me
weak.
and assist me.
He's looking for somebody like
Are
his
you
mom.
that someone?
I actually do cook.
Sounds like it.
I cook all my meals at home, and I do cater to my men. So
Oh
you know,
shit.
looks can be deceiving, business can be deceiving, but you know, it is what it is.
Are
You know
you
what?
masculine
I
energy?
date her in a
No, but
heartbeat.
I'm strong and I'm
Yeah, me
sweet.
too.
I mean, so I can wear both hats.
Okay.
Yes.
And is he your type?
He's handsome. He's a nice looking guy. Yes. You're handsome. You're a
Thank you.
nice looking guy, but
Thank you, sweetheart.
I don't, with him being an A type and he thinking that I'm an A type, it is what it is.
Understandable.
She just called him a B type.
Hello, what's your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hi, my name is Matthew. I am 28 and I am an
And
analyst
look
for
at
a
this
consulting firm.
fucking weak
And
motherfucker.
then I guess to elaborate like my man here,
Oh no, he said
also
he's an analyst.
dance
He ain't
and
got
act
some
and
shit
do
He
job.
said what?
Nice. Oh.
He's an analyst. He says a data analyst. I believe.
That beard makes him look silly.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon?
Unfortunately, it's the age difference. I think that's just the main thing for me. She's
I
a
think he
very
might
attractive
be a
woman
little
here in
gay. He's just like a gay
I'm
guy.
sorry, what?
He sounds a little gay. You hear him? I'm just saying, he's got a bit of a.
He sounds a little just childish. I think he's a little boy.
He's got like a LeBron James beard too. He's got like that, no, it's not like a Fu Manchu. I don't know what's going on.
about her success as a businesswoman, and the fact that she can balance home life and business life is very appealing and attractive. But again, it's just the difference in age.
Okay, and again,
No, it's not.
and is he your type?
He's a handsome young guy.
Okay.
She said, "Yeah,
Awesome.
Thank you.
Now you do have one balloon that's
one
unpopped.
date."
Okay.
Oh, this
Let me
dude's
get your
not gonna.
name, your age,
He's gonna fail as well.
and your occupation as well.
Hey, my name is George. I am 20.
My name is George the Super Simper. He's
And I am biomed tech. Basically, what I do is mess up the machines inside of the
Interesting.
hospital, and
Decent job.
on the side, I love to do a little bit of art, a little bit of activism, and all that. Working out as well. I love going out and being very social. That's just me.
Okay. And why did you not pop your balloon?
I didn't pop my balloon because I like what I see. I think she's a beautiful lady. She's very ambitious. That's basically what I've been looking for.
Okay. Okay, you have the opportunity to ask some
We'll
more
have to work
questions.
out a bit.
Yes. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
That's what you do.
Can you tell me where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
I see myself having my own firm, my own media firm, setting up something that is artsy because I am in love with the arts. I love doing things that, free my mind, free my body, and that's just me. So that's my objective, my
She's
prerogative
not gonna like
for the most
what.
part.
She's gonna
Awesome.
pop his balloon.
Awesome.
I agree.
Okay. And what are some deal breakers for you?
I'm not really like a hard to please person. I think
Hmm. Hard to figure that out.
I think only, deal breakers are just people who prejudge me, you know what I mean? And people who don't get to know me. So um I don't have a lot of deal breakers. I don't it's
She
when
has
it comes
thousands
to
of deal
faith
breakers.
in
That's a
God, can you
complete
tell
lie.
me how do you feel about God and your faith?
So I've
There you
been
go.
wishy-washy with the whole, religious situation. I'm more of a spiritual person, but then also I still consider myself a Christian who's asking questions. So I consider myself a questioning Christian, non-denominational, of course. So that's just who I am, for the most part. Yeah.
And do you have a question for her?
Yeah. I would love to know, what do you like to see in a man? What is your future with a man? Do you want kids with a man in the next 10 years?
Awesome. That's a great question. Well, I don't have any kids.
Okay.
So I definitely would want kids with the guy that I'm with. Hopefully it leads to marriage.
Okay.
And you said, where do I see myself in the next 10 years?
Yeah.
Or
What do you see yourself doing in the next 10 years?
in the next 10 years, I see myself growing my construction company to a global construction company. I see
Okay.
myself also
You gotta have no kids.
being a wife, being a mother,
Okay.
and just really, traveling the world with my significant other and just enjoying the fruits of my labor.
Okay. So do you see yourself retiring, or is it,
Yes.
what's the,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
okay.
Definitely. So I definitely see myself enjoying the fruits of my labor and building my company up so that,
Okay.
I have that time for the family time and kid time and husband time and things like that.
Okay.
Now, on your free time, what do you do, like as a hobby or something?
On my free time, so I like to spend a lot of time. I do a lot of self-care stuff. I like to go to the spa. I like to get massages. I do a lot of things like that. I love to cook. I like getting. I like to try new recipes. So that's one thing that I'm really big about. And then on my free time, I like to travel. So I like visiting different countries and just going to explore other cultures.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
Ugh,
So, do we have a match here?
two fucking totally
Just one
boring
question.
people.
Yeah.
I kind of agree, and I think he's kind of desperate. He just like sense it.
Well, I'd be desperate.
How do you feel about dating someone that's younger than you?
Actually,
if I were him, yeah, I'd do a couple dates. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
But it sounds desperately boring.
the last person that I dated was younger than me. For some reason, younger guys have been attracted to me even when I was younger. But
Okay.
I don't have a problem. I think
That's
like
mommy
age is nothing
issues.
but a number.
Mommy issues.
And
Okay.
it just really comes to the balance of the maturity between both parties. I don't look at as unless you're like 18 or something like that, that's a problem. But I think age is nothing but a number. And in this day and time, people from Tina Turner to Cher and so many others have shown that as well.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? Okay. How do you feel?
I feel confident, and I think
No, you
she's
don't.
great, and generally the type of
He's
lady I'll
completely
be going for.
And he's your type?
As he
Um,
said,
He's a little
yes,
suspect.
very
He's a little
handsome. He's a
suspect.
these
go-getter,
two boring
ambitious.
people
I
pair
love
up.
that. And I love a guy
Hold on. Look,
who's
I
Stanley,
gotta
a,
hold on.
to
a strong
reboot
and a soft
this
woman in one.
computer.
Hold on, Stanley. I gotta
Okay,
ask you
so we
something.
do have a match here?
Sorry, what?
Did you hear
All
me?
right,
Did
we
you hear
have
what
a
he said?
match.
Here, pause it once. This is why he's suspect. He said
Was
he
that?
was he's in biomedical, right?
Yeah,
He's in
biomedical technique.
biomedical, deals with the machines, right? So
Hmm.
then he said he wanted to start a business, not
Yeah,
in
he
men.
says he's into the arts and wants to start a media company.
I mean, a fucking media company, isn't that a little hard? What's it, a media company? Like,
Well,
start a
yeah.
media company.
Well, media company can be art. Basically, what he's saying is, hey, I'm not happy doing what I'm doing. I want to do something else.
Absolutely. Give me any other thing and I'll do it. I'll work for your construction company.
Well, it might
Just give
come
me
to that.
something.
This is more job hunting.
Hey man, she's running a construction company. She ain't no joke. Because you can't be. It's not like being an attorney or some bullshit. Like you gotta have some. That dude said earlier had said, you know, you're kind of a masculine, hard woman.
She doesn't strike me as hard at all.
She doesn't, but you have to be firm in dealing with these people. If it's commercial, if it's residential, you still have to deal with like a lot of assholes in
Right.
construction. You know what I mean? So
Especially if you're a woman.
She ain't no joke. She probably knows exactly what she wants overall. She basically said, I want a guy to keep me company, but I'm really about my business. That's what I heard. Um, and I think this guy is pretty weak. You can tell, right? She's gonna
Yeah.
run his ass. She's gonna run him. This guy.
Or he'll figure it out. Maybe he's not as weak as he seems. But
Well,
he
it might
probably
work.
is.
It might work like that. He's got mommy issues. He needs a boss, really, right? And she just wants somebody that she can control. It could work out magically. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but okay. I'm gonna log in here. I need to reboot this laptop. I'm tired of this lagging.
And I don't know whether it's the computer.
I don't know whether it's the computer or the router, but I'm gonna
Stanley,
start.
where's your fan base? Where's your fan base right now?
What?
Usually you got like a bunch of viewers, you got two drunks up here arguing. Where's all these people?
Well, I don't know. I had to chew one drunk out.
Who was it?
Solid Snake this time. And
Yeah, what did
12th
he
man,
do?
12th man had stuff to do, so he didn't want to come up.
What does Solid Snake do?
Just pissed me off, and I've had enough. I keep saying I've had enough, and apparently he's not taking me seriously. So I had to treat him like an E1.
Was he sober?
I assume he was, but that's the best time to do it.
Yeah, no shit. That he was. I don't think I've ever heard him sober, by the way. So I don't think I've ever heard him sober one time in my life.
No, he's actually I've heard him sober before, but I don't think sobriety is his problem. He has gotten into a habit where just saying a bunch of buzzwords, conservative buzzwords, gets a lot of applause. And saying the right things in the right sequence. A lot of people go, "Well, Solid Snake, you're right." And bottom line is, people don't actually listen to what he says. He just says the right things at the right time. I think half the shit he says is bullshit.
It's
And
like a Fox News. It's just like a Fox News.
as soon as you call him on what he says, he wants to spin off. He wants to hit the atmosphere while trying to come to Earth. He wants to bounce off to another topic. And I'm sure, somebody must have told him, well, if you can't win an argument, bounce off to another argument. And I think it's shit. And when he does it when he's drunk, it's even more annoying. And I'm just not going to deal with it anymore. He can fucking act normal or he can fuck off.
Yeah, I understand. My only issue with the aforementioned individuals is that they both talk at the same time, make separate arguments, and they're both hammered the whole time when they're on the show. I've never heard them sober, either one of them.
I've heard 12th Man sober.
I've never heard you've heard 12
He's
Man sober?
somewhat more agreeable.
Actually, I did it like 4 in the afternoon here, so it would have been maybe it was early, maybe it was like 2 in the afternoon, so it would have been like 10 o'clock Alaska time or 9 o'clock in the morning. But that's it. It's the only time I've heard him sober.
All right. Well, let's see if this damn buffering is done. If not, then I may have to do the router. I'm actually talking to you on my phone on my 5G router. So my computer's on the AT&T FiOS. So
Yeah, I have to. I'm always on my phone or my iPad. I don't even have a computer other than the. I have this work computer I never use. It just sits around. It's like a paperweight, really.
You know, I have to have a laptop. I just prefer them. I don't know. I just have to have, tablets sometimes can't do what I need them. I'm sorry. Well, tablets can't do what I need them to do. I need something more robust. So,
The work, my I have a iPad, and then the work is a Microsoft Surface, so it's like a tablet with a keyboard that's extra large.
oh
It's
no,
kind of
the Surface is awesome. I wish I could
um.
afford one. You know,
I
it's
can't
it's
type.
the
I
equivalent
can't type.
of a MacBook.
I can't type though. So for me, it doesn't even matter. Right? I'm better with a tablet. I don't need a keyboard, you know. So, but I like the iPad. I like the Apple ecosystem. I think it's called. I like the. It's just bright colors. It's kind of for idiots like me when it comes to tech. And so, where's Tom? He's not coming up tonight, huh? Tom's usually
He
cool.
didn't tonight. He was in the chat earlier. As a matter of fact, I think he said he had a club thing. So,
Yeah, there's a lot of I guess Thanksgiving has. There's a lot of people doing shit. I guess.
yep, Virgo was on.
I've got to look tomorrow. So in 6 hours, I've got to put the turkey in because it's a 24-hour cook.
Oh my lord, what did I do?
Sous vide, 24 hours.
You missed Virgo. She seems in good spirits, so that's a good thing.
I saw
I
Bob in the
think she
chat.
said she might be on later, but I doubt it. She probably has better things to do.
I think I'm gonna have to take a trip to Atlanta.
You should.
I've never. I mean, I've been to the airport. I vowed never to go back after I was at the airport. Um, Pissed me off. But yeah, I just thought about it. I've never visited there. And actually, hold on a minute. I did when I was really young, but I don't remember the trip
Hmm.
because I went to a place. I got a damn good piece of salmon in Atlanta.
In
And
Atlanta?
in Atlanta, yeah. And I don't know the restaurant. I went there on a sales trip like 20 plus years ago.
Was it Pacific or Atlantic? You
Salmon?
know,
I don't
there's a
know.
difference, right?
This is when I used to drink, and I had a bunch of. I was into some beers, and then I got a meal, and then afterwards there was like, I don't know, for whatever reason, I got a hold of a piece of salmon. It was the
Hmm.
best salmon I've ever had. It's phenomenal. But
Wow.
and I was down there, I think, with Dow Chemical Company because I used to sell Dow sealants, which are for like a sealant for a building. And I was down there with Dow, I think. But this I was 25 and I'm 50, so that's a long time ago. But I used to sell Dow Chemical. So
Right. Oh, you used to work for Dow?
I used to sell their sealants. So in other
Interesting.
words, yeah. Well, I worked for a distributor that distributed W.R. Grace,
Hmm.
bituminous material, and then a company called Ken Seal I worked for. This is, like I said, 25 years ago. But Dow makes a product. It's a silicone, and on the outside of a building, they have these caulk joints. They're called, which are these like at all the windows they have a sealant. So for all these buildings, I would sell that Dow product to like window companies, and caulking companies. You see what
You
I'm
know, it's
saying?
kind of weird. When I got out of the Navy, I actually had an interview with there was a company. And I think it's Worcester, Massachusetts, that sells abrasives. And I cannot remember the name of it, but it was a like, in the construction industry, it was
So
a big
you
thing.
SAIT,
And
SAIT, SAIT, or
no,
United Abrasives?
Worcester, Massachusetts. They could even have been bought by now. I want to say it wasn't Harris Abrasives; it was something Abrasives. No, Norton Abrasives.
Norton. I know how I used to sell Norton. That's funny.
Really,
Yeah, they sell.
and you know what? I fucked that up so bad. Even my father was like, "What the hell were you thinking?" So
I know
I was
Norton.
living in Norfolk at the time, and this
Yeah.
military like job recruiter, like, "Hey, we take military officers, and we'll find them jobs." And they flew me up to Worcester. I got there and they asked me about, and I interview well. Um, but they were like, well, where would you prefer to live? Are you open to moving? And I was like, no, I want to stay in Norfolk. And that was just like fucking crazy. I shouldn't have done it. So anyway, when you talked about selling from Dow, made me think of Norton.
Well, Norton so they make silicon carbide and aluminum oxide abrasives, which are essentially used to grind concrete or
Hmm.
grind steel,
Hmm.
metal, wood, but just refractory, like sandpaper is an abrasive. So, but Norton makes a lot of industrial stuff, like for
Right.
grinding wheels, grinding cups, to grind metal and grind steel and stuff, and cut steel. So, but yeah.
Well, I think as it turns out, I'm not really a salesman type.
Mhm.
Now I'm, someone once told me you're not a salesman, you're an analyst. You can tell someone why they should buy something, but I'm not much of a glad hander. So, but I think I could have grown into it because I actually like the company. So,
You know what, man? I'm not either. I hate all that shit. And what I've learned is the best way to sell something is put yourself in the person's shoes
uh-huh.
and then make the best decision as if you were them,
Right.
right? So like when I was selling those products, I would say, okay, if what I talk to the customer, like what's the best thing for the customer? And sometimes I'd say to the customer, like, look, instead of buying this from me, you want to go do this, right? Do something
Right.
else, do this. And that was it because I tried to put myself in their shoes and say, what would be the best thing for them? And you want to make a customer immediately, don't sell your stuff if it's not the best thing for them. And
Hmm.
that those people will call you back every time because they trust you. Because you're
Hmm.
not thinking about your selfish self. You're saying, what's the best thing for this person? You know what I mean?
Bet you didn't
And
tell your boss that.
I did, absolutely.
Really? What did your boss
Yeah.
say?
The thing is,
Or were
my
you
customer,
selling enough that, hey, whatever?
yeah, and you would build lifelong customers that way because uh, so commercial buildings are repeat. Like you
Right.
deal with the same people over and over your career.
Hmm.
It's a business to business thing. It's not business to consumer. Business to
Hmm.
consumer,
Yeah,
you have
yeah,
to
yeah.
you they're never gonna buy something again. Like if it's. But when you're repeatedly selling things to them, that relationship's critical, right? And they
Hmm.
have to trust you. If they
Hmm.
don't trust you, they're not gonna buy nothing.
Right.
So when you advise them to buy something other than your product and go buy this other product, right? Maybe even from a competitor, that's okay too. And they go, I can trust that guy. Whatever he says, I'm going to do, right?
Well,
You're like
did
a
you ever
consultant.
did you ever have a product and you're going, well, hey, this other company's product is better than our product?
So, for example, let's say like I used to sell epoxies, like all kinds of different stuff, right? There were times where I'd say, look, our system's good, But for what your job is, because you have a water management issue or because you have an XYZ issue, we really don't have a great product for that. Try this other
Mhm.
company. It might be a competitor, right?
Mhm.
But ultimately, again, if I don't have the best thing for the guy based on the value, I'm not thinking about what it would be like to sit in his shoes. And
Mhm.
that's really what you have to do. And you will have a customer for the rest of your life if you do that. If you
Mhm.
just go, if you know your product, if I know my product isn't better or
Mhm.
my system isn't better, then and I still try to push it on them,
Mhm.
then I'm kind of lying to them, right? So that won't
Right.
work. It doesn't
Well,
work.
let me ask you a question, and this is, right up, kind of how many black kids or starting out people, say fresh from college, actually go out? Because there are basket weavers who can sell like products like this. And this is where I get sometimes kind of disturbed when they're talking about oh, it's got to be STEM or entrepreneurship, or hey, you're majoring in African American history or whatever. I mean, there's shit you can do. You can sell products. Now you might have to understand what you're selling, but I mean, there's shitloads of jobs that an
I agree.
English major can do.
The thing is,
So
the
my
thing is,
question is, how many black kids fresh out of an HBCU go and work, selling, the types of products you did?
I mean, I have
You make
so
good
one
money
of
doing that,
you can, yeah.
but it involves traveling.
Depending, like if like a distributor rep. So usually construction products manufacturers
Hmm.
will they make it, but they don't sell directly to the customer a lot of times, unless it's just commodities like rebar or concrete, right? Or usually they sell through distributors, like Home Depot, but for commercial buildings, right?
Right.
So those distributor jobs, there's a lot of them. You can be a salesman or a salesperson and sell those products all day. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of interest per se.
I wonder
Um,
why.
but I work for a company called White Cat, and uh, I mean, one of our best guys was a black guy called Mike. I won't mention his last name, but he's he was great. I mean, he sold a lot into the brick business, like masonry,
Hmm.
bricklayers, and he'd sell like wall ties to tie the bricks back to the concrete. He was great. He worked his ass off, made a lot of money. He was one
Hmm.
of the top guys. So I think sales jobs are good jobs, but um, I don't
Well,
know.
if you're designed for them, but the funny thing about salespeople is, that skill is very portable.
It's it is. I, the thing is, I viewed myself in the beginning as like a technical consultant. So I
Hmm.
wanted to know everything about buildings,
Hmm.
everything about the products, because I don't want to schmooze. I want to be the top technical consultant. I want to know more about your business than and that way I could advise people. So, but there are salespeople that just want to like go to lunch with their customers and do that kind of shit. That was never really me. So, so I try to put yourself in the person's shoes and then try to help them make the best decision for them. And I learned that from Dale Carnegie's first book, first chapter, chapter one, right there. Business to business sales. Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. First book, first chapter. First thing he says, put yourself in their shoes, try to make the best decision, help them, advise them to make the best decision for them. And that's the best advice. If someone's getting into sales, I tell them, go listen to that. Go read that. Go find Dale Carnegie, chapter one, first thing. First thing he says. And I've never found better advice with sales.
Right.
That
And the thing is it's also kind of entrepreneurial. Like I said, the skill is portable.
yeah. Yeah, I think people do it by a lot of times people end up in sales by interest, so or what they're currently doing. For me, I was laying bricks in college, right? So when I got out of college, well, I understand about bricks and masonry and concrete and those types of things. So I ended up, porting over into that pretty easy. But I already knew about construction. I knew how things were built somewhat, right? So that's why I ended up there. But some people just look at you like you were going to go work for Norton Abrasives. You'd have to learn the whole abrasives business. So you know what I mean?
Well, part of it is, it looked good on paper. I was a chemistry major, so I kind of understood a little bit about it, but I
They're
don't know
dealing with
that I wish I'd done it.
resins.
I regret that I made that mistake. And this is like 1995. They were talking company car, clothing allowance. It was kind of a big time sales job.
Yeah. Well, and you would be dealing with you'd have to learn about as a chemistry guy. Actually, you would do great because it transfers over pretty well to you'd be looking at like these abrasives work for this, those abrasives
Exactly.
work for that, and it's all about like the resin and the bonding of the abrasives to the wheel or disc or whatever. But then so in your situation, they would have said, okay, we have to remove this asbestos from this concrete.
Hmm.
And you would say, well, I use this particular abrasive because it won't cause the asbestos to kick up into the air, right? So you would recommend what to do, you know. And
Well, these many years, I'm thinking, these are jobs that, someone who's a history major or, whatever kind of major,
yeah,
I mean, it's
non-specialized.
really more a people skill. Um,
It
and
is, yeah.
honestly, I know I'm rambling on about this, but I hadn't thought about this in decades. It's something you don't need a college degree to be a salesman.
I'm gonna tell you right now, from what I see, right? I think if you wanted to, particularly a black kid, I would say, listen, they appear, from what I can tell, they appear to excel in finance and or market type stuff, right?
Hmm.
So, like, for example, my significant other works for a company called T. Rowe Price. They're an
Oh yeah, I
investment
know
company.
what T. Rowe Price is.
Well, the top, so number one, there's a black dude that started target date funds, right? He's like a
Hmm.
legend in the industry.
Hmm.
The top of their investment management is a black dude, and one of their top portfolio managers is a black dude. So like business, money, uh, and those type of fields, I think that they do for whatever the community or whatever you want to say, they appears to excel in that kind of stuff. But there's not, I don't see a lot of activity. Like they don't appear to want to go in that direction. Because my wife's like, yeah, it's hard to even recruit because they don't have an interest in that, you know. Um,
Well, some of it is like how I grew up: doctor, lawyer, engineer. No one ever told me about
in your family,
adhesives and being. I mean, you can make a fuckload of money as a salesman, like top echelon salaries.
huge money. Yeah, you can. Some of these sales jobs in medical and shit, they're
Yeah,
making 500 grand a year, right?
yeah.
For just selling medical equipment. So, but I'm gonna tell you right now that at T Rowe, some of the top performers in like when it comes to dealing with money, the black dudes are,
Yeah, we're the
I
new
don't know.
Jews, right?
Well, now I think, I mean,
I'm
I'm
just
talking,
joking.
no, I'm just saying, no, what they appear to have a real knack for that, per se, for whatever reason. And maybe it's like, they were, uh, their family was very much like that, or they were about money. So they
Well, I
seem to have an
mean,
affinity for it.
my neighbor, one or two of my neighbors were like, little corner store owners. So I mean, if you grow up in that type of family, you're gonna work in the store. You're gonna have that type of responsibility. But bottom line is, part of my thing is parenting. Parents need to know what's out there. You know, there are a shitload of jobs where you can make a lot of money, even if you're not running your own business. The
Yeah.
entrepreneurial skills.
But I don't think anybody comes out of high school going, you know what, I'm going to go to college or I'm going to go into selling abrasives, right?
No,
It's,
but you know what? You don't have to do that. You just need to know what's out there.
yeah, that's right. I agree with that.
Shit, I never heard of Norton Abrasives before I went to a recruiter, and they were looking for someone like who that my skills might be
Be
interesting to them.
transferable.
That's
Yeah,
why you get up. That's why you go to job services. That's why
yeah,
you know they're counselors, et cetera, et cetera. You have
yeah.
to forgive me. My voice is kind of going out.
Nah, you're on this thing all night, man. I get
I'm
it.
okay. I'm actually kind of energized talking about this shit. I honestly, I hadn't thought about this in quite some time.
I think it's interesting because we're, it, I get irritated with, um, I guess it's like these kids come out of high school and or even college and they have no idea. And I feel like they're just told, and I could be wrong, but it's like, hey, do what you want to do, like in terms of what fields are
Who's
you
telling
interested
them that though? It's their parents. It's their schools.
in?
They're
Yeah,
not
their
getting this
schools,
idea from their friends.
but I want, if I could teach a class, I'd be like, look, there's things you're going to be passionate about. Maybe it's woodworking, like maybe it's whatever, maybe it's who knows your hobbies, right? But to
Hmm.
make a living, you know, abrasives not might not be fun and sexy, but we need them, and otherwise, we need them. It's needed to build anything. So, but there's a lot of these non-sexy jobs that pay pretty damn good, like selling building sealants. It's absolutely needed on every fucking building, but it's not a job where you go, yeah, man, it's really cool. It's just a job. And by
Yeah,
the
but
way,
the
nobody,
thing is, you get to do. I mean, if you like traveling, now you may have to use a car, or there's some advantages to that type of job. The
well, that's what,
networking bullshit. I know plenty of people who were working one type of sales job and they just happen across, someone they
they go get
click
another.
and they're selling a whole different product, making a whole lot more money.
Well, I'll
So,
tell you this much. So when I got that job with the distributor and I was selling down, right?
mhm,
I had an expense account. They wanted me to take people to lunch. They gave you a company car. I'm 25 years old, mind you, and
fuck.
I just got out of school. And again, before that, I was laying bricks in the fucking winter, busting my ass, right? But so I get this sales job, and I had a company car expense account. They were like they wanted you to take people golfing and shit, which I don't like a lot of that, but it was like, and then I covered a territory, so you had to drive and travel some, but it
Do you
wasn't.
even play golf?
I learned how to play back then because a lot of these business owners, like
Right.
they play golf, like the construction company owners, the architects, and then the people that represent the building owners, because it's all buildings, right? Like they have the owner of the building won't. You don't deal with him. They hire a representative to
Hmm.
oversee their project, right? It's called an
Hmm.
owner's rep.
Right.
So the owner's reps would play golf. So they would expect you to take them out. But I always felt like it was like kind of bribery in a way. I never liked it.
See, I wonder what happens if I take him out golfing. I just fucking sit there and watch him.
Well, so if you, I learned how to play so I could participate, but I never really was big on it, you know. So, and I learned how to hit the ball and putt and chip and all that, but it was just a bunch of bullshitting, you know. So, a lot of guys do it just to escape their family life, you know. But
Oh yeah, then there's that.
and I had a young family. Frankly, it took all day. It was just bullshitting, and you know what I mean. I just wasn't. But you know, I did it. It was part of kind of a work thing, right? Like, I got
Right.
to do this for work. Um, but yeah, there's just so many jobs like that. Uh, and just distributor reps for. I mean, like for hotels, they don't go out and buy paper towels. They have a distributor that shows up
Right.
there, and they say, "Oh, you need 4,000 cases of paper towels. You need this," and then there's other distributor reps coming in and saying, "Hey, who handles your purchases for your building, right?" So all this shit going on out here. Auto companies. I mean, business to business sales, business to business commerce is huge, you know, selling to businesses, right? So I got a buddy of mine now. Listen to this. He sells trucks. He sells refrigeration units and trucks to like grocery stores. So whenever they're
Really?
shipping frozen foods, listen, last year he made 350. Okay. He's a younger dude. I know him. He's a friend of the family. His family. He made 350 grand last year selling refrigeration units on trucks to grocery stores like Giant Food and these, you
Yeah.
know, Harris Teeters, right? He goes into some of these grocery stores, chains that they'll buy 80 trucks from them, 80 for all their stores, right? He'll get a commission check for $80,000. And but who thinks about that coming out of high school or coming out of college, you know? So, you know, he ended up knowing a guy who knew a it's a long story, but
Hmm.
he knew a guy that and then he just went and applied. He said, "Oh yeah, they're hiring up the street." He says, "The trucks are interesting. Maybe I'll go talk to him." Next thing you know, he's selling trucks. And he's about 30 years old. He made 350 grand last year selling
Hey,
trucks,
does he
selling
live
paper
in
trucks.
Maryland?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
So yeah, he's 30. He's 30 years old. I'm like, that's very good, you know, making fucking 350.
Is he single, married?
Uh, he's getting married in like a year. He has a fiance. So,
Hmm.
but just think about
I bet
that.
she's eager.
Well, yeah, she's like ready to sign up. So, but I just think it's funny because like he never set out to do that, but you know, but I think sales is a job that nobody ever talks about they want. You know,
Yeah, they should. And you know what? I've never talked to my son about it. So
well,
because
business
I've
to
known,
business.
sales engineers for like computer companies.
Hmm.
Um, so I know a guy, well, I worked with him remotely, but he was like a serious Windows type server engineer, and he quit. Hey, I'm going to work. You know, sales engineering. It's more damn money. So he knew the technical shit, and apparently, he wanted to go sell, his knowledge. So
I would never
yeah,
be.
I need to talk
I
to
would
my
never.
son about that.
I'd never be good at selling like a car salesman, right?
Hmm.
I could never do that because
Hmm.
they're just trying to get the deal, you know. But like technical consulting in a way, right?
Hmm.
Like this is the best product for you. So like business to business is cool, whereas uh, selling to individuals like in their home or something, fucking, I hate that shit. I don't
Did
like
you
it.
never make a good Fuller Brush salesman?
I could never do it. I could never do it. I could never do it. But business to business, they wanna see you because like when I was selling sealants for Kenseal, you know, these business owners, they have to buy this stuff for the building. I
Right.
mean, it's how they're making it. They got to buy it, right? So they're like, so they get a bunch of different distributor reps that call on them, they come in, try to get them to buy their shit. So, but they need to buy the products, it's not, and by selling them the right products, you're helping their business be successful. So, um, so it's good. Business to business sales I would never do business to consumer though. You're
B2B.
trying to sell B2B. Yeah, I would do that all day. It's good.
All
And
right.
listen,
Well, actually, I want to ask you something about this guy with that necklace around. I don't like that look. I think I'm. I think I'm getting a little sick here, and I'm just
you're coming
fussing.
under the wire.
This fucking motherfucker wearing a necklace around his shirt.
By the way, I noticed that too, right from jump. And I was like, what's this about?
No,
But
people do that.
yeah,
So,
I don't know. I don't know. This guy's really soft-spoken, man. He's kind of, I think he might lack confidence.
well, come
I
on now.
figure,
I mean, I'm soft spoken too, but
I don't, I don't know. It's almost like he's meandering. The thing, like I said, the thing that bothers me,
I think he's just a little shy,
he's like, maybe that's it. And he,
and maybe Ms. Construction company owner, can bring him out of it. And you know what, there's some things my wife improved about me, so
I agree with that.
it's not beyond the pale.
The
So,
other thing is,
question.
Stanley, check
Non-denominational
it out.
Yeah.
groups.
He came out, he got 4 pops immediately. So he's probably a little shaken, like his confidence, and maybe that's why he's being quiet.
Yeah, I could see that, but looks like she's kind of into him.
Yeah, she seems, I'm telling you, I know her type. She's running a
Do
company.
you now?
She's ambitious. She wants a partner alongside. She wants to make a lot of her own decisions. And, this guy seems like he's ready to just say, okay, whatever you say, mommy.
You know what? I think what she wants is, and I could see this. I've never experienced it, but she wants to chew nails at work, but she wants to be feminine at home.
That's okay.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
So
that?
maybe that's
Cool.
her thing, because she does look like she's kind of into him.
Dude, my
Look
wife's
at
a
that,
fucking
look
kid.
at that
My
posture.
wife's a killer. My wife's a killer at work. She's a killer. Okay.
I don't know that she's a killer.
She's a fucking. Listen, man. I've seen her in action. I would never work for that bitch. Okay.
Really?
But no. First off, dude, she's like she's a vice president of. She's one of the VPs at her fucking company, man. She's on schedule. She'll be so. We get work done at the house. She's like, okay. I'm like, I got it handled. She'll be like, how come the guy's not done? You said it would be done on this day and it's not done. Why is that? I'm like, well, he had this and I understand, but if you give us a date, like she's just a bastard at work. She's got this
And
is the
you
date.
wouldn't be? You would be more laissez-faire?
She's a very
She
structured
probably
person.
has a boss that's doing the same thing to her.
Yes, yeah, but she's just a fucking stickler for shit, man.
So
And again, they want
you're saying you wouldn't be that way in her place?
so I think she
Is it
has to be.
so? It's not yes or no.
She has to be, you're right. And so that's why she's that way. But I will tell you, when she gets home, she's laid back, she's cool,
Oh, you're
she
talking
wants
about your wife, or you
yeah,
theorizing
my
about
wife.
your boss?
My wife, when she gets home, she don't want to be the boss. She wants me to run the
You know
deal.
what? And that's what this woman.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what she
think she
wants.
wants to be a boss at home.
Yeah, and listen, that's actually a good partner. That's a good partner. Plus,
Yeah,
they're going to be able to make some money. And I need somewhat of a strong woman that'll push back against me because otherwise I think I'm the king and so I start bossing them around and shit. So I need somebody with a backbone. I personally need that. So.
Well, what you're saying is you'd walk all over someone who didn't have a backbone.
I've
And
learned this
then you
about
would get
myself.
bored with her. Like, fuck.
I've learned this about myself. I need someone that's similarly yoked. So like somewhat ambitious, not a workaholic. I was that. And somebody that's career oriented and someone that wants to, is similar to me, kind of type A at work, but type B when they're not at work, just chill. And I've dated women. I mean, I was single for 10 years, right? In between my first divorce and my wife. And I dated women, and if I have too much, if they don't have a backbone, I'll run them over. I mean, I think I'm the king. I start telling them to do shit like they're my secretary. I don't like who I become. I become like a little mini Hitler and shit. So I need somebody with some backbone. Push back.
Well, I just need someone to push back in a clever way.
So that's just who I am, for the most part. Yeah.
And do you have a question for her?
I'm
I would love
actually
to
starting
know,
like the
what do you
host a
like
little
to
bit.
see in a man? What is your future with a man? Do you want kids with a man in the
She
next
looks
10 years?
intense.
Awesome. That's a great question. Well, I don't have any kids.
Okay.
So I definitely would want kids with the guy that I'm with. Hopefully it leads to marriage.
Okay.
And you
marriage.
said, where do I see myself in the next 10 years?
Yeah.
Or-
What do you see yourself doing in the next 10 years?
In the next 10 years, I see myself growing my construction company to a global construction company. I see
Okay.
myself also being a wife, being a mother,
Okay.
and just really, traveling the world with my significant other and just enjoying the fruits
Have
of my
fun
labor.
with that.
Okay. So do you see yourself retiring,
She's
or
got
is it?
that.
Yes.
What's the?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. So I definitely see myself enjoying the fruits of my labor and building my company up so that,
Okay.
I have that time for the family time and kid time and husband time and things like that.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah,
on your
you're-
free time, what do you do?
That's a
Like
lot
as
of
a
stuff.
hobby or something?
On my free time, so I like to spend a lot of times. I do a lot of self-care stuff. I like to go to the spa. I like to get massages. I do a lot of things like that. I love to cook. I like getting. I like to try
You
new
have to
recipes.
hammer a nail.
So that's one thing that I'm really big about. And then on my free time, I like to travel. So I like visiting different countries and just going to explore other cultures.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
So, do we have a match here?
Just one more question.
Yeah, go for it.
How do you feel about dating someone that's younger than you?
Actually, the last person that I dated was younger than me.
This again.
For some reason, younger guys
Yeah, I think we saw
have been
this.
attracted
Like
to me even
maybe
when I was younger.
Yeah,
But,
no, you should have.
I don't have a
Should have
problem.
bookmarked it. Damn it, we are
I
so
think like
above.
age is nothing but a number.
Not good.
It just really comes to the balance of the maturity between both parties. I don't look at as unless you're like 18 or something like that, that's a problem. But I think age is nothing but a number. And in this day and time, people from Tina Turner to Cher and so many others have shown that as well.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? Okay. How do you feel?
I feel confident, and I think she's pretty, and generally the type of lady I'll be going for.
And he's
She's
your
gonna
type?
soon enough.
Yes.
She's gonna be running my
Yes,
entire
very
life,
handsome,
my
and he's a
world, my
go-getter and big.
schedule, everything in my
I
life.
love that, and I love a guy, a man who
It'll
really
be
can
all right.
appreciate a strong and a soft woman in one.
Okay, so we do have a match here. All right, we have a match.
Oh my lord, they're hugging.
Good job.
Stanley, aren't you a widower?
Yes.
Did your wife work?
Did she know?
So she stayed home. She was a homemaker.
It was just lucky,
Is it? She was a homemaker. She just took care of your son, I guess.
She should have been the one working.
Why is that?
She had a PhD in pharmacology. She could have been making more money than me.
Did she? What she You guys made a family decision for her to stay home, I guess.
Well, we did talk about it, and it was the right decision. Um,
Yeah.
and to be honest, it wasn't. You will be submissive, and you will.
No, you
Now,
made it.
we had a couple conversations every now and again, but the thing is, it was almost magical. We just we were more mature. We were, she was a year younger. So, she was 37, I was 38.
Huh.
And there was some things that just fit.
Yeah.
Some things we never actually talked about. Some
I
things
think
we did. It just worked. For some reason. And you don't. My only regret, oddly enough, I really would. It wouldn't have hurt my feelings if I'd had a daughter. But we also talked about that. My son, he was literally the perfect child, and her being 40, she was 40 when he was born. I was just like, well, roll the
And then
dice.
you lost her when he was 10, you said?
No, he was 7 going on 8.
Oh wow. Jesus.
But we survived. And
Well, how was it a car accident?
no, she died of basically sepsis. Somehow or another. She had like a peritonitis that it was really weird. The doctors couldn't figure out how the infection started in the first place. So it was, the bad thing is it was extremely painful, and I knew it. She was literally dead in a week and a half.
Good God.
Yep, it was
So
traumatic.
she was healthy in a
Up
week and
until
a
she
half later.
wasn't. Literally, we were hanging out, making plans on a Saturday, and Sunday she was in the emergency room.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Man,
y'all think I'm a little pussy. I've had to deal with some shit.
I mean, that alone is just so fucking traumatic, dude. That's
Oh,
terrible.
it took me years to get over it, and I'm not sure I am now. So that's why I kind of, you'll hear people going, well, Stanley, you're not getting any pussy. You haven't had pussy in years. I fucking found the right pussy. And it was
I bet you
traumatic
did.
to lose it.
Hey
I've
man, you
had
know what?
to deal with the
If I
boy, get him where he needs to be. And I honestly, these little boys talking about submitting and all this bullshit. Motherfucker, when you find the right person and you are making a life, and then it's gone poof. Fuck submission. Y'all need to find the right woman or man. You know, I I don't have time for the fucking relationship bullshit.
well, you know something, Stanley, I'll tell you this much. I know one thing hearing you talk, because it sounds exactly like me. Anybody else, if I lost my wife, any other person I met in this world, until I die, would be a fucking placeholder. All right, that's it. Because my
I
wife's a
would
perfect
say
woman.
placeholder, and I'm not against it, but now the one thing, my wife was fucking brilliant. The only reason we were together is she had a sense of humor. We just got along. And when you're 38, and I literally
feel like
thought, well, I'll be an old bachelor. She came out of the fucking blue. So
that's the way. That's it for me. It's like I feel like my wife. I feel like God Himself made my wife for me. That's how I feel. Because we
right.
just we get along great. And if I lost her, I wouldn't. I'd be like, well, that was it. Everyone else out here is just out here.
Well, you
You
might
know,
be the only motherfucker on this channel who understands that. You can't replace that. I
you
mean,
can't replace it.
I would love it, but knowing me, shit, it was hard enough to find a woman who could deal with me in the first place. It wasn't. It was a miracle.
Yeah.
It's a miracle that she fucking put up with me for this long or
I
that
heard
long.
you. The way I've heard you talk about her a little bit, it sounds like you feel the way about her I feel about my wife now. So,
Yeah. It's I don't know. The only thing I can say is I would have gladly traded places. She was just a better human being. And
well, you know,
the funny thing, my son is where he is because of her. I just kind of like, hey, don't forget. Honestly, I didn't, I used to fuss at her like, what do you do all day besides go to the lake with the boy and, watch TV shows? I didn't find out well, I kind of knew he was reading on like an 8th grade level in fucking in kindergarten. And I was like,
and you
what?
probably
Not
and
even
you probably
possible?
and the fact that you had that fault after the fact, you probably felt guilty as shit, right?
Huh?
You know. Well, in other words, after you lose someone, and then you remember when you think when you have a thought like, all you do all day is just go to the lake with the boy, right? Like and then you feel guilty for having had that thought, you know. I would. I would.
Now she had a lot of leisure time too. However, she wasn't just fucking around. I mean, this kid, math and English, she was decent at math. She wasn't bullshitting around. And the funny thing is, had she been alive, my son would not be overly happy because his ass would be at the Naval Academy. We fucking agreed on that. It's like, you know what? We want him to go to the Naval Academy. And this was like, we talked about this sort of stuff when he was in the womb.
So,
So anyway,
so you said she was a PhD in pharmacology,
yeah,
and you're a chemistry guy too, isn't that your thing, chemistry?
yeah.
Interesting. So the fact that she got sepsis, like I don't even understand what that is.
Essentially, it's a blood infection. The
Mm,
infection had festered for who knows how long. It got into her bloodstream. Once you get sepsis, it tends to affect all the organs, etc. It's ugly and painful.
what's it from though? Is it's from an infection in your body somewhere,
The
or
theory is maybe, something she ate pricked an intestine
oh,
and the infection got in that way. And she wasn't, you know, I no one really knows. Let me
Jesus.
put it to you this way. The doctors were crying
I bet.
because one of these days I'll tell the whole story. It was not pleasant. And when your doctors are pulling you in to go, we can't save her. You have to make a decision. They're using death with dignity, and the fucking doctors are in tears. Well, the female doctors were. It was ugly. Took me years to get over it, and I'm never sure that I am over it now.
I'm
You
sorry,
know,
dude.
well, shit. It'll be 11 years, but I'm in no fucking hurry to have pussy. I've had the best pussy I could get, and rushing out to get more pussy at almost 60. It's not an imperative.
Anyone that says that shit anyway, like they don't
Oh,
understand.
it gets said a lot, mostly by young people.
Yeah, they don't understand. But here's the thing.
Nope.
When I when I met my wife, I literally was like, if she will have me, when I met her, I said, well, first off, I'm fucked. She'll never sit. This is she after this date, she'll never see me again because she's better than me, right? But then once we were seeing each other, I knew within a month, I was like, if she will marry me, I'm gonna do what I have to do to get her to marry me, right? If she
Right.
will. So, and they say when you know, you'll know, right? I always heard that my
Yep.
whole life, right? Guess what? That it's exactly true. It's exactly
It
true.
was like lightning. And the
It's like
funny
lightning.
thing was, is my her brother, my now brother-in-law, and by the way, my father-in-law is coming in tomorrow. He's gonna spend Thanksgiving with us. So I mean, our
Cool.
families even got along.
That's
But
awesome.
and I'm sure my parents are like, whatever, if you can deal with him.
Is she?
But
Is her family local? Is her family Georgia people?
no, Virginia.
Okay. Okay, okay.
I met her
That's
in
cool.
Northern Virginia. Her brother was. I told you I moved up to the mountains, the Blue Ridge, Northern Virginia Blue Ridge Mountains on a whim. I was wondering what it's like to live in the mountains. So he was my redneck neighbor, and he was my drinking buddy. We used to, just split wood and fucking drink. And
Hmm.
at the time, I really didn't know anyone up there. And
Yeah.
the similarity is her cat. She grew up Catholic. I'm Catholic, so that was a similarity. So her brother uh, was like, "Hey, come down to Easter dinner at my parents' house," and
Huh.
that's where I met her. And we didn't.
No shit.
First time I met her, it was like, "Oh, hey, this is my sister." Opposite ends of the table.
Yeah.
Didn't really talk to her that much, but she made an impression. And the second time I met her was at uh, my brother-in-law's wedding,
Hmm.
and of course she was late. But so I didn't get, and I had a date to the wedding, black
Mm.
girl from Miami, and
No shit.
it was great. And so anyway, at the after party to the wedding, like the next day, I finally got to talk to her, and it was seriously like from that after party. You see the movies where two people talk, and everyone in the background just kind of moves away.
Yeah,
In the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
they didn't move. It was just like it was me and her.
Yeah.
We probably talked for 2 or 3 hours.
What'd you do with your date?
Oh, it was a cold day on the mountain, and I told her it was fortuitous. I told her, hey, let's go to the after party. It was a cold day. She was from Miami. She's like, no, I don't really want to go. It's too cold. So I
Okay.
built her a fire, and she decided to lounge in front of the fireplace.
Mm.
And I met my wife. So,
That's so
you
funny.
snooze, you lose.
You probably got back and you were like, "Listen, this has been a great trip, but
You
when
know
do
what?
you fly?
Do
Do you fly out in the morning?
I
Do
don't even
you,
remember getting back. And
you fly out in the
I
morning?
did go back, but
Uh,
it was
let's
like,
move up your flight. Let's move up your flight.
it was something like that.
Get the hell out of here. That's funny.
No, it wasn't
That's
like
funny.
that. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
my wife knew about shit. She'd met the date.
You met her, yeah.
So, you know,
Mm.
I had nothing to hide. And also, similar to your point, it's like I know I will not be able to live life without this woman.
That's
I
exactly.
must have her.
I gotta have her.
Whatever it
Absolutely.
takes.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's and listen, I was a single dad, right? And I
Mm,
got these daughters, and I literally came home and I was like, listen, uh I mean it wasn't immediate, but you know, I mean it was probably like 2 months in, maybe a month, I said, really I'm seeing someone that's really good, and then like a month later I was like, my daughters know I'm half nuts, and I'm like, look, I told you I'm seeing someone. Things are really going well, and it was they didn't we didn't there wasn't a meeting between when you're a single parent. You can't just bring home every woman in the group. But
Oh, I know it now.
once it was, once we were, uh, I don't know, maybe it was 6 months or so, but it took a little while, and then but by that time I knew like it was moving forward. And she was divorced, I was divorced. So, but I'm gonna tell you now, I knew within a month, I was like, I'm gonna ask her to marry me. I just got to figure out how to get there. What is she, what's gonna get her to say yes? So I was within a month though. I wanted to marry her like the second day I met her, but like I gotta have this woman, right? But in a month I said I gotta have a plan. I gotta get a ring, I gotta do all this shit. I didn't tell anybody though. So, but because she hadn't even met my daughters at that point. So, but I was very nervous when she met my daughters because I was like, what if my daughters don't like her? What if it doesn't jive? But that went well. My daughters are great, and she's wonderful. So they loved her too, like immediately. She's she gets along, with people pretty well. So, but anyway, I don't know. It's crazy though, because when I hear you describe your situation, I think the same thing about mine. Like I
Well,
can't live, I
I
can't live without
pray,
this person.
I pray my son, experiences something like that. It was honestly total joy.
Yeah,
Now, any marriage is going to have rough patches and all that stuff,
that's right.
but
Yeah.
in the end, one of these days, I'm going to have to tell you how we went house shopping. It took us like fucking almost a year because, she was pig headed and I was pig headed and I wanted to live in the mountains and she did not.
Mm.
So, that's a whole episode, but
Mm.
we finally figured it out.
Mm. Yeah,
Thank God the realtor was a friend of her family's.
well, a lot of these little stupid things like that, it's
Oh,
so
it
much
wasn't
energy goes
stupid.
into
It
it.
was epic. However, it was also that realtor just fucking she's like, hey, y'all want to come out? I need to laugh today.
No shit. So it was a bloodbath.
No, you know what? My wife had a good sense of humor. We just bullshit back and forth.
Yeah.
So,
So
that
you
helped.
wanted so you wanted mountains and she wanted what?
A neighborhood,
Oh wow.
like a tract housing, like neighborhood.
That's because she was thinking about family, kids, right? Neighborhood
Well,
play,
yeah,
bicycles, shit like that.
plenty of families live up in the mountains.
Yeah, but I think she's looking for. I'm with you on that. Look, that's me. I'm like, you know what? I don't need any neighbors. I don't want to see them.
Oh, shit. I don't, you know what? You know,
I don't want
yeah,
to. I don't
we
want to see other people.
run into each other at the beer store down at the foot of the mountain. Cool.
Yeah.
See you
But
next time we see each other.
if you think about the tract housing, you've got the kid next door, the kid up the street. They ride their
Fuck
bikes.
that.
Blah,
Yeah, just
blah.
even now, it's not totally to my liking. Though I kind of live in that sort of neighborhood,
Yeah.
but I don't really see my neighbors.
I don't. I don't. I can see the other houses, but I'm not real close. But
Right.
like in the summer, I can't because you get a lot of. I live like in a woods, and it's like a wooded area.
Yep.
So,
You can pretend they're not there.
well, once all the trees fill in, I don't really have to look at them. So, but once the trees empty out, you can see them, unfortunately. But a lot of people like I don't. And another thing, so my wife will go walk, right? She is walking by all these people. Hey, hi Janet, hi Stu, hi blah blah. All these neighbors, she knows all of them, all their fucking dumb dogs.
Well, that's a good thing.
I don't give a damn about none of these things. I'm like, I don't even, just let me be I don't want to deal with them.
Hey, there is nothing like a personable wife. You know, I was like, you know what? You go be sociable so I don't have to. They'll just go, oh, you know, Stanley's surly and obviously can't speak English.
Yeah, he don't want to talk. He don't want to talk. That's what she
No,
does. She doesn't
mainly I
want to
just
talk.
find you boring. So
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to small talk with these people. You know, oh yeah, how's
well, I
school?
mean,
Blah, blah,
I'll
blah,
small
blah, blah.
talk if you're interesting.
Fuck that. I don't, you know. She knows all the dogs' names, okay? She knows the dogs' names. What? I don't even know
The,
who has dogs.
the dogs?
Yeah, because she walks our stupid dogs, and then the other stupid dogs are walking, and then they, oh yeah, this is this, and they talk about the dumb dogs. I don't care about these fucking dogs. And
Well,
frankly, I don't care. I don't want to talk to them either.
the
So that's
dogs
where
are
I'm at.
innocent.
Oh, look at Steve G. He's over there in Germany.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a while.
He's
All right, well, let's go ahead. This is the second episode of that same, and it looks like the host is actually wearing a fetching dress.
The host was the best looking woman at all the women last go round.
I like Arlette better.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Oh, wait, hold. Is that the wrong one?
Huh?
Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, this is interesting. But the wrong video. I'll spin that around. Didn't she on the last episode? Women are heavier.
Yeah, no shit.
Hello, and welcome to Pop the Balloon Love Mountain Edition. My name is Brittany Francois, and I'm going to be your host for today. Now, before we get started, I just want to go over a few things. So, if you've never seen Pop the Balloon
This
before,
lighting
simply
is
how this
not doing
goes
any
is we
of
have
them.
lovely female contestants. They're going to be holding on
In
to
the
their
Burberry
balloon. We
pattern
will have
dress.
a male contestant come up and tell us a little bit about himself. If the female likes him or she thinks he's a potential match, she will hold on to her balloon. If she does not think he's a match, she will simply pop the balloon. The ideal
ghetto
role is that
Barbie.
at the end of each round, we want to have one female contestant left standing with the male and that they would be a match. Now, if we do not have a female contestant left, then unfortunately, the round will conclude and we will have no match. Let's go ahead and get started. Hello, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. So thank you for joining us. Before we get started, you can go ahead
I
and
have to ask this question. Why? Someone must tell these men, hey, come as you are.
I don't know what the fuck these guys are doing.
I mean, this is now.
This guy
I
looks
bet
like a
this
hobo.
motherfucker's gonna say something like, "I expect a woman to be subservient."
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you
You're
on
dressed like Goober at the gas station. Why should they be subservient?
that. Yeah, I think he's wearing a Confederate flag shirt or some shit. Look, oh no, okay, what's it say?
No, it's not a Confederate flag, but
Winston? He got that from smoking Winston's, just like the Winston Miles.
well, it could be the race shirt. Don't they sponsor NASCAR's?
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, I'm just not sure about this crop of people.
I can't look. Can I just tell you this now? When I go to dinner, I usually try to. I'm not always, But I put on a collared shirt. Like if I go over my family,
Right.
I'll just put on a collared shirt to go to dinner, right? These guys ain't putting on a collared shirt to go on a dating game.
Well, these hoes better be subservient. That's why.
It's so funny. It's so funny, man. Okay. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. There must be a reason these men aren't dressing for the occasion, and the women are. All these women, like,
Yeah.
they knew where they were going. Though I hate the shoes, but whatever.
Tell us your name, your age,
I
and your
like the other
occupation.
host better though.
Chris Strange, Chris with a K. I'm 34 and I'm a designer for a marketing company.
Okay, designer for a marketing company. How long have you been doing that?
Like a month. I just started.
Nice. So what made you go into that
A
industry?
month?
Oh shit.
I
Nobody
got a
pops.
master's in digital media, so I can I made this shirt and all that. I can.
Okay, advertising. I love that.
Houston?
Nice. That's
Oh
beautiful.
fuck!
Well, could you tell us a little bit more about
I
yourself
made
and
the
what you're
shirt.
looking for in an ideal mate?
Now they're pulling these motherfuckers. They just pulled him like off the crew, and like we need someone. Can you come in?
He's a key grip. Nah, man, he was working a camera, and so they're like, "Come on, man, we can't. This guy didn't show up. Come on behind here. He's a
Exactly.
key grip or some shit."
Yeah, exactly. Gotta be.
That's funny. That's
More
funny.
specific,
What exactly are you looking for in a mate? So is there something in
I'm not-
disabilities that you see, or is there something else?
I'm very open-minded, so I'm not really too picky on like the personality and all that. I've dealt with a lot of women, so ain't
So if
nothing I
she's
couldn't handle.
alive, I'll take her.
Here we go, folks.
If she's alive,
Okay.
I'm there.
So we do have a few balloons. Oh, okay. We do have a few balloons that have already been popped. So
God damn.
let's go ahead and ask these lovely ladies why they
Oh,
popped their
look, it's the
balloons.
little turkey bed.
All right, we're going to start with you, lovely. So if you could tell us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is
She
Taylor.
wants to
I'm
pop, too.
37, and I own a traveling company.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't want him
Beautiful.
to
And
feel
would you
that.
mind telling us why you popped your balloon?
It was the statement that you've been with a lot of women and you just didn't care.
I didn't say I didn't care.
That's kind of how I took it. It was just like
I get it.
Anyone will
personality is
work.
just if she talks to me, I'm gonna talk to her.
There's more to it than that, but I feel it. I feel it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Moving on. So, hello. Could you tell us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Yes, my name is Aaliyah. I'm 28 years old, and I am a business owner. I own a hair company.
Beautiful. I'm at the
Hair
call
company.
after this. So, could you tell us why you popped your
What do you
balloon?
make?
Honestly,
hair,
you
sir.
didn't present your best self, in my opinion. When she asked
Yeah.
what you're looking
Yeah.
for, you didn't really say anything. You just were looking for anything to happen.
It was
You
a
wanna talk
really
to you,
open-ended
you'll be
question.
open.
It was
Yeah,
open-ended
But
question.
when you're
Kind of.
dating someone, when I'm dating someone, I want to know what you want to see if we're even a match.
I should have said it's more about the vibe. I should have been more specific. I'm sorry.
Fair. Oh,
You know what, Ryan?
What's that?
There will be men in this John Galt urban landlord space who will go, well, he did enough. No, the
Yeah, that's not.
motherfucker he didn't. Well, what
I
is
wouldn't.
this bitch? What does this bitch expect?
Yeah,
The
I'm with you,
bitch,
buddy.
motherfucker, his fingernails are clean. What does a bitch want? Ugh.
It's kind of like this, man. Like I feel that how do I say it? If you wanted a woman to submit, like well, number one, I don't know why you need that. Like why do you want to dominate somebody when truth be told,
Well, submission
a lot
isn't
of people need that bullshit.
domination. It's like knowing
But
your
it
place, essentially.
but and I think it is for some people. They want to be the king of their hat. They want to be. They want to. Oh, I'm the king. But I'm like, why wouldn't you want a partner? I want to be equally yoked. I don't want to
Yeah,
dominate
I
somebody. I don't
hear
want to be
you're
motherfucking
equally
decision, man.
yoked. The yoke can never be equal. Men and women are different, at least below the neck. The brains are pretty functional.
But sure, but look, would you say like you probably would not date a woman that's not of a similar intelligence level, that has
So she
similar views, you know?
depends, but I mean, have something going on. Now,
I mean, these women, these guys want to date a woman that's like, they're like 50. They want to date a woman that's like 25. And I'm like, what are you going to talk about? What
they
are
want
you
to
going
fuck.
to fucking talk
They
about?
want to fuck. Or
Yeah,
maybe, there are plenty of 50-year-olds who fucking know who the latest rapper is.
maybe. I don't know. But I don't want
Oh,
to date a
I'm
woman.
thinking of a couple on this channel. Not you, by the way.
Well, I know that you have
It's
your.
like, motherfucker, if you're 50 and you are into Kendrick Lamar and Drake's rap bullshit, who gives a fuck?
Well, you know what's funny? When that was on, I pulled up and I thought they're going to change the subject any minute, right? And then after about 20 minutes, I was like, all right, listen, if I want to read Teen Beat magazine, I'll go buy a copy.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I'm
Like I
surprised
want to
you
read.
know what Teen Beat is.
Well, like it was like a tabloid kind of
Oh,
thing,
I know what it was.
I
Shit,
don't
when I
even
was
know.
a kid, black girls used to read it.
I don't know who the hell. I don't know who the hell half the people even may mention are. I knew Drake and all because he's popular, but like a lot of the Highline people. But I don't know
Well,
half these
I knew
pop
who
stars.
Kendrick Lamar was. I knew who Drake was, whatever.
Yeah.
Because I got an 18-year-old.
Okay,
And
but
even
other than that,
I don't even know that he's that much into it. But
yeah, they're like they're in a beef. I'm like, I don't give a shit. These are multimillionaires
no,
and fighting
it's
it
not.
out.
The beef is kind of interesting, but you know what? I know there's a beef. Never cared about why there's a beef. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah. And by the way, none of these people
Yeah,
know
I know
me.
they
Don't
make a
know.
lot of money, but you know what? Knowing about it isn't going to make me more money.
It's not.
So,
So,
anyway,
but
I'm in old man curmudgeon mode, apparently.
no, dude, listen. Most of the shit that you like, your view on this is exactly, I think, normal, and I think my view is normal. So, but when I say equally yoked, I can't. I don't want to be with a weak woman, right? Just weak, right?
Well,
And
there's some
I'm
sort
not.
of partnership implied, same yoke, pulling in the same direction. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm saying is, similar values. You know what I mean? Like I'm not. They have these. I mean, Stanley, this is how screwed up the world is. They have relationships now where three people are getting married. Okay, three people, three fucking people. Can you? Uh, I'm serious about that. There's like throuples. What kind of? I don't understand that. That's crazy to me. That's the kind of world we're living in. It's just strange, man. I mean, do what you want, but how the hell can you be with three people? It's weird. So anyway,
Well, all I have to say is, same people worrying about, Kendrick Lamar and Drake want to fucking talk about actual serious politics. So,
Threw me off.
Okay, not
well,
a problem.
here's the
So
last
we'll go
move.
ahead and move
bye
on.
bye.
Surprise,
May I have your
surprise.
name, your age, and your occupation?
Hello, my name is Alexi. I'm 33 and I'm a
She was
preschool
on the
teacher.
last.
Okay. And could you please tell us why you popped your balloon?
I pop my balloon because I feel like you are intentional about being here and really stating what you're really looking for. So if I don't know what you're looking for, I can't say, oh, hey, like we're looking for the same thing. So that's why I pop my balloon.
I feel it.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm doing great. Could you tell us your name, your age, and your occupation, please?
My name's Josie. I'm a nurse practitioner and I'm 31.
Okay. And could you also tell us why you popped your balloon?
So I popped my balloon because for me, confidence in a man is super important. And there was a lack of confidence and you didn't really know what you wanted in your partner. And
Be
like
mine.
I want somebody who's intentional and
can state exactly what they're looking for. I can state exactly what I'm looking for. So
In this
Thank you so
silly
much.
bitch with that feathery,
Hi.
whatever
Could
the
you tell us your name, your age, and
fuck is she
occupation, please?
wearing?
Hello, my name is Nakia Hillary Sims, owner of Hillary Consulting Services, where I use my UT Law degree to help people as a disability advocate. I also work with MD Anderson as a puppeteer to teach children not to vape and not to smoke. I'm over
Wow.
40, so I'm
Uh,
kind of outside of your, like,
over 40?
typically I don't date younger men, and I just kind of wanted to hear him out.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and thank you for the work
So
that you do. I
look, let's stop.
appreciate it.
Pause the tape, Stanley. Pause the tape.
Hello.
Really?
That woman. Okay,
Would
so
we be pausing?
she works for a medical. MD Anderson's a world-renowned medical institution in Texas. She has a UT law degree. Now, this is a very high-end woman, and
Dressed like
she,
that, by the way.
well, hold on. She didn't pop it. After everyone popped, she was still hanging on, and I'm like, listen, you have a UT law
She's a
degree, and you
lawyer.
work.
They listen to bullshit.
Jesus, I can't believe it. Like, I'm shocked by that.
Why?
Because she's the highest of high end, and this guy looks like
Come
he's
on.
who
You know,
knows? He looks like
bottom line is sometimes I don't disagree on the surface. I'm just saying she's just there. I think she is there for clout.
well, she just did a marketing pitch. So it's just like I currently work for
I heard the marketing pitch. That's why I
yeah
think she's just there.
yeah maybe just to get on TV.
And dressed like that, it reinforces my point. And I'm sure I'm wrong. You know, I don't, at this stage.
All right, go ahead. I don't mean to stop.
Hold on.
Oh, how are
It's
you?
not that important that we
That's great.
continue,
Could you
but
tell
I'm
us your
kind of
name, your age,
curious.
and your occupation, please?
I am Candace. I'm 31, and I'm a school teacher.
Beautiful. So, could you tell us this evening, why did you pop your balloon?
I don't want the kids to call me Mrs. Strange.
So
It's my stage name. It's not my real name.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh, they're
it's still a
mocking
no for me.
They're fucking mocking this dude.
Okay, not a problem. So, hello, how are you? I'm doing great. Could you tell us your name, your age, and your occupation, please?
Amber, I'm 31 and I work for Ford in the corporate department.
Okay. And could
There
you tell
you
us
go.
why did you pop your balloon?
Not dressed
I'm
like that.
picky. A man gotta be picky too. That's it.
Enough said. She said what she said. All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and go back here. Excuse me, you guys. Would you say that this lovely lady is your type?
Most certainly.
What exactly about her is your type?
The whole thing.
There
Y'all
you
too.
go. There you go.
I
That's
ain't
fine.
had no woman that time
Whole
before.
thing.
Okay. All right.
She's like, I popped
That
for a
Ryan?
reason.
Whole thing. I wish I could. I'm gonna have to use that pickup line.
All right. Moving on.
He actually drew the shape of her
So, what
body
would
with
you
his
say
hand.
about this lady?
Yeah, that's amazing.
No,
What about her is not your type?
she don't got her own hair.
Okay.
It's funny.
So, this lovely lady, is she your type?
Yes, ma'am.
What about her is your type exactly?
The build, like 2K.
Dude, this
Like
dude is
2K?
fucking. He's saying the
What do you mean
wrong
by that?
shit.
All the guys know. So 2K, they got my players, right? And they got builds.
Okay.
So she my build.
Oh, like when you okay. I got you. I'm following. Okay. And this lovely lady right here, is she your type?
Most certainly.
And what about her is your type?
The build once again.
So we got two 2K
Jesus
bills.
Christ, dude. Where'd they get this
Okay,
guy?
noted.
Where'd they get this fucking guy?
And this lovely
Oh my
lady,
God.
is she your type? No?
Nah.
What about her is not your
Why?
type?
She a little out of my age range. It's just a
Okay.
little bit.
Oh,
Just a
bullshit.
little
It's
bit?
the
You don't like
build.
the too
Oh my.
experienced?
It's the build. He's lying.
Yeah, pretty much, because they know
She's
exactly
hiding
what
the
they want.
gut.
I'm a disappointer.
Okay. Thank you.
Ethiopian. Are you Ethiopian?
I'm half Latino.
Okay.
That's what it is, if y'all was wondering.
Just saw the features. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I get that a lot, though.
Thank you. This lovely lady here, is she your type?
Not really.
And what about her is not your type?
A little bit out of my weight class. just a little bit.
Oh,
Okay, so you
Oh
do
shit! I
have
was waiting for it.
a
He
type
oh,
of
said
weight
it.
class
He
that you're
fucking
looking for.
said
So
it.
when we
ah,
asked you
He
earlier,
said
you
it.
do have something you're in mind for,
Dude,
right?
this is
straight
so
home,
I
mean,
thought the
man.
looks was
brutal.
like an
Love
automatic,
it.
This is
like,
so
because I'm a
fucking
guy,
mean,
you know what I'm
man.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
You already know we just look,
I'm
the
like,
looks is like
God.
number
Hold
one.
on, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Stanley, pause and pause.
Okay.
Pause.
Okay.
Stanley,
Okay.
I
pause it.
said the
Pause it.
personality don't.
Fuck it
Stanley,
if
look.
you're
So if
lost,
you
be brutal.
if
I
you're
bet
if you're
he's a
right, or
voter.
dude, look at the woman on the right in the white. Look at her face. You got to rewind it, dude. They just both looked over. A lot of times I'll look at what the
Yep.
other women are like saying or like how they're looking. And you know, she was like this motherfucker. She wanted to
Oh
punch him in his
shit.
face. She's like, you
Uh,
believe what this motherfucker just said? Look at her. She's like, look at it. Look at her eyes. She's like, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker when we leave.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ethiopian. Are you Ethiopian?
I'm half Latino.
Okay.
That's what it is, if y'all was wondering.
Just saw the features. Okay, cool.
Jesus.
Okay.
I get
Thank
that a
you.
lot, though.
Thank you. Thank you.
he's Ethiopian
This lovely lady here, is she your
or
type?
Sudanese.
And what about her is not your type?
A little bit out of my weight class. Just a little bit.
Okay.
Yep.
So you
Yeah.
do have
Look,
a type.
Out of my weight
look,
class.
she
Oh, I
just panned all the way to the left.
that's right.
And what about
At least you
this
can
lovely lady here,
isolate
is
it.
she your type?
Not really.
And what about her is not your type?
A little bit out of my weight class. Just a little bit.
Look all the way on the right. Like she's got a pan all the way to the left now. Like, holy
Oh
shit, I can't
my
believe he said it.
lord.
I can't believe he said it.
Okay. So you do have a type of weight class that you're looking for.
Look
So
at
when
this
we
motherfucker.
asked you earlier, you do have something you're in mind for, right?
Well, I thought the looks was like an automatic, like, because I'm a guy, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You already know we just look, the looks is like number one. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Poor woman.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
why I said the
Ah, you
personality
just
don't
call fat
really
Really
bother
bother
me.
you.
marshmallow.
I'm
Okay.
Poor
comfortable
woman.
with a strong
Yeah,
woman.
well, you
Okay.
know, she
You know
Okay.
knew
what I'm
what she
saying?
was when she
Thank
came
you.
in
Thank
there.
you, Chris. Not a problem. So this lovely lady
Yes.
right here, is she your type?
Yeah,
Certainly.
she looks like a
And what
whore.
about her is your
I'm
type?
waiting for him to say that.
What I
Look at
said,
him. Dude, look at
what
them
video game,
jugs
what I
fucking
said?
just smashed in there.
2K?
The 2K?
Yeah.
So you have 3 ladies here that you would 2K build.
No, she
Yeah.
is nowhere near fucking. Really? Oh,
She's
come on.
got her. Look, you can
Okay.
almost see areola. You can almost see her areolas in the
I don't
top.
give a shit about any of that. I'm looking at the bigger picture.
I'm just saying. You can. She's coming out. She's coming
I
out.
don't want to look at the areola because the rest of it is just not put together
She's
well.
advertising.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and go
Advertising
back.
what?
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Well, so all of our ladies have popped our balloons. So I just want to say thank you. And you gave it
And
your
look at this
best.
crazy motherfucker.
Gave it your best
Dude, he's
shot.
out of
Thank
his
you so
mind.
much.
Look, these women are probably mad at the producer of the
Contestant
show.
number 2, can you join us out here,
Yeah,
please?
he had to be a plant.
Yes, I may.
He's like a local comedian.
Hello. Doing great.
What the fuck?
Thank you. If you could stand next to me, please. Thank you.
No
So
one's
welcome
not?
in. If you could go ahead and tell us your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Brill. I'm 34 and I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay. And entrepreneur, so tell us a little bit more about what you do exactly.
Well, I sell cars, trade stocks. I'm in the logistics in the warehouse. You know what? I'm a trick of all trades.
Trick of all.
Okay, nice. So tell us a little bit more
Hot,
about what you're
hot
looking for
motherfucker.
in your ideal mate.
Something like a Bonnie and Clyde, a ride or die. You know, somebody I can rock with.
So when you say Bonnie and Clyde, do you mean like literally, or explain that a little bit more to me with Bonnie and Clyde?
I mean, literally in a way, but I'm not. I mean, I don't want to try to kill nobody or nothing
Okay,
like that. Yeah,
okay.
no.
Just somebody to be by your side.
Exactly.
Got you. Okay, okay. So tell me what exactly brought you here today.
Me?
You.
Yeah, I brought me here today.
Okay.
I drove here.
You know what? I mean, what exactly brought you here? I mean, are you looking for love?
Yeah, I'm getting
Looking
tired
for?
of these.
I am looking for a matchmaker.
folks.
Okay.
You know, and I mean, we'll see where it goes.
Okay. So where do you see yourself in about 5 years?
Oh, 5 years? I can't say all that because they might get too excited.
Okay. So we
Oh
do have a
boy.
few ladies that already went ahead and popped their balloons. So let's go and speak with them, okay? Hello, beautiful. How are you? I'm doing great. Could you go ahead and tell us your name, your age, occupation, and why you popped your balloon?
My name's Josie. I'm 31 and I'm a nurse practitioner.
Okay.
I like a man with vision. And for you to say that you couldn't say where you would be in 5 years was a red flag for me. So, no.
I'm sorry to hear that, but
So do you think that Miss Josie here is your type?
I probably would have popped a balloon on her too.
And why is that?
Because I love a woman with natural beauty.
Okay.
He's like retaliation.
Hello, could you tell us your name, age, and occupation?
Hello, ni hao ma. My name is Nakia Sims, owner of Hillary Consulting Services. I use my UT law degree as a disability advocate to help people, as well as I'm a Muppeteer with MD Anderson teaching kids not to vape and
Holy
not
shit.
to smoke.
And what made you pop your balloon today?
I think he looks clean cut. I'm over 39. And I also think just maybe he's nervous, but the question about the Bunny and Clyde literally would mean crime. And so I have a clean record. And so the literal, if it was figurative,
Yeah,
then but the literal Bunny and Clyde
Dude, Stanley,
was a
that's you
concern.
right there,
That's all.
buddy. That's you.
Okay.
No,
Okay. Thank you so
straight
much for
up.
that.
Yeah,
And do you
yeah.
think
No,
that
listen,
Number
she
I'm
is
not
your
one,
type?
saying
wouldn't even be there.
Well,
I'm saying
I
as
come from a family of educators, so I really do, I respect you as a.
What, being blunt?
no, correcting people's English. Okay, right there. That's you.
Well, correcting people's English is blunt, basically calling them stupid in a very
She
indirect way.
literally listen, she just pointed to the difference between literal and figurative and
Yeah,
basically
that
said,
does sound like me.
Sir, you don't know what you're speaking of. And she just burned his ass right in front of everyone, right after the public service announcement that she just made for her marketing. She was marketing herself right there.
Yeah,
But she is right though. So
yeah, poor thing.
yeah, if she wasn't, she's a little out there in left field. Obviously a Muppeteer, which is all else of
Oddly enough, she reminds me of my sixth grade teacher.
Huh.
Same
Well,
skin tone, same
she
dumbass.
got some degrees. Well, she's definitely highly educated, man. Like
Uh, yeah,
extremely educated.
yeah. Education's not doing much for her though.
Overly educated, maybe.
No,
If you can
you
be.
can never be overly educated. A lot of it is what you do with it. And being a Muppeteer, on a dating show.
Yeah, that's a volunteer. She said she volunteers, though. That was like helping out. That's not what she does. She said she's a disability advocate. You got to respect that.
Yeah, okay, if you say so.
As a woman, but I mean, in a way, but just not all the way my type. I would pass me personally. Yeah, but I mean, I do respect you.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate
Oh, I'm
that.
sorry. I'm
No
sorry.
worries.
I'm sorry.
Respect that.
Yeah, you are an
Okay.
educator, so no love lost, baby.
Thank you.
It's
All
no
right.
love
Hello.
lost.
Could you tell us your name, age, and occupation, please?
I'm Candace. I'm 32 and I'm a teacher.
Yeah.
And why did you pop your balloon today?
Put our photos
I
on.
popped my balloon because he said he's looking for a matchmaker. I'm not a matchmaker. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
But
And
What's
do
your
you think
fat?
What does
You already know this.
I think, well, matchmaker, I'm automatically thinking you're looking for a matchmaker for yourself since you said you look for a matchmaker.
Isn't that here what we're here for?
You're looking for a matchmaker, though. That's what you said. And I'm not a matchmaker.
Pointing to
Well,
his
if you want
English
to be
again.
technical
Here.
about it. I'm saying somebody that
These
matches
fucking
my
women are something
energy.
else, dude.
That would be
Okay.
I mean, but I get it. I get it.
Okay. And do you think that this lovely lady is your type?
No.
Jesus.
And what about her is not your type
Oh,
exactly?
Jesus.
Don't
I'm
do
not a
it.
matchmaker.
Okay, that's fine. We're
Don't
gonna
do
go
it. I
ahead
thought
and
he was
move
gonna
on
call her
right here.
fat too.
Gonna go ahead and move on. So could you tell us your name, age, and occupation, please?
I'm Amber. I'm 31. I work for Ford Motor Company in the corporate department.
And what made you pop your balloon today?
I need a man with a plan. He
Yeah.
have to know where we
That
going
is
to. So I want a
really
leader.
like
That's it.
Okay, and do you think that this lovely lady is your
ripping
type?
up tats
I
you
mean,
don't
she
have.
does have
Really?
pretty eyes. I really do. I love the eyes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are. You kind of my type. No lie. And actually, I do know where I'm going. This is just who I'm going with. Yeah.
Understandable. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and go back this way. I heard someone else pop a balloon, and I believe it was here. So could you go ahead and tell us your name, age, occupation for him, please?
Hello, my name is Alexi, and I'm a
I
preschool
gotta change my
teacher.
headset.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon,
Stanley, hold up.
Alexi?
I gotta change my
Pop my
headset.
balloon
So
because
just keep rolling.
You what?
I gotta
Keep
change my
rolling?
headset. So keep rolling. I gotta change my headset. It's my Bluetooth
I
stopped.
feel like when
So
she
just
asked you
I'll
the
be back in a
question
minute.
like 5 years, like you didn't have like no vision, and where there's no vision, people perish. So I just wasn't feeling it.
And would you say that Alexi's your type?
This dress is definitely my type. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, she does have a pretty smile. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. So come on back here with me.
Okay.
Come on back here. You excited, huh? You ready? Okay. So let me ask you another question. You were mentioning about the matchmaker part, right? Someone to match your energy. Could you tell us exactly what type of energy do you bring to the relationship so these two ladies that haven't popped their balloon can get a better understanding?
Yeah, well, the type of energy that I'm looking for is somebody that actually listens.
Okay.
So, before you pop your balloon, beautiful, she already heard that I was an entrepreneur. So it's not about what I want to do in 5 years. And I already said I want to do who I want to do it with.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I know what my vision is. I know where I'm trying to go. And but I am looking for who I'm gonna do it with.
Okay. Okay. Well, we did have one lady here. I'm sorry. We had two ladies here that popped their balloon. So let's go ahead and ask them why they popped their balloon. Hi. Could you tell me your name, age, and occupation for him, please?
My name is Kayla. I'm 37 and I own a travel company.
And why did you pop your balloon, Kayla?
I wanted to hear more. And then when you just said she got to listen part, I was all like, yeah, I can't do it. I want a partner. I want somebody that's going to hear me and not just be like, I need you to listen to me because I'm the man of the house. Like, we're in this together. You said you wanted a Bonnie and Clyde. Like, my opinion matters too.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Do you think that she is your type?
No, definitely not. I'm glad that you said that. And that's because when she just said, you said that I need somebody to listen to me. In a relationship, you have to listen to each other. So, I mean, it has to be mutual. So if it's
But the way you said listen, that's not what you were speaking of.
Yeah.
Okay. Respect. Respect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So could you tell us your name, age, and occupation for him, please?
Yes, my name is Aaliyah. I'm 28 years old, and I'm a business owner as well. I own a hair extension line.
And could you tell us why you popped your balloon?
Yes, so I wanted to kind of hear a little bit more about yourself. I'm an entrepreneur as well, but there was still no vision. Brittany asked you again what your plan was. She wanted to kind of pull it out of you, and you didn't seem to get it. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. I kind of beat around the question, right? But I mean, at the first of the show, I already said that I'm an entrepreneur. I trade stocks and I'm in logistics. So that right there should tell you a lot. How many people do you know trade options?
I do, and I know several others.
You really do?
So
What kind do you church?
we're not gonna go all into that. The problem is you don't know what you want in a relationship. And for me, I'm at the point where I want to settle down. I want someone who's here for me, who actually sees something in me and sees
I
family,
yeah,
right?
Because
So
I'm
I
34 too. I'm 34. How old are you?
I'm 28.
You're 28. Okay, so
This is
it is
fucking
a
funny.
age gap here, but I do like the way you think. I really do. I mean, keep going, keep prospering. Prosperity is everything. Loyalty.
Okay.
Stay loyal,
It's all
and
over
just
the place.
keep the vision, because I do like the way you think.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Well, everyone here has popped their balloons. I just want to say thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I might have to
You're
take
so
you on a
welcome.
date. No.
No, we can't do that. I get married next
She's
month.
like,
But
get
good
the
try.
fuck
Good
out of here.
try. Have a
She's
good
like,
one.
get the fuck out of here. Look, I can
Contestant
see her
number
point
3, can
something
you
out.
join us out here, please?
Stanley.
Hi. How are you?
Everybody, I'm Bliss Queens. How y'all doing?
Great.
Let's do it.
Perfect. Could you go ahead and tell us your name, your age, and your occupation?
They call me D Flowers. That's my government name. My occupation, I'm an artist and I own a production company and a serial entrepreneur. So I do a lot of entrepreneur savvy things. What was one more thing you had asked? My age?
Your age.
I'm 27. No, 28. The other day I'm a Libra. So y'all know what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So what exactly brings you here today, D Flowers? What are you looking for in a mate?
What I look for in a partner will probably be somebody that can, keep everything kingdom.
Okay.
I like to build and I like to kind of like work towards the idea of building, you know what I'm saying? So a kingdom, of course, somebody that can keep me captivated, keep me, keep my interest and just help me just build this thing sky high.
Okay.
Naturally.
Okay. So you said you are an artist, correct?
I do music.
What type of music do you do? What genre?
I like music in general.
Okay.
So I don't know, I don't like to put a roof above my head when it comes to like, just hip hop or whatever, but they call it hip hop.
Okay.
I like to harmonize as well, so I do a little R&B here and there.
Okay.
But I'm not just a rapper, I actually find talent. So I take artists, and make artists.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people want to be Lil Wayne. I'm like, I always wanted to be Birdman, so
Okay.
or that type of figure, so to say.
Got you. Got you. And where are you from?
I'm from Houston, Texas originally.
Okay. H-Town bred and fed. I like that. Okay.
High five, girl.
H-Town stand up. That's good. That's beautiful. So you said something about a kingdom.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you elaborate on that? Because when you say kingdom to me, I'm thinking religious. So are you religious or am I going too far?
I'm big on God. I just don't condemn myself to one religion. I practice omnism. So, I definitely study God, but I believe in a few different religions and ways of life, but it's all about God with me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't really big religious. It's God more so.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like here.
Like that one.
Brother, you done cleared the room.
Okay, well, D Flowers, it looks like every single lady has popped their balloons. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask them why they popped their balloons. So let's start with this first lovely lady here. Could you go ahead and tell him your name, age, and your occupation, please?
My name is Kayla. I'm 37 and I own a travel company.
So I didn't hear. She said a trucking company. Okay, love. I like
You got that? Perfect. And could you tell us, Miss Kayla, why did you pop your balloon?
I was trying to hear more. The age got me being 37, and so you were a little young. So I was just waiting. And then when you said you're big on God, but the religion thing was just like the deal breaker.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
Totally understand.
Okay. Well, thank you, Miss Kayla. And do you think that Miss Kayla is your type?
She beyond beautiful. Honestly, I ain't really got no type though. In all honesty, but I'm attracted to energies, so it's bigger than just a physical appearance. But she definitely is beautiful. So
got you. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Miss Kayla. Hello. Could you go ahead and tell us your name, age, and occupation for Mr. Flowers, please?
All right. My name is Aaliyah. I'm 28 years old and I'm a business owner. Currently working on a hair extension line.
Beautiful.
And could you tell us why you popped your balloon?
Yes. So in the beginning, you kind of told us that you're an entrepreneur, which I liked. However, when it came back to the religion aspect, that's really big for me. I'm a Christian and I'm looking for a Christian man. And then also I will say, the delivery with what you wanted. We still didn't really understand what you want in a relationship or a woman.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing.
I get it, baby. I understand completely. And shout out to, the Christian side of, what you were saying, because in all honesty, I am a Christian, but I don't condemn myself to like two things that people don't really just like to, just like over speak about unless they having an intimate conversation, politics and religion. So if I'm not talking to one person, I don't want to just overboard about my religion. That's why I overboard about my God, because I know that's what God want me to do. God don't want me to push religion. God want me to push the word of God, so there we have it.
Thank you. Thank you.
My opinion. Truly.
Thank you for that. And do you think that Miss Aaliyah here is your type?
She beyond beautiful. Once again, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm fortunate to be in the presence of Miss Aaliyah. I like the fact she's an entrepreneur.
Okay.
I ain't got no type, once again.
Okay. Thank you for that. And hello, could you go ahead and tell us your name, age, and occupation for Miss City Flowers, please?
Hello, my name is Alexi. I'm 33 and I'm a preschool teacher.
For sure.
And why did you pop your balloon, Alexi?
I think he's really handsome. I feel like you're well spoken, and when it came to the religion aspect, I'm a proud Christian and I believe in Jesus Christ. So
Super love.
You didn't have no foundation.
Yeah.
I feel like, which is important. So that's why I popped.
Yeah. I totally understand.
Thank
you. And I honor that we got so much of, Jesus in the house. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm a big
out to
Jesus
our
guy.
big God.
Like I study the prophets deeply, so I understand Jesus from a different angle, and I honestly honor Jesus. But I take a second and look at Moses. I take a second and look at Samson. I study the Bible in a religious manner, but I'm not big on just saying, "Hey, I'm one thing," because I respect the room. Once again, you know what I'm saying? Talk to me.
So you said other religions. So did you mean like Hindu, and did you mean like
None in
that aspect? Because
none in
Moses and them, they fall under the same.
they in Christianity, right? Correct. So I'm big on studying the prophets, and when you study the prophets, you start to realize that energies have been here for longer than these books that they create. Not saying the Bible isn't basic instruction before leaving Earth, because I tend to the Bible to guide me in life, but I also understand that spirits and energies are sometimes more important than just saying I'm one thing. So I think that Buddha was a real person that once exists. That doesn't mean I pray to him or worship him. But if a Buddhist was in this room, I definitely wouldn't just make it Jesus versus Buddha, because I'm not in cahoots with the war. I'd rather it be, okay, you practice what you practice, believe what you believe. I'm just gonna go hard for Jesus, me personally, in my everyday life. You know what I'm saying? You go hard for Buddha, I wanna be not sensitive to it. I can't bow to nobody, but I wanna be respectful to their beliefs, because a lot of people haven't even had the opportunity to even be Christians. If I was born in Asia and I'm a 15-year-old kid, I probably never even been introduced to Christianity, in all honesty, just because the geographic location I'm from. You know?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, well, thank you for that.
For sure.
Could you go ahead and let us know if she is your type or not?
man, she big beautiful. I'm rocking with
You rocking with everybody, huh?
man, these women doing their thing.
Okay,
Everybody
okay.
see something I don't like, I'll tell you.
Okay. Well, we're going to keep on going. Thank you again for that.
sure.
And could you go ahead and tell us your name, your age, and occupation for Mr. D. Flowers, please?
My name's Josie. I am a nurse practitioner and I'm 31.
And Josie, why did you pop your balloon today?
I popped my balloon because when I envision what it's like to raise a household, I want my husband to lead us to the Lord. And so when you had said that, you follow multiple religions, it didn't make sense to me. And it was just like, he's probably too scattered. But when you did explain it now, when you elaborated now, it made more sense. But I would still like someone who's like,
Of course, focus.
Yes.
Stable.
Just to add a little bit more clarity, I don't believe I said I follow multiple religions. She had just kind of asked me a question about religion in particular. And like I say, I don't like to go straight to religion. I like to go straight to God. And in all honesty, however you get to God is commended in my personal opinion. But I'm big on Christianity for sure. Just so y'all know, big on that.
So I have a quick question, if I may, because Josie, you said that you
please don't
kind of understand
belabor this
exactly
dumb
when he
fucking
elaborated
point.
what he meant. So does that mean that you would have not popped your balloon had he said that before?
No, I still would have popped my balloon.
Fuck no, he's an idiot.
Okay, I just wondered.
Thanks.
It's love.
Okay, well, thank you, Josie.
by the way.
Hello, could you tell me your name and age and occupation for Miss City Flowers, please?
Hi, my name is Nakia Hillary Sims, owner of Hillary Consulting Services,
There we go.
wherein I am an advocate for people with disabilities. That's my analytical side.
Oh,
And then
she's
on the
implying
playful
mental
side, I'm a
disability.
puppeteer teaching kids not to vape and not to smoke.
I love that.
Thank you.
That's a big one. Yes, ma'am.
So initially just the age, I'm over 39. So that was the initial pop.
Respect.
And then I feel like everybody has their own journey with a relationship and not religion. And so I had a friend from Indonesia. I've been to Taiwan. I've been to Guangzhou, China. So there are people spreading the gospel about Christianity
Yeah.
throughout the world. And so I think we should be bold and unashamed. You can appreciate other religions and still be boldly Christian or whatever your faith is.
Okay. To add to what she's saying and compliment it, not to negate it, I want to say that it's more so like stats that I use to kind of back up why I'm a bold Christian, but why I don't shame anything else. It's more like, okay, that's not like consciously I know that that's not the way in which you bring people in. So if I want people to be in a understanding of Christianity from my angle, if God gave me the opportunity to deliver a message from God to someone, I can't shame the life that they had been exposed to prior to our encounter. So once again, it's like more so like
All right, Whoville. You remember the Grinch? Whoville? That's who this motherfucker looks like.
Stanley, can I just make a general comment, please?
Oh, please do.
I feel like most of the women, okay, like maybe it's Houston, but like the women seem of higher caliber than the men overall. By and large, both programs so far to me appear that the women are higher caliber than the men. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I've seen some women that were sketchy, but
yeah, I'm just
let's
saying.
go with your premise. Apparently, you're going somewhere.
In general, no, that's just what I'm noticing. In general, you know, like in general, thus far, it appears that they're matchmaking. I mean, the first guy that showed up looked like he was off the set. The second guy didn't know where he was going, and this guy appears to be sus. I mean, look at those shorts he's wearing. These women are dressed to the nines. This guy's wearing shorts that look like he just walked off the beach with, or somewhere. I don't even know. He's got a chain going. I don't even know. But it appears that the women are higher caliber than the men, by and large, right? Now, this one woman's kind of a nut. The one woman on the end is questionable. But those other three women right there are far higher than he is. Don't you agree?
I think it's because black men in particular think they can get away with anything.
It might be.
They are lucky. Black women are lucky to have black men at all. That's pretty much why. Women think that they have to like dress to the nines to get a motherfucker like this.
Well, even in terms of education, like all these women so far, like I think 6 of them have degrees, right? Like you got a teacher, you got to have a degree to be a teacher. The one woman's a friggin' lawyer. Now she's a little nutty, but you know, this guy here says he's an entrepreneur, but then doesn't really have a job. Like he's not.
Yeah.
He's like I do 6 different things.
For some reason or another, have been raised to think that they are kings.
Yeah.
And you hear it on the John Galt show. Some of these motherfuckers think they are prizes.
One guy said he was options trader.
Why do you think Solid Snake acts like he does?
Solid Snake can tell me what he does for a living. This dude listed 5 things.
Okay, you're not quite getting my point. I'm not talking about jobs so much as these motherfuckers apparently think they are a prize.
I got you. Okay.
What's up, SKC? I'm sure you have something to say.
Who raised them?
I'm thinking poor parenting.
It's SKC.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Stanley. But if we were to look at the stats and data of Da Community,
Yeah, always use stats
well,
to make
it's
a
just
point.
the reality. The
Mhm.
majority of the majority of these men grew up in single mother-led households.
Mhm.
So I agree with you when you say poor parenting.
Well, you're not gonna agree with why they're single mothers.
Well, that's been something that's been happening for several generations. I think this is
Oh, it's
probably,
been happening since the beginning of time.
well, no, not to the degree that I'm talking about. The degree that I'm talking about to where it's been over 50% has been happening. I think we're probably like in the third or fourth generation of this. So
Mhm.
it's a cascading event. You know, you spoke of this. I think
Oh,
some
I
time
certainly
ago,
did.
and you stated
But
that how,
you've forgotten my critique of the men who let these women be like this.
yeah, I mean, I'm
Did
just
you
looking at
forget
the
that part,
results,
SKC?
huh?
Did you forget the part about? I think there were men like this dude with the Whoville haircut. Why would a woman want to form a family with a
Well,
Can
the
I ask?
that's who
Whoville
they're
hood?
that's who they're
Hold up. Can
interested
I?
in. That's who they're
Okay,
that's who they're dating.
you're not going to. I think it's black men who left black women raising their kids.
Well, I mean,
It's all black men,
you can position it
not the
that way
black
as a
women,
simplified argument, but
not the black women.
when we look overall, it doesn't
Essentially,
break that clean.
essentially, the men who ran away from these women made the women like they are.
No,
Do
I
you
think
agree with that, SKC?
no, I think that the
I
women were
didn't think
like
you
that
would.
beforehand.
And
John
John,
Gall's laughing.
you can
John
get
Gall's
some
laughing.
too if you choose to.
I just listening.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Okay,
don't. I
laugh
just
all you
don't.
want, but
I'm glad.
I just don't treat the
dark
women
one.
as toddlers. I think that they have brains and they have reasoning just like
Okay,
other human beings.
SKC, please listen to what I'm saying. It is a pussy who wants to blame women for the men who fucking ran out and couldn't stay home because the government drove them out. You yourself, SKC, said it would take heaven and earth or whatever your term was before you would leave the mother of your child. Well, apparently, Whoville haircut here
I think you
is
have me
not
mistaken with.
up
I
to
think you have me
SKC
mistaken with someone
standards.
else. I never made that statement.
Other men didn't feel as strongly as you did about their responsibilities. And y'all can fucking laugh all you want. My conclusion is the women are like this because of the pussies they decided to have babies with.
Well, yeah, you can state it that way. I just think
Oh,
that
motherfucker, I mean it when I state it. I'm not just stating it, I mean it.
okay, and I think well, I mean it when I say that you had two consenting adults who made poor decisions.
Yep, and one of them ran. One of them ran. The other one
and just
stood
as
for
you
the
believe
government
that, and just as you
because
believe
her
that,
man was a pussy.
and just as you believe that putting some
Oh,
sort of
motherfucker, what I
onus
believe
on the woman,
is what I believe, and
I
you
believe in that you
cannot dispute it.
have to put the onus
Here,
on both.
you are dithering and fucking just blathering on.
I'm not
You
blathering.
know I'm right.
I'm not
Use
blathering.
your statistics. Use your statistics.
Why? You don't accept them?
Oh, I'll accept this one.
All right, so then move on to something else. The
Oh,
very
motherfucker,
basic
you
is
want to
that
run
if
now?
people
Just like
want to
those
be treated,
men who left the
be
women
treated with equality,
holding the
they need
kids
to
and
handle
had
the
to turn to the
responsibility of
government.
equality as well.
Heaven and earth, SKC, that's what you said.
I never
And
said
I
that.
think that I don't
You
think
have me
black
mistaken
men
with someone
over the
else. I
past
never
3 or
made
4
that statement.
generations have had an SKC standard.
I've never made that statement before.
You have.
No, I didn't.
Remember, you said before We were talking about back in 1965,
I never
Great
made.
Society, the government basically tossing men
You
out
have
of
me
the home,
mistaken with
so
someone
the
else.
women
I never made that
couldn't
statement.
have men in the home. And you said you would never be one of those
I
men.
never made that statement. You
You
have me mistaken with
motherfucking have
someone
a
else.
short memory, SKC.
I never made that statement.
You never meant it then.
I never
It
made
was
that.
just words.
Again, I think you have me mistaken with someone else. I
Oh,
never
you know
mentioned.
what?
I never
That
had a
that
conversation
could
with
be.
you about
I might be
19
mistaking you
whatever
for a
and
man
what the government's
who was
approach. I
talking
never had that
bullshit
conversation with you.
just for the moment. Next.
There's nothing next. You're
We
trying
can
to
move
strawman
on
me. I
now.
never made that
Want to
statement.
move on now?
It's very
Want to
easy
move on
to
now,
hold some
SKC?
argument if
Apparently
you're
you didn't
making
say
the
what I
argument
thought
for
you
someone.
said. We can move on.
All right. So
Let's
as
move on, SKC. Don't backtrack.
I wasn't backtracking anything. I
Oh,
wanted to
sure
ask
you are.
Ryan
You're
a
going to
question.
try to backtrack about what I just said
No,
about
I
women being
just stated.
pussy.
No, this is
That's why
actually what I
women
stated.
are. That's why black women are
What
like
I'm
they are
saying
now.
to make it a lot
You're
clearer
going to
to
try
me
and
because
backtrack.
maybe you need to take the
I
sugar
bet you are.
the
I don't need shit.
you
I
need
just
to take
say
something
what
out
I
your ear.
said, and I've said it.
You're lying. That's what I'm
Are
saying.
you? Oh,
You're
motherfucker!
lying.
I'm lying now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
You're lying.
lying now, SKC.
Yes, you're lying.
Yeah, sure, I'm lying.
I said
Motherfucker, please don't
I said
tell
it
me
3
you're a
times
pussy
straight
like
to you.
the
I've
other
never
black
made that
men with
statement,
their
and you
women.
keep pushing it.
Are you with your woman?
So my question that I had for you,
No,
Ryan,
motherfucker,
that's
I'm
what I
done
really
with your
came up for
dumbass
because you made a
questions.
comment stating
I'm
that
done with your motherfucking dumbass questions. You said you want to move on.
so
I'm
I
willing
can't
to move
so I
on.
can't talk to
How
somebody else.
about you, SKC? Let's move
Can I
on.
ask SKC something?
Let's
Can I ask
move
SKC
on.
something?
Go ahead,
Sorry, can
Ryan.
I ask him
I
something?
can't have a conversation with someone else.
Yeah, motherfucker.
No,
Let
I
Ryan,
gotta ask him a question.
let Ryan ask the question. Go
Your
ahead.
bullshit has been called out.
All right, Sam, let Ryan answer.
Whatever.
No, motherfucker, I don't
SKC.
have to do that.
Maybe.
I'm curious about something. Is your icon the third longest serving Supreme Court justice in U.S. government
Yes.
history, Clarence Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, I was just curious.
Oh, I just noticed that.
I'm liking SKC. I'm liking SKC already.
And you know what? You'll get your ass kicked too.
And the question I have for you, Ryan, was this.
Yes.
Oh, you're gonna. Oh, yeah. You better talk to Ryan.
From your perspective,
yes.
Motherfucker, is his perspective anywhere near my perspective on this particular issue?
Well, Stanley, yours is probably far left-leaning liberal.
Oh, it better be moving on. If I have to backtrack, there's gonna be rhetorical blood.
Maybe I guess there's like 2 people on the panel named Ryan.
No, motherfucker, there's one person named Stanley, and he's here to kick
I tried to ask
SKC's
Ryan
ass.
a question. It seems like a second Ryan keeps.
Motherfucker, get to the question, and it better not be backtracking.
So Ryan, do you have a problem with questions? Is that the?
No, I have no issue with questions.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering because it seems as though
Motherfucker,
you
you
like
ask
hired
the
a
question
protector or
instead of
something,
retorts.
from you
You
having.
are ask the question, please.
Just I almost want to just draw this out even further.
Well, I almost just want to
How
not
much
ask
are
the
you
question
paying
now.
for question protection, Ryan?
Question protection.
I want. Do you pay a good amount, Ryan?
It's completely free if Stanley's on the panel.
Oh wow, he does it for free. Wow, you must have some sort of mind control.
Well, Stanley was earlier. He was really calm, and then you showed up, and he.
Oh no, I'm
his
still
blood pressure
calm.
goes up. His blood pressure goes up quick.
My
That's
blood
amazing.
pressure is
He
fine.
seems very protective of you, Ryan.
No, what it is
This
I'm
is
protective of
interesting.
you,
So
SKC.
Ryan,
I want you
as
to
you've
be
gone throughout your
protected
life,
from the foot I'm putting up your ass.
weird leftist black men just typically come to your protection? Would anybody ask you questions? Do they jump out of the bushes and you
Really?
can't ask Mr. Ryan this?
Who is a leftist black man that you know?
I'm just wondering. Does that normally happen to you,
Do
Ron?
you often wonder about
No.
men?
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, the question I had to you, because you were talking about these women and so forth.
Yes.
To you, why do you think in Black America the marital rate is so low in comparison to the rest of America?
It's been climbing. All marriages have been on the decline from probably about the 60s, really, the 50s and 60s. It's become more standardized to have, non-marital situations. I mean, it's all demographics. It's all demographics. So white, black, Asians seem to be marrying a lot more than anybody, but it's climbed, and there's no fault divorce. There's the women's liberation movement has had a lot of downstream effects. That's my opinion. So
What would account for the mass differences in percentages, though? I'm kind of curious to you about that, because you're talking about groups that were all in America in the same time, and
I
but
think the
it
destruction,
seems it's one
of
that
the church. I mean, a
oh
lot of people point to the to 65, right, to the LBJ. I think that's a factor. I don't think it's, you know, um, but demographically, if you usually it's tied to socioeconomics. If you look at Appalachia, which the four poor counties in the United States are in Appalachia, nobody's married. The divorce rate, if they do marry, the divorce rate's high. Out of wedlock births are through the roof. It's usually tied to socioeconomics. So, and there is a motivating force from our government. If you are single and have a child, there's more money involved. So, the penalty for not marrying isn't there, and there's actually kind of a reward system built in by the government, who's destroyed the church and destroyed most institutions overall. I don't like the government. I think they're disgusting. So they create moral hazard and damage families overall, in my opinion.
I agree with you. I would say about 75%. The other
Okay.
25 that I would like to add in is that since the time frame that you spoke of, within modern Black America, a lot of the anti-family dictates are now baked into the culture. It's part of the culture. Typically, how you would have certain characteristics that would help to be bonding agents within a community to keep families together, or to have them fix issues or work things out. Those things no longer exist in the Black Black culture.
Yeah. I think a lot of it's tied to socioeconomics too, though. Like if you look at, usually, I'm from the trailer park, okay, and it was very common to have that's my, that's my mom's boyfriend, not that's my dad or that's my stepdad. That's my mom's boyfriend. Then usually they're switching out every couple of years. So it's usually tied to socioeconomics. It might be cultural too. I don't know the specifics to it, but I do know that the government does not promote or attempt to keep families together. In fact, they say everybody can be in a family now. You can just be whatever, fucking, three people can get married. I mean, you know how crazy they are. So I think
Hey,
they
Ryan,
create a lot of moral hazard.
Ryan, let me ask you a question. You said the government doesn't do much to, what did you say, stimulate marriages, something like that? Is that what you said?
There's no fault divorce. So, there's no fault divorce means that, like, the man or woman can just fornicate with the whole world and you just get divorced. There's no penalty. There's no blood, so to speak, right? And then also, if you're single and raising a child, they don't factor in any other income, right?
Do you think the government should do away with no fault divorces?
I think that the government, by and large, the government needs to make policy that wants to keep families intact because it's best outcome for kids, right? Studies show that even kids coming from broke ass homes, and I'm talking poverty, are happier as adults, more adjusted as adults. And as a person that really didn't have a father in their home, when I was 18, I kind of didn't know what to do. Like, what do you do? What are people doing out here, right? So
Back
you
to the
almost don't
government.
have it. You almost don't have an identity, right? I
So
don't,
the
and
no fault
I'm
divorces.
not saying, I'm not
Let's
talking about
focus on the
gender identity.
now let's
I'm
focus on
saying
the no fault divorces. The no
as an
fault.
18-year-old, I didn't know what to do per se, right?
All right, get back to the no fault divorces
You don't
because
see
you
it
weren't
that.
married, but you weren't married at 18. We're talking about no fault divorces. Should the government do away with no fault divorces?
I don't. It's a hard question, and I don't know how you do it legally. I don't know how you pull that off, right? Like, well, he
You just
cheated,
change
she
the law.
cheated. Like,
You just change the law. You can't leave because of
I
that.
guess change the law, yeah. So I think no fault divorce comes in. The other thing is, I mean, if you look at the downstream effects of the birth control pill, right? Just that means there's no risk for women to do whatever, or men, frankly. Well, for men, they can end up having to pay for a long time. But so a lot of these things have gone in. If you think about the 60s and 70s, they changed massive amounts of stuff. I mean, fucking immigration went through the roof in 68. That has downstream effects. I mean, we're dealing with it today, right? So it's the same with they've affected the family in a lot of ways. And another thing is all the functions of the church were charity, somewhat education, kind of it keeps a unit together what the church does, right? Kind of keeps the family, supports that, right? They've everything possible to destroy the church, the government does. Every fucking possible thing they can do. And I just think that we have these societal things that the government is now the dad, the mom, the religion, it's everything. They want to be everything
So
to
you would
everybody. And I
rather
think it's
religion take the place of the government or take over the mom and dad function of the government?
no, the government shouldn't be doing any of that shit.
And should religion, is my question, if you can't figure it out.
What I'm saying is historically the church was the charity.
Okay, what I'm asking is should this church fulfill its historical role?
The church certainly supported mom and dad in the home. You went to
Okay,
the
you
church
just
for the
said
counseling.
that government is mom, dad, religion. You said that religion historically fulfilled government's role as mom and dad. My question is,
That's not what I said.
Well, you know what? It certainly sounded close to it.
Well, that's not what I said. What I said is,
What would you do then? You're
I think
not
that
happy with government. You're talking up church. What should the church do?
it was an example. They've
Okay,
even taken
I'm not
over that.
asking the
They've
question.
taken over everything.
What should the church do in your perfect world, Ryan? Government has overstepped as mom, dad, and religion. You have said religion historically has been good at what it does. What should religion do in 2024 in Ryan's, like you took over the United States and we all have to obey? What would you do?
I don't know. The church was a sidebar
Okay,
as
I
to
don't
here's
know
an
as
example of what the government has taken that to.
Okay,
They've wrecked the
you want
family.
to circle back to your old argument, government. What would you do? What would you do with government? Would you promote religion over government? How would you do it?
I think the government should just scale back and get out of
Okay.
all these areas of our lives.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what I
So
think.
what's going to replace it? Because obviously it's needed.
I don't know if it is. I know that it's ineffective. It doesn't really do a good job
Okay,
at most
Ryan,
things.
I understand.
I'm sure
Apparently, I
SJC
can't
asked
get
a
the
question.
answers
I was
that I'm
SJC
looking.
asked a question. He asked a question now.
I don't give a fuck. I asked a question too. Can you answer mine first?
I
You
don't
laugh,
have a
but it looks mighty
don't have a
weak. You
plan.
make bold
I don't
statements, and when somebody
don't
asks you,
I'm not a policy planner. I'm giving you a social
okay,
commentary.
so you're an opinionator. So we know your opinion now. And when somebody asks you if Ryan was in
They
charge,
should
what would
be
you do?
they should be
I get it.
promoting
I get it.
intact families. They should be promoting 2-parent homes,
Okay, that's
intact
the
families
government promotes that,
from
does
a
it not?
policy standpoint.
Does
From a policy
I
standpoint.
think The government promotes it from a policy perspective. Marriage, joint income taxes, child tax credits, mortgage deductions. I think the government does a couple things.
So why? So here's a question.
Nope, don't ask me questions. I'm wondering, can religion do what government does?
Hey, John.
Look at SKC interrupting. Of course you.
Well, I had a quick question for John.
I bet you do in the middle of someone else's conversation. Of course you do. Thank you for being polite.
I didn't think that
Thank
Gary.
you for interrupting a conversation.
Let me answer.
Apparently, this happens a lot in your world.
All right, let me hear the question.
Thank you for interrupting, SKC.
Well, I don't think that Ryan had an answer to your question.
Motherfucker, you're thinking for Ryan now?
Let me hear his question.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing you did. I was taking your
Okay,
lead.
you know what? You can't do what I do, son.
Well, I just did.
You're
Right?
not that smart.
Well, I just followed that right after you and did the same thing. I protected.
Yeah, I know. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Then you
Thank
should be
you
blushing.
very much, SKC.
Then you should be blushing.
Hey, Stanley, let me hear the question you got. What's the question?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be a doozy, John.
I'm pretty sure you've watched a lot of these.
Motherfucker, you still
Pop the
talking?
Balloon
John
shows,
has a question.
John,
why are you talking?
Oh, SKC has a question. I want to hear his question.
Well, I don't want to hear SKC's question because he interrupted me.
Then you could.
And I'm not taking
pop your
kindly.
ears.
So, John, are you saying it's okay for SKC to interrupt me in a conversation with Ryan?
I think he's probably right. Ryan was able to give you a good, not a good answer, but the answer you look for.
Okay, so that means SKC can just jump in and pretend to ask something relevant.
Yeah, I'm doing my best Stanley impression.
You know what, SKC? Apparently, John is thinking for you. So
I appreciate people.
Go ahead.
You call it free.
I appreciate people thinking for me.
Fair. What do they call it? Fair.
I think everyone thinks for you, SKC.
Well, I like it.
I know you like it. It's easy when people think for you.
You got a question, SKC? What's your question?
So I've seen where you've kind of reviewed a lot of the pop balloon shows before and everything, and from your perspective, and this is just your anecdotal experience and your perspective. How many of these pairings that ever occur do you think actually results in a marriage or a committed long-term relationship?
On this show, probably very, very few. Probably definitely less than 10%.
Who do you think actually puts the
what do you think is
SKC?
So what do you think is the purpose of these women actually coming on this show then, John?
Yeah, this is pussy.
I think some of them have a social media presence that they want to tout, right? We've looked at some of them. Some of them very attractive women. They had social media profiles, so I think it did them a service. But I think some of the other ones, the ones that are unlikely to get picked, and they know they're unlikely to get picked. Three baby daddies, those type of things. I think it's just. We've seen that, right? We've seen multiple baby daddies, right? I haven't seen as many as some of you guys, but I've seen, I want to say multiple baby daddies and some of the women. And I think it's just, look at me type of, mentality where the desire for attention outweighs like what you're showing. You look and say, damn, why is she on here with 3 baby daddies? But it's that desire for attention, in my opinion, that you're seeing in the women. That's my thoughts on
it. I think that's a very astute observation.
Yeah, I don't think many of these women really are looking for marriage from this show. That's just my thoughts, though.
Yeah, I would, and I haven't reviewed a lot of this, but from time to time when I
you haven't reviewed, therefore you have an opinion. Interesting.
Yeah, I haven't reviewed a lot of this, but
okay.
I noticed
this. Apparently, on the Stanley versus the World show, SKC can come on and he can take over.
Stanley,
I don't know what the fuck y'all think this is, But
It's a
I
good.
do
It's a
have
good.
things to do. Enjoy yourself.
Iron sharpens iron. Iron sharpens iron. So
You know what? Chalk doesn't sharpen iron. This isn't a conversation among equals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not equal to anyone here. I mean, I
No,
believe I'm the
motherfucker,
dumbest
you are
and,
not.
and
That's
lowest
not
of all
how
of the
you.
people that are on the
We
panel.
all have fun.
Yeah.
Stanley's really triggered. Stanley, you're really upset right now, man.
But the SKC trigger Stanley.
No, you know
He does.
what?
I know that.
You know
He's
what?
triggered right now.
Ryan, stand down. SKC,
Okay.
he knows what's up. I'm not triggered. I don't like wasting my time with dumb fucking, like, what do you think about Pop the Balloon, John? So, motherfucker, who do you think put the Pop the Balloon on in the first place?
Who put it on in the first place?
Me.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Oh, yeah, that's right.
John joined. I put it on in the first place.
Yeah, I never heard of
Apparently, SKC just sees like the back end of it. That's why I'm not upset. I'm offended.
Yeah, I never heard of it before SKC, before Stanley.
I don't like dumb motherfuckers coming up here and interrupting my program.
I mean, Stanley, respectfully, you had Solid Snake and 12th Man were up here the other night for 4.5
Well,
hours.
you know what? I'm starting to miss them.
Hey, Stanley,
they were drunk.
Hey, Stanley, well, you know, the question that SKC had, what do you think about that question? Attorney, why don't you answer that question? You've watched more of it than probably all of us.
I think it's just a game show. I don't read too much into it. It's interesting. I have questions, but if you honestly think I really think about who got together with whom, it's a game show. Why would I care?
No, I know you don't care. I don't care either. But do you think there's any element of seriousness, like these women are looking for serious partners, or do you think it's just more or less a game show?
I made an observation about the Pop the Balloon, the one that's right up on the screen now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that black men are not taking this seriously.
Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't want to bring up race to
that goes back to my overall point to SKC. Black women got this way because black men were negligent and fucking just wanted to dress like this dude.
Oh yeah, I see how he's dressed. Yeah, we talked about that on the show, like the older guys dressing like they're 22 years old. Yeah. I thought it was just entertainment with a kind of an undertone of some truth to it. You know what I mean? Like the way these guys dress.
Yeah, well, SKC tends to take this sort of stuff seriously, which is kind of sad.
I thought we were just having fun.
Well, I thought we were having fun, and Pop the Balloon was kind of fun until you started ramming
coffee. I just had coffee.
Serious sociology into it.
Well, I just had coffee and a question because
motherfucker, you just have a lot of questions, but never have a clue about answers.
Yeah, but you went to
and you never ask me questions because you generally don't like the answers. I noticed you didn't ask me. You went to someone who would automatically agree with you.
Are not to the level of these women and such and such.
You will.
You had your white night cape on, and your horse was neighing and so forth. So I just came up.
They neigh. They don't nigh. Horses neigh.
I'm sorry. Neigh. Yes, you are correct. Neigh.
Oh, of course I'm correct. I usually am when I interact with you.
You are. The pronunciation
of
it.
Motherfucker, I know. You don't have to remind me.
Okay. I'm just giving you your flowers because it seems like that you
okay, and I'm just about to give
it's almost
you
like you need it.
Ask someone who knows shit. I notice you often avoid me.
No,
I came to your show. Are you returning the favor?
What are you saying? What?
You heard what I said, motherfucker.
I didn't hear.
Go back and replay it if you didn't.
I can't do that.
You know what? That is so sad that you can't.
Yeah, I can't do it. I got.
Oh, you can't do a lot of things. SKC.
Yes, you are correct.
Oh, I usually am.
Okay, so your point of all of this is?
My point is you're an asshole. You're on my show now. Respect.
Do other people believe that I've been behaving in that fashion?
Motherfucker, no one else has accused you of it.
So then it seems
ask
like
the
you would
person, ask the person who accused you of it.
So then I would ask the court of public opinion about that,
Fuck
not the accuser.
public opinion.
I mean, I
You
can
know
think,
how I work.
I think
I
you've been
don't give a
nothing
shit what
but
the public
professional.
thinks.
So far, you've been nothing but professional to me. I mean,
You know what? So far,
Ryan,
I think.
John, do you think that I've been just misbehaving to Stanley here, or?
Well, I just know, but I haven't noticed anything.
Yeah, it seems like this is all in your head, Stanley. I mean, even Ryan stated
Yeah,
that
it's
you
all
were
in my head,
bald
SBC.
before I came on the
Obviously it
panel,
is.
and then it's just like your blood pressure rose, and I don't know, you
See,
start
now
snapping,
this
and
is the funny thing. Do you have a blood pressure?
are you on any
blood
medication?
pressure? I thought you were data driven.
It's like
This
I could try to
this motherfucker is telling me my
massage
blood
your ego
pressure
a little
and
bit.
has no clue what
I
he's
don't
talking
mind
about.
doing that if it makes you feel good.
No, you know
You're
what?
the greatest, Stanley.
You know what?
Your
All I'm
input
concerned
on
about
all
is
things
you measuring
is
my blood
beyond
pressure.
measure.
Can you come
Which
and
is why the
stop
name of
on
the
and
show is
do
Stanley
my
versus
blood pressure,
the
son?
news and so forth.
Hey,
So
nurse.
I believe that you are the greatest human being that has ever been born on the planet. So
And you
I
know
don't have
what?
any problem
And
saying
you
that
know
if it
what?
makes you feel good.
Coming from you
Let
means
me
a lot.
know what I can do to help you. Help me help you.
Motherfucker, you really think you come on this show and to help me?
I love you, Stanley.
You do.
Yes, you're my brother.
On the show, you must.
You're my brother.
Actually, you are.
So can we just make amends and move forward? I didn't. If I said anything that hurt, that irritated you, I
Well,
apologize.
wait, hold it. I thought it was all about content. Isn't conflict equal to content?
Well, obviously not. I don't think that I'm trying to be contentious.
Oh, the numbers have been going up since you've been on, SKC.
That
Now all
normally
we
happens.
need is
I
be
don't think
brave.
it has anything
Then
to
we'll
do
have
with
come up
actually,
with
with
the numbers
contentious.
they are flying, Stanley.
Oh yeah, going up.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this a little bit longer, Stanley. That's all.
Oh, well, hold on now, SKC. I'm just kind of flattering you.
I'm just being serious.
Oh, I know you always think you're serious.
So I'm glad we can come to a consensus and move forward. I don't think that I'm doing anything to hurt your feelings, and I think people just want the
Oh,
show
no,
to
no,
continue and to move
Of
on.
course you're not. Why would my feelings be hurt?
No,
This is
you're right.
this
I
is
can't
this
do
is
anything
blunt
that
truth.
I can't do anything that hurts your feelings. You're correct.
I hope not.
No, not at all. Not at all. So this whole show thing, like you were stating, John, I would like to pose that question to Stanley. Do you believe that substantial relationships come out of this type of setup or program?
No, I do not.
Okay. So, Ryan, a little bit earlier, you stated that there were some of these ladies on here that have they're educated or so forth, or they have achieved some sort of academic achievement.
Well,
Why do you think that
they're
they
dressed to the
found
nines.
their husbands or long-term quote unquote partners or whatever in college?
I don't know, but I just noticed maybe it's part of the show's dynamic. But what I noticed
Maybe
is
there
they
are a
have.
bunch of motherfuckers like you that they met in college.
Oh, I don't
You
know.
mean me or
Larry?
That's what I'm guessing.
You know, that's where I found mine.
You know what?
Maybe they're very
You know
career
what? Is she
oriented.
one of the women on this panel?
Say what?
Is she one of the women on this panel?
Obviously not.
Okay, is she like
those are throwbacks.
Is your wife like any of the women on this panel?
Well, you just stated it with your
No,
own.
motherfucker. It's a direct question. It's
But you
yes.
just stated it with your own question.
I'm sorry.
The answer was
Are any of the women on this panel like your wife? Yes, no, SKC. I can answer the question for you.
Okay, do I need to slow this down?
Girl, yep. You can't answer yes or no.
Well, I don't think
He's
that I need
afraid
to.
of where this might go. And actually, it's not really.
Okay, so let me slow this down for a little bit, and maybe I can.
No, motherfucker, don't slow shit down. It's not.
Wives come on to pop the balloon.
Are any? This is a pop the balloon panel that you just asked Ryan about. And asked for his commentary. Are any of the women on this panel? Yeah, you're gonna clown your way out.
Okay, I just wonder. I was like, do I really have to answer this question?
Yes, I would prefer you do, because you don't like answering questions.
2 + 2 equals 4. Yes or no? It's like, huh? Okay.
Look, y'all, is Clarence laughing?
It is.
Now,
Laughing
Uncle Clarence,
all the way to
is your wife like anyone on that panel?
Stanley, he's from your. By the way, just for the record, he is from your state, Stanley. So have some respect. He's also
from
the third
Georgia?
longest serving.
Really?
Absolutely.
Yes.
He's from fucking
I
Georgia.
think
Come
he's
on, man.
lying.
I'm surprised you didn't know that.
He's one of the
No,
longest
actually, I didn't.
term in history
Ryan
of the
knows more
U.S.
about your background than I do, SKC. Why is that?
No, Clarence Thomas is from
knows a lot
Georgia.
of history.
Clarence Thomas is from Georgia. He's just a
Oh,
conservative. And by the way,
he's from Chatham County.
he's from fucking Georgia, bro.
Ryan, whoa, Ryan. I've read biographies. He, as a matter of fact, is
No,
a
you hate him,
member of
Stanley.
my.
You
He is
hate him.
actually a member of my parish.
So do you know him?
He
Have you ever-
literally was a member of St. Benedict's Catholic Church, which
So you
I was
already knew that.
baptized
You already
in.
know it. You already
I
know
know a lot more than you think I might.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's a bad guy, right? You're gonna say he's a bad guy, right?
Yeah.
You will.
You like SKC think you know shit.
Nah, I don't think
I know
shit.
this much.
Now,
I
in
know
that way,
that-
both of y'all are twins.
My IQ is
Twinning.
at room temperature.
Yep, you're twinning.
Twinning. We're twinning. Well, I just noticed I'm a Clarence Thomas fan. I mean, I
I
lean
have
conservative.
no doubt you would be.
You lean.
Well,
you
Ryan,
lean
if you're
RGB.
Tweedledee, let me be Tweedledum.
Yeah,
Oh,
go in on
look.
Stanley because he's a
Y'all
liberal. He's
are
a left.
twinning. You can be dumb, and you can be D.
I like
Yeah,
that.
I just think
I like
he
being the
should
dummy.
get a lot of respect. And Stanley don't even respect him for his history with
Uh,
the friggin' sport. He's the third longest in history.
Here is what you can't seem to quite get through your head.
He is a great
I
person.
literally know people who know Clarence Thomas. I've never met him, but literally where he grew up, his grandfather and grandmother is literally within walking distance of St. Benedict's Church on the east side of Savannah. I know
on you
the stuff. So I'm glad you're a big fan. And you know what? Clarence Thomas has a couple things that he got right judicially. Why would I hate the man?
I've heard you be critical of him
No,
before.
okay,
Number one, you were talking
just
about
like-
term
just
limits and
like so
he's a
many
dirty
people-
justice.
You know what? You sit there and you think you know me. Congratulations, you got it wrong.
You were talking about Stanley, just a week ago, you were talking about corruption in the Supreme Court, and you finger pointed. Oh, he takes money from.
Well, it was more than a week ago, but yeah.
Okay, so
pointing
They all
out
do.
the obvious means hate.
RGB, he had mentioned RGB, ultra leftist, went on 30 trips to Israel.
RGB
and was
wasn't
given money
an
by a
ultra
donor.
leftist.
She was a left wing.
She was not.
Oh, come on, man. When she
Oh, you
died,
know what?
the whole
You know what?
the when she
Oh, you
died,
know what? You know what?
all the
Hold
progressives
on,
were going crazy. Go ahead.
Ryan. I
Yes.
understand that you think
They all did the same thing, right?
ultra
We
lefty,
know it. But then
but
we get into the weeds with all of the little micro details
you
about
are
who was qualified
reactionary
and
if you
box and
think
all
she
that stuff.
was.
But we all know that they took trips, they all took money, and there we go.
Of course, I know. And then
Well, do you think
Joey B.
Scalia would be
But
best
I
friends
do
with
find
an
it, yeah,
ultra
I do
leftist?
find it interesting, Ryan, that just like in you know,
Do you think that Scalia would be friends with an ultra leftist?
They respected. Okay, there was a mutual respect there,
Okay, I
but I
just
don't think
asked.
they didn't agree
Answer the
ideologically.
question.
Okay, when
Would
RGB died, all
Antonin
these women were like,
Scalia
"Oh my
be
god!"
friends? Would he attend the? What is it? What is it with you folks that you can't answer direct questions?
All right, well, go ahead. Just ask it, Stanley. I already know
I
it's going to
just
be so
did. You
redundant.
don't recall?
Okay, they respected each other. They were both
My question
awesome at their
was:
field.
do you think Antonin Scalia would be friends with an ultra leftist?
I do think that they would communicate and be somewhat friendly because they're both in the same career.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. You know what? I'm done dealing.
Stanley,
Apparently,
you and I differ
right of center
viewpoint.
makes you a little soft in the head.
Listen, you and I differ, but I'm sure we would go fishing together and probably have a nice dinner.
We're not talking about you and me.
But we differ.
We literally were talking Scalia. Well, would you? You know what? Actually, I like the way you're going. Would you be friends with an ultra leftist?
Yes.
If I respected them as a person, I would. Yeah. You got it. How can you not respect either
Well,
one of these
I
people?
wouldn't be
Right?
friends
All
with
these
an
people,
ultra
actually.
rightist.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well,
And,
you're
and,
friends with
and his
John
standard
Galt.
and his standard is the standard for all human beings. We should bow down.
Hey,
and
he's friends with John Galt.
You know what, SKP?
bask in
You
the
wouldn't. You. I don't go too far off the track.
Can we rename you in great?
Why would you want to do that? I already have a name, SKC. Don't need your help renaming.
I just want to deify.
Okay, you know, I know what you just want to do. You want to attempt to make a joke.
No,
I don't need to be renamed.
Can I ask a question to Stanley real quick? Stanley, do you think it was right when Joe Biden and all the liberals wanted to have term limits for Supreme Court because they lost?
Nope.
You don't think it was right?
No.
And you were saying you said they were correct.
Why change it? It was so obvious why they wanted to. If they're going to be changed, they need to be changed like 80 years from now when no one gets an advantage. It was obvious why they wanted to do it. They were losing.
Yes. And
that's
now
why I
that the
don't think it
Republicans
was
have an
right.
advantage.
It was kind of dumb to even propose it. So do you understand my answer? It is literally no. See, I can answer yes, no questions.
If Kamala won, though, you'd probably be like, yeah,
okay, motherfucker, accept no for an answer.
All right, that's fine. I just snorted. Okay. Sorry. All right, we're good. We're good. I just think you have to respect Clarence Thomas because of his history.
I really don't care what you think, and I just said I do respect him. I don't agree on a lot of his positions.
I think he's a great man, Ryan.
So do I. He's very accomplished. He's I mean, you're talking about 30. How many years is this? You got 33 years on the court, on the bench. And like I said,
there's something fascinating about that, brother Ryan. I don't know if you've ever read any of his positions on qualified immunity. I mean, that stuff is amazing. I think if some of it was adopted, it would be. It would change the country.
They study law like they're like. Here's the thing about these Supreme Court people, right? We elect the dumbest of the dumb almost to office most of the time. but the Supreme Court is the cream of the crop. You're talking all of them are brilliant. Like they're all geniuses pretty much, right? And then we elect idiots a lot of times. Like you can just look at some of these people we elect. I mean, just morons, you know. So ultimately, what I think the court system is, you know, they're all. I mean, where do they all go? Yale, Harvard, or some high-end school, right? Nobody can get into schools. So I mean, all of them are probably on the level of brilliant. But I just think if you can go that long. So I guess what my answer is SKC. I don't understand a lot of the opinions, and it gets into legalese that I don't grasp. You know, I don't know the law other than what I read, which is probably an pedestrian level understanding. You know what I mean? Like constitutional law, it's a little over my head. So, but are you a lawyer, SKC? Is that your training? Is that what your training's in? Lawyer?
No. I work around with a few, and my sister is in the profession. But
okay,
I've read a lot of different case law and cases in general, and I kind of enjoy things like SCOTUS blog and so forth, just to see the different positions that and arguments that some of the justices make. I also find a lot of great points within the dissenting opinions. So it's just interesting to see how other people think about certain topics and what are some of the holes that they recognize even in the accepted opinions.
Yeah.
So
I
you're not a
downloaded
lawyer is the answer.
I know, but he studies it. This is
motherfucker,
hobby.
he hasn't studied shit. The answer is no, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
I'm an idiot.
I'm a big fan of yes or no questions.
And I just like
save a whole hell of a lot of time.
I just like the
motherfucker,
armchair quarterback
you went on 5 minutes
after the game
about how you love the law,
so that I can sound.
Well, you love the law. We got that. So
he's interesting to him, Stanley. He's interested in this topic.
SKC, are you a lawyer?
No, I'm a dummy.
Okay, got it. No, thank you.
Okay, but the point is, it's interesting to me. Like I downloaded this thing called Advisory Opinions, which is about the Supreme Court, and after like 2 shows, I was like, this is not it's not my area of study. Like economics is and other shit, but not. It was they're talking about case law versus fucking, I don't even know what's the difference between a statute and a law? I don't even know, right? So it's kind of like, it's not my area. But SKC, it's interesting to him, you know? It's interesting. It's just like a hobby thing, right?
Like Thurgood Marshall, I thought that he was pretty good, but when you make a comparison between the writings of someone like Marshall and Thomas, I mean, it pale. Thomas blows him out the water in his reasoning. It's
in his theory, yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how
who leaked the Dobbs decision. They never found that out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You think it was Sotomayor?
Can I make an observation about Justice Thomas's writings?
Hey, when you done, I want to
I find it fascinating that the great legal mind quotes Thomas Sowell in that affirmative action decision.
He's only written 50 books.
That was literally
Thomas Sowell's written 50 books. I mean,
okay, motherfucker, I don't care.
Go ahead.
Can I finish my statement?
70.
Yes, there you go. 70 fucking.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
Quoting a non-legal source did amaze me. So that's my point. Very lawyerly.
Typically, lawyers quote subject matter experts.
What subject area is Thomas Sowell an expert on besides economics?
Economics.
Which is
okay, and what he quoted was not on economics.
Are you sure?
Oh, motherfucker, I read the decision.
Okay.
Of
Are
course,
you
I'm
positive?
sure. Yeah. What? It wasn't an economic point that Justice Thomas quoted in the affirmative action decision. It was a consenting opinion, whatever. I thought I was actually kind of shocked that Thomas Sowell wound up in there. Thomas Sowell is not that kind of expert.
I'm just going to say this. When the Democrats figure out that there are no solutions, only trade-offs, okay?
Okay, sure, we're going
They'll
to talk
figure
about
out
Democrats
that
now.
through
It
public
is
policy, they
your
can't fix everything.
refuge.
Thomas Sowell's best quote he's ever said is, "There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs." And when you do
Thomas
something, it
Sowell,
has an effect.
I'm glad. It's funny
It's the most
you
brilliant
know
thing he's ever
the
said.
quote because there's not a black man other than SKC who knows that quote.
Which, by the way, it's terrible that that's the case. It's terrible. He's one of the smartest guys going, like just overall. Hold on, am I muted? Shit, I think I'm muted.
No, you're not muted. I can hear you, right?
Oh shit,
I
I thought it was.
didn't mute you. I tend
Okay.
to disagree about how smart Thomas Sowell is.
I mean, as a person
He's
who
smart, but certainly not
loves
the smartest.
economics, and studies
Yeah,
economics, and
loves
is
economics
all about
means
economics.
smart.
Okay, Stanley. I just think economists have a way. Number one, Thomas Sowell conveys information in a simplistic way that everybody understands. Like the common, just dude walking down the street that's getting ready to go turn wrenches all day, he can understand what he doesn't get into insane, mathematics, etc. when in a lot of his books, etc. So number one.
I
Number two,
agree.
he's
I
a great
agree.
communicator. He studied
I,
with Milton Friedman. Go ahead.
I agree with the simplistic part.
Yeah, and the idea that he would always answer, it's all trade-offs. It's trade-offs. There is trade-offs. Nobody realizes that. Joe Biden thought he could fix the economy with his dumb policies. He handed out 8 trillion. It caused inflation. That was the trade-off. The Democrats can never figure that out, ever. They want to do money for okay, first-time home buyer. Here's X number of dollars. Thomas Sowell knows, and he'll tell you, it'll drive inflation. When it does, prices will just go up, and it'll be as if they didn't give anything out. It's a trade-off. It's a brilliant idea.
I like to read something to you, Ryan. This comes direct from SCOTUS blog. It says, Justice Clarence Thomas leveraged Thomas Sowell's opinions in an economic manner by focusing on the unintended consequences of policies like affirmative action, particularly their impact on efficiency, resource allocation, and long-term outcomes for individuals and society.
Well, I actually appreciate that you get your information secondhand. I actually read the opinion.
Okay.
I think why not? If it's an opinion of an economist and who gave an economic opinion
I'm talking about
resource
the
allocation,
actual opinion
makes
that
sense.
Justice Thomas wrote.
Seems like Thomas went to the right
I'm
place.
not getting my information from SCOTUS blog.
Yeah, SCOTUS blog is only handled by the
motherfucker. I will finish my point. I'm not reading it from a blog. I literally read Justice Thomas's opinion.
So your opinion is better than those who have actually clerked for the.
You know what? My opinion is better than yours. I got
that. But what I'm asking is your opinion greater than those who have actually clerked on SCOTUS?
Those are lawyers. I, like you, am not a lawyer.
Is your opinion greater than those who clerked for SCOTUS? It's a yes or no question. That easy little yes or no thing that you were just talking about.
My answer, please.
Is your opinion greater than those who have clerked for SCOTUS?
Answer, please.
So
this
obviously the answer is no, and I'm reading from the opinions of the people who have actually clerked.
Okay, motherfucker. SKC, this is not your show. You don't get to step. Yep, I figured. SKC has to have his word.
I
He
think he
thinks
was
it's
just
the show.
okay, but what he was saying was so
Oh, wait, and here it is. You won. Okay, I'll let you
I
think
think
that.
I think
You
what he
won.
was no, I
Except
understood his point
you're
there,
not
Stanley.
here to crow about it. Your ass is in the chat saying you won. You're not here to tell me, bitch.
I think what he was saying was this. Okay,
No,
my
please
interpretation.
let him say it.
He's no longer here. So you ran him off.
Okay, so you are his stand-in. Gotcha.
I'm just trying to help him. What he's saying is
Yeah, he needs the help. He needs a white man's help. So,
no, it's here. No, listen. He and I. So we were simply stating this, and I think he would agree. He's read this thing, and Thomas Sowell has found an economist. Whether it's so, Thomas has found an economist and cited the economic impacts from an economist, the right source, right?
no,
To state his
no,
opinion. Yeah, he did.
Nope.
What? Because Thomas Sowell's an
Nope.
economist.
Okay, here's my see. You seem to think if you're an economist, economists make the worst sociological and cultural critics. They see everything.
Socioeconomic critics?
No, I literally think economists are only good at economics. I literally think they have no other talent.
Socioeconomics is
No,
a
I'm sorry, I
thing.
meant sociocultural.
Oh, okay.
They
so
make
just
horrible culture critics. Affirmative action. Look, you can take an economic argument, you can take data and bend it to your political ideas easily. That's why data is interpreted. It's not, data means nothing without interpretation. I don't share your high opinion of his economic argument. Of course, there's some truth in it, but in the end, what Thomas Sowell
what about just his taxation argument?
Thomas Sowell, in my opinion, if affirmative action was broken, it should have been fixed, not scrapped.
Well, the court doesn't fix things. That would be Congress or other institutions, but not in the court. The court would, and Thomas works for the court, so he said, "Hey, this is broken. Please fix it, Congress." That he can't change it. He's a judge, you know.
Okay.
He can't change it. So they scrapped it. Now it's Congress's job to do something about it, which they didn't under the largely Democratic Biden administration. They didn't do anything. They just sat there and then let everybody walk out of the country.
Can I address the chat? Dolomite and the rest of y'all in the chat. Communita SKC left. I didn't bounce him from the channel. I put him in the back so I could get what I had to say out. He's the one who left. He can bring his ass right back here. I don't mind if he stays. My only desire is to let him know it's not his show. And if I need to get a point out, he's simply going to have to yield. He left because I was kicking his ass. So stay down, SKC, unless you want to come back up and act like a man instead of leaving like the child you seem to be.
Stanley, you seem to have some kind of history here.
I've known SKC for like 2-3 years. He's not. I've known SKC.
Your demeanor changed. Your demeanor changed. You were really laid back, and then he came up, and then you were.
Well, he knows how to push my buttons by acting like himself.
I just noticed you were very different, and
yeah, I think he's an asshole.
You just turned. It was like,
so, yeah,
it was like watching.
I'm not going to treat assholes like non-assholes, of course my demeanor changed.
Yeah, it was like when Glenn got bit on Walking Dead. You turned like that. You went. You
I've
were like
never watched Walking Dead. It's pretty much lost on me.
you just turned quickly.
I bet
when
I
you
bet
saw it.
SKC has watched Walking Dead.
Well, it's a pretty popular show. A lot of people watch it. A lot of people. So he has a channel. You go up on his channel.
Yeah, I was just there last
I
week.
don't know if I've ever been there.
You would be. I'm SKC. Before you go, drop your link in the chat so Ryan can come visit sometime.
Is it conservatives?
It's called Community Anthropology.
I would
let me
think it would
pull
be
up.
conservative. He's a conservative. It's got to be conservative.
I don't think he's conservative. I think he's far right. MAGA is not conservative.
I'll check it out. Yeah. But yeah. So
yeah. Like lawyers can't be wrong. Community. Lawyers can never be wrong.
I just think the fact that Thomas Sowell does, like, even on taxation, he talks about, like, forget cultural issues, just taxation. He has very smart insights. So I think, if you look at, and he's from the Milton Friedman School. He's a Chicago guy, right? Chicago school guy, Austrian
I
economics.
know who he is. I know that he Chicago school.
By the way,
here's the thing you
70
don't know.
books, man.
Here's a
70
thing
books.
you don't know about Thomas Sowell. He taught at UCLA back in the late 60s, and basically, how the 60s were, everybody.
He was a liberal. He was a liberal originally.
Okay, no, he was not a liberal at UCLA.
I think he was a communist, though.
Back in his youth, before he started teaching, working at some government agency, I can't remember which one. He basically became a right winger after doing an internship at the EOC or one of those job things in the government. When he was teaching at UCLA, in my mind, the worst thing about Thomas Sowell is he's a coward. He doesn't like black people. He literally got run off from his professorship at UCLA.
Why?
Because the students thought he was a square, basically.
All those to be that.
all those black radicals, like Black Panther types. They thought, like they thought, and he couldn't stand his ground. He fucking quit. And the Hoover Institute gave him refuge. He didn't have to teach anymore.
He went to Chicago. He was in Chicago for a long time.
Which, I'll send you. There's a whole documentary called Maverick about Thomas Sowell.
Mm-hmm.
You do realize that I'm not whistling Dixie. I know some of Thomas Sowell's history. Clarence Thomas, I've read, biographies and autobiographies. He's written an autobiography. I actually read these books, Ryan. My opinions are not knee-jerk.
So here's a question. Do you think that Thomas Sowell is everything's wrong he says? Is there some validity to it? Is there
I think
some truth
I don't
to
care
any of
what
it?
he writes. It's not relevant because the community that he criticizes, he's never addressed. He runs to white people to complain about the black community and has never talked directly to the black community.
See what I
Okay,
this is what I
motherfucker,
hear.
I
Okay.
really
No,
don't
listen,
care
let me
what
say
you
it.
think.
Let me say it.
I don't need a
I'm
response.
going to tell you what
right
I've
now.
heard him say.
I need to
It's
finish
Democrats.
my point.
It's white liberals.
I
White
need
liberals. He hates them.
fuck the white liberals. If you want to concentrate on the white liberals, without thinking about the other whites, it is one-sided, it is partisan, and my point is Thomas Sowell has never gotten off his lazy, scared ass and addressed the people he criticizes. I will not hold you in high regard if you can't come and look the Black community in its face and give us your critique.
What I have heard him largely go in on is the white liberals. And you know my number one.
Okay, I don't, and
you hate
I
Black
have
conservatives, I hate
literally
white liberals.
told you the white liberals are half the problem. The white conservatives are as bad, but in a different way. So I don't give a shit about the white liberals without the other half of the equation.
But what I'm saying is, you're saying Thomas Sowell hasn't come and said, hey, to the Black community. I've heard him talk negatively about the white liberals, all liberals, all Democrats.
You're not getting my point. You're not getting my point. And I'm wasting time here. We can move on.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, Dwale.
I don't give a shit about the white liberals. I'm talking about the Black community.
They're the root of the bitter tree, Stanley.
Okay, I don't do
They're
what
the
about
root
it.
of the bitter tree.
I do.
That's caused
Fuck the
downstream
root of the bitter
destruction
tree
everywhere.
What you see, you know what? Here is my problem with economists. They can't stick to a rhetorical point. They want to do whataboutism and equations and never quite get the point. This is why economists don't do anything but economics. Life is not an equation.
I think a lot of this stuff is a lot of the issues we see in our society at all levels an economic issue, largely.
And I think if you want to frame everything as an economic issue, you will always wind up like a Thomas Sowell.
Perhaps. It's part of the puzzle, though. You need economists.
I don't think it's even part of the puzzle. And if it is part of the puzzle, the problem is it's not the only piece. You can't solve a puzzle with one part.
But I'll never not think that there's an origin to problems. Let's start with the hippies in the 60s and the white liberals. That's where I am.
Yeah, that's when that's when the problem started, Ryan, in the 60s.
Well, all the college campus protesters we just saw, the pro-Palestinian ones, it really started then. That's when it really started, to be honest. Do you think these kids even know where Palestine is? Oh, they're out there protesting. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. Let's talk to Dwale. He's calling in from Germany, Stanley.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time that you are.
Guten Morgen, or Guten Tag for you, right? Guten Tag.
Oh, Guten Morgen, yeah. Is my mic okay? I turn here just to test my mic. Are you guys hearing my voice clearly?
It sounds like you borrowed it from Solid Snake, but it'll do. You sound like you're 15. You sound like you're 15 feet away, but it'll work. It'll work.
Okay, then it is.
It'll work.
Hey, Dwale.
I don't. Hello, Stanley. Oh man, you are doing a marathon today with Ryan. Ryan was just like the last 3 days. Are you in holiday or what, Ryan? We miss you for a couple of weeks, and then you just come here permanently.
I took a little break. I took a breather. I took a break. That's all.
You went for holiday?
I was. My wife punished me. My wife punished. She wouldn't let me on YouTube.
You were grounded.
She punished me. She said you've used up all your hours this year, and she she took me off.
All right, that's a good wife.
That's right. Said you used up too much time. You gotta take a breather. She'll come in and she'll check her watch sometimes. Points to the watch. That's it. You're out of time. You've done enough.
He told
You
me,
gotta
he
do
told
some
me,
household
stay away
chores.
from be brave. Stay away from be brave.
Well, I
Yeah.
think staying away from Be Brave's a given. We avoid Be Brave. So he's come up here a couple times though on his channel, but not many. So, but it's a surprise we haven't seen him. It is Thanksgiving week in America. I know you don't have that in Germany probably, but I would imagine. But
You know, is it Sunday next this week?
Thursday is Thanksgiving. It's always
Tomorrow.
so it's tomorrow. So it's it's whatever. It's just some food, eating food and hanging out. But so it's kind of a short week for everyone. Usually people are off Thursday, Friday, so a lot of people take off Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and get the whole week off. So surprised we haven't seen actually more people because a lot of people are off. So
Yeah, went back home. Grandpapa and grandmother killing some turkeys, eating some potatoes.
yeah,
Drinking
turkey,
water.
ham, sauerkraut. That's from Germany. It doesn't taste that good though, but the Germans really like these weird foods. Sauerkraut being one of them. Like sweet and sour pork, they like that. I don't understand it, but but it's all good.
Meat. Germany is the second country that is very hard for vegetarian people to live.
Yeah.
Number one is Uruguay because they eat a lot of meat, and Germany is the second. If you are vegan, vegetarian, man, your life sucks because everything is meat, especially
They have a
pork.
lot. They eat a lot of pork and sausage. They love sausage. A lot of German sausage, ground up meat. So, but they say they got pretty good sausages. Wiener Schnitzel. They make a dish called pork ossobuco. It's a German dish with hunter gravy. It's phenomenal. I really like that. And a lot of different German sausages. We have a German restaurant around here that serves a lot of that, so it's pretty good. But it's sausage. You
Okay,
kind of can't go wrong.
my wife came and I will be grounded. I will check. I was checking my mic. It's okay. Thank you very much for having me. I gotta go.
See you, buddy. All right, Stanley. Everyone's left because we were arguing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, DG just left. But no, we ran off SKC. John's gone. Pretty much.
You know what?
We've alienated most people
SKC
up here.
running off is exactly what he did.
Well, I mean, Stanley, you kind of alienate a lot of people when you come up,
You know what? SKC needs to heal. This is not his show.
Did you say he needs to heal? Oh, come to heal. Okay.
As
you
in,
you hurt him emotionally.
Happy heal.
I got you. I mean, I think he was just trying to comment. Like maybe he wants to.
Okay, I understand, and I understand that y'all think you make sense, but you actually don't. Okay, when I'm talking a specific point, and all of a sudden Biden just weirdly comes into it, I don't do what about it.
I did that though. I did that, not SKC.
SKC does it too. Again, remember I asked him a direct question like, "Are you a lawyer?" And he couldn't say yes or no. He had to start talking about love the law and his sisters in the field and all the bullshit.
But I don't think you have to be a lawyer.
Annoying. When people can't
on
answer direct questions, I just assume they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to be a professional baseball player to understand what a 3-run home run is, though. Like I can just.
Okay,
I know
You
what
know
it is,
what?
right?
If the law is like baseball, then you know what? My sense of priority is all screwed up.
I think that people can opine on things, right? But and it might be a passion of theirs. Like I think
I've
anthropology and
known
archaeology is neat.
SKC. Well, what you don't understand is I've known SKC for 2 or 3 years now. Okay, we've had these kinds of discussions before on a Discord channel we were a part of, etc.
Okay.
SKC is no lawyer.
So he's kind of like an adversary to a degree. Like I used to really get into it with certain people. It would trigger me, and I would philosophically butt heads with them. So it's kind of like Be Brave being one of them. And then I just came to accept him. Like this
Well,
is
let
just
me
who he
ask you
is.
a question. Do you consider Be Brave your intellectual equal?
I don't want to be negative. I don't want to speak ill of him. I don't think he's attained as much education as I have, but I do think
And how
he makes
woke
some.
do you sound right now? You
All
literally
right, look.
sound woke.
Okay, I'm smarter than he is. Let's be
Oh,
honest.
you know what? I'm not
Look-
going to even go like smarter. Has
okay.
he attained your level of learning?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Okay,
not.
well then he's not your equal on some topics, and I'm not scared to tell people they're not. Okay, it is so funny the people who talk about woke most are the most woke. Okay,
I don't
I'm
really talk
not
about
a
woke that
big
much.
fan of, oh, let the person say what they got to say. Well, fucking say it when I'm not here because I'm not interested in drivel.
I don't talk about woke that much, to be honest with you, Stanley.
I'm not talking about
So-
you personally,
Oh,
and
okay, I
that's
thought you
the
were.
other thing the right loves to do. They love to put themselves in the middle of an argument that they're not in the middle of.
Well, you said people. I thought maybe you were speaking to me, but so I apologize
Okay,
for that.
how about people is more than just Ryan? Honestly,
I
if
mean-
I met Ryan, I would say you or Ryan.
Yeah, I understand. What I think the thing is, Be Brave is not my. Just because someone doesn't have your level of education, though, doesn't mean they
Okay,
can't teach you.
here we go. He has Communita is trying to connect through the chat. I'll drop the link, Communita.
He's not a lawyer and economist. Okay, he's not any of
Oh
those
well,
things.
I never claimed to be.
Yeah.
However, I do claim to be very good at reading English. And I don't
Well,
think
that wouldn't
you are,
really-
Communita. I think you really struggle.
Yeah, are you going to let him come? Look, if you let him come back, you gotta.
I didn't toss him in the first
let him-
place.
Well, I know, but Stanley, you cut him off like 40 times, man. Let's.
You know what? I will cut him off 40 more. Similar to what he did on his show when I was there.
He's again. No, a lot of people are against cancel
Piggyback's a
culture.
bitch.
Don't cancel him now. The left loves
No,
to
I'm not
cancel everybody.
canceling. I need Communita to prove
Okay, there
a
you
lot
go.
of points
There you go.
I have
good.
about the right and the MAGA right. I want him up here more times than I wish he'd become a regular. I love
Well, you
taking
got to stop
MAGA
cutting them off.
and proving
Let
they're
him finish
idiots.
let him finish what he's saying, and let him.
Nope,
Like
I will not be
okay.
dictated.
I'll
I
be a
will
moderator. I'll be a moderator.
I will
So
conduct.
SKC, come on back. I'll moderate. I'll give you guys a minute piece.
SKC, your twin is doing Wonder Twin powers.
I will be thoroughly fair. I will time you two. You can, and then I'll judge.
Oh no, I'm gonna do it the way I want to do it. He did it the way he wanted to do it on his show.
But okay, but Stanley, he's trying to make a point, and you're like, all right,
He's not.
enough,
See,
and you just
you
cut him off.
think he has a point, and I don't.
I wouldn't know if he had a point unless he could finish his statement, but you cut him off in the middle of the statement.
Well, I know he doesn't, so I'm just saving time.
I don't know how. You can't. It's called cancel culture, everyone.
Okay, you know what? That's the other thing. The right in being so hung up on cancel culture, it's because they want to be able to say what the fuck they want to say and nobody give pushback. That's what cancel.
Like
You are
SKC
canceled.
wants to do that too.
It's like SKC. If you disagree with SKC, well, then he goes off on some weird Gomer Pyle level, thing about.
That's very arrogant. That's pretty left wing too. They're very arrogant in a lot of stuff. So they're very arrogant. I mean, let's just look at how they ran the election, just from on high.
They,
the left, the Democrats.
Oh, so the left ran the 2024 election?
They ran it from
okay.
They ran it from academia.
Ryan, do you think the left ran the election in Georgia?
I think the Democratic Party is.
You think the Democratic Party
it's a bunch of elitist
elections in Georgia?
The presidential election was the DNC, which ran an elitist.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Do you understand that each state runs their own election process?
I'm talking about the national election. I'm talking about
okay,
when the DNC had their gathering in Chicago.
There is states run their own private national elections. There is
totally understand
there is no national authority on elections.
You're talking about the actual vote, the election process.
Ryan, this is why I hate talking to people who don't understand how the Constitution.
I totally understand it.
I don't think you do. When you say Democrats are running elections,
who spent $1 billion?
Hold on.
Hold
on. Once again, you fucking run away from a yes/no question. Did the Democrats run the election in Georgia?
The DNC, and the Democratic Party had candidates in that election. I'm talking about the people that spent $1.5 billion hiring Bruce Springsteen and Oprah to come up and endorse their candidate. That didn't happen at the state level. It happened at the national level.
Democrats ran elections? Okay, you know what? You just go ahead. I'll mute and let you blather on. But this is why I don't like talking to people about this stuff, because you literally don't.
I'm not talking about the individual election in Georgia. I'm talking about the national campaign.
There is no national election.
All right.
There are like 50 plus different elections.
The Democratic Party
Constitution.
Okay.
Okay, you can look askance like I don't. Dude, you're supposed to be some like wise dude, and you're thinking Kamala Harris ran an election she lost? What kind of bullshit is this?
Well, then who ran? Then who was that? And who funded it?
Okay, so Trump didn't run the elections?
The RNC pumped money into the Trump campaign, much like the DNC pumped money into the
you know what?
Kamala Harris campaign.
I think I'm convinced that I simply shouldn't talk politics with people who have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Stanley, okay, so then who ran the Trump campaign? Who ran the Harris campaign?
Okay, they ran their individual campaigns, but the actual polling places where the
I'm not talking about the fucking polling places.
Okay, well, motherfucker,
you knew what I was talking
you
about.
said they ran the election. When I hear election, I think of polling places where people go to vote.
No, I'm not talking about where the high school election where you go and travel to cast your vote. Not the Georgia, whatever the hell it is.
When you say election,
I'm talking about the national election.
Okay, the national election does not exist.
Well, then what do you call the race for the president of the United States? What would you
I
call that?
call it the presidential race.
You don't call it the presidential election?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So it's semantics then. Okay.
Nope.
So
an election means a place you go to elect. A race is what the candidates run. I'm sorry,
okay.
words matter.
Okay, well, words must matter a lot because you know what I
No,
was talking
words
about.
matter
You
so
know the Harris
much.
campaign
Words
gave
matter so
a
much
bunch of
that if you
Hollywood
get them wrong,
Hollywood
they're
types.
misunderstandings.
She blew more money than she had by I think
That is
$20
the
million.
Democratic problem. They ran a bad race.
So,
or
my
you
initial
could call
point,
it a campaign,
we could call it
but
that.
I'm not going to call it a
I don't want to
Democratic
parse
election.
words. I don't want to parse words. What I'm saying is the
Okay,
DNC,
see, you
which I
think
said many
actually
times.
using the right word is parsing words?
I think that I think they call it the presidential election, and we vote for the president.
Okay,
and
when
there's
they talk
the
about
election.
presidential election, they mean people casting votes.
But I understand. So when they say it's an election year, do they mean it's an election
They
year?
mean it's a year that people go out and vote in an election.
Do you not think that the word election might be used for more than one thing?
No.
It's just one thing. So the presidential race is your deal. So you say presidential race and then election is only a little
Crying
bit.
out loud. An election is literally people going out and voting. They run
DNC,
a race.
you
They
know what I was
run
saying,
a
by the way.
race to win an election.
You're just trying to get me on a technicality.
Okay, you know
that's
what?
all.
If you literally think
She
that, if
she
you
squandered a
literally
lot of money.
think I'm being technical, then you know what? I've lost.
How do you support a party that took money from the common worker and gave it to the Hollywood people?
Okay, it had nothing to do with an election. It had to do with a race or a campaign.
When they say election season, it's the whole
They
thing.
mean
It's
the season that people are going to vote for candidates.
You're just trying to. You're slicing words here. That
I'm sorry. I have a thing.
Election's a pretty universal term. Everyone knows.
No, it is not a universal term.
Okay. Well.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The people are that blew $1.5 billion
words precisely
that they didn't even have, and gave it to a bunch of Hollywood superstars, the elites, and pumped money into academia and all that, all the, the professoriate, so to speak. They've lost touch,
okay,
and that's the biggest problem.
You're taking a lot of things and conflating them.
Okay, well, that's what you think.
You run a race. A candidate runs a race to win an election.
I totally agree with that statement.
Okay, well, then you know that Democrats don't control an election.
The DNC side of the aisle, I simply made a statement. It's just lined with elites now. They've lost focus of the common person.
What does that have to do with an election other than they lost?
I'm just saying they've lost touch. I mean, that's a big problem, It's a big problem. They'll readjust.
I agree. The funny thing is in my opinion, they're not the only ones. I think that MAGA sounds like they're in touch, but when prices go up because of tariffs, the truth will come out.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know how that's going to work, and I think it might be just a scare tactic personally. But
well, you know what?
I mean, I think it's a threat. Like
you
this
have
about
to,
tariff
if you
in
have
Canada,
to scare people, that's problematic in and of itself.
And not people. He's not saying it to people. He's saying it to foreign governments.
If you have to, if that's how you're going to conduct your foreign policy, by scaring That'll
more of
work
a,
for a while.
it's a threat. It's a threat. I
Oh,
mean, the last
running
administration
foreign
did it.
policy by threat will work for a while.
So the last administration literally was going to sanction a country because of their policy on LGBTQ rights. Right? Like, that's ridiculous.
I don't think they ought to do that either. I think they ought to just let. Now, the thing is if you're going to say, hey, if you're going to get our aid, this is what we expect, that's fine.
Yeah, they were going to sanction them, and I'm like, really?
Well, we sanction people all the time, but it's generally over a specific reason. Okay, I guess tariffs are a sanction, so maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's essentially going to have
but sanctions are usually like closing out bank accounts and stuff like that. It's not throwing, it's generally not.
It's a punitive
thing. Maybe, I don't know. Tariffs can be punitive, but usually it's a tit for tat.
Well, usually the countries retaliate, so that's why I'm fearful of the tariffs.
Yeah, and apparently Trump doesn't think that that's going to happen.
They're usually zero sum, so they'll hurt me, but as long as it might make me bleed, but you're going to lose an arm type of thing, But usually it's zero sum. Usually you don't.
And the American consumer is on board with that
currently. So I don't know. I mean, look, both presidents, both of the last two presidents implemented tariffs, and they both. I mean, it's not like Biden got rid of them. He increased them. Both of them tariffed. And Biden actually increased Trump's tariffs by probably double, if I had to guess, in terms of, what he was doing. So, he didn't really get rid of any Trump tariffs. So, apparently he liked it too, So, I don't know what the trade-offs will be down the road. That's all. So, there will be trade-offs, though, for all these things. So one of them might be building out a manufacturing base in America. One of them might be other countries get involved and compete. One of them might be retaliatory tariffs, export tariffs. I mean, there's going to be trade-offs, though. So I'm a little nervous about that myself. And, but I tend to think that Trump is not economically dumb. He knows there'll be downstream effects. So he says, okay, I'll use our number one buyer of this product status to send this out there to them and let them know that we can do this. We can implement tariffs if you don't help us out here, So it's kind of like a peacocking type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I hear you.
But you've got to be willing to do them or they won't take you seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a bad tactic, Stanley. If you really back up.
You know what? If you say so, you're the economics guy.
So if you look at NATO and how they were not funding NATO.
I know the story. You don't have to reiterate it.
Well, I just want to state it for the audience. So Trump had said for NATO, he had said, hey, so there was a general agreement amongst all NATO countries that they all had to contribute 2% of their gross domestic product, or how much stuff gets traded within their country a year, all the sales basically. And Germany, so the U.S. is 4% of the money that we generate as a country that in the United States, our GDP is 27 trillion. Now it is, but it was less than that before. But it was like 4%. 4% of our friggin' GDP was going to the military. It's now probably 1 or 2%. But either way, that's a lot of money. And then Germany is 0.5%. Spain is 0.25%. They're not spending anything on NATO, right? They're not arming themselves. So because they know Big Brother USA will show up and defend them. So Trump's like, this is bullshit, right? This isn't fair. Why are we spending money on arms and these countries aren't? And yet, if they're attacked, we got to show up to their rescue. We're over here. We're not going to get attacked. That's truth. So Trump squeezed them and said, "This is bullshit. We're not going to defend you unless you spend the money." The press ripped him for it because it was quote up transactional and he was bullying. They're not. What about these fucking countries not spending any money on NATO? It's you agreed to spend the money. If we're attacked, you have to show up for us, and you don't have a military. Why should we honor the NATO agreement if these people are? Germany's still spending 1% or less. The Russians are 2 countries over. So now they're like, holy shit, we got to spend some money. Poland's spending 5%, by the way. They're 1 country over from Russia. Why is it okay for Poland to spend 5% of their product, or all the things they produce, on the military, and the Germans spend nothing? And then the Germans brag about their healthcare system. I could buy every kid a hospital if we didn't have to spend 5% of our money defending these other countries. So Trump was right. He did a good thing. And even the French said, hey, we got to work on defending ourselves. And they all started to spend money. And then Russia invaded, and now they're like, holy shit. So ultimately, Trump was right. He did the right thing. Obama didn't push him, and Biden, oh, we're a member of NATO. Make them fucking pay their share. Fair share, Biden. Make them pay their fair share. It was bullshit. If you look at what we spent since the 50s and 60s on our military to defeat the Russians and to defend all these shitty little countries that might be attacked by Russia, every kid could have their own university and hospital. But these fucking Europeans walk around going, oh, we have healthcare and you don't. Motherfucker, we defend your sorry ass, okay? We could have a full all that shit, but you punks don't spend any money, and then you complain about us? Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, that's just where I'm at. So, all right, my rant's over, Stanley. Go ahead, take over. Stanley,
go ahead.
If you will.
Go ahead. What?
Don't you agree with what I'm saying? Don't you think Trump did a good thing?
I agree that Trump held some people accountable. I don't need a whole. Yeah, he did the right thing.
Yes. All right, so we're good. So you're saying Trump was a good president overall then? That's all I wanted to know. Hey, I'll be the first to say Biden didn't do everything wrong. He did. The CHIPS Act was good. Good job. There's some of the policies and stuff he promoted was good, but I'm pretty independent in the ability to look at that. A lot of people think everything he did was wrong. Not everything. He did some good stuff. The CHIPS Act was probably the best thing that went on during his presidency because we got to get those chips over here or we're in trouble. So anyway.
Well, to be honest, in the end, Biden wound up being much like Trump.
Why is that?
The hiding his health thing, that's very Trump-like.
Really? That's why?
Yep.
Let's see who hit his health. Kamala?
Well,
Jill?
Well, hold on. Why are you not
the
blaming
whole executive branch? The whole executive branch.
Biden's the one who's sick. You don't think Biden hit it? He could have just as easily come out and said, I'm sick.
Well, it's kind of like when my dad, who's Biden's age,
okay,
tried to snorkel last year.
Your dad wasn't president of the United States.
When you're old and have dementia, you tend to be overly confident.
Okay, I don't think Biden has dementia. I think he hit his health.
There's a certain level of delusion to it, right? So he's probably delusional.
Like very much like Trump.
So you don't think that Jean-Pierre and
really?
So you think just Biden did it, not everybody? Not everybody.
How about just hold the president of the United States responsible?
Listen, I didn't say he's not responsible.
Okay,
right?
Well, I don't care about anyone else. I literally said Biden. I think Biden was a lot like Trump.
You think Trump's health is bad?
No, I think he has an overinflated sense of self.
Okay, so I don't disagree with that. I think for that seat, you almost have to have one. I don't know. I think they all probably do. You know, all of them, all the presidents. I mean, I don't know how you can run for that job and not. So it takes quite a pair of stones to run for the president of the United States.
Well, I'm literally willing to say Biden was a major impediment
to winning the election, or just in general.
Oh yeah, of course he was.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he set her up for failure. I don't think she could have won anyway because it was, economic.
Well,
I mean,
I'm not sure Biden could have won, but he certainly didn't help.
Yeah, I thought they turned the tide when they put her up there. I thought, well, damn man, her popularity went up. I thought, wow, they really got a chance. And then, it just the wheels came off. I was surprised they gave that much ground up. That's all. So, based on the polls, but then again, did any of the polls predict the correct outcome of the election? Do you know?
Actually, a few of them were actually spot on.
I mean, like the
Yeah, which
Times.
ones?
Did the Times get it wrong?
I don't know.
I just wonder because there's about 30 polls, right? There's like 30 of them. There's Rasmussen. There's just go down the list. CNN does one, MSNBC, 80, all the colleges, NYT, New York Times, and with all those, I just wonder if any of them were, if only 2 got it right, that's not very many. Like what? That's a broken system.
Well, at this stage of the game, it doesn't really matter. We know who won.
No, at this point for this particular election, but like, how are so many polls off, right?
I don't know. That's yet to be discovered.
Yeah, it's pretty because it was a pretty decisive win, and all the polls I saw were like 50-50. Nobody called all 7 swing states to go in one direction, so I just find it to be odd. The system must be broken for polling. It's supposed to be nonpartisan, non-biased, blah 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 blah, and I would think they would want it to be, but 20 polls got it wrong. I mean, that's crazy. Unless it's some type of there's a why behind it, like they're doing it for a reason, So maybe they are though. I don't know. Maybe there's a motive. So
could be.
What would it be? What would the motive be?
I'm not a pollster. I'm not that kind of expert.
Yeah. If you're the New York Times and you just call people on your reader list, it's not really a poll, And by the way, the Fox polls probably were wrong too. I'm not trying to be partisan here. So.
Well, I don't think any of them predicted Kamala would win, so they're kind of right no matter what.
I don't know, man. I saw it all 50-50, like they were split mostly, but it wasn't. It didn't come down to being split. It was pretty decisive. I mean, even he won the friggin' popular vote. But which, by the way, that's come back down some from what I hear. I don't know if you heard that or not, but
no.
Yeah, it's come back down. Well, he won the popular vote by a lot, and now supposedly they're still counting, which I don't know why, but supposedly that number's come down some. But election's still over, of course. But anyway.
Well, this is an interesting question.
What is it?
How bad did Democrats screw up for Trump to win the popular vote? Gee, well, I guess that would be the only way. The only way Trump could win would be for Democrats to screw up. So next time, I hope they don't screw up.
Stanley, would you say strategically Trump ran a stupid campaign? Like strategically, I'm not talking you like him. I know you don't. I'm saying, do you think his strategy was good or bad?
Well, I mean, if you win, it's good.
I mean, theoretically,
Well, I mean, theoretically, if you win, it's good. That is theory. In this case, theory and reality kind of intersect.
I personally think with the economy the way it is, and we've had 4 years I mean, it's been pretty wild, right? You got that immigration issue, which is a big deal. I think that.
Well, I think it was immigration specifically. The other thing is, I don't think Trump is going to, make the economy better.
I'm not saying he is, but
okay. Well, then you know what he said he is. So,
But okay, I'm talking about strategy though. I'm not talking about policies or any of that shit. I'm just saying. I think any Democrat would have had a hard time winning based on the economy and immigration and some of those things, right?
I'm not so sure about that. Trump didn't win even the popular vote. He won by like 1.5%. He didn't win. He didn't win in a landslide. He didn't do popular vote by landslide.
Well, no, I mean, a Republican hasn't won the popular vote since like 2004. Like he won more than.
Okay, well, that is definitely a big deal, but it wasn't a landslide.
Well, I think what I'm saying is, I think if Trump had a campaign manager and he didn't do it himself, I think he would have won by more. Right? I think he would have won by more.
No, I think Trump won by enough.
Would you say that his management of the election, like he gets shot, and his next move, the RNC wrote him a speech that was 20 minutes long. He spoke for 20 minutes, then he went on for another hour and ad-libbed, right? Like a campaign manager would be like, dude, what are you doing, you idiot? You just talk about unity. He was supposed to talk about unity only.
Well, I think at this
he went on with all kinds
of campaign manager couldn't do it any better than Trump did.
Well, I'm just saying, I think that he gets in his own way a lot, for sure. So, he just gets in his way all the time. He really does.
Well, you know what? I appreciate the after action report, but it really doesn't matter whether he got in his own way or not. Getting in his own way worked.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, he frustrates me when he goes on and on these tangents. I'm like, when do you know to stop, Trump? You're just an idiot at this point. Like, it just drives me crazy.
Well, we got 4 years to get used to it, right?
I know it's hurtful for you to see that he won.
You know what?
It's painful.
Again, y'all mistake passion for caring a lot. I mean, he's won now. There's nothing to be passionate about.
I mean, I have another friend that's on the left, and
I'm not your other friend.
I know, but he doesn't turn the news on.
Now the goal is to watch what he does and pray he gets it right.
A lot of people are leaving the country. I've seen a lot of these young girls on TikTok. They're freaking out. They're going crazy.
Yeah, I'm calling you from Ghana.
I'm just saying, I know it's painful to see what happened. And
it's actually not that painful. Literally, I'm living the same life I was a week before the election. Nothing much has changed.
We got a guest that's come up. I'd like to give.
Yeah, can we call him a guest?
I want to turn over the floor to him.
Oh yeah, go ahead and do that.
I'll defer my time to SKC. I'll defer my time to SKC. Come on up, SKC.
No, I was just enjoying listening to your conversation. I'm on the road and just enjoying the different bits and pieces that you were adding in. I did find it interesting that your point on the polling. I think Occam's razor just shows us that a whole bunch of people were lying.
Yeah, it was. I mean, 30 polls were wrong. I think that's kind of crazy,
Why do people lie on polls?
The pollsters, the people who were conducting it.
You mean the polls? I thought you meant the people.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that the pollsters were up to some mischievous things.
Yeah, to have that many wrong, like like 30. I think there's 30 polls and like 27 got it wrong. Like statistically, that's pretty high. I mean, it's almost unimaginable that there would be that much error in the polls, you know. So maybe SKC is onto something there, I would think. So 27 out of 30 were wrong. I mean, maybe it sounds like collusion or something, maybe.
Like, but you know, I understand why some people. I'm not trying to take a jab at Stanley. I'm just saying in general, I understand why some people will want to avoid that conversation.
Yeah.
About what? Polls? I mean, polls are notoriously wrong. It really have been. Shoot. The polls. Didn't the polls have Romney winning? You know, Romney couldn't believe he lost.
I don't know of any polls that picked that one. I mean, Romney. I mean, I could. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I can't imagine Romney even get close. So, you know. But the polls, by the way, the polls did have Hillary winning. So overall. So, and by the way, the polls even in 2020 or 22, they predicted this red wave that would take back over because Biden was performing fairly poorly, in approval rating, and et cetera. And I mean, this red wave never came. Like the polls were very wrong at that time.
Well, we kind of understand why that happened. You know, it was the Dobbs decision. So, I mean, it's even possible that people change their mind after doing polls.
You know, I saw something on TV that said that the one tactical error that the Harris campaign made was they didn't appeal to men really. They kind of almost threw men under the bus, and it was a big mistake that they made. You know, and they realized it, like, and they were like, we got to get Tim Walz. He's kind of has some testosterone in the system, and we're not going after men, and we need some manly men. And I mean, they picked Tim Walz, which was obviously probably a bad decision. But
yeah, well, you know, this whole manly men bullshit. Most men, since Pop the Balloon has come up, there's a lack of manly men for sure.
I think specifically in the Democratic Party, though, it's really
well. No, I know you want to always point out the problems with the Democratic Party. Can't help you. Apparently, it's a bad habit. But
I will say that though, Ryan, those white men for Harris, they did look like a bunch of pansies.
Dude, I mean, it's not. I think it's hilarious. I'm like, it's it's just dumb. It's dumb. But there's no. I mean, look at the mouthpieces for the Democrats. You got Pete Buttigieg, right? Who else? Biden. He's 155 years old. I mean, it's not. There's no. Like, if you look at the right, you got Chip Roy in Texas. You got.
Let me ask
Trump.
You a question.
You got Byron Donalds in the House. I mean, it's there's no real men for the Democrats. Like they're
okay. And do you think Trump is a manly man?
I mean, I think when you get shot in the ear and stand back up and wave your fist in the air, it's kind of
never answer a question yes or no, can you?
I think he's more masculine than what the Democrats prop up, don't you think?
No.
So you think, okay, well, I mean, you think Pete Buttigieg is manly?
Okay, again, we have to not stick to the point.
Just give me some macho men in the Democratic Party. Just give me.
You know what?
Like Gavin Newsom.
None of them are. I can't think of a manly Republican at all. I don't think any of them are very manly, left or right.
Chip Roy. Byron Donalds in Florida.
Byron Donalds is a man's man?
Byron Donalds, look, Byron Donalds will literally go up on CNN and bang the fucking table. Okay?
Yeah, okay. Okay,
dude,
banging a table.
Did you see him going at? Did you? I think he was.
Borders are looks kind of manly.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. There you go. That's another one. So, there's a good example. The Borders are that was just appointed looks a lot different than Mayorkas. Okay, Mayorkas.
Well,
I mean, even look at Tony Blinken. He's like a metrosexual and shit. He's like 5'2".
Okay.
He's like,
all I have to say,
our policies are going to be really good. Blah blah blah. Like they portray this weak, effeminate men in the Democratic Party. It's a
I think going in with this tape measure for testosterone that that keeps happening, I think it's gay. Just commenting on it.
Well,
who's more?
They
why not just
know they have a problem.
Instead of manly, can you start using the word brawny?
The Democrats knew they had an issue. That's why that whole dumb white dudes for Harris, which were all just fucking a bunch of accountants and shit. It wasn't like you had people cutting trees down, right? And then Tim Walz they knew they had a problem. And of course, the only people in the Democratic Party are weaklings, so they got Tim Walz. But overall,
yeah. Why do you think Tim Walz went to that pheasant hunt run where he didn't know how to hold a shotgun? Because they had a manly man image problem, and they couldn't fix it. That's why they tried to create those little dumb hats and everything. It's like they had a problem, and it's of their own doing because they put a bunch of feminine men in position, and they have a bunch of cucks that are basically sitting back and bowing down to whatever women say.
And SKC, you think the Republicans are manly?
No, all I'm saying is that I can obviously see a group that has a man issue when they are themselves trying to create a false image of what they believe a manly man is.
Well, I appreciate.
So if we could stick at that particular subject and understand that what Ryan was stating was an absolute fact.
Let's just go ahead and say the Democrats have a manliness problem. Can we? Is that to the point enough for you, SKC?
Yeah, I think that's what Ryan was speaking to, and I think that he has substantiated his claim with multiple points of evidence.
Again, you have a problem with no.
But again,
I will
whenever he makes that observation, the visceral reaction is to make some sort of comparison with the other group.
I'm not going to even bother doing that. I am going to make an observation. I agree. The Democrats have a manliness issue. Probably maybe the only reason they lost the election was their lack of manliness. Now,
I doubt that.
Now, my observation is it's a low bar to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, well, it seems to be that they put a low bar candidate up in the first place.
Yeah, they put a woman up. That you can't get any lower than that, right?
No, that's not my argument. My argument is that they put someone who could.
I'm not describing your argument. I really don't care about your argument. I don't think it's much of one, but I'm trying to work with what I'm trying to work.
Work with what you got.
I'm working with what you and Ryan are giving me.
Correct. Tweedly dumb. And if we weren't here, you'll be talking to yourself.
Motherfucker, you know what? If I weren't here, you wouldn't be.
That would be no verses. Come on now.
So
versus means unless you're going to debate yourself.
Yeah. You know what? It might be more fun. It would make more sense.
Why don't you try?
there would be more.
I would like to
There
watch
would
that.
be more salient points made if I
Yes,
were debating myself.
I do not disagree. I would love to see you do it.
And all I have to say is,
could you promise me that show where you debate yourself?
Why would I promise you anything?
Well, you threw it out there.
Yeah, I threw it out there, but why would I promise you anything?
No, I'm just wondering if you would do it. I think that would be an
1,000
amazing show. I think that I would actually contribute monetarily to hear that show.
Gish gallop me to death. You know what? Constantly blathering on when other people are talking, is that manly? SKC.
I learned it from you.
Well, you know what? As your daddy,
yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. You're the elder here.
I am the elder, and you know what? I'm indulging the children too much.
Correct. So that's why I'm wondering if you would just actually have the show versus yourself.
Again, really has nothing to do with the point, but have at it, son.
Well, thank you, Dad.
Oh, all I have to say
I'll
is
check it out.
the manly testosterone issue that keeps being brought up. It's kind of a low bar, especially given the people who are making the criticism.
You saying me? You saying
Yeah,
me?
it's all about you, Ryan. You were exactly.
We were saying the people. Like I made the claim.
Oh, you and SKC and many others. So hey, if it quacks like a duck.
I can't believe it, Stanley.
Yes.
Stanley, look, just by reacting, SKC's exactly right. Just by reacting the way they did, okay, that shows they have an issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. They didn't dig in and say, you know what, this is who we are. This is what we're about. They were like, hey, guess what? We got to go get some actual men to be in our party, not just the teachers union and a bunch of big mouth cat ladies.
Oh, I forgot about J.D. Vance, that other example of manliness.
I was just in the sauna.
Well, I guess we're ready to move on to a different topic, huh?
Oh, I was just waiting for the versus yourself. I was waiting for the versus yourself part.
I'll be back in a minute.
You were waiting for what?
The versus yourself part with all of the salient.
Oh, wait, hold it. Did we not already settle that?
No, I was just wondering if you were going to do that.
Are you still wondering? Well, let me settle. Let me satisfy your quote wonder. I should do it, but it would probably get boring being right all the time.
But why would it be boring? Wouldn't it be great for an audience to see both sides of you being right?
Well, I mean, if the audience would be as appreciative as you would be, maybe. Would you appreciate it?
I would appreciate it greatly.
Well,
in fact, I would contribute. I would contribute to that show monetarily.
You know what? I'm gonna have to. I'll have to work on it then. Let me get back to you on that one, okay?
Yeah, I would love for that whole program to take place. Stanley versus Stanley.
I will make sure you'll be the first one. Maybe I'll get you to produce it.
Why not? I understand how to produce shows and create intros and outros and all of the little in betweens. I have a knack for it.
Well, you do have a knack for
a paid knack. I don't just do it for whims.
For wimps?
For whims. WHIMS.
All right. Well, like I said, I'll get back to you. I'll come up with a game plan.
I appreciate that.
What's up, Sam? I am. Yep. I imagine when John deigns to come back or HB comes up here, I'm definitely gonna be signing off. I'm tired. I've been up since midnight. Let's see.
Oh wow!
Dawn.
So you do the show throughout the entire night?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Wow, that's that. Have you are you just dealing with some sort of sleep issue, or are you doing
No,
something at night, or?
well, it's part of the I don't know, the 24-hour thing, and I'm a night owl anyway, so it really doesn't bother me that much.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know, it's a lot easier to kind of be unscripted, overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Because I never really follow any particular program. So I just.
Yeah. No, I totally understand. I've done the same where it's almost like a stream of consciousness type of thing.
I don't know about all that. I mean, I actually do news stories, and I tend to be, as I've been called, pedantic, and I agree with that. I get to do a little bit more, actual news stories, and dabble in political philosophy, and get to watch Pop the Balloon.
Oh, I'm curious. What initially kind of drew you to that show? But before you guys, I really knew nothing of it.
I've never heard of it. Portia mentioned it to me. And, so I watched an episode or two, and I'm like, this is fascinating. And when John and Sam I am and a couple other people, because they know more about young people than I do. Because half the time I'm going, really? People do that? And
yeah, I agree with you on that.
And it's actually generated, like, I've taken notes, like, shit, I want to warn my son about, or have you thought about this? So, I mean, it's actually been a little bit, of a benefit to this old man. But, it is getting a little boring. That's why I'm kind of branching off. There's a young trucker person, female black trucker, that her algorithm, she appeared in my algorithm, and so I get to kind of see what's out there and explore, and so overnight kind of suits me.
Oh, yeah, I always found the overnight shifts to be.
Well, I mean, I don't have to do it. I could always not do it, but I'd be awake anyway, at least some of the hours.
Yeah, the only reason I was up so early this time about was I was doing a little father-daughter duty, and I think caught that you guys were sitting and kind of chatting about this and that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have an empty nest. My son's wandered off to school, and so I mean, I pretty much get to sleep when I want to sleep. That's why it doesn't bother me too much to do the overnight.
Oh.
I mean, I literally, one child, he's gone. Actually, he came home yesterday for Thanksgiving, but empty nest. So you'll experience it.
eventually. I mean, I have little areas in where I can have like an empty house. The boys yesterday, well, not yesterday, the day before that, I had to take them to their grandparents, and and then so it's just been the wife and I and the little one. But a lot of times my sister-in-law or other in-laws will come by and they'll want to do things with it. So
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I in a way it was kind of weird because being a single parent for all these years, I pretty much it took me I'm kind of used to it now, but it took me a month or so to kind of get used to not having a purpose.
oh nah, you always got a purpose, Stanley.
Well, now I do. Pissing the right off.
Well, hey, if that's your purpose, that's your purpose. Hey, yeah, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Even I think even when I have an empty house, as it were, often I'll find that other relatives are typically coming over and using the guest room or they
Yeah.
want to just hang out on the pool house and all that stuff. So
Well, I mean, actually, in a house, there's actually always something to do. So, there's odds and ends and, books to read, food to cook, that sort of thing. So, it's never totally nothing to do, but, it's not as busy as it used to be. Hey, John.
I always had a question for you, Stanley. Do you ever think that you would? And I know, and you don't have to answer it because it may be too personal, but I just wondered, would you ever remarry or anything? Or
I don't think at this point it's really necessary. I'll never say never, but I mean, as you can imagine, my wife was a saint having to put up with me. And I venture to guess that there aren't too many women who would be able to to put up with it.
I can't imagine.
And then to be honest, for what? I don't want any more children.
I'm just wondering.
I
know
would never say
that
never,
is
but there would have to be like she'd have to be like, oh, I can't spend a minute away from you. We need to get married.
You're not gonna find anything like that, Stanley.
You were long term married, right?
Huh?
You were married long term for quite some.
No, actually, we were only married 8 years. I didn't get married till I was 40.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the actual tragedy. You spend all this time, finally get married, and
Oh, but you guys were together for a long time.
No, a couple years before we got married.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, all told, it was probably 10 years. So, it is what it is. But the tragedy is actually we actually did get along, and it was a tragedy, but we got through it.
Again, I always my condolences to you.
Well, I appreciate it.
Rough. Yeah.
Oh, y'all done made up.
Yeah, we've had
other than
long
conflicts, we're
form.
good.
Yeah, we've had some pretty cool conversations in the past. I did want to get on. Oh, and by the way, Stan, I've been married 18 years.
Yeah,
but
and let me just give, and this, but you know what? Appreciate her, man. I know you do, but from someone who knows what it's like, to have it yanked away.
Yo, how old are you,
Yeah.
SKC? How old are you, SKC?
I typically don't throw that information out there because I had a few people that they like, man, back in the day, John, I would just have just some basic opinions, and I had some people who are trying to come after my sons and and all that other stuff. So a friend of mine who is gave me some sage advice about just being a bit more protective of certain things. It's like don't throw out information to people that.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Now I was just wondering, like, relative to how old you are versus how long.
Yeah, but you can pretty much gauge it. When I was in college, my junior year in college, I was married.
Damn.
Yeah.
One woman all those years, man. I don't know how you guys do it.
It's not that hard.
It's been the bane of my existence.
So really, Stanley, when I put that question up, I wasn't banging on the women on the balloon pot when Ryan was bringing up the whole thing about some of those women are educated and all that other stuff. I was really asking from a personal viewpoint of, okay, how did all these women go through college and they didn't meet anyone?
Well, I didn't.
Well, SKC, we were talking about Howard University the other day, and I guess I'll ask you this question just to see if you want to take a wild swing at it. Freeze on Lou, you're up here. Oh, freeze on. Oh no, he's here.
Good morning, everyone.
What do you think the male-female ratio is at Howard University in Washington?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate.
No, I'm asking you, what do you think the male-female ratio is at Howard University?
I would say probably 60-40, maybe 70-30.
60-40, okay, 70-30. That's
I'm leaning towards 70-30. 70% women. Yeah, 70% women.
I think we looked at the last incoming class, it was 89.
Oh, wow.
11? Wow. Yeah, that's about right.
And so you said, why don't these men find a wife? Shit. Not with them numbers, it don't work like that.
John, in my old neighborhood where I grew up, I recall coming home, during some breaks, and a lot of the kids that I grew up with in my neighborhood, they was off to college too, and a lot of the girls and stuff were going through spring, all the spring flings and all that stuff, and getting some of them that were older than me, they were ring before spring and all of that type of stuff, getting their marriage rings before their degrees and all of that. So I mean, I find it odd when people try to make it seem as though the community is just another part of American culture, and just because there's a lot of different cultures that do not proceed in the way that the community does. And I think your 89-11 percentage class, and then these women going up on shows flaunting their education, but they are not or have not found a long-term relationship speaks volumes.
Man,
in fact,
go ahead.
In fact, I think the majority of college-educated women don't take this as a fact. Go to Pew Research or something like that. But I believe the only group of college-educated women that are not heavily married are Black women.
I can see that. We did some live streams in Brooklyn one time, and it sticks in my mind. Like there were 2 Hispanic women we interviewed. They probably didn't have much formal education, but they had men in their lives. And then many of the women that we interviewed, the American women, I ain't gonna just say Black, let's just say most of the American women, but let's say acutely the Black women, they were educated. They didn't really have a man. You know, they may have got it dealing with, you know what I mean, Netflix deal type thing. But they didn't really have men. And those two Hispanic women, they had multiple children and men, you know, and that education very well could play a part in it, you know, somehow, you know, it's overeducated, you know, talking
I
in a
don't know.
way.
I think because you have other groups of women who go off to school and do get married, and that you have a large group of Black women who go off to school and are unmarried, I think that speaks more to culture than education.
I don't know, I think you know that number is so upside down. Let's just say it, Howard. That number is so upside down that the women coming out of Howard are going to have expectations, but there just aren't going to be many matches. You know, you couldn't match Howard 1-to-1 with women to men because you know there's 89% women, and you know if that is kind of how their dating pool looks, right? Wherever they go to the club or to a bar, it's mostly women seeking the attention of a handful of men. Yeah, you know, that's just not going to be right for a lot of marriage, right? It's just not. You know?
Well, it will for the guys, right?
No, why the hell would they get married? How would you choose one?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
You can have
Gotcha.
2 or 3. You know, you can have 2 or 3 of them. They'll be tacitly approving of it because shit. The alternative is to be alone, right?
Right. So you basically would just run through them at college, and you wouldn't even
college, right?
Yeah.
You're making even more money, assuming you've done something to progress yourself. Is only going to get better for you, right? We showed the male desirability chart here the other day, and that's assuming a natural, you know, selection or ratio, proportion of successful men and women, whatever, however the nature would prescribe it to be. But if you the 89-11 range, right, that's not going to resolve itself after college, right? Some of those men, 11% are going to be very successful or more successful than some of the other men, and they're going to have their pick. Hell, yesterday we showed a man who had 4 women impregnated while he was in prison. He impregnated the guards, right? And we had a guy that worked in the prison who said, "Yeah, that's an alpha dog right there. Right? They don't make many like him." And you know, I think it's that upside down nature where guys like him are standing out and they're getting 4 women pregnant. Where those women could have chosen a free man, but they chose a man in prison instead. You know.
Right.
So then
So
I have go ahead, Frizo.
Well, no, because I don't understand the whole. I never went to college, so if let me see, how can I ask it? Those colleges where the women are getting married, what do you think is typically like the ratio of men to women?
It's probably more natural. You know what I'm saying? And
so like 50-50?
I don't know.
As close to that as you can, or what?
Well, you know, whatever is natural, and then you know you have to also factor in what are they getting degrees in, right? Like if you got a man going in there majoring in sociology, right? That's probably not going to be a man that's going to convince a woman to marry him. You know, his earning outlook is going to be diminished. And you know, if you think that women select men rationally by certain characteristics, they're going to look at a man with the disposition majoring in sociology or some of those softer skills, and they're just not going to be drawn to that. They're going to want the man in engineering or math or science. Headed off in corporate America. That's what I would imagine women would be looking for, some kind of someone that has something to offer to the marketplace once he leaves college.
What do you think, SKC? Because I know you went to college and got your degree and stuff. I think Stanley did as well.
Refresh me in your question, Freezon. I just want to be sure that I answer it.
If so, those colleges where the women are getting married, what do you think is the ratio of men to women in the colleges where most of the women are getting married before they graduate?
I agree with John in that I think that it's a bit more balanced. It's probably closer to the 50-50 mark.
Uh,
Um, yeah. And then in addition to that, I guess this supplementary information. I think there's a culturally that there's a greater push to be married.
right.
Family, all that other stuff.
Is there a I don't even know if this is true, but is there any type of correlation between like marriageable women and the type of degrees they pursue?
That's quite interesting. I think that there probably is a correlation between the two.
We were
okay.
We I remember this interview we did at this place in there in DC, Ross Girl and I. We did a live stream. It was a young lady, not very attractive, but she wasn't ugly. And she made about $100,000 a year. And her rent was, I'm sure with her salary, so let's say $2,200, $2,000. Let's just say her rent, $2,000. And she was like, and we asked her what she's saying, and she like, I gotta have a man that more or less is already on his feet, matching her salary. Well, $100,000. How many men make $100,000? Black or white, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here she is with an artificially high salary because she's a government worker, right?
It's artificially high.
It's artificially high.
I think it's just high.
Okay, well, let's say it's that high. Well, her salary as a 26-year-old girl is so high that it probably puts her out of range of most of the men. And she says she preferred black men. Most black men don't make anywhere near $100,000. And so
I guess she's gonna marry somebody older.
Well, okay, fair enough. But who is she today?
Maybe she was after you.
But again, you get what I'm saying, right? Like,
I get what you're saying.
And
I think she's got. My answer is, I think she has a problem. And
I'm not criticizing.
I want to go.
I don't want you to think I'm criticizing. I'm just saying.
Oh, I don't think you're criticizing. I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I think she is being unreasonable, but that's the extent of my thinking.
Well, but she's been told, hey, I can do bad by myself.
Yeah, well, you know what? And she is gullible, and she'll figure it out, I hope.
But like we talked about the whole Drake thing, man, how that whole bombarding you with a song made you like it. And I think a lot of people have been bombarded with messaging to, I can do bad by myself. I don't need no man or this, that. Like, I think that plays a role. And I think what I realized in her was she couldn't take a man that was on the upswing. She couldn't say, okay, we're going to make 1 + 1 = 3. Here's a man, maybe he got an idea. He trying to work on it to strike it rich. She's not willing to build with a man. He got to come already ready-made, like turnkey.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what, a lot of them are missing in life is that they're not building anything. They're getting to their point wherever they are individually, and then they want to meet a man who's already at his point individually. And Stanley, the shared sacrifice, right? You didn't just see your wife when she was healthy; you saw her when she was sick as well. And when y'all were broke, hell, Obama talked about being broke with Michelle, right? He wasn't always rich with her, and I think that's what these people are refusing to engage in. Is let me meet a man down where we're both broke and build up. Now she's already making 100,000, so she's beyond that.
I think those kinds of women are stuck regardless. Those kinds of women, not only do they not want to settle for men who make less than them, but they also can't handle a guy that makes more than them as well because of the way they perceive themselves as a six-figure earner or whatever.
Now, I think they can take the men making more.
Wait, you're saying women can't take men who don't make more?
No, I'm saying those types of women who think that way
really
have that issue. Yeah.
How many have you met?
How many six-figure women that work for the government have I met?
Or just six figures in any way?
I've met plenty. I mean, there's many of them. In the military, there's plenty of them.
There are?
Yeah.
Why wasn't I meeting them?
I don't know. You don't know officers that make
who are actually in the military?
You don't know officer women that make six figures? I worked in the hospital, so it might have been very different.
Well, you're talking, yeah. Professionals like doctors and lawyers, they get like bonuses and stuff.
Yeah, it's very different. So
I got you.
Yeah.
See, we line officers we don't get to hang out with the elites.
Oh man, that was actually the first time I realized that those types of people were just regular people. I had a weird perception of them before I got in because I had never met any six-figure. I never really met any six-figure earners before I joined the military. Because where I was, it wasn't really like that. What up, HB?
Well, I would also say that the women you meet in the military aren't quite like the normal women you might meet as civilians.
Yeah, that's true.
I can concur a little bit, Free Zone. It says there's a lot of six-figure earning women in the medical field.
Yeah, there are. There definitely are. And I'm not saying that a lot of them aren't married, but the ones that are married tend to not. I don't know, man. They tend to not think like that.
Hey, John, you ever think about it from like the woman's perspective too? Because a lot of times I think a lot of women would date guys that make less than them, but I think sometimes guys, we're kind of ego driven, so it's hard for us to really accept a woman that makes more.
You remember that lady we interviewed over there on 8th Street, the young lady, said she made about six figures? And she was like, you need a man to make six figures, but she was so young, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not gonna find many black men, in her age range making six figures. That's just not typical.
No, you're not. You're not gonna find many men, period, that make that type of money.
Mm-hmm. And the men that do, they gonna want, a variety in many cases. Or they gonna want the best of the best.
Yeah, more than likely, if you're making, 250 and up, you got bitches.
Right.
More than likely.
And then when you do settle down to get one, you want the best of the best. You want best of breed, right?
Yeah. You might
right?
So John, are you saying that guys that have that amount of income coming in, that they don't want a woman who's been slawed out by a whole bunch of dudes that didn't have that money?
I don't even think it come down to that, man. I deal with a lot of women, and most women just aren't hoish. The ones I deal with, at least, most women just ain't out here just sleeping with man after man after man.
You can usually tell too, the ones that are usually they got some sort of sex working vibes to them, like they online showing their ass and titties and shit. But usually girls are a lot more, they not really just giving up the coochie like that. And if they are, they think it's gonna be something serious.
That's a select few.
When you guys were talking about that balloon pop show where you said you on multiple occasions saw women that were putting themselves in this line where they have multiple baby daddies.
But shit, they probably. But look how many times they pop the balloon as soon as the nigga come out there. They ain't just giving it up to anybody. Like it's a type that they giving it up to. You know, on their level, they want that type. You know, the alpha man on their level. If it's a nigga hustling dope, they want the nigga to hustle dope the best. You know, that's why the woman who's a correction officer, she found her a man way above her head, even though he was in prison. She knew she couldn't have gotten a man like that out in the streets. So she had a baby by him. It makes sense to me. People say, well, why would she have a baby by a man who about to go to prison for, 10, 12 years? Because she's doing the best for her child. Why would she have a baby with a free scrub, when she could get a man who got the skills to run a whole prison? Right? Hey, the choice is real simple when you think about it. From a natural
John, I follow King Von's baby mom, and it's like, it's the craziest thing, because his baby mom is like, I mean, she's as square as they come.
Yeah,
she's like a military woman. She got her life together. I think she works in like the medical field now. And she told this story about when she met Vaughn. You know, she was in the military, so she met him. She had a burner on her. She had a gun on her. So he was like, "Damn, I never met a girl like you that, got your life together and you got the burner on you too." But this nigga he's a damn psychopath, man. But that's who she chose, and they baby looked just like Vaughn. He looked just like him.
You ever heard you heard what Ava said about Ava's a white girl? You remember? I think it was Ava.
Yeah,
what she said about Vaughn. Yeah. It's kind of like what we talked about yesterday. He wasn't no big muscular man, but he exuded aggressiveness. He killed people.
Yeah.
And Ava was like, "Ooh, that shit that nigga sexy."
So you and I'm just wondering, because I'm like totally out of the loop on this whole thing. Is this a smart move for women to do this?
I don't think it has something. I think it's a natural move. It's not necessarily smart. It's like a instinctual thing. It's like a woman. It's like if you put a.
So
it's animalistic. It's not something that's analytical.
I like that term, animalistic.
Well,
it's primitive logic.
Yeah.
No. I don't like the whole primitive logic thing. I like the animalistic.
Well, animals are primitive. Shit, HB speaking of the way that these women are speaking of it. Like how many men that come on pop the balloon? Bitches pop the balloon for a nigga open his mouth. Then he said, "Ooh, I have a creative productions company," and they don't even have any. They don't want that balloon back.
Yeah. John, there's literally been niggas up there that have been millionaires, and girls still pop the balloons on these dudes.
Okay, you guys have to explain this to me. I'm not understanding this. Okay, you're saying that these type of guys are going on this show.
Well, some of it is.
Why in the heck would those type of guys go on that type of show if they were seriously looking for something that they could do long term?
He probably was hyping his social media though. I know you're talking about HB, the light skinned guy, right?
Yeah. No, but he's legit like a millionaire. This guy's been doing it for years though. But the crazy thing about it, John, I don't even think he was trying to hype his social media up. I think
he didn't mention it. That's true.
He didn't mention it. He didn't mention who he was, or
right.
I got over 100 million views. He didn't mention none of that.
Right. He didn't mention it. He didn't sell it. That's true.
So and I'm just wondering. I'm just throwing stuff out there. I'm the dumbest guy in the room. That's why I'm asking questions. Why in the world would a person that has that amount of money and access, because if you're doing that type of work, you're going to naturally come across a wide walk of people. Why in the heck would you put yourself in a pigeonhole to try to go after these type of women?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. That was kind of odd. He's a millionaire.
You know what I think it is. You know what I think it is, though, John. I think for him, he probably is looking for something real. Like, he wants somebody to be organically attracted to him, and not for his assets.
Right. Yeah.
And his audience is usually younger, white college kids, that type of crowd. He doesn't really have the black crowd, and he's probably attracted to black women too.
And he's very light skinned too.
Right, he's very light skinned too. So, I'm sure he can get bitches, but probably not the type that he wants. He probably likes the little ratchet.
Right.
Okay. So he likes being a loser. Okay, I get it.
Well, I mean, that just may be his preference. We're just speculating here. But the bigger thing is, again, he's a millionaire. Nope. And I can't remember if they popped his balloon or what. But no one dug deep. None of the women dug deep enough into him to, glean that out, right? That, which should have been important. What do you do? What do you do? I think much of the judgment was very surface. I don't like your shoes. You light skin. You ain't tall enough. And, those type of things, I think are pretty true in the dating community, at least in the black community, which I'm familiar with. And that's what I think you see up there in Pop the Balloon.
But that's what I'm wondering though, John, because if a person is serious and they have a business of some sort, you were saying that this guy is in production or something and all that other stuff. It basically, you're going into understanding personas, advertising, marketing, the whole nine. You obviously know that this is not the proper situation to put yourself in to market yourself to get that kind of outcome. You don't, it's like that show doesn't seem set up to be a place where people are like, I want to know some of the deeper thoughts of who you are and how you came to be this. It's like, come on.
I totally agree with it, but there's some things I think you can take from. Let's say, for instance, we've seen men come up there and they say, religion, God is first for me. Pop, 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 right? Yeah. A religious man, right? Likely, if he's expressing that kind of shit, he's likely to be a little bit more in line with being a family man than not, right? And them balloons get to popping when he talk that religious shit. And the women would tell you, hey, I ain't religious. Spiritually, I believe in high power. So those men get canceled out if they wear their religion on their sleeve, right? And I think that is probably true in much of the black community, right? That religion, overly religious, get you canceled. If you don't wear the type of shoes that I think that the emphasis on shoes is probably a little bit more so among the women, just dress in general, right? And I think that's real that play out. So these people in nightclubs or in their restaurants, wherever they social setting, and they meet each other, I think it's kind of the same judgments are made, right? Where they're overlooking the dorky looking guys who may own a business, and they're going for the guy with the the tight pants, the muscles, and shit like that,
I don't know. It just seems kind of obvious to me that if and again, I know I'm not in that circle, but it just seems as though it would be blatantly obvious that if you're looking for something serious, that would be the last place that you would go. Just like the same place with the same thing with a club. How many people do you know that? And I'm pretty sure somebody has some anecdotal evidence, but in mass, how many people do you know stated, I met my wife at a club?
Well, that's interesting because I've thought about that a lot over the years, and I live in a primarily what used to be a majority black city, right? And many of the quote unquote educated people, right? And here's what's interesting, right? The underclass here in DC, and there's a large underclass, and the people that come from out of town, like myself, or the people who have done well in DC, maybe the locals that have done well, they have to segregate themselves. They can't go party with the poor blacks. They can't go anywhere with the poor blacks. And so the nightclubs are often separated by class and race. You know what I'm saying? Like there are places I've never been, right? Because I know who goes there. And there are places that people who live there all their life will not ever go because they think it's upper class blacks, out of town blacks. And even with all of that, you still get some of that pop the balloon type behavior because really the only place that, that's a really, viable meeting place is clubs a lot of times. They're not very religious. They're not going to meet at church, right? But they all
So
looking
are you telling me, John, that the only places or one of the primary places for black relationships to take place are only at like meat fest?
I would say that's probably where and online now probably has become much more prominent. But I would say the largest majority of people, young people, at least in DC, right? That's all I can really speak of. And probably in Atlanta too, because a lot of people go in bars and clubs. There's a big bar club scene there. Yeah, it's gonna be the bars and clubs, shit like that. Homecoming celebration, birthday parties for the promoters, where everybody come. Let me ask you this question, and then it'll explain it. Do any of you live in inner cities?
No.
Kind of.
Okay.
Kind of.
Okay. If you want to see what HB, you've lived in the inner city, right?
Yeah.
Chicago.
Yeah.
If you want to see women dressed to the nines and shit like that, sisters, I mean, right? Where do you see them dressed to the nines typically?
Bars and clubs.
Bars and clubs. Balls and galas, right?
Yeah.
When the women come on Pop the Balloon, what are one of the things they say? Look, I got to be able to wear my heels when we going out. And you can't be my height with my heels off. I'd be tiring on you. What the hell are they going to? What kind of functions are they going to other than the clubs, in the bars?
Yeah, they're going to the bars and clubs.
They're not philanthropists.
So let me get this right. After they form a relationship with a guy, they want to still go to the places
the woman
to look for more guys.
The woman may not. The woman may not. But man, listen, I talked about this shit all the time. Like Ryan, Ryan ain't up here. This motherfucker took us all down in his basement. Goddamn wood shit, tools, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like that's the hobby that you got to spend a lot of money on Friday night. You could be in the club, you in that motherfucking basement making a table or something. It's a hobby, it's a passion. A lot of young men don't really have hobbies and passions like that. They're trying to make a living, make money, and they can't necessarily see the connection between a hobby, a passion, and maybe making that, monetizing that. And so shit, they chase pussy and go to work Monday through Friday. That's what they do, right? And so they go to the club. It's like the social outing. Shit, you go to Africa, man. People, you'll see men just hanging out at the bars, right? Just chilling. Don't want to be any women around typically, but it's I just think at least in DC, what I've seen, and in Atlanta, because I've been in Atlanta a lot. So the strip clubs and shit, even the women go to strip clubs in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So the women don't have.
You see more women in the strip clubs now.
The women don't have hobbies.
No, not really. I'll give you an anecdote. Go ahead.
Before you go there, we had one woman up here with a hobby, making blankets. Right? Hey, I got blankets. Right? Shit, most women, like, you go on some of these black channels, where they're talking, like, they ain't knitting. You know, they might cook, hell, because they eat, right? But beyond that, there just really isn't a hobby, a passion there. You say, go to work, you know, cook, you know, that's it really in many cases.
I didn't even think about that. Damn, Lolo is probably the only one we know with a hobby.
I mean, Portia got a hobby.
Yeah, that's wild.
Right? No, I ain't want to just mention Portia, but you know, Portia has a hobby, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
That is true. Or I should say,
Right. So
is a passion, right?
Yeah.
You know,
there you go.
Yeah.
So to answer the question, I've only met 3 women that married a guy that they met at the club, and it typically all the stories start out the same. And I'm talking about marriages that lasted. There's folks that did get married and it ended as quickly as it began, but the ones that lasted, the stories typically starts. I went to the club one night with my girls. I didn't really want to go, but they all wanted to go, so I went. It's usually that's been the common story amongst the 3. So that like you'll have a gang of chicks that go to the club together, but you might have like 1 or 2 that just went because the girls went, and the rest of the girls are going like to get their freak on, to get seen by guys and stuff like that. And then there'll be like 1 or 2 that just get kind of dragged along because they want to be with their friends, and they meet somebody and they get married. And then after that, they never stepped in foot in the club again.
But that's what the husband was, and that's what the wife was. Had they not been there, they likely would have never met, because, like, shit, unless it's turkey season, they ain't out volunteering, giving out food. Ain't no whole bunch of blacks out volunteering, giving out food, picking up trash in their neighborhood. Like, you could meet people there, right? You walking up and down the street, you had a team of people, y'all get together every Saturday. Or how about bike ride?
Well, that's what I mean, John. It seems as though a lot of these people that are, and I could be wrong, but it seems like a lot of the people that you guys are talking about, like they have no real interest outside of
That's what I'm talking
eat,
about.
sleep, fighting, and bussing.
And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, bro, let me tell you, man, I done shown motherfuckers on here from Georgetown breaking bitches' jaws, right? I showed their resume, thin as ice, a thin little sheet of ice, no depth to the resume. He just went to school, got his degree, just never applied it though. And it was just like he went to school just as a matter of course, you know. There was no purpose to it, no meaning. I just went. Everybody else going, I went. And that's kind of what you see, man. It's just like no interest, no passion, anything. They're just getting up and working every day. And so all that idle time, shit, what do they do? What you gonna do if you got a bunch of idle time? You're gonna have leisure.
Yeah, fucking bitches.
Right? Going to the club, drinking, eating, smoking, hanging out, chilling, right?
Yeah. I think that is like one of the biggest issues with a lot of black men, man. They got way too much idle time. And it's only a matter of time before you start fucking with a woman where you got to put hands and feet on her.
I don't know, HB. Do you think that? And again, this is just part of my hypothesis of the whole cultural thing. I think within modern black culture that there's a extremely high propensity towards hypersexuality from kids growing on up to adults.
Yeah, niggas like to fuck.
I think it's in the music. I think it's in the everyday conversation. I think it's in um sons listening to mothers and aunties talking about he gonna be a little heartbreaker when he grow up, and uncles saying, hey, you got you some yet, and dudes at school pressuring dudes about all this other stuff. I think within Das Communitas, it's almost as like effing is everything. Like it's air and water.
It's very animalistic.
I mean, you know, yesterday we
They just
showed
like the fuck, man.
HB. You remember? Was it you yesterday, HB? No, it was Universal Jones. Oh shit. We were looking up Baltimore. Damn, Ryan ain't here. I wish Ryan was here. We were riding through Baltimore on Google Map. Oh my God. That place looked terrible. That place looked terrible. And so I said, man, damn, why don't some of these Baltimore Ravens just buy this shit? Can't be more than about $20,000. A gold chain per house. One of their gold chains. They could buy one house. Probably 2 or 3 gold chains, about a whole damn block. And I mean house after house, block after block, boarded up. Negroes sitting outside of boarded house. So what the fuck is Lamar Jackson doing all the $250 million? You ride past all this ghetto shit every day. Why don't you see an opportunity? Hell, is an opportunity zone, I'm sure. The government go through all these fucking Rube Goldberg motions of creating opportunity zones, labels and shit to try to make it magic dirt. But there's no one there to turn any magic.
Well, you have to have vision for that, and it's hard to have that type of vision if you don't see value in spending $20,000 or $30,000 on a piece of land, but you can do that in a strip club.
So we looked up Lamar Jackson's businesses and shit, and I just said,
Damn, he has businesses?
Yeah, you know. He got a clothing line, Wild Dog, a Wild Dog logo. Who gonna put a Wild Dog on it?
Wow.
Animalistic.
Wow.
Let me guess. I can't even see the screen because I'm like I said, I'm on the road. But let me guess. He has some sort of entertainment company. He got to.
Rap label up there. And what else you think? What's coming up the rear number 3 if you wanted to guess?
I would say I would probably guess it has something to do with probably some investments in some jewelry or a restaurant.
And they gotta eat, gotta look good.
Even though everybody knows that restaurants fail at like a 90% clip.
So look, we covered the basics. We got you looking good in that Wild Dog. You're gonna be fly in that Wild Dog, correct? You'll be fly. He's gonna have you fly. And then you're gonna have you bopping your head with them Lamar Jackson beats, right? From his record label. And then when you get hungry after fucking all night, he got some soul food.
That's right. That's right.
Man, hey. And then I think Universal Jones, he said, man, look up Justin Tucker. I said, who the fuck is that? I couldn't remember who the hell it was. And Justin Tucker ain't investing in Baltimore, that is for sure, but he ain't fucking around. And we're gonna look and see what Justin Tucker does. Here is his main business here. Can anyone see the screen?
Looks like it says name brands.
Tucker is the group chief financial officer at Advantis Aerospace Group. What?
There you go.
What does Advantis Aerospace Group do? You might ask, right? That's what you're probably curious about now. What do they do? Right? Maybe they sell potato chips up in the air. So. A soul food restaurant in the air. Right? This is the website for what Justin Tuck does. He's an investor, owner, CFO of this company, right? Can you see this? Look at this motherfucker making screws and bolts and yeah. That's a real business right here, and not that soul food. No rap labels. And when on his off time, I guess he won't go out and try to meet some women. He go donate it. Helping Up Mission, the Maryland Food Bank, the Campbell's Soup. You probably meet a nice woman there at the Catholic Charities, Gallagher Services. helping him. Then he speaks, speaking engagements. He's an advisory council member for the Hispanic Scholarship Fund. I did not know that. Interviews promising young students for the Gates Scholarship. And what is this? No, it ain't. No, he ain't. He is also a farmer. That's a passion. And he's a kicker in the NFL for about the last 15 years. And there is the hobbies, the passion, the interest, the things like that I'm talking about.
And you know the crazy thing too is all of his investments too. You get like government incentives with all of his investments. Aerospace, he probably get government incentives for that. I know the farming he gets in government incentives for that.
Oh yeah.
And the giving back to the kids with the scholarships, he getting government
he getting
incentives
tax
for that. He getting everything he, and I think that's kind of the thing too. If you're gonna invest in something, you should probably invest in something that you're gonna get a government incentive from too.
Then we looked up Ray Lewis's business. Go ahead, HB. Sorry about that.
No, it's just a good investment overall if the government is willing to give you a tax break on it.
We looked up Ray Lewis. He invested in a solar energy company. What does Ray Lewis know about solar energy?
I mean, to me though, it is a good investment long term though.
If you know what you're doing, right, clearly. Ray Lewis, a football player. Somebody probably talked him into this shit and he lost a lot of money.
Yeah. He don't know what he's doing though. He don't know what he's doing.
And then Lou Gambino's is a restaurant that is now permanently closed. It's a play on the Gambino last name, and his last name Lou, so Louis and Gambino. Lou Gambino's an Italian restaurant in Baltimore. We looked it up to see if it was still open, and nope.
Yeah, that nigga ain't Italian. What you doing opening up an Italian restaurant?
Lou Gambino permanently closed there.
Think you a linebacker that caught a body. You ain't no damn Italian.
Hey, HB, I did a stream this morning. Freeze on Lou and all you guys. Freeze on Lou, I know you got thoughts on this. I think Lucian Grange just did a one-up on Drake. I was thinking about this shit all last night. I was like, man, Lucian Grange, Drake, Kendrick Lamar. Lucian Grange, I started reading about like his earning calls and shit like that and what he's been doing, buying up catalogs, Bob Dylan and shit like that. And he gets Drake 400 million. I said, damn, like, what's he got to make off 400 to make himself whole, right? And then I started thinking, like, what if that's the case, then wouldn't he want to like push this man as hard as possible? And did you know that, HB, did you know this? That the same shit that Drake crying about with Kendrick Lamar, he benefited from himself? Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. CKJ he sent Portia the article and Portia read it. And he did that on that Scorpion album. He did the same thing.
Yep.
But what I think I agree with him on is they didn't have to let Kendrick Lamar call their prize asset, Drake, a pedophile.
Yeah. That's what makes it different.
You don't do that to your prized asset, right?
Yeah.
You could have sent Kendrick Lamar back to the drawing board and say, hey, man, this is my prize asset right now. It's how he make his living off features with other artists. You can't make him persona non grata with the rest of the people that may want to have him on a feature. Then how am I going to get my 400 million back? Right?
Yep.
That just don't make sense to me. Like, does that make sense to anybody? Am I going down the wrong road here?
The only thing that I can think of is that they want to lower Drake's value so that they can renegotiate and get a better deal out of him.
And I looked up this right here. I think I see I have it. me see. I think I still have it. I went to Chat GPT among other places just to confirm my suspicions. Can you see the screen? On the screen I have here, I said, what would happen to Drake's masters if he can't pay the advance back?
Mm-hmm.
And this shit is not a loan, right? Like, don't get it twisted. It's not a loan. Like, this shit is like a recoupment, as they call it, right? So they can't fuck your credit up if you don't pay the money back. But they can put liens on shit, right? So if you got masters, I give you 400 million. I'm like, yo, bro, you may fuck around here and violate the contract. I need a lien on these masters at least till we made whole, right? Till I get my 400 million at least. Then I may release the masters back to you or something like that. But I need to put a lien on some collateral that you got, and that would be the masters. That's probably the biggest thing that Drake owns.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can't pay the 400 million back on the terms of whatever they had, then Lucian Grange says, yeah, well, Lucian Grange, I'm sure, reading into his contract that I get control of the masters, right? That will only make sense to me. And so then it says, okay, well, here's something else Lucian Grange said. That someone said about Lucian Grange. Let me see if I can find it. You see this? There's a guy named Doug Morris, who was a previous chairman of UMG. He told the Financial Times in 2003, behind them, he's talking about the little face in those little glasses is a killer shark. Grange later forced Doug Morris out of UMG, right? And Doug Morris begrudgingly described Lucian Grange as a killer shark. And Lucian Grange, in an earnings call, he said, like, I'm about control, man. I need control. And I'll show you that. You see that on the screen? If you can see that on the screen, he says, commenting on their asset allocation, capital allocation is how they redirect money or invest money. He says, we are not a financial player. We are not an instrument. We leave income streams, royalty streams to others, but control is what I'm after, and that is critical. And he went on to talk about how he's bought other catalogs, and you'll see it here. It's the publishing rights to Bob Dylan's catalog, one of the biggest acquisitions. Neil Diamond sold his, Sting sold his. This man is in the business of collecting real estate by way of masters. And someone says, doesn't Drake have his own label? But Drake is on Republic. He may have a label up under a label, but Drake and Kendrick are on labels owned by UMG. Someone said, lean back, lean back. And I think that's, if I would have come to a sinister conclusion, that's what it seems like to me. Like, this man is after the assets, the masters. And he's now sabotaged this man, or seemingly trying to sabotage this man.
Because all the artists end up selling their masters. All the rap artists, anyways. Future just sold his masters. They getting Diddy up out of there. He's gonna end up having to sell his masters. Something ends up happening with these rappers, and I think that's what a lot of them don't realize is that, man, these people, they're giving you this money, but you're selling your soul for it, and they're gonna come get your soul eventually, one way or another.
Yeah, I think that advance is the way they're hooking their ass. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not a loan. If it were a loan, you'd have to make payments, and they wouldn't be making them payments, and they will probably more quickly collapse. You see, like, I think Young Thug is behind on payments on shit. So I'm sure he's already given up his masters.
You just never know.
Yeah, go ahead, HB.
You just never. You really don't know how far this shit goes too. Like, there's a lot of people that think like a lot of this stuff is like conspiracy theory type stuff. Like, even with Young Thug, like, they kind of build these artists up just so they can break them down, put them in situations where now you done spent all your money on cases and stuff, and now you gotta sell your masters. So you essentially a slave to these people at some point, and I think that's really what they want. They want slaves, man.
You know, I was reading one of the Lucian Grange conference calls, and Free Zone, feel free to jump in, whatever. And he was talking about like social media and shit like that, and he was almost talking about how like, don't quote me, but it led me to think like, does anyone remember wrestling with a heel? You know what I'm talking about, the heel?
Yeah. They got the baby face and then they got the heel. Yeah.
But often, you know, Drake, would you say, is kind of like the heel that wins? Would you say that's fair?
He's more. I would.
I think he's
Drake
the
more
baby face.
Yeah. I think he's more the baby face. Yeah.
I think he's turning heel. He might be in the process of turning heel at this very moment.
Yeah.
But people,
the industry is trying to make him the heel now.
But it seemed like to me that there's always been kind of underlying. I don't really like Drake. His music is high, but then they always denigrate. He pop, he ain't rap. He pop. You know, it's almost always kind of a denigration of Drake, even when you acknowledge, yeah, he's got some talent. You know, however the music is made, he got hits. And so he's been kind of like the heel that won. And now they are more or less turning him into the heel that's losing. And Lucian Gray, you know, or these record companies so control these people that, as we covered yesterday, how they pumped up Kendrick's sales and Spotify and Siri and all that, that they can almost create like a reality show of these rappers. You know, make them hate each other, make them write songs about each other, right?
Yeah.
And they win going to coming, right? It was very interesting to me.
Yeah. It I don't know, man. I don't know, John. It is interesting. It is interesting. But I think it almost kind of goes back to the to the attraction thing. Like that's why a lot of guys don't realize, like with women, a lot of the attraction is just straight animalistic. But in the real world, in the world of men, the real sharks, the real killers are people like that. The Lucian Grange, the execs. Those are the real those are the real savages right there.
You know how they talk about the people who fund wars on both sides?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Those are the real evil motherfuckers.
Isn't he funding the war on both sides? Walking away, winning, either way it goes.
Either way.
Either way.
Yeah, either way.
Those are the real savages.
Because them lawyers are savages too. They don't play, man. Them lawyers are sharks, bro.
You know, someone saying Simpson said he made himself a heel by suing for defamation. I don't think so. Bro, if you advance me 400 million, I'm expecting good faith from you that you don't create an environment where I can't go out here and honor our agreement.
Yeah.
Particularly if my masters are on the line, right? You let a nigga that you control call me a certified pedophile, right? On the album that you could have told him to change that, and now that's gonna affect me paying you back. Hell yeah, I got a problem with that, right? Like that's affecting my business by you allowing him to do that. And I think that's the biggest gripe that he probably has, you know, allowing Kendrick Lamar to use the pedophile. Well, SKC said it's just entertainment. I agree. The rap part is entertainment. I think the masters, the suing, that's the business aspect that's interesting to me. You know, there was someone, you know what, matter of fact, I'm going to show it to you. I got it right here on the screen, right here. Listen to this. You know, I always talk about, man, you know, if you got the dope, what the hell you need the middleman for? Can anyone see my screen right here? I'll read it for HB, but everyone else, take a look at this. In July 2020, everyone has heard of Steve Stout and the rapper Russ. I've never heard of rapper Russ. They discussed the possibility of Drake going independent and predicted a big payday. Drake is about to get the biggest bag in the history of music business so far by far, Steve Stout said. You think that if Drake right now, completely independent, if Drake posted a picture on Instagram of his new album with the link in the bio, fucking link in the bio, new album out, and he was fully independent, Steve Stout says Drake will make $10 million a week for 60 weeks. That's $600 million, right? That's $600 million. Is that correct? No middleman involved. Steve Stout, back on the envelope number, said Drake could have made $600 million. But yet he took $4 from the middleman. Well, cut the numbers in half, say he could have made $300 million. If you got the dope, man, what the hell you need the middleman for? What you need an advance from him for? Oh, that's the part I never understood right there. You know, why go to them for 400 and people out here telling you can make $6? HB DJ Academic said one time, he said, man, like, if they offering you that kind of money, they know, or you should know that you can make that much and more. They ain't gonna offer you 400 million if you can't make that 400 million on your own, right?
That's what Master P always said. That's what made him not sign any deals initially, because that's kind of how he felt. But he you know, he came from a different era though, where you could literally go sell the tapes directly to people, you know. But I think it takes a different type of guy though to do that. I don't think Drake is that type of guy.
I think the lure that 400 million probably just got it. You know what I mean? 400 million? That's a lot of money. You know, that's life changing, bro.
Yeah. I don't think Drake really. I don't think Drake is that type of dog though, man.
He's not. He's not.
Somebody like Master P is, you know, he's that type of dog.
Drake,
He's willing to take that gamble on himself.
Like you're talking about a child star from Degrassi.
Yeah.
That his whole life has been everything handed to him, the road paved. He actually didn't have to rap.
Hey, SKC, come back up here, man. He got a question on the screen. Does rap make black people dumber? What do you guys think?
Does it make black people dumb?
He's dumber. I guess he said you're already dumb.
Yeah, nah. I think it's just a reflection. I don't think it makes black people dumb.
They already dumb when they get there.
Yeah. I don't think the makes people dumb. I mean, I know some really smart people that listen to rap. They ain't dumb at all. I mean, John is one of the smartest people I know. He be listening to the ratchet shit, man. He listens to the Killers, all types of shit. He ain't dumb at all.
Yeah, I like it. What black? Billionaire Black.
Yeah, he like Billionaire Black. Y'all don't know nothing about Billionaire Black. Y'all know nothing about Billionaire Black. That's what I'm saying.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard that before.
That's what I'm telling you. John be listening to the Killers, man.
I saw that motherfucker doing a rap video in a wheelchair. That shit real mean. I said, what the fuck is he in a wheelchair? And he had like skeletal legs. And I found out he had jumped off a parking deck and broke all his legs. I said, damn. But I think that they have their place, honestly, and it's all entertainment, as SAC is saying. I think just some people probably can't see through it, or really, they're already there on that level, and it's just what they would turn on the TV naturally. Some people watch NPR, some people listen to BET. Do you ever remember when the BET owner, they asked me why you always showing rap videos, and he was like, "Shit, that's what the people want to see." Does anyone remember that?
Yeah. I mean, what else are you gonna play? You gonna play some country music or something?
Well, I think they wanted to see informative like programming, but it just wasn't enough of an audience for it, right?
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear the news about the effects of classical music?
You know, I wonder how much of that is causation versus correlation.
So check this out. There was a neighborhood. I think it was Chicago. Don't quote me on it, but it's an inner city, right? And they were having a huge problem with crime. And so what they did was, you go to like a CVS and you hear them playing music in the store. What they did is that they took like a megaphone outside. They actually installed them outside and started blasting classical music. And everything changed. It was a complete crime deterrent because the niggas didn't want to hear that shit. It was too much. There might be something to it.
You know,
I'm sure there is.
Them niggas will put headphones in and tune that shit out. I tell you
Yeah,
something. Here in DC,
go ahead.
Here in DC, they tried something very interesting. There's I'm gonna see if I can bring this article up. Here in DC, they tried something very interesting, but the liberals got mad and they said, "You can't do that." Hey, let me see if I can pull it up here. Let me share my tab. It'll load. While it's loading, I'll read the article for you. Let me make the screen a little bit bigger. It probably takes a little while to load here. And here's the headline: Gallery Place installs anti-loitering devices. I've talked about this before. So basically, down where the Wizards plays, Chinatown, used to be a Chinatown area. I can't believe this article won't play. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find a video so you can kind of see where it's all taking place here. No video. Damn. Let's see, news. Oh, here it is. All right. Let me go back to this article. I'll go back to this. All right, here it is. All right, you're able to see the screen. And the owners of the Gallery Place Chinatown commercial strip have installed an anti-loitering noise device to discourage any loiterers, not just teens. That's not necessarily true. Gallery Place has further urged the DC Council to pass an anti-loitering ordinance. Yesterday, Prince of Petworth, my neighborhood there, posted a report about a device installed on a building at the above Chinatown Metro. That's where a lot of young blacks hang out. That device is a mosquito, an anti-loitering unit that emits high-frequency noise to irritate passerbys who linger. Anyway, so this device, youth in particular, are said to be sensitive to a greater range of high-pitched sound. Youth, they say. But Gallery Place Partners LLC insisted they did not install the state-of-the-art feature to target teens alone. The mosquito installed in the Metro Plaza is set to a tone that can be heard by people of all ages. That's what they say. But this area was having a real serious problem with young black teens hanging out in a very commercial corridor. And so there was some device apparently that younger people can hear, and I guess it's like a ringing in their ear and it drives them away. The mosquito. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that. So if classical music doesn't work, the mosquito will.
Yeah, I could see how they would say that might be a little racist. I could see that. Probably because it worked. That's why. They're like, nah, this racist. Nah, this shit worked too well. Hell nah.
So Free-Zone Lou, they try. You heard about classical music? Go ahead.
Yeah. I dropped 2 links in the back for you. If you want to check it out. There's one in LA and one in Chicago.
Let me share my screen. Hold on. I think I got a video to play.
ICE just may do some work for them. Let's find out more from our own Brian Todd. Brian.
Wolf, this Gallery Place section of
This is a perfect spot right here. This is where all the blacks hang out, smoke weed right here.
of Washington is very popular with young people because of all the trendy bars and restaurants around here. But recently, property managers have complained about loitering. There was recently a street brawl that took place. We're told it started down here in this metro station and spilled over onto the street. It was a real mess. Since that time, property managers have placed this device up on the wall right next to the metro station. This is called a mosquito. It emits a high-pitched sound designed to keep loiterers away. But the question is, does it unfairly target young people? It can cause a high-pitched headache, and that's by design. Just outside the Gallery Place subway stop in Washington, the mosquito beeps often. But is it indiscriminate? This anti-loitering device was placed here after a big street brawl. But the property managers and the mosquito's distributor both tell CNN the noisemaker doesn't target young people. Still, the distributor says teenagers happen to do the most loitering. And he says the sound is most effective for the stage of life when humans can hear the highest pitches.
The mosquito, when activated, emits a sound at 17.5 kilohertz, which is at the high end of the youth hearing range, 13 to 25-year-old hearing range. When a youth hears the sound, they find it extremely annoying and will leave the area in a few minutes.
At Gallery Place, we saw some young people getting irritated.
Probably wouldn't shop at any of these shops if I heard it again. Why not? It's too annoying. It gave me a headache.
He said he wouldn't shop at these shops if he heard the sign again. Well, they removed the sign. But now the niggas done took over and all the stores closed, so he ain't know where to shop anyway. Well, either way it go, he ended up not shopping down here anymore.
Yeah.
Be it the mosquito or the niggas. So I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite your ass.
Headache. There are settings on the mosquito that can be heard by older age groups. I played the sound off a computer in our newsroom near several people in their 20s, 30s, and older. I didn't tip them off beforehand. On settings for people 25, 30, 35, and younger, no one reacted. Then, we're going to play a setting now for people 50 years old and under. I can hear that too.
Look at all these fucking liberals. Oh, it hurt my ears.
And this is like some warfare type shit. This is this is the type of shit you use on people in Afghanistan and shit, man.
Look at all these liberals though, HB. Complaining about the sound. They ain't complaining about the criminals hanging down there smoking weed, beating people up in riots. And look at this little liberal woman, right? Oh, it hurt my ears. Oh, it hurt my ears. Don't let the kids be harmed. Look at the fucking liberals. Look at the office full of liberals.
Man, that's why I had to get up out of there. That's why I had to get up out of there, John, man. It makes it like physically disgusts me how people want to focus on a sound being played, but they don't want to focus on the crime and the bullshit that happens in these cities. They want to focus on everything else.
Yeah, this shit is amazing, man.
This shit makes me sick to my stomach, man.
And they talking about this.
I can hear that too. Still, some believe this device does target teenagers unfairly. Among the community leaders who have concerns about this device, Judith Sandelow of the Children's Law Center here in the Gallery Place area. Judith, if there are problems with violence and loiterers driving away customers from businesses that count on that business in this area, wouldn't any little thing like this help?
I'm sympathetic to businesses needing to be able to engage the most customers in the best possible way. I'm sympathetic to that. This isn't the best.
Is she or is she not, HB?
Nah, she don't care.
Do you think she's a magic
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is she magic, HB?
Yeah, that whole sympathetic rollout, yeah. That's their go-to word. The sympathy. That's their go-to word, man.
You think she's Jewish, HB?
More than likely, yeah. I mean, she talks like one. She sounds like George Costanza's mom, man. George.
Let's see. She can't be. Let's see if she's Jewish. If she's Jewish, that would explain it all. Let me see if she is HB. Let's see. I bet she is though, HB. Let's see. DC Children's Law Center, she in charge of some shit like that. Let's see. Went to Yale Law School, whatever.
Oh wow.
She was the winner of the Meyer Foundation Exponent Award. Meyer. All right. Anyway, so this lady goes on to blabble on about the sound.
Engage the most customers in the best possible way. I'm sympathetic to that. This isn't the best solution. We need to have better programs for youth. We need to engage them in activities.
Believe it or not,
programs and activities for the youth.
Young people have been able to use this device to their advantage. We're told by the distributor that high-pitched sound that it emits has made its way onto the internet. He says that young people have been able to download that noise onto their cell phones to use as ringtones so that when their cell phones ring, they can hear it, but their parents and their teachers cannot.
Damn, that's pretty crafty. Yeah. That's pretty, I got to give them to that. They'll be able to hear their phone ringing, but the parents can't. That's pretty slick. What's up, man?
Hey, man.
What's going on, Ryan? Is
How's it
Stanley
going?
still up here?
Stanley probably argued himself to sleep.
Stanley, he's with SKC. They're over on his channel, just going at it, probably.
I did fall asleep. I'm gonna drop.
Oh, he's back. Oh, Stanley's back. What's up? What's up?
Yeah, Stanley.
Hey,
Stanley, that lack of sleep starting to catch up to you, Stanley.
No, I've been getting sleep.
Okay.
You was on SKC channel, Stanley?
Not since the last time I was on there.
Oh, what's his name? Say you was on SKC's.
I think he was kidding.
Oh,
Yeah, no. They were going at it a bit this morning, but all in good sport, you know.
Yeah, I think they kiss and made up.
What do you think about this? I mean, I think when all this stuff is going on, the teams do what they want. They don't have any money. Run them out of there. You know what I mean? Just keep moving. You ain't got no money, keep moving. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially in Northern Virginia, where the only places to go are usually Burberry, these real expensive ass places. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, there's no need for people that aren't going to buy anything to loiter. It is a store. Keep going. That's how I see it.
You know, the crazy thing, it's a bus stop right there too. So, you know, they got that part.
It's so typical of these fucking liberals, though. Like, oh, the kids have a right to stand there and loiter. Not really. Just why? They're not doing anything. Just keep moving. You know, if you're not going to spend any money at the store, why should you be allowed to be there? You know.
Well, the thing is, they're not necessarily at the store. They're like I'm saying, there are two bus stops there and a train station, as they showed you.
So it's just like on the corner or something.
Yeah. But
Where is this over in Northern Virginia? Over by like Fairfax or something?
No, this is downtown Chinatown, where the Wizards play.
Oh shit! Okay.
If you go down there now, there are very few stores down there. Shit, soon there'd be like cell phone accessory stores and
When I was a kid, there were signs that said no loitering, no skateboarding. Like you couldn't just publicly go to play wherever you wanted. Remember no loitering signs? There was no loitering. We couldn't just hang out at the mall. We get in trouble. You know, no skateboarding. You couldn't just skate wherever you want. There were signs. And now the liberals are arguing you should be able to loiter everywhere, I guess.
Not to go back on a point here. I saw this tweet and I bookmarked it. Guy says, I read that Drake's catalog is worth more than all the 70s, 80s, and 90s music artists' catalog combined. And he owns his masters after a $500 million deal. Well, we just explained that. It seems this guy thinks that the industry is targeting his masters by trying to destroy his reputation in order to get control back. That's kind of what John Galt speculated there.
Yeah.
Prince on Louis, you were gone when we talked about that. What did you think about that?
You can stay in Canada.
Yeah, Drake. I don't think Drake
Stay in
doesn't
Canada.
get it, man. Drake doesn't get what he got himself into, and you know, he's only a half a small hat, man. He's dealing with full-blooded small hats. He's dealing with the blue bloods.
You need the whole head.
Hold on, is his mom or his dad a small hat?
His mom is.
All right, so that means he is.
Yeah, no,
Understand?
He
is.
No, he
if his dad was and his mom wasn't, he's not. Because it's only through the mom that you are accepted in the group.
Right.
That's the way it works.
But there's a difference between being a small hat in blood and a small hat in practice. He's dealing with some small hat practices, and he can't really compete with that type of stuff.
Yeah, like Mm-hmm.
But they'll accept a non. But it's a father.
Well, above and beyond that, Ryan, I think what I'm saying is that, and what HB is saying is that, like the music companies are building a real estate powerhouse of catalogs of music. That's what they want. When they get in bed with you, that is their long-term desire, right? The catalog of music. Lucian Graves went on to talk about how, like, 20 years ago, they didn't have fitness as a revenue stream. Now they're making billions of dollars off fitness videos. They have to license their music. And on and on and on, he talked about all the revenue streams. You got to own the dope to have those revenue streams. You got to have it. You go to if you read through it, like what he's saying with the fine-tooth comb, he's bundling assets. That wherever he catch your ass using them, he getting paid for it. The other day, we went through the fee schedule. All the different categories of people that they charge to play the music. Restaurants, hotels, bars, non-profit organizations, government organizations. Like, I think that's the goal, is to build up a catalog of assets where you got to go to them to pay for it, to play their music.
And then too, it's like if you think of it like a portfolio, it's a lot better to have a diversified portfolio. So you got all these catalogs, all this music that goes across all different genres. It's only gonna make more money the longer it's out. Like the more that it, the longer that it stays around, it's only gonna make more money. And I think it's like a owning, or it's like a asset game where these guys are trying to own the property to these people's catalogs. Pretty much, the more property that they own, the more power they have.
I found something. I want to move on to this in a minute. I heard Ryan and Stanley talking about the polling with Kamala. Did you hear about this?
No.
Anyway, Ryan and Stanley were talking about the polling. And here, if you see on the screen here, and I doubt this happens, but this kind of shows you where things are going. She could be potentially, Kamala, facing legal issues with the FEC aside from the $20 million debt. Reports reveal the internal polling from the Harris campaign never showed her in the lead or even with a viable chance of winning, yet they kept collecting money.
Yeah, yeah. I heard about that maybe like 2 weeks ago. A lot of her investors, they're kind of getting pissed off because they were basically misled that she was gonna win. So
Mhm.
she kept saying like, "Hey, keep donating, keep giving me, keep sending money," because basically making it seem like she was a shoe in.
Yeah, and kept collecting money.
Kept
Despite
collecting money.
the campaign hid this from top donors, defrauded and misled them by falsely claiming she was ahead, and continued soliciting contributions under false pretenses to the tune of over $1 billion. That would be amazing. That would be amazing if they would investigate her for that. That's a lot of money she spent. Damn.
Yeah. I know. I know
Oh,
Stanley sent. I know Stanley sent in his shekels.
You think Stanley donated?
I'm pretty sure Stanley donated. Pretty sure. Pretty sure he donated a couple dollars. Go ahead, Kamala. Did you see her interview that she just did like yesterday?
No.
Man. Oh man, she looked like she been on like a 6-day bender, man. She looked like she looks fucked up, man. Like she just been drinking. They said she just got back from Hawaii.
Oh, she's back.
So yeah, she did she did a little speech talking about, we gotta hold the line pretty much and never give up, never surrender type speech. But she looked drunk as hell. She looked hungover. Like I don't know what she was doing out in Hawaii. Probably hanging with Oprah. But yeah, I think her and Oprah got fucked up, man.
Did you hear that most of the Bitcoin crypto industry gave money to Kamala?
Oh wow.
Some crypto guy, gave $11.8 million to Kamala.
Jesus Christ.
He's one of her largest individual donors. 11.8 million in crypto. I think he gave it to her in crypto.
Wow. That is kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy.
He gave her $1 million worth of XRP tokens in August. I wonder what that token is doing now. Damn. He's getting money in all sorts, all denominations, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it would be the easiest way for her to, take those donations, receive those donations, and not have it being, maybe tracked if she did it through crypto. So you never know. She might be just hiding money away.
Damn. Did you make it through Alabama, HB?
Oh yeah. I'm all the
Were
way
you
in
in Kentucky
now. Yeah, I'm in Kentucky now.
What's in Kentucky?
Let me see where I'm at. I'm in Elizabethtown. I think
I've heard that before. The football team.
I think the closest. Let me see. What's like the closest big city? I'm like south of Louisville right now.
Yeah, I think I asked you last time. Have you seen those horse stables on the side of the road?
Oh yeah.
Yo,
Yeah, in Kentucky, yeah.
Mansion type shits, huh?
Yeah.
See those.
See the thoroughbreds out there, man. That's one thing I haven't done yet. I want to go see the horse races, and I want to see the NASCAR races up close. I want to see that.
What highway are you on?
I'm on 65. I'm going 65. Yeah, I'm going north.
So you north of Elizabethtown or south?
I'm north of Elizabethtown. I'm south of Louisville.
Let me put you on the map.
Let me see. I'm past a mile marker 90 right now.
What if you put that in the marker 90? Oh, I see where you are. You can see the map of this shit. This is 65. Look at 65. Oh, I see 65. Yeah. Damn, you go through all parts of the country.
Yeah, man. It's beautiful out here, man. It's peaceful. Peaceful out
Yeah.
here.
I got the map going right now. Nothing but trucks on the road.
Yeah. I think this weekend I'm probably gonna only see trucks for a while till
That's
Monday
right.
comes.
Downtown Elizabethtown.
12 man. 12 man
what you
said
talking
she
about?
was over there drinking that box wine in Hawaii. Yeah, 12 man. Have you been to Daytona 500? I actually want to go. I want to see that shit, man. I want to see the Daytona 500.
Can you you can sit in the middle of that shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bet that shit loud as hell sitting in the middle.
Yeah. I think they got the
Damn.
premium tickets. Sitting in the middle of it.
Tom Gully was telling us a story about his grandpa who had a racing company or a racing crew or whatever for the because he's originally from Indiana, and he was like one of the first people to endorse a black driver.
Really?
Yeah, and he was saying how like a bunch of the sponsors bailed out because he had a black driver.
The first Bubba Wallace.
Yeah. I always wonder why isn't there more black drivers out there? And Tom was saying it's because of the sponsors. He said it's just, you could be the best driver in the world, but can you get sponsorship? And he was like, just look at Danica Kilpatrick. Like, she was terrible, but she could get sponsors.
Like in my hometown, a lot of them rednecks used to build cars, man. No bullshit. Like, an engine, a damn fender, they build a car. Maybe they take a body and build the rest of it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I used to work at a Holiday Inn right by the Talladega. Talladega's close to my hometown. So some of the racers, I met like Kyle Petty, Earnhardt, a couple others, shit. And they have like all this shit out there, man. Like, that shit is technical, man. Like, very, very technical. It ain't just driving. You know what I'm saying? It's like there are a lot of skills that go along with getting them running around that track. And I just always thought about those old rednecks, kind of like some what's that movie? Ford versus Ferrari type shit,
Yeah.
And just people building cars and shit, racing them off in the back road, and the best ones clearly make it up to NASCAR. The other ones be on some little backtrack racing. They have little off-circuit racing all over the country.
Yeah, they do. I see them all the time. It's like in the middle of nowhere. You'll just see a racetrack. I'm like, damn, man. People really love this shit.
Yeah. People that repair cars. Someone saying people that repair cars. Yeah, like that shit is high tech. Like, hell, there's a lot of people that they have to bring along for one crew,
Yeah. I think too, to be a driver, you gotta have some sort of technical, mechanical knowledge too. You can't just be a nigga behind the wheel.
Yeah,
I think that's probably what stops a lot of black guys from driving. Because back in Chicago, I used to go to the like, the little go-kart tracks all the time and race there. But man, like going, taking another step, that would be, I don't know, man. That go-kart shit is fast enough for me. I don't know how they do that. Like,
what are you eating for Thanksgiving? What are you eating for Thanksgiving?
Nah, I'm driving. I'm on the road, man. I ain't trying to. I'm trying to get this money, man. I ain't trying to hang out. Family, they they reached out and everything. They want me to come, but I'm like, man, I'm trying to work, man.
Man, I'd be the same way. I'd be the same way. Let me see if I can show you something. You know, who's a community anthropologist? Community SKC put something up on the screen. Let me see. Let me see if I can put something up on the screen. Let's see.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think SKC is right. Like, to really do that as a hobby, you gotta, you know, I think it is kind of more like a rural thing. You know, if you're in the middle of the city, where you gonna work on a car at? You know.
Man, I used to have a guy. He used to rent my garage. He worked on car, old school guy though. You know.
Yeah.
I think that just probably, you come home dirty as hell. You know, not many people want to get dirty like that these days. You know, shit all up on your fingernails. You know, I just think it's. Plus now cars are so technologically advanced. It's probably harder to learn how to work on a car.
Yeah, it's way harder now. It's so much. You gotta learn all the electronics and stuff. Back then, that cars barely had any electronics.
I went to
I
the bike.
think the electronics is like the hardest part. I feel like even with the truck, like I understand how it works and the mechanical aspect of it, but when you talk about the electronics part, that's a whole nother ball game.
Yeah, definitely. I asked you about your Thanksgiving. HB, here's a Thanksgiving meal. Tell me what you think about it. Pay close attention to the lady talking here, if you can see
Y'all
it.
asked for another catering special. Here it is. 5 large pans for $700. You can't go wrong. The cheapest special it is. Holidays, Thanksgiving is me on books. I'm doing corporate Christmas dinners, and that's it for holiday specials for me. 5 pans, $700. Here we are. Greens, cabbage, double mac, yams, potato salad, fried fish, you name it, soul food, menu. Text us now in the book. I will also be catering my.
HB, she got a bag on her head, like you go to the bodega and they give you your what you buy in a bag.
Yeah.
In a plastic sack. She wrapped the sack around her head, bro.
Yeah. Nah. See, she's taking this very seriously, man.
With the sack around her head, bro.
Yeah. Nah. This is what, see, what she's trying to do. She's trying to market to white folks. Them white folks, they don't want that weave falling in their mac and cheese, man.
She should have got her a better looking hairnet then.
Yeah, probably. But
that's she got the sack with the little happy face on it. Ain't that a Tweety bird or something?
Well, she probably a nurse during the week. This probably her side job, so that's her nurse Scully.
She tied a sack. Can anyone see this? Let me see if I can zoom in. Can anyone see this sack on her head, man? Man, you gotta do better than this. Come on, sweetie. You got a bodega sack on your head. Plastic sack.
She got a Walgreens bag on her head.
Boys Rock Winter Gala. If you have a VIP ticket, Fresh East is only cooking for VIP. Get a VIP ticket. I see y'all at the Winter Gala, December 21st. For catering, text me. 5 pans, $700. Bye.
Next thing about soul food, I like soul food.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, wait. So you said it's 5 trays for $700?
Yeah.
Is that what she's selling?
Yeah.
God damn. I don't know. I think that's a little much, man. I think five trays for God damn.
Dave Nixon said she need a restaurant head. Yeah, man, that sack on her head, man. Come on, sweetie. You can't wear this sack on your head, baby. You can't do that.
And she got a surgical bag on her head, man. I'm surprised she didn't have a mask on too.
Back in my old drinking days, Back in my old drinking days, HB, I could never do this, boy. I got to tip my hat to big girl right here, HB. To the head, big mama. To the head.
$200. Spread that money out.
We're gonna get you into it.
Go.
Damn.
Damn.
Domino,
They
smack that
about
motherfucker.
to, they about to run. They about to run a train on her now. That big girl. God damn.
We're gonna leave about 3 to get in the wheelbarrow.
Yeah. You're gonna need a team for that. She lit. She is lit right now. That's 12 man future wife right there.
12 man, you think you can do that?
Yeah, that's
But she took that motherfucker like a beer.
Man,
Slam the bottle down on the table. Domino, motherfucker. Domino.
Yo, she was not playing. She was not playing. Yeah, they about to tear her big ass up, man. She came to the party ready to throw it back. Damn.
Hey, HB, you know, we talk about music a lot up here and shit like that. Somebody said, does music make them dumb? Lord, I'm almost these niggas. They can't be much older than me. You'll never see me John Galt doing no shit like this. I can't probably.
You be dancing like that, John?
You never see me out dancing, shucking and jamming.
John, you be doing that at the club?
Oh man, they never get old. They never grow up.
I will say though, like when I'm working out and shit, man, I'm listening to straight killers, man. When I'm working out, I'm listening to straight savages, man. I'm listening to them niggas they got 10 niggas, they got 10, 11 bodies. That's what I'm listening to. So I do think it is something to it. You know, I
do
think
you do these dances when you work it out?
Nah, hell no, I ain't doing that. I be doing those prison workouts, man. I be feeling like I'm doing 25 to life when I'm working out, man.
Oh man, boy, they get down too, boy. Look at that.
Ah man, they gotta let that shit go, man. Them days is over. Hey, Funky Fresh and the Cool Gang, them days is over.
I think that was the kid and play move.
Yeah, that's the kid and play.
Oh man, 50 years old. Man, they never.
That's back in the day. You could pull a girl with some good dance moves. You can't do that shit nowadays. You gotta kill a nigga. You wanna pull somebody. You gotta be a killer.
Oh man,
Days
oh,
is over, man.
Here's something about trucks, man. Take a look at this shit. Yesterday you talking about axles and all this shit. Yeah, look at this shit.
That's okay, that's okay.
Yeah. that truck had to take a nap, man. He had to lay down real quick. That truck was sleepy.
Man, I never thought that shit ain't funny. But I never thought about that. You know, like you see these trucks, if they overload when they go to dump, and he was dumping some wet soil.
Yeah.
Because if you pay close attention, this shit got stuck.
Yeah.
And so the truck he just keep continuously raising. Then Trump just said, "Well, fuck it, we all going over." You know what I mean? Ah, damn, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, a lot of guys a lot of guys don't think about the science of shit, man. Like I'm always thinking about that shit. A lot, you know, I ain't gonna lie, there are a lot of dumbass truckers out here. But you know, I got a little bit of education, so I'm thinking about the science about shit. Like when I'm hitting turns and shit, I'm thinking, you know, what's the best way to not turn the truck as much? And you know, you get a lot of people. He probably was driving that truck through the rain. Well, you know, it weighed out at this, so I should be okay. Didn't even take into consideration. Yeah, probably an extra 20,000 pounds because of that rain.
You know, I was reading that they said he should have bounced that shit. You know, bounced the whatever it is, to loosen that shit.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Somebody in the chat was like, "Yo, you got to bounce that motherfucker."
Yeah. Yes, you see, you know, that's why that's one of the things too that before I actually got into trucking, it took me about a good 6 months where I was just watching all these trucking videos, and I would read the chat, I would read the comments, and you have all these truckers with, you know, 20, 30 years of experience, and they're just giving all their tips and stuff and things that they did. Like you got guys that been driving for 20 years, never been in an accident. So you gotta listen to the OGs a lot of times, man. Like these people, they didn't make it to being old for nothing, man.
You can't take your trainer on the road. You're gonna have to be, you know, it comes with experience. You have to listen to the people who've been doing it before you. You know.
Yeah.
There's no book out there you can refer to while you're driving.
Nah,
you know?
hell nah.
You gotta
That's for a lot of things, though, man.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna figure it out in the book, man. That's why even with the whole women thing, I'm like, man, for me, I can't it's almost funny to me that guys don't understand, like, not understand women, but like understand why they do what they do. Like it's like, man, if a nigga look like you could slap the shit out of him, most women not gonna be interested in him. Most women, they not. Like
What's
that.
up, Free Zone? Go ahead, HP. What's up, Free Zone?
No, it's just
Mm-hmm.
it's just a lot of shit you can't read it in a book, man. It's you gotta have experience.
Yeah, Free Zone. Well, Free Zone, you didn't go to college. You said, right? Was that you said you didn't go to college?
Yeah, no, I didn't go to college. I did like one semester of community college, and that was it.
And you know, I don't know if you guys ever had this experience, but you know, I you know, you may be with a buddy or something, or a lady friend of yours. You open up the trunk of their car, and maybe even experience it yourself. And it's that one college textbook that they don't want to throw away, yet they never ever refer to it. You ever seen it before?
Yeah.
HB, you got any textbooks from college you just haven't thrown away yet?
Nah, I sold all of mine.
But you know, you ever seen one with still got college textbooks? You may be a little too, maybe, you know what I mean? But it's like they never look at the books and never refer to them again. They don't take them to work with them. To, you know, if you work an office job, they never take their textbook from school with them to refer to. All that information, all those books become worthless as soon as they, you know, matriculate from that class or graduate from college. None of those books ever get used again. And that kind of shows you how worthless it is. Most of the information that most people use going forward after college is on the internet, right?
Yeah, it is.
You need an instantaneous. You ain't got time to page in no book. And I think that just shows you, like, you know, to me, like I've seen so many people hold on to their books from college. And I'm like, man, you running up your gas. It's costing you more to gas up your car and drive around them heavy ass books in your trunk. Don't use them no more. But can't let go though.
Okay, so do people like that typically hoard everything or just their books?
No, just books. Like, I got a lady friend right now. She got nursing books and shit. She ain't been a nurse in 15 years. And she ain't no whore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know, yeah. I tell you this, my wife has a bachelor's degree, and I had to tell her. We actually had to go through all the books. Like, do you need this book? All right. Do you think you'll ever need this book? All right. And we threw away all the books. There's no regrets.
Yeah.
I don't hold on to a lot of stuff, man. If I don't need it, I don't. I guess, yeah.
But that shows you kind of how, like, you know, how worthless the information is. The book business are the only ones that benefited, right? You know, the books ain't worth shit. Yeah, throw them all away. Nobody's using a textbook to solve any problems out here today.
You know, the crazy thing is too, is like, I remember in a couple classes I had, you would be required to get this book, and we ain't in the class, we ain't never used the book. That was like, that shit used to blow. That shit used to, like, it was like the craziest thing to me.
Yeah.
You'd be required, and you would have to have it the first day of class, or you couldn't take the class. And then come to find out, we never used the book.
It's a book racket.
Right. It's
You
like,
know what I mean?
who paid you to make us get this book? That'd be the
Yeah, that's
craziest
kind of wild. That's kind of wild.
I mean, you ever, like, if you go to college, please don't know, here's something new. You probably don't know this. If you go to college, right? Let's say you're a freshman, you take say calculus, right? You buy the calculus. The next year, they twist the book up just enough where the person coming in the next year got to buy a brand new book if he want to keep up page by page with the professor. If he buy HB's book from the previous year, the pages are off from the next publication. Does that make sense? It's like a racket to keep you buying the updated version.
Yeah.
So if you're the professor,
it's kind of
go ahead.
I'm thinking medically, right? That would be like how you'll have a pharmacy company that will release the same medicine that they just released, but they might have changed like an antacid or something like that. They might have made like a small adjustment to the medicine, and then they'll say it's new and improved, but it's actually the same medicine that they've been selling. They just did some slightly different. Nothing incremental. Nothing. No new and improved, really. It's just slight adjustment.
Right. So page 47 may be page 32 in the new book, or vice versa. And if you're trying to keep up, you're like, damn, well, he said page 47. But it's really 32 in my book because I bought the last year's version. And now you can't keep up with it. And that's the racket that they run. They can keep the books the same. Has calculus changed in the last 20 years? Why do we need new books?
Yeah.
Right? Think about it. Has history, world history, if you want to teach about the 1700s, do you need any new books? Probably not. Right? Nah. It can be supplemented with the teacher's knowledge. Right?
Yeah. I don't know.
Economics, that shit ain't changing, man. Ain't no changing in economics. But once you get into the real world, you learn all that shit in economics class. That shit don't really apply, man. You're dealing with sharks out here.
SKC says, so none of you guys copy books? I'm just wondering because I know I did. I don't even know what that means. Copy books? What does that mean?
Well, I guess he's saying you can just go to the bookstore, buy one book, and go to the bookstore and just go to the printer and then just copy the book, right?
Oh, okay.
You know, that's time, that's effort. Remember, it's all a racket. So these people are getting refund loans. Why the hell I'm gonna go do all that when I can just fold all that shit into the price of into my refund loan and just go get the books, right? Everybody else got them do. I want to be running around looking like I'm poor and shit with some damn Xerox books. Everybody else got the your book, with the nice book bag, and it's peer pressure.
Yeah, you don't want to be the only one that don't have the book in the first day of class too, man. You look crazy. They'll call you out. It is peer pressure now I think about it. Damn, that shit is peer pressure.
You want to explain to the rest of the class why you do not have the book that you don't need with you today?
That's how they do you too. That's how they do you. then when you resell the book is only a quarter of what you paid
Yeah.
for it. So it's like,
Yeah.
God damn, huh?
It ain't worth shit. Yeah.
God
That's crazy.
damn. Same shit.
I heard that I heard that a lot of what is taught in college, outside of what constantly stays the same, I hear a lot of it is outdated. Like I hear college is so like, I don't know if it's true because I've never been to college, but a lot of that stuff is not in tune with the evolving job market and how things are actually going. It might be a couple years behind. Is there any truth to that?
Hell yeah, it's a lot of truth to that shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's basically like they're selling you some outdated bread. Really?
And then you get to your job and they're like, "Hey man, we don't even use Sara Lee anymore. Like we we stopped. We don't even make Sara Lee bread anymore, man. Like we do something different."
Yeah, really, college is really just about the experience, man. It ain't even really the learning. The learning is, you know, you could use it if you want to, but hey, it's all a racket to me.
Look at this right here. You see this right here?
Yeah.
It says Introduction to Fortran. I was writing Fortran back in college, and back in John College heyday. You can't find a job in this shit. So why is Texas A&M still teaching? Huh? Anybody got any idea? Yeah. Fortran. Understanding the basics of Fortran.
Fortran, like programming?
Yeah, is a general purpose imperative programming language. Bro, this is being taught in fucking Texas A&M. Oh man.
That's fucked up, man.
Look, all 2024, right? Right? Man, this is a grand hustle. Grand fucking hustle, right? Fortran, bro. This will make you drop out. This shit so primitive, right? You be like, damn, this shit so bullshit. Whoever teaching this probably couldn't go out and get a job in the real world. Fortran. This shit, they've been teaching this shit for so long. Let's see what they. It is amazing. So you see what I'm saying, Freeze on have you heard of Fortran before?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. It's I don't even know if they really use Fortran like that anymore. I don't know. It might be.
Go ahead.
Like I know it's still a top language of programming languages, but no, it still is.
Shit,
but
man,
I don't.
In terms of what? In top programming language in terms of what?
Let me look it up.
In terms of,
I am
like,
freestyling.
They say jobs in Fortran. See what you see. I mean, that's what they're going to school for, right?
Yeah.
Is this like equivalent to like HTML or something? 'Cause I never even heard of Fortran before.
I mean, you could probably make, if you were going to be, let's say, a designer, right? You want to design websites. You know, you got a real creative bent about yourself, right? You probably want to learn HTML. You can learn it on your own, but you can learn how to style it, make get animation and all that kind of shit. You know, the ins and outs, what they call it, reactive and all that kind of shit. You could learn the ins and outs on your own. This is a programming language. It really I've been doing software for years. I've only known one person, and he worked for the government in like a like somewhere where they had like big mainframes. Mainframes are more or less obsolete today. You know, I ain't gonna say obsolete, but in general business, environment, no one's working on a mainframe, right? You have your own personal computer. And Fortran, or at least it used to be, it was a mainframe. Yeah, they may even mention this here. Look at this. Fortran was originally developed by IBM in the 50s for scientific and engineering applications.
So yeah.
This the shit they used on the Apollo mission. Oh man, they fucking niggas up, man. That's fucked up, man.
So it says here that Fortran is still used in stuff like Doppler radar, weather forecasts, and atmospheric ocean studies, genomes, DNA, and atomic structures. You get a job in, let me see, lead propulsion engineer, software development engineer senior. I don't know. I was telling you what the net says. It might be different on the ground though.
Yeah, I'm telling you, 20 years, man. I know one Fortran developer. I took this shit myself. Here's the thing, like this, as a software, and I tell Stanley's son, this is what you have to know, right here. Understand program structures, variable types, input, output operations, logical expression, logical loops, arrays, subprograms, functions, modules, and derived data types. That's across any programming language.
Right.
You got to know that. That's across almost any programming language, any, what do they call it? Like, enterprise type application. And you apply those principles no matter if you're on the front end or building back end software. So it's best to learn this as opposed to something as obsolete as Fortran. Yeah, you may go be able to get to work at the Doppler, right? But Doppler at some point is going to upgrade to something that's more up to date. They're not going to be hanging around in 1950s technology forever, right? The interface of Fortran versus the tools and other software that you have to work with are much more expansive. No one's building any tools to work with Fortran. It's more or less on its last life cycle, right? But colleges make money. Look who's teaching it. You probably won't even be able to fucking understand what he's saying in the classroom. Right? I would say this story. I've known plenty of really smart people enroll as computer science majors, change their major to something else because they had to take bullshit like this, Fortran. It's like, what the fuck, this old obsolete shit? Like, and it's being taught by Zhang Shu, right? John Tao. They can't understand what the fuck he's saying. And they say, I gotta change my major. This too hard for me. In reality, it's not too hard. It's who's teaching it. That plays a large role, right? And again, and what you're being taught some obsolete shit that is barely in use outside of these, Doppler radar, Oceanic, which is the government. It's probably part of the reason why the government still uses it. They too damn lazy to upgrade. Anyway.
Yeah, because that all that stuff that Free Zone was talking about, that's all like government shit.
Yeah, most of it. Look, here's another one. Check this. I bet they still teach this shit.
Some science stuff, but yeah. And Nate Wade said in the auto body industry, these kids going to school and learning shit 30, 60-year-olds and they still they can't function in the shop today. Yeah, that seems like it's
wild, man.
A lot.
Wild. Yeah, so I tried to learn programming. So like when I was in high school, right? My parents had no nonsense for anything less than a C. Programming was the only class that I got a C in, and I was happy about it. I could not stand programming. And then years later, so like last year, actually, damn, time is flying. Last year, I decided to get back into programming to see if it was, because I wanted to discover something new before I actually got into video editing that I'm doing now. And it was the same thing. I'm learning the information about programming. I'm actually doing some coding and stuff, but it just did not pique my interest. It's just something I'm not interested in, and I couldn't make myself be interested in it. So I moved on to something else.
It's very logical. Like whenever I look at shit today, I look at it from a software developer being like, let's see how they developed that. I bet you this. Sometimes I'll right click in the page and see if they're using a front end framework that I'm familiar with and stuff like that. I think throughout your everyday life, if you consider yourself pretty logical, like just like you go to the ATM, right? You know how it works on the high level, and really how it works on the low level, right? You put your card in, it verify your PIN, you ask for some money, it check and see if you got enough money. If yes, it give you the money, and then print your receipt out. And if you say I don't want anything else, so on and so forth, right? It's just a decision tree, right? It's all it is, right? And if you can think logically like that, right? If you don't give the people their money back without checking to make sure they have enough money in their account to give them a withdrawal, right? You got to be able to think logically like that. And, if you can't think logically like that, you'll be giving people money back without them having money in the bank, right? And so it's just that kind of logical program. So here's another class. This is offered at some community college, SUNY, State of University of New York in Erie, COBOL. Advanced COBOL if you really want to learn it. Some old shit right here, bro. Old shit. Freedom, since you were looking for the job market for Fortran, why don't you look up the job market for COBOL?
Nah, I seen that while I was looking at the Fortran. Yeah, man. Oh yeah.
This is just bullshit, man. This is crazy that they would be able to charge somebody for that. And you see, it's mainly the same thing. Inputting arrays, that's going to be with almost every programming language. You have to learn how to loop through data with an array or some kind of list or something like that. That's going to be pretty much the same across all software. Like if you look at the screen right here, if you're in StreamYard, right, you see all those messages on the right hand side. Right, you see all the messages, right? That's just a list of messages, right? And every time someone enters a new comment, it just adds that comment to the list at the bottom, right? And that's what they're talking about, arrays, right? When they talk about arrays, where's arrays, database files, input, data editing, I don't think people can edit their arrays, their comments here. But interactive programming, more or less is what you're seeing here, dynamic content, comments showing up on the screen. And I think they mentioned arrays or looping or something like that. Yeah, you see here, arrays. Although this is probably not an array in StreamYard, this is probably some kind of list. But same concept. You would loop through an array like a list.
Right. You got John. What else you got your hand in? You got your hand in a lot of stuff. I'm figuring out.
No, man,
the Airbnb and the programming and the electrical work and all this other.
No, I don't do the electrical work for people now. I just just tinker around with my own little shit.
Gotcha. Okay.
I got enough shit to practice on without any harm. You know what I'm saying? I try to put a toilet on, it don't work. Fuck it, I just get somebody to come put it in. Stuff like that.
Yo, John, Daniel Nixon wants to know if there's any tenant drama.
No, not right now. Shit, things are kind of slow, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The holidays.
Yeah. And,
that one chick is gone.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, you shot. Talk about Shatterika.
Were you on the phone when the one that was calling? Were you on the one she was like, I don't have any money?
Yeah. That's the chick I'm talking about.
Yeah, she's gone. She left that day.
Oh, okay. HB. Yeah, go ahead, HB.
Yeah. No, to EAE, I see your Discord message. As soon as I get a chance, I'm gonna check it out. But yeah. I'm not surprised though. So, John, remember the girl I used to play that was sucking a dildo that
Yeah,
got us the flag?
yeah,
So yeah, she ended up losing a bunch of weight. This was like her dream was to lose a bunch of weight and go be a stripper down in Florida in
yeah.
Miami. So she lost the weight and she ended up stripping down in Florida.
Oh, she made good.
Yeah, she made her dream come true. So apparently she ended up stabbing somebody last
Oh
night
shit.
multiple times.
Oh
And
shit.
yeah, I don't know what Florida is a stand your ground state though. So I don't know how many times it's multiple though. So I don't know what the threshold is. Like you stab somebody once, that's self-defense. If you do it 6-7 times though, I don't know. It might be murder at that point. But EAE, I will as soon as I get a chance, I'm gonna check that out. And,
Damn.
get
Damn,
the
somebody in Miami. Damn.
yeah,
Crash
yeah,
out,
yeah.
man. Crash
You know,
out.
Anna's she is a pretty girl too. So, she would do like these live streams and there would be like guys following her and stuff and all types of stuff, so I'm not surprised that she got in a little situation.
Damn.
But yeah, apparently she stabbed somebody multiple times. I hope she didn't catch a body because Florida is they got the death penalty down there.
Damn.
Yeah, hey, you gotta be careful in those death penalty states. They kill women down there too.
Yeah. Did she kill him?
I don't know. I gotta watch the video. I'm not sure, but I mean, stabbed multiple times. I'm guessing probably. Probably.
I know where she hit it.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, her entire channel is gone right now.
Oh, so you know who Anna is?
Yeesh.
Oh wow. So Free Zone Lou, he knows who Anna is. Okay.
Man, he
Wow.
blocked out that fast though. Maybe he's coming back. What's up, Universal?
Yeah. Wow.
Universal John. Damn, bitch stabbing nigga. Shit. Damn. God damn.
Yeah, T spells. It looks like Anna got she caught a body last night, man. She stabbed somebody.
Body snatch.
Yeah, damn, man. Anna, she's not like a violent person though. I'm sure if she did have to kill somebody, it was in self-defense. So hopefully that trial doesn't get too crazy. But damn, yeah. T spells. Anna looks like Anna caught a body last night. I don't know.
Damn, you gotta pull this shit up, HB.
Yeah. Let me see if I can.
Why are you looking for HBO and play the commercial? Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
You guys support the channel here. For all we do here. Keep it going. 24 hours a day, most days, almost every day here. What do we have here? There.
Feel like I should go. 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 Feel like I should
John, check the back chat and pull that video up. So
All right.
her So she does have a video in the hospital. So I guess this is true.
Uh-oh. But yeah, bro, I know who she is. Yeah, man.
Oh, okay.
She be going around talking about the the color the colorism stuff.
Yeah, yeah. She doesn't like black guys. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, here's the video.
All right.
Hello and good morning. How was your morning? Oh, mine's is great. Really, really great. So, if you guys don't know, I am in the hospital because your girl got attacked. And I've been dealing with this literally for the past few hours. And yeah, so I got my hair pulled out here.
Shit.
And I got
God damn. God damn. You saw that shit? Motherfucker pull a plug out that shit. Woo, that's a fucking runway right there. Land of plane.
Oh, God damn. She look like she got alopecia.
Oh shit, man. Oh shit. I wasn't ready for that, HB. I wasn't ready for that plug.
Wait, John, just so you know, she got in a fight at the strip club that she
Oh
works
shit. Oh shit, I wasn't ready for that plug. God damn. They pulled the plug out of her head, man. You gotta cut all that shit off, baby. There ain't no hairstyle where you can accommodate that piece missing.
You got to start over. Speaking of hair missing, did you see
Shit.
Lolo cut her hair last night?
Yeah, I saw that Portia sent me a text said Lola's coming here. I fell asleep. I was drunk. I fell asleep. Woke up.
Yeah.
How short did she cut it?
It was only like a little bit past her shoulders, so
Oh,
she didn't cut that much.
We can recover from that. We can recover.
Yeah. She can still put it in a bouffant, so
We
we're
can
good.
recover from that.
Good.
She can still get a laptop with that length, I think.
Yeah. She can still get the laptop. You know, it ain't.
My hair pulled out here.
Ooh,
and I got punched repeatedly in the mouth and in my nose. So I'm just here getting checked out so I can have, and I have to get x-rayed as well. So I can have the paperwork as like proof. That way I can go to court because I have to go to court. So I'm going to be here a little bit longer here in Tampa because of this incident. I also have a lawsuit going on with the club. I am in the process right now of looking for a lawyer. I am reaching out to a news source tomorrow for.
She got a lawsuit and she up in the hospital. This shit just happened to her. She got a lawyer already. Well, she's looking for one.
She looking for one.
Hey man, listen. That before they can even heal, she missing a damn track out of her head.
Yeah, man.
She already talking about a lawsuit. God damn.
About the incident, but yeah, I'm gonna try to sue for millions. Because like I want to sue at the point of putting them out of business.
Yeah.
Because I don't want anybody else to be a victim.
Yeah, because I can't grow my hair back fast enough to make money looking like this with a fucking a fucking landing strip in my head. I need millions.
Yeah. Nah, she looks like a victim right now.
So there was some crazy stuff that happened, which caused me to have to literally use deadly force to try to get these emails off of me. So there was two females that attacked me because simply I made a statement saying it's a free country. I can talk all I want. Now, they attacked me because I spoke. Does that change anything? No, because I still have freedom of speech and I'm still going to talk. I really hope after this incident that it taught them a lesson because they could have easily lost their lives. And let's just say it was vice versa and they ended up like pulling out a knife, or they ended up like they would have went down for murder, and they would have like their whole life would have just been still wiped away from them. We are adults. I'm 25. I don't argue with people. I'm 25. I don't fight. Like, I'm not a child. I'm an adult. So
My question is, what did they accomplish? They didn't accomplish anything. So what I got told from the officers is that, so they did get the name of one of the females. They said they're looking for the other one, but I don't have faith. But at least they got the real name of the other female, and that's the female that I stabbed. Yes, y'all, it was crazy. I ended up stabbing this female multiple times to get her off of me because she was attacking me. And anybody who knows me know I'm very sweet and I don't fight. I just don't fight. But you're not going to take
Damn.
my freedom of speech away from me. Oh no, as a proud American citizen, a grown woman is not going to make me be quiet. Now, if you want to attack me, that's your choice. But just know that,
I'll
and this
stab
goes
you
for
on it.
anybody, just know that not everybody play fair. I did not accept your invitation to a fight. You have no right to put hands on me because I'm speaking. I'm simply speaking. You have no right to put hands on me because I didn't be quiet when you wanted me to. So because you want to make put the power in your hands by putting hands on me, now you have to suffer the consequence. So one of the ladies who put their hands on me, I had pepper sprayed her. And then after that, I put out my knife. Another second girl came up. I don't think she saw the knife that I had because I don't know if her anxiety was too high or whatever it was. I'm not really worried about this. Hair grows back, and no matter what, I'm still beautiful regardless. But um, what did you say that made them assault you? I said I have freedom of speech and I can talk whenever I want because they wanted me to shut up or be quiet. And I said, no, I speak whenever I want. And if I can go back in time and change that, I would not because I stand on that. I'm going to speak whenever I want. No grown woman will take my freedom of speech away from me. My ancestors, my black ancestors, have fought decades for us.
Do you think those blacks that attacked her were blacks trying to
Absolutely.
take away her freedom of speech? I wonder.
Absolutely. It was probably some you know, the stripping, this whole stripping culture right now, it's getting kind of squeezed. Niggas ain't really going to the strip club right now. So the strippers, this ain't like, 2006, 2007. The strippers are very competitive now. So you got a girl like Anna, Anna's a talker too. So she'll finesse some guys out of some money. And I think they were definitely just jealous of her, honestly.
HB, you ever seen those girls, those cocktail girls, like you go in the strip club and you order a bottle of champagne Moet or something?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And how they come out? They be scantily clad, don't they?
Yeah.
And I remember reading an article in New York, like those women were making more money than the fucking strippers.
Yeah, because they're actually like sweet people. They're nice. They got to use their personality. Those girls that are stripping, a lot of times they just using their body to get money. But
If
those
you're
girls that are
real pretty, do you really need to strip?
nah, you don't. You don't.
Right.
You could just be a bartender if you're real
Be the
pretty.
cocktail waitress, right?
Cocktail waitress, yeah.
Your little short dress on, you ain't got to show no tail, don't have to sleep with anybody, and you're gonna get big tips.
Them be the cutest chicks in the club on the low. At least
by
the ones
far.
I go to.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
By far, it's usually the girls that are the bartenders or the waitresses. They'd be the
Hey, you
prettiest
think
girls in the whole club or the restaurant.
yeah, man. You think Anna was trying to get her colorism stuff off in the club?
Probably. Probably.
Like you heard me, darky. Like what'd you say? Uh-oh.
I may not be able to read this article. I knew I wouldn't, but I'm gonna see if I can get this article for you guys. I'll play some more of this, and then I'm gonna pull up this article for you. Remind me to play this about the cocktail waitresses in the club.
To have freedom to talk, to speak. So I will be damned if I'm at the age of 25 and another grown woman is shutting me up. So she threatened to put hands on me. I immediately called the police because anybody who knows me know that I am a police ass bitch. Like, I call the police on almost anything, by the way. Y'all got scratches on my head. That's okay. I already took pictures, so that will go for the judge. So, you know what happened? After all of this, what did she solve? Not only she got stabbed multiple times, but she's also, whenever she get done in the hospital, they're arresting her. So now you got charges pressed on you, and I, as the victim, I am going to court, so she will see me in court while she's arrested in her jumpsuit and handcuffs. I'm literally gonna be free in the same courtroom testifying what you did. And then after that, I'm gonna go treat myself to some ice cream after court, or probably go shopping or something, while you have to go back to your cell and
Anna
share
crazy,
woman's
man.
underwear.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna be locked up. You risk your freedom. You risk your life for a fight. You put your hands on someone, and I don't see how she was so comfortable with doing that, because this is Florida. Like, this is Florida, where self-defense is taken very seriously.
Yeah. She's right.
Stand your ground.
Yeah.
This is the article that I referenced, HB. Look at this. University Jones, come up here, man. Come on. I would love to hear your input on this, man. Can you see the headline, HB?
Yeah. You gotta read it for me, though.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. New York City strippers strike. They said that dancers, they said nearly naked bottle girls are grabbing their cash, and they're citing what? Racism. University Jones, he said, man, I spend so much money in strip club, man, and bottle girls get all my money. Laptop from bottle girls. University Jones. Bands will make them dance. University. Bands will make them dance. And so in New York here, the blacks were up on the pole, and them cocktail girls were hauling the drinks, slinging the drinks, making all the money. And of course, it broke down on racial lines, but not the normal racial lines, because this is New York City. And it was laptop. And so, Rick, Universal, you might find this interesting. You probably already know since you're a man.
Yeah. I've come across this. I got something to add to it. Go ahead.
No, tell us what you got. Because before we get into it, tell us what you got to add to it.
well, one of the more famous bottle girls is Bernice. I forgot how to pronounce her last name.
Virgo.
Wait a minute. Wait. There's a fucking famous bottle girl.
Oh, there's several of them.
Virgo.
Yeah, Bernice Virgo.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
What?
And recently,
wait. How the hell does a bottle girl get famous?
Man, John, if you see
Starlet to
Bernice
New York.
Virgo,
Oh man, come on, hold on. I gotta look her up first.
We'll put some links in the back chat, John.
she's gorgeous, and mind you, Bernice Virgo is like, she's like what, almost 50?
Yeah,
Ain't
and
she
she's like in her mid 40s, and she's got like a 25-year-old daughter who looks just as good as she do. They look like sisters. It's crazy.
Bernice Virgo.
All right, so go ahead, University. God damn, y'all niggas know all this shit.
You gotta understand the field you plan on, John. But what I was gonna say is recently she came out saying how much money she was making. She was making, I think she said like $3 million. I don't know if it was a year or what, but she was making more than the strippers were, and it was causing a lot of jealousy because she was getting guys to come see her and not the actual strippers at the club.
Yeah.
And then she took off on Instagram years ago, and she's been with a lot of famous athletes and rappers and all that type of shit. But I think Starlets is the club in New York that really popped off the bottle girl thing, and then it just exploded. It's all over the place. Houston, Atlanta, Vegas, Miami. Bottle girls are they make just as much money as the strippers do.
Make more.
They
make more. That's why the strippers were striking. As you can see here, the strippers said, man,
the strippers about to unionize.
Somebody said she got a clothing line. Black Knight buys her clothes.
Black Knight.
Her IG's in the back, John, if you want to pull it up next.
Black Knight, can you come up on the panel, man? Do you have any of her clothes on right now?
Come on, John. He's a retired NYPD officer, man. Come on, man. Show that man some respect. Come on, John.
She made you have a male clothing line.
Come on,
Now
John.
this is a
Black Knight
well
over there just looking at the
maintained
bottle.
BBL. This is a well maintained BBL right here.
Black Knight just looking at the clothing line, just like, look at that woman in nose. Is this her clothing line right here? This her clothing line, Black Knight? You know the clothing. Lord have mercy. Yeah, she'll make a lot more money bringing the bottles and being up on that pole.
Yeah, she's gorgeous, man. She's one of those women, man. Like,
is she
I can
black?
see a lot of. I think she's
Dominican.
like.
Oh shit! University don't tell me she.
You know how I always be asking that question. You Dominican?
Let me go back to this article for a minute, then. Well, because that's what I think is going.
Puerto Rican. Sorry, she's Puerto Rican.
I didn't mean that. That's what I think is going to be touched on in this article here. The racism call. Let's see if they. Let's see what it says. Where does the racism come from in the strip club here? We're going to see if we can find it. Where's the racism? The aggrieved strippers tend to be bleak sisters. And the bartenders, white or Latino, I guarantee them bartenders are not white. Them bartenders are Dominican.
Yeah.
Latina, Puerto Rican. J-Lo. AOC, bring me a bottle, baby.
Ooh. Yeah, AOC used to work at the bar. She was a bottle girl at one point. Yeah.
Niggas will pay for that. That's for sure.
I think T Spells is a bottle girl too in the chat.
Is it T Spells the one that came up in like? Is she the one from Dallas?
No. T Spells is from the Bronx. She's the one that does like the trading and stuff, and that's
the one that said she dated cowboys and shit.
Oh no, that's T. That's here for the T. That's here for the T. Yeah.
Here for the T. Yeah.
Yeah, here for the T used to date Troy Aikman back in the day, man.
Tom Gully got the inside scoop on it.
Here for the T would be like a bottle girl.
Yeah, here for the T would be a
pole, right?
Yeah, she would be a bottle girl. Here for the T would
I ain't
definitely be a
on
bottle
that
girl.
pole. Them niggas in there. I gotta keep wiping this pole down, and these nasty ass niggas keep sliding up and down.
Yeah.
Hell no. I really just carry the bottle. Right?
Yeah.
And so the blacks are complaining about the strippers, but ain't nothing they can do. We can't make the Hispanics turn black. Make them all come in there in blackface. Maybe that will give us racism. It's a new day, DJ K. Slay wrote. There's always been racism in the strip club business. He agreed. Has it always been racism in the strip? Man, racism is everywhere.
Racism is everywhere.
Has it? Who would be racist in the strip club?
White supremacists. Only white supremacists.
Yeah.
You must give your money equally to the ugly bitches and the pretty ones, all alike. Blacks, white, equal.
That's crazy.
But we all have to face the fact this is a new day. It was a time where bartenders were only allowed to serve drinks and didn't wear their same attire as the dancers. The dancers get naked. That's no attire, right?
Right.
The ladies did not change that rule. The clubs did. You got pussy for sale, sell it at home. The strip club, man. Does anybody know how the strip club works with the hoes up there on the floor, on the stage? Does anyone know how that works?
Wait,
I know there's a couple.
Say that one more time.
Anyone know how it works typically with the hoes up on the pole?
Oh yeah. Usually they have what ends up happening is usually they have like a fee that they have to pay the club to dance.
Right.
So maybe it's like $150, $200, and then they get to keep everything else after that.
Right.
Right. They also have to cut the DJ some too.
Right. Yeah. That's correct. There's university, you know the ins and outs.
I know the game.
So they're basically paying booth rent, correct?
Yeah. Right.
And the strip club owner, he don't give a fuck. Them hoes don't make $1 beyond what they order, what they making, because as long as they gotta pay him, right? And the DJ man, he happy, right?
Right.
Now that bartender, shit, that's where the money's at.
Yeah.
That's the profit center. The hoes didn't understand that. And I think this is what they, you can't sue your way out of that. And so they're complaining, as you can see, they're using their IG celebrity to make the fans come out on their night. What, you get naked? Hell, shouldn't a naked bitch bring in more people than a bitch with clothes on? Am I wrong about that? Am I missing something? Universe, Timmy, am I missing something? Am I fucked up?
Yeah, the strippers they were slow to the Instagram game because they're used to getting the money on the pavement. The bottle girls realize how to finesse celebrity and how to get guys to come to the club for them, where the strippers are saying, well, I'm already out here shaking my ass, you should already be here. So they got a little late to the game. It's almost like the bottle girls were leaning into like how people need to be leaning into AI, and the strippers were back in like 2012. They were just playing catch up. They selling sex on the side. They getting that fast money, but they didn't lean into the online life just till now.
You know the reason why a lot of strippers didn't do that is because a lot of them, they had dreams of what they're gonna do outside of being a stripper.
Yeah.
So a lot of them, they didn't cultivate a social media personality. Right. They were pretty much, like in the dark. Like nobody really knew that they were a stripper. They were going to, you know what they say. They stripping at night, going to classes in the morning.
I'm paying for my school. I'm paying my school. I ain't learning nothing, but I'm paying.
I know several girls like that. Several girls like that.
I ain't learning nothing, but I'm paying for it.
Getting a nursing degree.
But the bottle girls, they didn't care because they not popping coochie. So the bottle girls is like, yeah, I can cultivate my social media.
Another thing that helped. Another thing that helped the bottle girls were the club owners started to realize how they were driving traffic in, so they upped the alcohol prices as well in a lot of places. So, you getting your Hennessy for $9, $12. The bottle girls start popping that Hennessy shot go up to $17.
And the bottle girls ain't got to pay to be there. The bottle girls ain't got to pay to be there. They getting paid to be there. So they slang.
Right. Exactly.
The landlord's dope. The strip man club dope. You don't give a fuck about them hoes. He want that dope to be sold, that alcohol.
Yeah.
That's his business, right? These hoes didn't understand that. And we talked yesterday about outliers and how the paradigm shifts, and you come along, you a stripper hoe, you making money. Then the paradigm shift. You born a little early before the internet generation took off with the whole get naked now on OnlyFans. Fuck paying the middleman.
Oh, there's a whole new game, John. I'll tell you about it when we're done with this story, how they finesse it. Each social media platform has a role. I'll tell you in a minute.
And that's why I think, honestly, it is important to listen to young people, because you'll be stuck in one paradigm because it's what worked for you.
Right.
When you were rolling, that's what worked for you. Right. Then a young boy, a Baron Trump, come along and says, shit, Dad, why don't you get on Joe Rogan and Aiden Ross? We didn't even know who the fuck they were. And that young boy had that idea, and that's what took you over the top. Maybe, that's what contributed. And I think, again, you just have to realize where you are, where the market is headed. And oftentimes it ain't racism. It's just the market shifted right before your eyes. And these IG celebrities became bartenders instead of strippers, and they sucked up all your money.
Yeah.
They were able to bring the people to the club more so than you. So of course the money gonna flow in. That's the way it works. Anyway, go ahead, Universe. You say you had something to tell us about that?
Yeah, this is a gangster country, man. You got to find a way to make it work. So So what's happening now? Like the bottle service game is kind of slowing down. So these chicks are they're going full throttle on social media. So now they'll do like a side hustle. Let's say trucking, and there's actually a chick. If I can find her YouTube page, I'll put the link in the back. Like you'll get a chick. Let's say she's thick, right? She'll do trucking, and she'll just be getting into trucking. Then she'll start a YouTube channel. But on IG, she's showing a little bit more revealing photos, booty pictures, all that type of stuff. That's what she's trying to get her ads, and that's what she's trying to get like
Wait,
endorsement deals.
Universal, are you
Go ahead.
talking about the chick? Are you talking about the chick from Florida with the dreads?
No. I'm talking about another chick. I think she's in Dallas. She's light skinned. She's super thick, natural. I think her name is like Kaya or something. I got all this shit in my algorithm, so I just be following links, and that shit led to a fucking. Go ahead.
Hold your thought, man, because I want to get you to comment on what's highlighted in the screen on the screen here. What blew my mind though is pretty much all night, rather than serving drink, the bartenders were shaking their asses to have the dudes sitting around throwing money at them.
Yeah.
These bitches,
you know why?
Huh?
Because this is the thing. Now, a lot of these bottle girls are selling the fantasy to fuck them, where you can pretty much pull a stripper in the back room for the 40 ball. Like it ain't that hard. That's the name of the game. So I'm gonna sit here and keep spinning for the opportunity. I may or may not get it, but it's the fantasy if I can do it. And then you get dudes in the club who start competing with one another to say who can get her first.
Yeah, I think something else too, Universal. When a girl is fully clothed, you can't see her. You can't see her cesarean mark. You can't see the the titties and the nipples from breastfeeding all elongated.
Right.
So I think it's something to that too.
I want you to read this next highlighted. Now I can't remember when this article was written, but you can see it. I'm gonna tell you when it was written. Can you read that for us, Universal?
Yeah,
this was written.
I got you.
This was written in 2017. That's what 7 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna guess. I can read it, and I'm glad Sam came up because he know the game. He knows what's out here. And then he ran. All right. So during a radio interview, former New York stripper turned best-selling hip-hop star Cardi B, who's Dominican American, said, "People want to follow the trend, even if it's a bada stripper, about a stripper, like the baddest. People still want to throw money at the bartender because it's just like the trend, right? It's the thing." Yeah.
That was Cardi B 7 years ago. HB, had you ever heard it before?
No. I know Cardi B was a legend in the stripper game, though. So even she saw the trend.
Yep.
As BET put it, strippers are calling out the bottle girls for literally swiping the money that does get tossed on stage. Yeah. I think Universal, this is my thoughts, and I haven't been to a strip club that often, but I would imagine that the best looking women probably are behind the bar. If in my model, if I will open up a strip club today, personally, I don't give a fuck what the bitches look like stripping. Nigga, you tip them, you don't. That's on y'all, right? But you gonna buy these goddamn drinks. That's what I gotta entice your ass to do. That's the dope being sold in here. The pussy is the enticement. You want to see them or you don't. You're going to buy some of these goddamn drinks. Watered down drinks is what I'm saying. Right? Because ain't anywhere else you go see some naked pussy. So you got to buy these drinks. And I've been to strip club where they have minimums and shit. Right?
Yep.
And I think, that is just kind of where, shit evolved to. They didn't see where the money was being made. They're not bringing people in. Right? And shit, them whole filter boy. They said we bring people and slang drink. That's a trifecta.
Yeah. But then you add on hookah, honey packs, all types of shit. Selling weed in the parking lot. Everybody was eating really good before the pandemic. The pandemic forced these chicks to go more online, and that's what we're seeing now. Well, they'll have a fucking link tree in a bio, but they won't have all the links. It'll just get you to the next social media site. Like you'll see these girls who are like clapping booty on TikTok, right? It's very subjective. And then they'll have a link. The link will go to the IG. Then the IG will get you to the OnlyFans. Or it'll get you to the X file where they actually are posting porn. Sometimes the IG will get you to YouTube because they're trying to get YouTube money as well. And then they're doing their little side hustle. I'm going to nursing school, or follow me to go get my breast redone, or look at me work out, or whatever. So they're just finessing every aspect of the game that they got. It's a fascinating.
This nigga following these holes in every crevice of the internet.
So I'll say this: I follow human behavior. I've always been interested in how seduction.
You leave a breadcrumb for that nigga, he gonna follow. Leave a breadcrumb for Universe, he follow that motherfucker.
Yes, right. Hey, don't give me an in. I'll take it.
That nigga be on your Instagram, your Twitter.
You never know when I'll pop up sliding in. Hell, I ain't even gonna say anything.
But now, you know, it's interesting, Universal, man. You know, like, I applaud the people. Like, that's some slick shit, bro.
Yeah.
And they are not, like, those are services that I think, you know, when people say, oh, I want to be in marketing, or I want to be in, what is the other thing? Marketing, advertising, right?
Yeah, advertising, communications.
Madman and shit, right? These people really are doing it. They're doing it for themselves. You know, they're not building out big brands or businesses that they can fold other people on their brand. I think that's their biggest vulnerability. It is just a me driven business, right? But I think what they're doing, like you're saying, dropping these breadcrumbs from here, that's very strategic. That's very interesting to me, because that shows some thought into what they're doing, as opposed to just willy-nilly. You hear me all the time talking about people just out here dancing for cash out. That's disgusting to me. But the ones that are putting some thought into it, you know, I didn't even know they were doing it. That's, you know, I tip my hat to those people.
Yeah, man, it's a whole industry, man. And then like actual hoes on social media, they'll just put like, you know, DM me for the menu. Like they use like code language and all that. So if you want to get them, you can fly them out, or they do these like hoe tours. They'll be like, I'm in North Carolina from November 29th to December 4th. Then I'm going to be in Kentucky. Like you just meet them where they at.
I know you travel a lot. Do you ever arrange your travel around with these hoes out at Universal?
Fuck no. I'll be honest with you, I've never directly paid for pussy before. It's never been that hard.
Man, that's what I know. That's why I can fuck with you like that. You know what I mean?
But Sam knows the game. Like I end up dealing with I deal with women who are under fringes, mostly professional chicks, but they got a little freak in them. That's usually my type. And you can put I put chicks at like conferences and shit. Like that's how I get down.
Let me ask you this, Universe. Like the ones you say got a little freaking, oftentimes they really just need a man to bring it out of them.
Exactly.
Right. You understand? They looking for a man they can feel comfortable being themselves around. Would you say that's fair? Right.
Absolutely. Every woman wants to feel something, and that's the key. If you can make them feel something, sometimes you can reel them in.
You know, man. You know, HB, you feel free to chime in, whatever, man. You know, you've been around. You've been around. You know, HB, you know what's going on. And I think, you know, I used to come up with this thing. You tell me what you guys think about it. Like, women seek comfort and security.
Absolutely.
And oftentimes, you know, I'd be renting from people, and men would say, "Man, I'm just looking for a place comfortable, this place to lay my head, right?" And it will almost, and maybe lay my head probably is not a problem, but when they start using women like word, I just want to be comfortable. Like, nigga, you should be looking to be on the edge, nigga.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, to you get to where you going, and you know, nigga, like it's motherfuckers out here competing with you every day, nigga. You wake up at 4, and nigga woke up at 3:59 trying his bitch. You ever heard Mike Tyson say that? You ever heard Mike Tyson say that? I'm sure Floyd Mayweather said the same. You know what I'm talking about? HB Universal.
Yeah.
And so Huh? Go ahead.
I was gonna say early bird gets the worm, man. You always have to be, doing the thing, continue to get better every day.
I just don't think that men should get comfortable or should seek comfort.
No,
You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
And, let a woman seek that in you. You provide her comfort and you stay out on the edge trying, because people are innovating every day. People are passing the baton. That's why, I showed that video of those two black girls unable to pass the baton. And what did she do? She didn't keep running. She just ran off the motherfucking field, cursing and screaming. Right? You got to keep running. Even if you lose, you got to keep running and then go back, revise and revisit what you did wrong and try it again. But you can't respond that way. You know what I mean? Anyway,
No, I think men should seek content. Like you should be, your actions should get you to a place where you have just content to keep moving forward. But I think when you get comfortable, you start to, you're unable to not continue to move forward or pay attention to how society is moving, and that's how you get caught up in traps. That's how I look at it.
Is a lion in the jungle ever content? Maybe them motherfuckers, they do go to sleep.
Yeah, they do. Well, if you think about a lion, they're surrounded by a bunch of male lions, surrounded by a bunch of female lions. So.
And they know nothing. No one's going. Man, listen, I was in Tanzania. What the fuck is it? Safari you go in Tanzania? I can't remember the name of it. Right? Fucking lions just sleep all day by the water. Daring the motherfucker come over and get a sip, right? If you at the apex, you the apex predator. You can't get comfortable. You go to sleep. Martin Luther King, you can have dreams. To dream, you got to be asleep. But everybody else, nigga, they got to stay on their toes because this motherfuckers out in the savannah and the wild is trying to take your position, trying to eat.
Yep.
And if you're the man and you're the one that is in the position to provide, you got to stay on your toes. It's always a nigga trying to wake up a minute before you get to work, a minute before you get started, smile and, brown nose in front of the boss more than you. So you got to stay on your toes almost all. For men, I think at least. I don't think women are built for this shit, to be honest with you. But HB said it, early day, like, my family trying to get me to come home for Thanksgiving, but nigga, I just grind.
Yep.
I hit on the road.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get too comfortable around that turkey, man. Hell no. That's why I always talk about the slides, John. Like you got niggas in the trenches with 30 round clips on them in slides. I'm like, yo, you got niggas trying to kill you and you that comfortable? Something ain't right, man. Something ain't right. If I was living that type of life, I saw this one dude get arrested, this Latino guy, and I think that's why the Latinos, when it comes to that gang, that life, that gang shit, they do it so much better. This Latino guy, he was at the barbershop, and the police walked in, so they had the police camera on. He had a backpack. In his backpack, he had a bulletproof Kevlar vest in the backpack, and he had a Draco. So basically, if he's in a shootout, he's putting the backpack on his front and shooting with the Draco. This is a nigga that's prepared for war.
Yeah.
He's really like that. He ain't in there in no slides. The nigga had his Air Max on tied all the way up. He had the Kevlar vest.
Never get comfortable. He ain't getting too comfortable, that's for sure.
in the backpack, and it was sitting right next to him at the barbershop. Like, he ready for war, man.
Universal, were you up here with that Negro? We talked about that Negro had 4 baby mamas in prison.
Damn, no. Where did the guards?
Oh, shit. HB, were you up here?
Yeah.
Ooh, that nigga, Universal, man, you miss it. Matter of fact, I want to hear you talk about this shit. So I'm gonna pull it. You guys don't mind, dude, if we do a
4 baby mamas in prison. Were they the prison guards?
Well, you said you were here. Yeah, hell yeah. Nigga, were you here, HB? Were you here?
Yeah.
No, what did Mitt say about that nigga, HB? Mitt,
he said he was that nigga for real.
That nigga.
He was that nigga for real.
Apex. Damn.
You ready to see this?
Yeah, let's see. I can imagine 2 by like happenstance, but 4 is wild. That's
That
crazy.
nigga brought
Like, I
down
gotta
more
see this.
that nigga brought down more prison guard than he brought down criminals committing crime in prison. Remember that, HB?
Yeah.
He brought down by 16 guards. 4 of them he skeeted it and got pregnant. That mean you fucking more
Jesus.
of them.
Yeah, he only got 4 pregnant. You know how hard it is to get 4 women pregnant in one place?
And
Like,
you could tell one on one, like, yeah, she wasn't just like a marshmallow woman, like just blowing up from babies and shit. You know, they chose, I think they, you know, I'm starting to think they chose natural selection for the men with the traits that they would most want to pass on to their child. That sounds
Absolutely.
crazy as fuck, don't it? But I believe that's true, man. If you growing up in Baltimore, you better have a tough little nigga,
Yeah.
right? Go have a baby with a weak nigga you want to. You're going to be fighting for him all day. You're going to need a nigga fight for you. A man then go fight for you. And they don't put one in prison, and now you got a chance to have a baby by him? Shit.
Man.
Right? You
Jesus.
done a service. University, here we go.
Survival.
Suspected BGF gang leader Tavon White, the government's star witness, took the witness stand in federal court today. 6 defendants are on trial for alleged racketeering and conspiracy in the Baltimore City jail corruption scandal. We get the story from 11 News I-Team reporter David Collins.
Tavon White told the jury he didn't want to be someone's flunky or muscle in jail, and he convinced gang leaders on the outside that he could make them money. Tavon White, the government star witness, dressed in a dark shirt, slumped toward the microphone. He struggled to articulate himself. He was asked everything from his criminal past to how he became one of the leaders of BGF while awaiting trial in the city jail complex. He explained the terms of his plea agreement that turned him into a federal witness. White identified 2 of the 6 federal defendants, who are corrections officers, as bushmen in the BGF gang. White became a member in 1997, and although others outranked him in jail, he managed to convince the hierarchy on the street that he could make them money. White said he pushed to run the city jail because he didn't want to be a flunky, hit or stab somebody over stuff like tobacco, pot, or other contraband. Intercepted phone calls captured White's bravado. Quote, "This is my jail, you understand that? I make every final call in this jail. Everything come to me," end quote. In another call, White proclaimed, "Whatever I say is law. I am the law." Prosecutors contend the BGF gang ruled the Baltimore City Detention Center, using smuggled cell phones to direct crimes inside the facility and out on the street. White got 4 female corrections officers pregnant while jailed. BGF recruited correctional officers through personal favors and sexual relationships.
You see that in University? Did you see him?
Yeah, I seen him.
That one right there kind of thick. She filling them pants out, boy. Shit, they got their head covered by that. Oh, bro, it's a nigga jump on the back.
Don't hide in shame now.
It's a nigga jump on this one back, though. Got them little boobs, so
for sure.
nigga jump on her back. Hey, nigga jump on her back. Hey, you think a nigga jump on her back? Man. Hey, you heard Mitt. Mitt was like, hell yeah, she thick. Think of motherfucker. Right? You heard Mitt last night. Mitt was like, yeah, I'll jump on. Right?
BGF recruited correctional officers.
Now Mitt said he ain't want that one.
No.
Mitt said, Professor Clump. Correction officer Clumps. Tavon had the best in prison.
Officers through personal favors and sexual relationships. White is one of the first defendants to plead guilty. In his plea agreement, he implicated other correctional officers. 5 of them and a former contractual kitchen worker are on trial in federal court. They're charged with racketeering and conspiracy. Kitchen worker are on trial and implicated other correctional officers. 5 of them and a former contractual kitchen.
5 correctional officers. This nigga done flip 5 correctional officers and a nigga to give him more food than everybody else. Somebody in the kitchen.
Worker are on trial in federal court. They're charged with racketeering and conspiracy. According to the plea agreement, if the court decides that White is telling the truth, he does less jail time. His testimony will take at least a few days. Reporting from federal court downtown, David Collins.
That boy, that was a man.
Yeah, he leveraged his position in all directions, right? He had the women who were helping bring shit in and out, He's smashing them, giving them babies. He's got the dudes organized within the fucking prison, so he's fucking King Tut in that motherfucker. And then he's facilitating the other people that work there because they're in fear because they got to work there and they don't want to get jumped or stabbed and none of that shit. So he done got a kitchen worker. He probably has some other people doing shit too. He was the man, man.
Universal. Then at the end of all that, he told on all of them. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah, he has to keep himself to produce his sentence.
I know.
That's fucking smart. If you ask me.
It
But
is.
yeah, but he is a snitch though.
It is smart though. It's like he used everybody to get himself out of jail. This nigga is a genius, man. This nigga is a genius.
Hey, let me ask you this, Universal. Damn, I was gonna ask you. Could he attain this type of status out in the real world?
In the hood, yeah, but I think in other environments, probably not. He has the thought process to do it. He just doesn't have the skill set.
Well, in the real world, you're not protected. Somebody can kill you. The police chasing you as well. You can make a lot of mistakes. If you go organize a prison, you really ain't got to worry about nobody killing you.
Yeah, it's a controlled environment for the most part.
Right. And I think, for him, when he get out of prison 12 years, he doesn't have the skills that would translate to that level of success. 4 bitches, money, niggas respecting him like he John got it in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
He never reached the civilian world.
But he could pull that off in like an apartment complex or something though.
Yeah, apartment. But you got to make money.
Yeah, he's got to be bringing in some dough. Otherwise, there's gonna be people coming from his head.
And then I hear in the real world when you gotta be like he bought them bitches cars. I give him credit. This nigga was a real apex. But I hear in the real world, not only do you have to buy them bitches car, you gotta have a car yourself, and that shit is expensive. And that's why I say like he was at the intersection of his life being in prison, his influence to where he was at the top of where he could be in life, and part of that including him being in prison.
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting. Give me 1 second.
John, I do want to see those. I want to see the guards. I want to see what they look like. I know they had to post pictures of them women at some point. I want to see what they look like. Bitches got indicted, man. I know they pictures out here somewhere. Yeah, they pictures out here somewhere.
Man.
Yeah. It is sad though, man, because that type of mind, in any other field. But I think too though, I don't know if you could use those same tactics in the real world. There are certain things, but it's like let's say for somebody like you, Universal, you got your own business. I don't think you could leverage fucking all your employees to your benefit. I don't think it really works like that.
No. I would never fuck any of my employees. That's bad business, man. And anytime you get yourself in those type of dynamics, you're looking for a downfall to hit you.
It can get.
I usually hire ugly women now too. Contract pretty women, smart. Hire ugly women.
That's very smart. Hire the ugliest women you could find, so you could just fucking Karen. Why are you 2 minutes late? Ugly ass bitch.
That's funny. I actually do have a Karen on my staff too. Her name's Karen.
Hire the ugliest women alive. You can work them like racehorses.
No, it's bad business, man. I've been in a situation where it got pretty flirty with a chick. She wasn't technically in my department, but I was in a leadership position, and I was like, man, if I did anything, all she has to do is make one report, and I'm toast. So, I don't recommend eating and shitting in the same place at all. It's not good.
That's why I always salute those women who can put themselves in that position, because it's the same way with this guy. It's like if you can leverage your situation to where you can get a payout or something, do that shit, man. You know, Charleston White used to talk about that all the time, where he would work somewhere. He would work like a factory job, and then the guys would be talking about fucking bitches and shit in the lunchroom, and then he would and I'm not suggesting you do this, but he would report it to the
HR.
HR. Yeah, he would report it to HR, and he would report for sexual harassment. They would have to pay it out, and he would go to job doing that shit. And I could never do it because I have a certain level of integrity. But
tell me again, HB, what happened? Sorry to get you to repeat. What's up, HB, man?
So
What's up, SKT?
Charleston White, before he became who he was, he would go from job to job, and he would be like, he would work at factories and shit, and then he would be, talking with the fellas, at the lunchtime or whatever. They'd be talking about fucking bitches and all this other shit. So he would report they ass to HR, and then get a sexual harassment charge, and they would pay out. Because he knew if they took it to court, he would win. So he would say, so he would like leverage those situations, in his favor.
I've talked to you about two guys. Let me see, I can show you a guy. But we showed one guy on the stream. He's on MSNBC now and shit like that. It's like on a paid guest. He makes about $500 a day. They contract you for a day so they can bring you on at any moment, like breaking news on any particular topic. So he's a gay black man. Portia pulled him up one day. So he was working for a company, and he was not competent. He's not smart. Kind of Southern, so he has this, kind of stupid sounding country accent, right? But he's kind of a what they call the motherfuckers here, people that just go along. He'll say anything, right? To just spout any Democrat propaganda, and even if he don't believe it. And so my buddy Philippe that comes up here on the panel sometimes, he knows the nigga very well. They were roommates in college at Morehouse, and he was talking about how like at one point he was working for like Goldman Sachs or someone, and he turned around and sued the motherfuckers off some racial shit. And oftentimes when they do that shit, like what you were just explaining, they have to burn down a bridge of motherfuckers who just really being cool with them, man. And then there was another guy, both Morehouse guys, by the way. They did the same shit. He pulled the shit to jig twice, suing people, and he would use conversations that he had with his coworkers in confidence that he'd become friends with. But he was incompetent at the job, and instead of just, swallowing that incompetence, maybe moving on and maintaining the reference, he just threw a bomb behind him and threw racism claims on him. And that is interesting that Charleston doing the sexual harassment and these guys doing the racial harassment.
Yeah. But white supremacy though.
It pays very well, doesn't it? It pays very well.
It pays though. It pays.
Yeah.
So I mean, I couldn't do it, but I mean, I can't be mad at people for using the system, how it's constructed against them, because y'all made it this way.
The thing is though, man, like honestly, like if you use racism, it's like I like to call it the big joker, right? You slam that motherfucker down on the table. Domino motherfucker. Break the table. Well, ain't nobody else coming to play with your ass, right? And I think for black people in a collective where they have such a big joker over society, that motherfucking race card, white people fear that motherfucker and getting their ass beat.
Yeah.
There's some white people that fear getting their fear being called a racist when they getting their ass whooped. I promise you.
I think that's why you have all of these companies that are getting rid of all of that DEI stuff. I think like right now in
Yep.
the news, the big story now is that Walmart has basically gutted all of its DEI stuff, and all of those black Congress people, particularly the women, because those are the ones that are making the biggest fuss about it. They know that completely changes the entire game, and it takes the big joker off of the board.
It takes it off the board.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There's no ROI in DEI, and now that we've gotten over this kind of honeymoon phase of George Floyd, people are starting to pull it back.
Yeah, man, it's in all sorts of things. I was reviewing some of the stuff that the that Doge, Elon and Vivek are setting up to get rid of and to cut out and all that other stuff. There was this program for DEI that was spending it was either 45 or 65 million dollars for a DEI program in Burma. It's like that ain't even in our country. And you have these people that are just sitting up making money off of all this racism stuff. Um it just so many ways. So yeah, the card is being played too hard, and I'm glad to see it go.
I think diversity was the ultimate destroyer of the card. It's kind of like I talked earlier about like Lucian Grange. You could almost say he lured Drake into a deal that he knew he'd win.
Yeah, yeah.
He can destroy the nigga with another artist that he controlled just the same, right? Like Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, why not? It was like I put you ninjas on the map. I can play you guys like fiddles. The crowd is too dumb to understand whether or not they're going to be used. All they got to do is just create some sort of social media beef, and the community is gonna.
I could just
They're
bring
gonna.
someone in, right, and
Yeah,
replace you, right? Like migration.
yeah.
I get tired
Now,
of
like,
this fucking demands. I bring somebody in and replace you, but in Drake's situation, they got a yoke around his neck, and he owed them money now, right?
yeah, it's like a plantation.
And I think that all this diversity and shit is really played against that race card as well. It's hard to screen race in a fucking 50% white country. That's damn near where we are now. Give or take a few points here or there. It's gonna be hard to screen race when half the people ain't even white anymore.
That's why I kind of respect Charleston White's the way he did it more. He never leaned on the race thing. He leaned on the sexual harassment thing, and I think that's a little bit different. That's a little bit different. That's
But I
something
mean,
that
even with the
actually
Charleston
does
White
happen.
thing, was he lying though?
No, he wasn't.
No.
He wasn't.
No.
And I think that's what makes it a little bit more genius. Like, you around a bunch of dudes, they talking about, sexual acts and stuff. And that, they wouldn't talk like this if it was a bunch of women around. So they know. So he actually did have a case. It's kind of funny. Like, you're not gonna talk like that if it's some women around. But
Yeah.
since he's there, we could just talk about anything,
He did like the Cloward pivot approach, make them enforce their rules even though it's absurd.
Right. You have to enforce it, because if it was a woman, you couldn't just treat it like it's nothing. So it's like he played him. But I think when you do the racial thing, it really takes the sting out of racism, and people just become a liability.
Hey, HB, you know, I was just thinking something. You're definitely right. You know, we don't just ask for donations here. We make money, you know, we all working here. I think everybody works. This ain't no fucking welfare channel, right? So let me take a little commercial break for a motherfucker that want to buy some dope. Is that okay?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We had to be quiet, you know. Nigga want some dope.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Jake, right?
No, Zach. My name's Zach.
Damn, sorry. Zach. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I got your message.
Sorry, was this for the room?
Yep, room for rent. Yeah, rooms. We have many
Oh,
rooms.
hey, how you doing, man?
What's up?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, how you doing? Sorry, I'm like at work. I'm doing a bunch of things right now, but yeah, I got some time.
Yeah, sure. We have many rooms available. You looking for northwest or southeast?
Northwest. I work. I'm looking like near Columbia Heights, Mount Pleasant area.
Okay, I have Petworth. Are you familiar with Petworth?
Yeah, I used to live in that neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Petworth. We have a lot of rooms over there. We have private baths, basement apartments. Basement's not available right now. It'll be available in about 4 days.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking to move on like January 1st or like around then.
Okay. Would you like to? I can send you some links, some pictures. What are you looking for? Private bath or what?
Honestly, like I'll look at everything. So if it's a room with a private bath, like I would just look at it, and if it's nice enough, if I, it's like gonna be like, homey and comfortable, like I'll take it.
Yeah, all our places are furnished. Is that okay? You don't have your own furniture.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. And so all our places, not all of them, but many of them are listed on Airbnb. So I'll send you some pictures. So they're kind of designed for Airbnb. We put a little thought into the design. How about that? So I'll send you some pictures. You take a look. Let me know if you're interested.
Yeah, no. Yeah, let me know, and let me know what time like I can come see it in person.
When do you want to come? Today?
You got time right now?
You know what I can do is I can just I can buzz you in, and then you can just take a look. How about
Okay. I mean, would it be easier to do it on like Monday?
We can do it any day. I mean, you can do it now. I can just give you like a one-time code. You can just walk in and take a look.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, just real quick. So, like, I don't know if you own any of these properties, but I do solar for a living. So if you ever wanted solar on any of your buildings, I can get it for free.
What kind of solar you do?
Residential, commercial, anything. It's honestly anything, and I can use either. Well, you can obviously buy it if you want, but I can use DC's free solar program to get it for absolutely free, zero cost.
Yeah. I don't want that shit on top of my house. I don't like the look of that shit. You got any other solar products? You got some solar generators or anything like that?
Yeah, we got batteries, we got EV chargers, we got everything.
Now you're talking my language right there. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
I would like to put some EV shit. I don't want that shit on my roof. I don't even want to talk about that. But what I do want to talk about is like getting an EV charger on one of my properties. What do you think about that?
Yeah, we do those. It's really easy, honestly. Like we have like one of the best in the best EV chargers there is. It charges your vehicle up pretty fast. Why you got an EV?
I'm in the Airbnb business. My customers, my guests have EVs, so it's an added.
Oh, that'd be perfect. Yeah.
It's just running. It's just running like a what is it, 220 or whatever the fuck, like and hooking up to the charging panel, right? To the charging station.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yep.
And so, can you give me a charging station? At a landlord price.
Yeah. Well, it depends. So roughly, it's gonna cost. It depends on how far we have to run the cable to like if you're gonna if you have a garage.
Yeah. I got a panel in the garage. I got enough power to power a Tesla. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, just shoot me your email. And I'll
let me see. Can you get those Tesla superchargers?
So we can get a Tesla battery that comes with one, but the Tesla charging station itself.
Yeah, that's what I want.
I gotta ask, because usually those you specifically have to buy from Tesla, but and you know what? Those are a great investment. They're like what? Those are like 15K though. Those are the expensive high-end ones.
Yeah,
Those are like 15K.
Yeah,
But if you rent out a space at like a hotel or something like that, they're estimated to make you like 200K.
See, I got spaces. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's now you're talking my language. And I got a couple spaces that I would love to be able to advertise a Tesla parking spot and charging capabilities.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
like I know you against the solar, but if you wanted to put them on some of your Airbnbs, it's
I don't want that shit.
Oh yeah, but it's like
fucking ghetto as hell.
bro,
All the
like
ghetto
if you
motherfuckers got
have
that
one
shit.
though, it's a flat roof.
Yeah,
Because like
if
I
got
know
one,
like people who
then what I got to do?
Yeah,
when I
I
get
know
my
people
roof
who
replaced?
purchase them.
Yeah. I bet you.
We take care. We take care of all that.
Let me ask you this
But yeah.
question: when you
Yeah.
install them motherfucker for free, do you install them mostly in the ghetto? Let me ask you a question.
Nah, man, I'm actually in a really nice neighborhood right now. We got a customer here on Nebraska Ave in Northwest. This is happening all over DC.
Oh,
like,
okay,
people get it
hold-
for free, but
Hold on. Let me ask you this: when you install them in Nebraska Avenue is a very high income area, right?
Mhm.
And when you install them over there, those people are probably paying for them outright. Is that correct?
nah, this guy that I'm in front of his house right now. He got it
Yeah.
for free.
He
A lot
got
of
to do
people
the
get it for free,
DC
but
shit.
it's better to
It's better to pay
but
for it
it's
outright,
yeah,
right?
no, he's not paying anything. We're never gonna bill him. We're never gonna.
But it's
ask for
better
any
to pay for it
payment or-
outright, though, right? It's better to pay for it outright. Would you say that's fair?
It's way better to purchase it because then you get paid.
Why?
Like,
Why?
like
Can
your
you
solar.
explain?
So your solar.
Explain to me why. I know why.
Okay,
But
so
explain
in
it to me.
DC we got SREX. Are you familiar?
Vaguely. Explain it to me.
Okay, yeah. So SREX are like a solar credit, right? So every 1,000 kilowatt hours that one panel generates, when it generates 1,000, that's one SREC. In DC, one SREC is worth $435. All right. So I had a customer install the system. He's gonna get around 11 SRECs per year, and then I'm gonna set him up with a trading account, and he's gonna be able to trade the energy from his roof. So it's estimated. So the guy who purchased it, he's purchasing the system for about 26K. We do like a 12-month payment plan, so it's cheaper. But he's purchasing the system for 26K. He gets a tax credit of 30% back.
Now let me ask you this question:
And then,
hold on. If you don't buy it, you don't get the credit, right?
You don't get SREX, but you still get paid for everything that the system overproduces. So if your panels overproduce more than what you used,
Let me
Pepco
ask
is
you
going to pay you for that power
How often do the panels overproduce?
all the time.
Really?
As long as the sun shines, all the time. Most people are getting over 100% offset, which means over 100% of the year they're overproducing.
That's a good sales pitch. And you install them. You
It
just
happens
sell
all
them.
the time.
You install them or sell them?
I just sell them, but I mean, I do all the intricate stuff, and the the behind the scenes stuff. But like you would know how much the system's gonna produce before you even went through with it.
Really?
Like I would give you all that.
You make good money.
It's pretty straightforward.
You make good money installing this stuff.
Everybody's gonna be like, so by 2032, everybody in DC got to have 100% renewable energy. So in 5 years, every business is pretty much gonna have to have it.
Really?
And then most residential places are gonna have it. Yeah, it's kind of like it's honestly like a revolution. Like it's just changing the way that we get our power. It's all happening like really rapidly.
Really? Damn. And you make good money doing this, selling this stuff? People buying this shit?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Really?
man. I mean, I could sell it for free. It sells itself.
Really?
Yeah, man.
It's like selling dope, huh?
Yeah, man. I used to do that too.
What kind of dope
But,
you selling, man? What you selling no dope, man? What kind of dope?
Not anymore.
What kind of dope you sold?
Not anymore. Maybe when I was a teenager.
Oh, a teenager. Selling
When I
weed.
thought I was Pablo Escobar, you know.
You from DC? This is the way I interview my potential tenants, to be quite honest with you. You from DC?
Yeah, I'm from Columbia Heights.
Oh, okay. All the Spanish moved in over there. You black or white?
I'm half white, Filipino, and black.
So what do you think about Columbia Heights?
So
It's changed a lot up there, honey. All them
it's
vendors.
changed a lot. It's changed a lot.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I didn't moved out of DC, moved back to DC.
Yeah.
So like the whole neighborhood is completely different. But I fuck with it though. I fuck with it. It's
Ain't
a
nothing
nice
like
area.
DC,
It's
man. Ain't nothing like DC, man. DC hot as a mother.
yeah, and I love me some Latina. So
Hey, well, you're in the right area for the Latinos. You go all the way down 14th Street eating in Latina restaurants, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Habanera Taqueria is my favorite. You ever been there before?
Oh, I love that place. Yeah, I love that place. I like there's a few other spots like especially in Mount Pleasant. I like Cortados.
Yeah, I don't go to Mount Pleasant. I don't really cross 14th Street that much. I used to have a lovely lady on 15th Street, but that's about as far west as I usually go, to be honest with you. I'm usually west and south, southeast and northwest DC pet work. But yeah, so look, when are you looking to move? You say January. When are you looking to pay? Well, we don't charge deposits. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We have an alternative model, right? So it's either weekly or bi-weekly. Pick your poison. You buy more dope, you get a discount. You know how that goes, right? You say you sold dope, you know how that goes, right? Exactly. And that's how it works. The more dope you buy, the cheaper the price. Volume discount, volume pricing is what we do here. And so I'll send you some pictures and you tell me if you're interested and we go from there. But we do have some nice rooms. That's why you call.
All right. Hey, that works. That works. Yeah, that works for me. I'll definitely get back to you before the end of the day.
Yeah.
I'm about to, I'm about to grind it out for the rest of the day. So
that's right. All right. Take it easy. All right, thank you for calling. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, guys.
Nah, that was man.
Yeah,
See,
John is a natural salesman.
That was a great. He was a good salesman too, man. He made me want to buy a Tesla charger. I don't even got a Tesla. He made me want to put a solar panel on the truck, man. I was like, oh, y'all giving away for free? For free?
DC, I tell you, DC get everything away for free. I tell you, you heard it. You heard it yourself. Right?
Yeah, John, the crazy thing with the Teslas right now, you can get like a Model 2, the Model 2 right now from Hertz right now, because Hertz is basically going out of business. So you can get a Model 2 plus the credit. People are getting these Model 2s for like $15K. Because they get the tax credit on top of it too.
Yeah.
But man, I think if you get a charger at one of your obviously one of the nicer apartments, but man, I think that'll be a great investment though, for real, especially in DC.
You see how like he want to live in Northwest, right?
Yeah.
We try to come over here to the hood, right?
Oh yeah. But I mean, he don't sound like he's struggling though,
And the other thing you also see, HB, is that like he making his daily bread by way of a government subsidy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
DC get the motherfucker free. This Sam I am says, right? I might need to move to DC. I've been telling you, nigga, buses, trains, solar shit. It's a nigga 2 doors up from me had this whole fucking house renovated. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Whole fucking house.
Yeah. When Trump basically won the election, all the solar stocks they pretty much tanked. So if you're gonna buy some solar stocks, this is the time to buy it right now, because I think, as you can hear with this guy, they're building the infrastructure. This is something that's gonna happen eventually.
He said it's gonna be mandatory by 2032 in DC. Did you hear that? Okay, 2032.
Yeah.
2032. Okay, that's what.
Yeah. It's gonna be, and I mean, I honestly, I do think it is a good idea too. Just having other forms of energy, it's not a bad idea, especially if they give it away for free. Like,
HB man, we get these niggas an inside dope. Yesterday we was telling them about the cat, right?
Yeah.
It was, what I mean? I could read what a cat is, but you showed them the screen about a cat, right? You can't weigh in shit, right? You know what I'm talking about, HB, right?
Yep.
And then today, how many motherfuckers knew they were I'm here in DC. I ain't know they mandating solar here.
Yeah,
But the people that invest in stocks, we hear all about these people investing in stocks and shit, and there is some inside information for you, right?
Yeah.
Cities are all around the country are pushing this shit hard as a motherfucker. He said the shit dope sell itself because what? Why did he say the dope sell itself? Because
You got
DC
government subsidies. Yeah, they doing the government subsidies. That's why it really is a good investment when the government's involved in it, man, because they're gonna make that shit go regardless. Whether you Republican, Democrat, it's too much money involved now. They building the infrastructure. This is like you still talking about the horse and carriage and the car is right around the corner. You still trying to sell niggas the horse and carriage? Like, nah, bro.
HB Kimmy Case just posted New York City has a free solar program too. God damn it. What more can we say? We telling you what these people are pushing, right?
Yeah.
Right? I ain't telling you what to invest in, but New York City, DC, I'm sure Boston got a fucking scheme contraption too.
Yeah.
And all these other cities, they're pushing this shit hard as a motherfucker. They're going for it. Right?
Yeah.
Win, lose, or draw. This is what they're going for.
Yeah.
You don't have to agree with it. It's crack say all the time. Like, he don't give a fuck about the stocks, the fundamentals, none of that shit, nigga. He see the way the wind is blowing, and he's just turning his sail in that direction and riding the wave.
Just ride the wave, man.
It ain't for me to agree or disagree with. Right? It's all about time, keep your head above water. Right?
Yeah. Man, if you get a supercharger though, that's gonna be crazy.
That's what I'm saying. You see what the first thing I went for, like, nigga, can you give me a supercharger? Nigga, for free?
Yeah.
Look at it. So around my way, HB, when the solar guy called in, I thought about this. Police said they found the remains of a man, a magic jack. Come around over here installing some magic. Nigga probably thought he was installing some magic on the roofs. Police said they found the remains of a magic jack man. You know what a magic jack is, right? Everyone knows what a magic is, right?
No. What is a magic jack?
Oh man, there you go. Give me magic.
I'm unfamiliar.
Oh, I'm gonna give you a second. The only reason I'm gonna go all the way back is because Kimmy Cakes is in the audience, and she gonna. I wish she was up here, and let me see.
Hey, good morning, Kimmy Cakes. By the way, good morning.
Is she coming? Kimmy Cakes, come up here in the audience. I'm about to talk a little New York shit. And so one of the reasons I started calling, some people love to call them small hats.
Okay, those people. But I'm curious about the rationale for the name.
I call them magics. Because they are hella magicians. David Copperfield. David Blaine. Who else? Who are all the other Jewish magicians? So I just call them magics for code. Some people call them small hats. I call them magics. They can create magic.
Yeah, they are the chosen people, man.
Make that shit right before you're chosen out. And so I used to go to this guy and look at this. Kimmy Case, you know what this is? Motherfucker, I used to go get some shit repaired. This is a motherfucking Jew. He named himself Magic Joe.
You crazy as hell, Chuck.
Kimmy Case, you know what this is, huh? That motherfucker Jew to the core, too. I like Magic Jones. Nigga fix anything. Magic Jones.
One thing I will say about the magic, I like how they're able to find interesting angles into certain fields and win. That's That's a great skill.
Yeah, they are the merchant class. You know what I'm saying? And that is a very good skill. You know, not many people are able to operate the merchant class, and they are that. So
for centuries.
yeah.
So it's yeah, whole different class of people right there.
Give me 1 second, HB. And someone called me. I missed their call. They sent me a text. I was going to try to get back with them, see if they wanted a place to live. Yo, Lolo said she wants to live stream at 1 today. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah.
Lolo bring out the number. She cut her hair, go out to lunch. The Simps come out.
Yeah, man, Lolo.
Who is that?
You, when Lolo figure it out, man, she gonna be a star. Honestly.
Yeah.
She get it all figured out. She.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, HB.
Yeah, Lolo. She got the right mentality when she figures it out.
Who is that?
I pull her up.
She's one of our panelists. She does like food reviews and she's
Lolo right here.
Yeah, she does quilts.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So she goes live during lunch. We're gonna have her like doing my Airbnbs. We've had a couple where she like reviews, recommend things for my Airbnb to make them more feminine energy ready. You know what I mean? SKC. I'm in the Airbnb business. I don't know if you knew that. And so in the segment that I cater to, right, it's mostly niggas trying to get some pussy. And then it's white boys like the one you just heard on the call, right? And so kind of mix of let's say 2 or 3 social classes, right? But by and large, 80% of it, even for the white guys, is coming in with their girlfriend. Like it's all about, tail, women. You know what I'm saying? Kim McKay saying right in the neighborhood, it really depends. It's no matter where they are, in the ghetto or in the nice neighborhood, they want a place where they can bring a girl. You know what I mean? And in this social media era, even people who are poor want nice shit. You know what I mean? Like when I grew up, I never had this high expectation of nice shit like the poor people do today. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's like they're looking at it every day. So
yeah,
it's right there at their fingertips, bro. Like if you go to the third world, like in Africa, right? Most Africans don't eat that fast food. They can't afford it. Here in America, poor motherfuckers eat more fast food than the rich people. I see it every day. It's like mind blowing to me. How many Gold Puffs, Uber Eats bags, like with food, like people just, it's a different society now. Where you hear women come up here sometimes. HB, you probably heard it. I don't know how to cook, right?
Yeah.
You hear them pop the balloon.
Well, I think there's a large number of people like that they don't even know what good food is. They just think that a particular price on it makes it good.
Yeah, I think, you ever heard people go out to restaurants? I hope I don't offend anyone. And they order a well-done steak.
Yo, that happened to me one
Yeah,
time.
yeah, that's crazy.
That happened to me one time. I didn't know she was a ratchet until she ordered the steak. I was like, well done. This bitch, you a ratchet bitch, ain't you? I ain't even know. Like, this bitch ain't been nowhere before. Dumbass bitch. Ordered a steak, well done. You might as well get some chicken. You might as well get a piece of chicken and you gonna get a well done steak. Just get some chicken, bitch. Who you trying to fool? I'm just trying to smash.
She said she wanted a steak burger.
Yeah, right. You might as well just order the burger. Dumbass. Yo, that shit was hilarious. This bitch.
Nothing red showing. Don't want nothing red showing, that's for sure.
That shit is hilarious, man. Like, you could just tell some people, and like for me, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think trying to pretend like you got it, that shit'll fuck you up in the long term. Like, that shit is.
Yeah, it's better just to go and just learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask a bunch of questions, be curious, and kind of go from there. But again, I know I keep banging on this HB, but I think that's a lot of that is part of the culture, the fake it until you make it type of thing.
Yeah. But it's like if you, I don't know. I see what you're saying, Mavid. But it's like if you, I don't think most places that make steak are, it's not, this wasn't a shitty restaurant, so it's not about that. It was more that she didn't know. She doesn't really have that type of culture where she knows that you don't cook a steak well done. Like, you ain't in the hood. This ain't no tough ass skirt steak. You don't gotta cook it all. This ain't that.
HB, man, we've been jumping all around. Let's play this nigga and kill this damn solar worker. He killed a magic though. He fucked up.
Okay.
He fucked up, HB. What's the party? Oh shit.
Of Avery Myler. This is a major update. Is new tonight. The person accused of killing a contractor in D.C. is dead. Police confirmed they have found the remains of Avery Myler. This is a major update to a story we followed closely since last summer. Police say Myler killed 25-year-old R.A. Wolf. He's a father from Baltimore who was shot last August while installing solar panels at a home in Southeast. Now,
you hear that last name, HB? Wolf. Like the Wolf of Wall Street. Thou shalt not kill the wolf. Wolfstein might have been his real name.
Police haven't said how Myler died or where his remains were found, but our team is trying to get answers from police tonight. We will bring you updates as soon as we get them.
He ain't getting out, and it ain't gonna be no bail type of thing, no signature thing. He's gonna stay in.
Let me see if they have some details. Let me see if I look at it. Look at here. Police responded to the 5100 block of Call Place Southeast. Where? Not far from John Call. Wolf was in Southeast for work. He was installing solar panels in the ghetto. If you think them Negroes bought them panels or what? Look at it. Look, Lord, have mercy. Have mercy. Look at it. Look at this shit. They put more fucking energy into making the video than they did to correcting this nigga.
Damn. Killed the nigga bareface too. Damn.
They got that dude in 4K, John.
Forget 4K. They got that dude in like 8K, man.
Yeah, he did it bareface.
They spotted a man matching his description around 6:28 a.m. in the morning. I guess he's still up roaming the streets. He produced a firearm, shot at the police officers multiple times. When they attempted to stop him, ran away. They didn't kill him. Inside a nearby residential building where he barricaded himself, officers established a perimeter, blah, blah, blah. The marshals came and got that ass. They don't play around. But I think the man, let me see. I really want to share. Let's see. They talked about the guy. And this is going to blow your mind if they talked about it in this article here. You can see him right here. Broad daylight, 25-year-old. You see his name. Aryeh, Wolf. Like Wolfstein, or Wolf Bloom, or Wolf Blitzer, And let's see, it's captured. Let's see if they talk about why he was in Southeast. Damn, they don't understand. Anyway, he was doing some like work for some Jewish organization that was installing solar panels. And I want to say he had his back turned. Let me see. I can pull up the article, please. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, wow.
God, that he did already. A magical death.
Wow, that nigga dead. A fugitive wanted connection to the shooting death of a Baltimore man, a Magic. Aryeh Wolf was murdered August 10th of last year while installing solar panels in the ghetto. DC police initially released surveillance photos. He died. He was never caught. What? He dead?
He's gone. He's gone. Poof. Copperfield.
He dead?
Let go.
Nigga dead.
Wow.
Hey, those
Go
John,
ahead.
those small hats put a bag on his head, man. They put a bounty. They got him up out of there.
Hey, I mean, he really killed like a volunteer type motherfucker. One, like
that's the
you know
lowest of the low,
saying?
man. He the lowest of the low, man. You
I
a
want to see
scumbag.
what was volunteering, right? You know what I'm saying? They
John, you don't see no video from the family talking about, oh, our son was a good boy. None of his graduation pictures and none of that. It's just the story is he's just dead and he gone. And that's it.
Look at Yeshiva World News report. Yeshiva. Kimmy Case, what you think about that? Yeshiva.
Well, yeah, that's a school.
Now this is the Yeshiva World News.
Yeah, because they're teaching people. Well, they allegedly teaching people something.
And what are they're gonna give us some in-depth reporting on what this Negro did here. Let's see.
Wait, that guy that died, that's the one in DC you were showing us?
Yeah, it's in DC, right? There ain't no blurring his face out.
Absolutely not.
Look, this is his real name, right? Wait a minute. What the fuck? Is this
looks like a junkie. Are you sure it's not some Johnson and drug related?
What's the murder? No, he killed him for no reason. He walked up and smoked him. Let me see. What the fuck?
Well, we all know people don't really get killed like that for no reason.
Wait a minute, Avery Miller. What the fuck? What does Yimak Shimo mean? Anyone know what that means in Yiddish or Hebrew, whatever the fuck it means? Is this like a slur?
Yimak Shidi. It might be like a fish or something. A dish. Yimak Shidi.
Look. Oh, look at that. Look, hey, what that say? Can y'all read it? HBI read it. HBI read it for you. You go.
Oh, they said it's like a curse. Yeah, Shimo is like an evil eye.
Read it for us, Kimmy K. Read it. Read
Oh,
it.
hold on.
Nice and slow for HB. Read it for nice because he's traveling down the road carrying you niggas paper.
Yumak Shimon is a Hebrew curse placed after the name of a particular enemy of the Jewish people.
What? No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Kimmy K, read that shit one more time. Read it one more time, Kimmy K. Read it one more time, please.
Yumak Shimon,
Yumak
translated to mean "May his name be erased,"
is a
Hebrew curse placed after the name of a particular enemy of the Jewish people.
Read it one more time for the niggas in the chat. Kimmy K. HB, did you? Yeah.
Wow.
Yumak Shimon.
But this is also in the Old Testament. This is in the Book of Psalms. It's in the Book of Psalms. Like if you look at Psalms 109, which a lot of people use in voodoo hoodoo, they always say that. So a lot of people say that and they don't even know they're saying it.
Hey, I bet they don't say that shit in American.
Yes, it's in the Book of Psalms.
Daniel Nixon, this is for you, and you ain't not even here today. I know you love it. Yima Shimo, motherfucker.
Yes, it's in the Psalms. May their names be blotted out. May the generations be blotted out.
Damn.
It's in there.
They put him in the death note.
And don't forget, a lot of things that they say is Hebrew also came from ancient Egypt, not just Hebrew by itself.
But all of a sudden, he comes up dead, though.
Wow. Motherfucker. Yimashimo. They found this nigga dead somewhere, nigga. You fucked around, find out, right?
Yeah, he out of there. Damn. Yeah, they must
But
not
I
play
wonder if there's more to the story because y'all see with that crackhead. Y'all don't see that crackhead.
No. Okay. So here's the story. Niggas in the hood, and you're putting some power, some solar. See, I was trying to tease it out of the white man, but he in his sales mode, and I understand. So what he's saying is like, if you Google it, if you let them install the power, they get the credits. You may be able to get some power, whatever energy, whatever surplus, as he was talking about, but they get the credits. So in the ghetto, the niggas can't afford that $27,000. That what he said? He spent $27,000. He said he's on Nebraska Avenue, man, spent what, $27,000. Somewhere he said some motherfucker spent $27,000. Right? You heard him, HB, right? Right? You heard him, right? In the ghetto, motherfuckers ain't got $27,000. So what they do is they enter into a scheme to let these companies put the solar on top of their house, and the companies get the credits. You understand?
Right.
So this Magic Jack was in the hood working for a company that gets credits by putting this shit on the house in the hood. This in the hood, nigga. Like these niggas ain't got no $27,000. Shit.
No,
right?
and I'm just trying to figure out why do they even need solar energy?
That's why he's saying to you, DC gives this shit to you for free. So he likely was working for a company that was basically processing the grant program and all this bullshit for these ghetto niggas. All these ghetto niggas got. I ain't John Gall ain't got that shit on his roof. But all these other ghetto motherfuckers, they got it, right?
Yeah, Kimmy Cakes, he was in the hood because he's scalping off the top. That's what he's doing.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That he know what he's doing.
Exactly.
And it may get to it right here. Let's see. Shimo, Yimak, Shimo, Negro, Yimak, Shimo, Negro. All right. Well, I'm gonna start using that shit. You nigga, you Yimak, Shimo.
I'm telling people use it all the time. They just don't know they're using it.
Yeah, can we find a Jew calling a nigga Yimak Shimo?
I found it very interesting, John, to end that story because I'll just read through it. It says that this dude fought with the cops, but then later on, they found his remains. It's like, so who did he come across? John, will you categorize this as a magical death?
Magical
He
death.
effed around and found out. That's what happened.
That nigga, baby.
He effed around and found out.
Next land. Hey, I bet you this. I bet you this too. I bet you whoever killed this nigga, I bet you wasn't much of a fucking investigation. Yemak Shimo. I guarantee you. If the police killed him, or if Yemak Shimo killer was a fucking Jew, we ain't gonna spend too much time on this one here.
Do you think the mayor is gonna say anything about this, or the chief of police?
Man, shit, we gonna sweep this right up on the rug. Like, I'm gonna see if I can get to the detail of who this boy was. Like, shit, like, nigga, I could stop here. You will understand, right? But if I keep fucking going, you're gonna really understand why this nigga he had to get the fuck out of here. You understand who this boy killed, right? This boy
they're here.
This boy from Baltimore came down here working up under some fucking solar panel scheme. These some magics running $1 million fucking scheme here. And so Avery Miller gonna kill a fucking magic while he working? This nigga here? Look at this. Yimashimo. Right? I'm gonna see if I get to look at it. Look at that. Look at these motherfuckers in. It's almost a year to the day. We never forget, never surrender. It's almost a year to the day. They still talking about this shit. You understand who this boy was?
Did you see that next comment where they said something about hope this beast?
You understand? This is the yeshiva time. Boy, ain't no political correctness going on here.
Can I share some positive news? I just left Senator Cunningham's office, and he was supposed to be closed today, but he reopened for me to get a turkey because yesterday he closed early. I didn't get my turkey.
Kim Jones turkeys, Kim and Kate.
I don't even eat turkey, but it's from my friend who's elderly and can't walk, and I'm gonna bring her a turkey so she has food for Thanksgiving.
Kim and Kate, you been brushing up on your Yiddish? Can you read this for us?
I don't know Yiddish at all.
Someone can. I don't even want to read.
I do know some Hebrew though, but that's not
Can someone read that for me, please?
Nothing here is in Yiddish though.
Can you read it? Okay.
What Sarah says?
Yes.
Hold on, let me enlarge it.
That S probably stands for Silverstein.
I mean, who knows? Sarah is Jewish enough. Hope this beast's death was an excruciating one. Our beautiful RA was taken from us by this low life. Hashem, which is God, Yimkom Damo.
What that mean? What that mean?
Like may God it's like saying that God has the control or the power over things. And Hashem is like a no name. Like some people believe that God is so magnificent that you can't call him by name, so they say Hashem. His yard site was 13 Av, which is pretty much his funeral or his memorial service.
Yeah.
May Aryeh be Malitz Yosher for Cloud Yisrael.
Yeah.
My question would be,
What? All these magic jacks are coming. They got your swords for bear.
That's what I was going to ask, John. Do you think, as crazy as this sounds, that his assailant was wise to the scheme that these guys were doing and was not happy about it?
Come on, Juan. You don't even believe that, Juan. Come on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. You know,
From the Baltimore Jewish time, I'm trying to get to the root of who this boy was, and we're gonna keep digging. We're gonna keep digging why they said this is a lovely, beautiful Ariel.
Somebody getting arrested right now.
So let me put my phone on mute.
Okay.
The Baltimore Jewish community lost a son, a brother, man.
But you have to understand, like in Judaism, we're taught like every Jew is responsible for every other Jew, and people stand on that. Like they stand on that.
Worldwide.
Every Jew is responsible for every other Jew.
He was a husband at 25. a father at 25 and a friend. Man, listen, how many of you people know that Jews can move all around the country and get sponsored? How many people knew this?
I mean, it depends, but it's not unheard of, especially if they're coming in with refugee status. Yeah, they have
No,
their
no,
own
no, no, no,
commitment
no,
to
no, no,
sponsorship.
no, no, no. I ain't talking about no fucking refugee. I'm talking about a motherfucker upstanding Jew here in America. He can just say, I want to move to Alabama.
Yeah, and then they get a group of people in the high up in the Jewish community that actually give them the money to go and settle in Alabama.
Their own London circles, or they have their own London circles. Let's put it that way.
Let me see if I can show you. You know, Jew put me up on this shit. I said, what?
Mm-hmm.
Let me
It's
see if I
really
can
not
show
unheard of.
you. I know it ain't. Let me see if I can show you something. This is down in Alabama. Look at this shit. All the way down in Alabama. Look at this shit.
But I think what amazes me is that why do people act like this is so, oh my God, like, look at what they're doing when anyone could do it. Anyone could do this, but people are just not organized enough. And I think what happens is with the Jewish people, honestly, I think they're jealous.
Look
I
at this
think
shit.
they're honestly jealous of how they're able to organize and make waves.
I was hoping I would see creative fun tailored to your charitable goals, unrestricted endowment, designated endowment, so on and so forth. But a Jewish friend across the street from me, he mentioned that if he wanted to move to Alabama, they would give him money to buy a house, get set up, help him find a job, so on and so forth. I was fucking amazed. I didn't know that they did all that. But anyway,
It depends, because there are Jews who are like really dirt poor and can't move anywhere, and there's no one to help them. So it's like a London circle, but it works a certain way. But there's always, like, for example, in the Jewish supermarkets, if someone doesn't have money to pay for their groceries, they can leave with their food. The supermarket writes down the debt owed, and then another Jew that comes in can pay anyone's debt on the list, or everyone's debt on the list.
his daddy, his mother, he's survived by his wife, Mindy. Kim, in case you know what it's like, they get married early and they have a whole bunch of children. This boy was on his way to having 6 children.
Yeah.
He had a 6-month-old daughter and 4 siblings. His wife didn't speak at the funeral, but another relative read a letter. There is just no way this is real. You took care of me when no one else could have. There's a gaping hole in my heart that only your love is able to fill. 2.5 years with you will never be enough. Camp Sencha, that's who he worked for. That's the company that was installing the solar panels. Yeah, that's right. He was working a summer camp or something. I want to say he may have been volunteering. Yeah, he was a counselor with Wolf at that camp. He was installing solar panels at homes in Southeast when he was shot at the job site. The assailant walked up, produced a handgun, and shot him multiple times. From surveillance video detectives reviewed, it does not appear that anything was taken from the guy. He just walked up and shot it. There's no reason. Damn. Anyway, this guy came from an affluent Jewish family, and he was shot down and killed while, installing solar panels. He shot the wrong one. They caught him and killed him. Anyway, guys, go ahead.
Just a question.
Oh man. Hey, SKC, you got a whole bunch of feedback. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know who that was.
Yeah, I think that was SKC. Yeah, man. I'm at least the family got the justice, that God did. He didn't, rot away in jail. they got their get back immediately. So
Yeah,
yeah,
he
Yeah,
killed
talking
very.
about karma, right?
yeah. I
Hey,
don't think that was karma. I think that was lying. I don't think that was karma.
one, every time I talk about this Drake shit, you come in at the wrong time or at the right time for you. But I wish you come in, at the time we were talking about it, man. Like I've been having this sinister thought that 400 million they gave Drake was like an unrecoupable damn near honeypot in a scheme for his masters, and this Kendrick Lamar, frontal assault subsidized by the company that has his masters in Hawk, I would imagine, would be very diabolical. But Lucian Grange has been described as a killer. He forced out his former boss. Would he not do the same to Drake?
I don't know. That sounds like some 48 Laws of Power type ish.
I mean, if what I realize is that the advances is not like a legal, you can't file bankruptcy and keep your masters.
No, you can't.
The way, because it's not a loan, right? It's not protected under the loans, right?
No, it's not.
It's like, yeah, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, I want your property if you can't pay me back, right?
Well, I was going to say that in most contracts like that, it's considered a recoupable. So
right.
even if it were protected under the agreement, because of that recoupables clause, they could just walk up in there and take your stuff. A good example of that, John, would be R. Kelly. Sony did that to him just before he went down for the federal trafficking charges that he went down for.
Look at the what I put in the chat GPT one. Look at that shit. You see that?
Yeah, it's similar to what I'm saying. It's
it's exactly what you're saying. It's exactly what you're saying, right? I'm just giving you credence to the audience, right? And listen to what it says. Look at this line right here, right? One.
If the advance isn't recouped, the artist usually doesn't have to pay it back directly out of pocket. Oh, but he's going to pay. The artist is going to pay, but they won't see royalty income until the advance is recouped. It's not only that, but some of the newer contracts, John, because everything is being made via streaming services, they get a percentage of that, or they basically can hijack your Spotify channel, and they also recoup based on your tours.
Explain that right there. Right?
Which one? What you just underlined?
What I have highlighted there, yeah.
Well, yeah, the contracts could have clauses giving liens or other rights if the advance. It's basically a damages clause. It's if you don't pay me, this is what I can do to you in order to recoup what I was expecting to receive.
Now, let me ask you this question. I mentioned earlier that Lucian Grange on his earnings call said, it's all about the property being the masters, right? That's what he wants. He's bought up Bob Dylan's and other people's masters, Neil Diamond. Is it not a stretch that he will want Drake's masters?
Yes, but I don't know why. Because I was.
Why? What do you mean you don't know why?
Well, that's where I was getting at, and I could be wrong. So either you can correct me or somebody in the chat could correct me. But I was of the impression that Drake didn't even own his masters. I was of the impression that Lil Wayne did.
Now, I think he's out of that deal. I think he's out of that deal now. But anything going forward and anything that he owns, for that 400 million, he'd likely put up some collateral.
Right, of course.
Right. 400 million?
That's
you put up some collateral, right?
Yeah,
Shit, we had Scott Linton don't come on here. What he said, what Scott Linton said, bro, you got to put up some collateral, right? You got to have something. And 400 million, you're gonna really have to have something, right? Now Drake may very well could have thought that he could pay it back and say, okay, well, I'm saying is never thinking that damn, this man could sabotage me while I got my 400 million up in my masters. That's a diabolical way of looking at things, but that's possible, right?
Do you think that's why he's suing Kendrick Lamar's camp right now?
Well, he's not. Is he suing Kendrick Lamar? Or is he suing UMG for saying you should have never let me, your biggest artist, be slandered with a term like certified predator, pedophile, which hampers my ability to pay you back that 400 million, putting my masters at stake.
Yeah, that's where it is. He's suing UMG. You're absolutely right.
And,
Well,
and he's saying like you're damaging my ability to pay you back.
Well, yeah, it's tortious interference with prospective economic advantage.
That is correct. And he's saying you're using Kendrick Lamar's, you're subsidizing him to undermine me, which prevents me from recouping that advance with my masters online. That's very diabolical, right? That's very diabolical, no?
Yeah.
I'm a slick nigga.
It is diabolical. I think it's also just business, though. I mean, it's diabolical, but it's business.
Yo, Juan, what was that word that you said? The something interference?
Tortious interference with prospective economic advantage. Like if I know that if you're supposed to make money a certain way, HB, and I sabotage your trucks, because I know that by sabotaging your trucks, you have two very important loads that you're not going to be able to get, then you can sue me for that.
So in your perspective, do you think Drake does have some sort of, does he have a case here? If he can prove this?
If he can prove it, yeah. And if he can prove it, then he rolls in bank, because not only is he off the hook for the $400 million, but UMG has to pay him for damages. But the question is how the hell do you prove that? They're not going to pad the numbers and send you an email saying, "Hey, Kendrick, I padded the numbers so it's certified. You work and
no,
you out there."
You don't prove it. You litigate a new deal. That's the game.
Wait, Juan.
Juan,
can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, being that it's the United States, doesn't everyone have a case? Because at the time of filing, no one's going to be like, "Oh, throw this thing out of here." It has to be presented in front of the courts, and at that point, they can decide if they want to move forward with the existing case or not. But I think everything is a case once it's filed.
Well, yeah, but the question becomes proving it. But you're right. I mean, anybody can make allegations against anybody, and then there's the discovery phase. But that's where you have to put up or shut up, basically. And that's the thing. I don't think that there's going to be, unless UMG is that stupid. But those people are ruthless. Those people have been ruthless since shit. HB, remember BMG records? Those little CDs that you could buy for like $1 or whatever the heck.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were ruthless since then. I mean,
I think the thing is, honestly, if you look back when we talked about Tidal, right? Remember how Jay-Z was stealing from the motherfuckers? Remember how I explained how he stole from the motherfuckers and gave the money to Beyonce and Kanye, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, if I could diagram, if I had like a diagram, I could say this is how I think the scheme is working, and it's been somewhat exposed if the stuff that we've heard about Kendrick Lamar, Spotify, and Apple. What do they call them? The DSP, right? The distributors of sort, their platform, right? So what they're saying is like, look, we own, the rights to these people. We're in cahoots with the people that distribute it down to the consumer. Apple, Spotify, those people distribute it down to the consumer. And I think that's kind of like where all of the bullshit and the scam is happening. And how can you verify, validate how many streams you actually have? I'm sure the artist can't go in and analyze the code, the database. There's a million different ways from Sunday to modify database records without it being verified. You'd have to have a forensic audit anyway. And so you've created a middle layer of transparency where a lot of hanky-panky could go on. Remember we talked about the group that said that UMG hit what, $500 million of sales? Was it the Sticks? They didn't pay them for streams. And they can boost you and they can steal from you the same way Drake benefited from them boosting him. I talked about that where they boosted his streams on Spotify. He stole from other people.
Now, the embarrassing thing, though, is if Drake pushes through and they get a serious look at the numbers and we get definitive proof that niggas just wasn't fucking with you like that, Drake, that's just going to be really devastating on an artist's career level.
Yeah, I think that's why they're going to end up. I think they're going to end up settling with him. I mean, I think the average Joe, they'll just probably bury him and that person in legal paperwork to the point where they can't fight back. But Drake has enough engine to fight back, and I think they're just going to end up settling out of court. I think.
I think again, Kim, he benefited from the same machine that's taking him down.
Oh yeah, but now when it's happening to him, you're right.
What they're gonna do is they're going to do what they do in politics and what they do in entertainment with everybody else as well. They're going to take Drake's morality or my morality, and they're going to use it as a weapon. And they're going to use Kendrick Lamar's diss record from a couple of months ago as the launching pad. Oh, this accuser accused Drake of doing such and such when he was at Degrassi High, or when he was on Degrassi High, the TV series. That other group accused Drake of doing such and such and such and such, and this other person accused Drake of doing such and such and such and such. And so Drake might end up winning in the court, but in the court of public opinion, he's going to be taking a huge L. So now it becomes a question of cost-benefit analysis. It doesn't become a question of can you actually stave them off in court or not.
And that's all that really matters when it comes to the music business.
So true.
So that's why.
Go ahead, HB.
No, that's why, Hoodservative said this is business. This ain't business. This is
it's
signing
evil,
you signing your soul away. This is in blood. This is blood in, blood out.
Business with the devil. That's what when you do business with the devil, this is business.
No, this ain't business. This ain't business. This
is evil.
Yeah.
This is something different. This is something completely different.
Yep.
It's similar to the Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez case on the criminal side. Let me go ahead and do what I can to push you down so that I can go ahead and collect these numbers in my effing concerts or in my effing streams. And it's again, to me, it's evil. It's just evil. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah. It's but you don't gotta take the carrot when they dangle it in your face. And I think when they dangle that carrot in front of your face, you gotta understand what's in it for them. And we're seeing it play out right now with Drake.
Well, my question, HB and John, is what the hell was Drake thinking? I'm offered $400 million. And I know that the music industry is changing. I mean, it's not like the days of Eminem circa 2001 where I could sell 10,000 CDs and make a cool 100 mil easily. It's a little bit more difficult to make that money back. So to me, I don't know, 30-year-old me, because I think Drake's in his 30s, 30-year-old me would probably grab that money too, but 44-year-old me right now is like, wait a minute. I'm looking at the business of things and I'm seeing how it's changing so dynamically. What's the
guys, I'm going to tell you something I just read right here, which validates kind of what I've been thinking. I got an article on the screen. It's about Illusion Grange, and here's look at one of the things he said here. And I'm going to answer your question later on. This is Illusion Grange. We are not a financial investor, nor are we new to the market fund on the hook to do deals on a set schedule. Unlike a fund, we will never sell or divest these rights.
Highlight the last part of that. We will never sell or divest those rights.
I like the sound of that. Listen to this. Listen to this. Look what he says. Read that for me. One, explain it to me.
Where it says we're not in the business of buying individual revenues.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically a hedge fund. He's basically a hedge fund manager.
He more than that. Listen to what he says. He said, unlike a fund, we will never sell or divest these rights. Funds sell.
Yeah. That's what makes hedge funds actually businesses. This is something else. This is like I don't know. This is kind of more like the mob.
This
like
is the dope boy buying up. This is the dope boy and taking all the corners.
Yeah.
I'm gonna explain to you in a minute, right? We ain't selling no corners, nigga. We want all the corners. That's why we saying there's no price that we're willing to give up a corner. Unlike a fund on a set schedule and shit, we will never sell or divest these rights.
Are they publicly traded?
Yeah, UMG. This is a bit. Understand. This is a different business model. Like anyone ever heard of like the term contiguous real estate or contiguous property is really the better term.
Yes, I've heard that term.
So explain to the audience what it means and what's the value of contiguous property.
I actually don't know how to explain it without confusing anybody, John. I think Get Crack would be better to explain it than I would.
Oh, well, I'll give you a definition. Look at this, contiguous property, right? Contiguous property is a single plot of land or multiple adjoining plots that are in actual contact or touch at a boundary or a point. The term contiguous means connected or next to. You get the idea where I'm going here, guys?
Oh boy.
Right? Earlier today, we walked up and down Baltimore blocks on Google Maps, motherfucking empty house after empty house after empty house. Right? I said, damn, somebody should buy that shit. You often hear nigga, I'm gonna buy up a block, right? You ever heard anybody say, I'm gonna buy up a block? I'm gonna go to Baltimore or Philadelphia, one of these cheap ass niggas to buy up a block. You've heard that before, correct?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, in Houston they're doing that. Slim Thug, the rapper in Houston, he's done that.
Well, while Slim Thug is buying up Houston, Lucian Grange is buying up the music block. And he ain't selling.
Yeah, cornering the market, they call it.
Mm-hmm. And then when you put two and two together, if you look at what Lucian Grange is saying here, the reason why he ain't selling is because of this. You notice he keep talking about catalog buyers, and here's the money. See that? Future licensing deals. He's doing health and fitness. You want to go to Equinox and dance and exercise?